Hannah, Hannah.
There's another one.
I should better than my phone, bro. Fuck it.
What's up?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be able to host this event.
Hell yeah. Happy to be here. I'm James. I'm going to be commentating all day, I think. And Devin is hosting this tournament with SSG. Brought us down here. It's going to be a great event. Crazy prize pool, obviously. So yeah, talk your talk. Why are we doing that?
First and foremost, I'll be brief because I know we have to go out there. The tournament's about to start. But for those of you guys who don't know who I am the owner of Southside Gaming. For those of you guys who don't know who Southside Gaming is, we are a local a game store here in South Florida, Margate, Florida to be exact. I say game store, but we're actually more of a brand now. But the reason why we're hosting this event is because we're Edison is what kind of started this whole thing for us, man. For those who don't know, it's really big. It's the Lorcana scene, and we just want to be able to contribute back to the community and host these big events, man. You know, so we're excited. Today's finally here. We got 123 players, right? I think we only started. I think we introduced it about 30 days ago. So
No, it's a good turnout for that for sure. So I think it's what, 7 rounds of Swiss?
I believe. I think we're about to announce it right now. 7 rounds of Swiss. I don't want to tell you. I don't want to confirm that how many they're going to top. I don't know if it's top 8 or top 16. Hopefully, it's top 16. I'm a big believer in providing pricing for a larger amount of price. I guess top. So I may have lost that, but yeah, I guess he has good point. But we are playing for a beautiful, brand new Black Rose mat, UBS.
See all the stream setup reflected that.
I know, right? Along with 3, I believe they're near mint ultimate rare Caiuses. That's just for first, guys. That's just for first. So, you know,
Crazy present.
I think we have some big name players here, and for those of the big name players that didn't make it, there will be another event.
You missed out.
You missed out, man. Missed out. But no, well, you know, this is the first time we're hosting a big event for Yu-Gi-Oh, or I'm sorry, for Edison, I should say. And we just want to show everybody what we're about and how well we can host these events. So I'm excited. We got some not only our sponsored players, but I call them family, man. Our team. We got big names here, bro. I'm excited for you to see the co-hosts coming in, and I'm gonna go out there and do my thing real quick and make an announcement. But guys, stay tuned. Very grateful to have you guys watching the stream, but most importantly, super blessed and grateful to have James here with us, the one, the only James Ark, baby. So let's have a good show today.
Oh yeah, thank you. That was great, and yeah, I'm excited. I think it'll be a really good stream and just some high level Edison matches.
All right. Well,
cool.
Enjoy, guys, and if you guys need me for anything, I'll be back.
Cool. I might scoot over. Yeah.
Are we still on?
Yeah, I think it's still up. Okay. I would say just come in. So what's up, Ruben?
Yeah, how are you?
Nice world champion.
Yeah,
Hard to compete with that, bro.
I guess, but I'm not really familiar with the Edison format, so you're going to be catching me up a little bit here. I've dipped my toes in it a little bit with some friends, but nothing
I
crazy.
think that's good though, because I kind of had told them ahead of time, like when they had talked about either you or
there's some other good, like Kamal is playing. Right?
Yeah, Kamal's playing, and then Hani's here as well, just hanging
Sick.
out.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I follow. I wouldn't say I really follow, but I watch some of the current content just out of curiosity. So I know a little bit about stuff going on, but obviously you guys are super strong players, and I think if you applied yourself to Edison, then you would be equally good at that.
Yeah, it's about like committing the time into the format and learning all of it. So like I think it's really easy to learn like one or two decks. Like when people are like saying I keep hearing Frogs is like the best deck, or like Value Turbo is like really strong. You could like get good at those, but not knowing the other decks because people say the format's so wide, I feel like is where you'd like lose a lot of your matches playing like these types of tournaments.
Yes.
Or like you have 120-ish players, like you're gonna have a good amount of meta decks, but you're also gonna have some decks that probably aren't so meta. People trying like some roguish strategies or something they've been playing like at their locals or at Ultimate Time Wizard just practicing for this.
Yeah, I think that's exactly true. And also like not to, chew my own horn or whatever, but I think you'll just see over the course of the stream, it's like, I've really been playing Edison since the beginning of the revival of it, basically, and played back then. So all of the weird little like niche decks or like brews that people play, I'm like pretty familiar with, I would say. But I do think that's a big help. I mean, for me, but for anybody, like being able to just off a couple cards, like whether they mill it or reveal, like be like, oh, this guy's playing this, like this guy's playing this, and this is how I'm gonna play against it. Like I already know.
Yeah, just like knowledge on what cards are in certain decks, like having a general idea of like these 40-ish cards are what make up a Blackwing deck or a Value Turbo deck.
I feel like if I were you, just thinking about, because I also sometimes like learn new formats or try things, and like that's a lot of the questions that I end up asking is like, does this deck usually play this? Do they side this? Like, so I feel like those are the
just like to familiarize yourself with more of like how you approach a matchup instead of necessarily just like what cards do, because it's really easy to like pick it up and just like read it in the middle of the game. But if someone explains like, okay, their game plan is like resolve Whirlwind, like, and I'm using Blackness, I feel like it's such a basic example.
Yeah,
and
I mean
like,
they're like
the deck before
the best deck, like,
yeah. So it's just like it's very simple where they use like their bigger monsters to give them a grind game with like Whirlwind, and they have some of the stronger trap cards in the format as in like Icarus Attack, and then they can use Oppression really strong because they also just have big beaters with Pollute, and then they have Value that just plays around it if they need to. So like it's a very strong, well-rounded deck, and if you tell people, okay, the key point is to hit their normal summon, that's easier than being like, okay, like sure, does this Whirlwind, does this Whirlwind, does this? They'd be like, all right, I'll bottomless them, or like I'll hit them with like a what is it, Phoenix with Wind Blast? That's the discard trap.
You're already killing it. You're already way ahead.
Yeah,
you could take my spot.
I can understand some parts for sure, but it's like I imagine we'll see some rogue decks on here that I'm not going to be too familiar with.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that it's also just like a good vibe, so to speak, just because I imagine you will have those questions, and like, but I think sometimes these streams are getting to a weird zone where either it's like really niche, like people that are really, really deep in the format, and they're talking about something that's so specific that only someone who, equally pays attention to the format would care about, in a sense.
Yeah.
Or it's like really overly basic and people are really ass and like don't know what they're talking about at all. So I think just given that, like, obviously you have a very strong fundamental Yu-Gi-Oh understanding. So it's like having those questions of like, how does this function in this format? Like how you would approach this format differently than the one that you often play. Like, I just think it'll be interesting for people to hear, to be honest, like your thoughts on it and then our thoughts on it.
Yeah. I feel like there are going to be some things I think I can relate to, like making certain reads. I think the hardest part is knowing the exact card pool available. I think that's the hardest thing for any like modern player coming into a retro format, because you're just used to these cards being around.
Yeah.
Like other card games have rotation, so they're more used to them being like, okay, chunked off, or like these certain cards are allowed, but not these other ones that you're familiar with outside of like a ban list that also restricts which like availability you have. So that'll be interesting.
I need something under you guys. I need that over there.
So that does this sound okay?
Just give it out so I don't have to go back. Guys.
Sound good?
That's good. Yeah, I think they're gonna. Also, there's like a fun side over there.
Yeah, don't want to run that over. I'm hoping we can get someone cool on feature for the first round. Maybe like something meta and then something not necessarily meta, just so I can like see the different decks available in the format. Because there's like frogs, I've seen like there's like fairies, there's like different like hero brews. Like I've seen like so many different ways to like use like absolute zero and just like Stratos and like miracle fusion. What else have I seen? Like Blackwing like variations. There's like a dragon deck, right?
There's dragon. I think a lot of it, and even just in kind of what you're saying, is like you can pretty quickly identify like just in a vacuum like the strongest cards of the format, and some of them, I mean, I think would like sort of would still be strong even at current state. Like Darkroom Dragon, still a strong, like it just has an effect, still a strong card.
Or like Miracle Fusion, it's just
exactly.
like it's a free card out of your extra deck, just like later in the game.
It's a free card that is a Regeki, like they have to deal with it, and it's a Regeki, and
it's in a format where like the answers to it are so minimal.
Yeah.
And back then, if I remember correctly, you can pulse Ab-Zero, it still resolves, correct?
Yes.
The field?
Yep. Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So like those are also some things I may not be too familiar with. Like
for sure.
Certain rulings, but
I mean that's stuff that like confuses everyone.
Yeah, but like some rulings like definitely benefit the people that have like played the format before because they are more familiar instead of someone like me going back and being like, I think it works like this, or I'm not sure. Like priority is something I never played with.
Yeah.
Like different things like that.
It's annoying because sometimes I feel bad for people who whether coming from current or just haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot or something, like, and I'll watch them play like an otherwise like technically good game, but then they'll get like caught by not knowing some weird ruling, and it's like, you know, I feel like that shouldn't be necessarily the advantage that someone has over somebody is like knowing these crazy niche rulings, but in this it often ends up being
I agree to that to a certain extent. I feel it's the same way as like knowing interactions, right? Like interactions just in a nutshell, or like rulings, like how that's going to resolve.
Yeah.
Right. It's just some of them being more specific means you're more experienced with like your deck or the format. And I think like the retro formats is where you get to show a lot of that experience. Because it's just one format, you don't change the card pool. You can really study it and perfect like the brew you're making, whether it's like knowing it inside and out or having really good matchups into the tournament you're attending. It can vary where you're getting your advantage, but I think that's definitely one spot to get it from. It's part of your technical play.
Exactly. I mean, I agree with that too, and I think sort of in addition to that, like just knowing the interactions, I think something that is interesting in retro specifically is like the decks get so standardized, and you end up like it's like you play your mirrors incarnate, and like you have obviously knowledge of how like standard play patterns work in those. But in this, it's like, you know, I've been playing Value Turbo Mirrors for 5 years. You know what I mean? So it's like, I very much know like, you know, the range of standard tournament plays and things like this. And a big thing that comes up that I'm sure we'll see on stream is like the hamster Franco Kaya stuff, like just the interaction between those cards, especially like going first and then how you deal with it going second. There's like, it's just to say that
so first and foremost, for you guys who don't know me, well, first off, thank you guys for coming, man.
There's a lot of
super grateful to have
mind
y'all
games,
here.
I guess you could say, involved, where it's like, if I set a card turn one, is it a hamster or a Raikou? Like, if you think it's a Raikou, you run into it with the small guy, and
just let your small guy die.
But if it's a hamster, you get like crazy punish there.
Yeah, and then if they have a Caius in their hand, then you look, they're going to clear back row, sack it for the Caius, then another card, and then have so much momentum.
So it's like always a gamble, and people often.
Well, if you guys came from South America,
Yeah. Oh, the audio still going or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know me, I am the owner of Southside Gaming. Reason why I opened up this shop is
Okay, so should we
just tap the top button and
should we just
this one?
Okay.
All right. It's not every day where I know you got the, you know, shout out to RBT, man, and shout out to these other big events, but I know you guys you know, wait all year for those. We want to be able to come in and give you guys some experience for that as well. So when you go play in the bigger events, so we're gonna be hosting a lot more of these events as we go. I do want to go ahead and tell you guys we do what's called bounties here, right? I'm sure you guys know what bounties is, but I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys some bounties, all right? First and foremost, I'm gonna go ahead and start off with Kamal, man. Where's Kamal at? Come on, coach. Oh, yo, stand up. Come on. So I'm doing something special for Kamal, man. For those of y'all be off to graduate Kamal with his recent win, man. Please, y'all move. Please, it's very important. El Salvador, baby, and his team as well. All right. So because of that, the first person to 2-0 Kamal today in
Okay, so hopefully we're. Oh yeah. They can see the.
Yeah, they can see the stream. So I do know that Isaiah on the right, he normally plays current format. I'm pretty familiar with that, so it's nice seeing him play a little bit of Edison here. A lot of my friends down here in South Florida that normally play the current format are here today, so it's pretty cool.
So, yeah, it just we're coming in turn 2, I think, but judging from he set frog turn 1. On the left is Isaiah. Is that
No, on the right is Isaiah.
okay? The guy.
Yeah, the guy. Yes.
And so yeah, Isaiah set frog.
Set Sangan, set bottomless. Should be for Caius.
Yeah. So that and now he sets back against it.
And then we can see some of Isaiah's hand. He just summoned Toad. He has a dandelion in his hand. We saw.
Yeah.
Since he has a treeborn in the graveyard, I imagine he has a chainable back row.
Yeah, usually they play like mostly discard traps, like Regeki Break or something. You set the Treeborn turn 1. So because he set the Treeborn turn 1, I might think that it's not a discard trap because usually you would maybe like pitch.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it's a chainable. It could be like an MST, but I feel like
it could honestly be like a torrential. I think
a
that's
torrential
like,
wouldn't be a bad read
I think
either.
that's like because they also don't play that many traps. Like it's like torrential, Mirror Force,
and then the discards, right?
And then sometimes they play like the draw, like Legacy.
Okay,
draw one.
It could be one of
that's
those
pretty,
two.
That's pretty uncommon, I would say, to play those.
Okay.
So I think if it were me, more than likely torrential, because even setting Mirror Force there,
I mean,
is like
we'll probably find out now. Right, so it's looking like his opponent also does have a heavy storm in his hand, so that's something to keep in mind for later in the game. It's nice getting to see some of the hand. We'll see if we can get this last camera up. Oh, I guess the Raiko ended up just going for the swamp frog.
Yeah, I mean sometimes like when they can loot by
just keep getting resources out of the frog, you may want to get
exactly.
it out.
You can get that straight.
Yeah.
So Raiko hit the swap, and then
it looked like the player on the left set hamster from his hand.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, we can kind of see his hand.
Yeah. Quackimero Guardian. What deck would be playing that? See, this is where I'm going to start asking questions because I saw some generic cards at first.
Yeah. I was curious what he's playing too, because like Sangan, right? Like honestly, even Sangan is like not that commonly played.
Interesting.
So it's one of those cards also that was played a lot in 2010, like in Edison.
But it isn't in modern Edison
It's
anymore.
like kind of thing.
Oh,
perfect. So yeah, I mean, like I said, but like sort of gonna be like not like we playing 3 of this. You play.
Yeah. All right. So this is Isaiah, which is going to be our duelist on the right, and then this is going to be our duelist on the left. Nile.
Without even looking at that, I'll tell you that the only deck that really plays Quackimero Guardian is, I mean, obviously these rock decks, but it plays a Dark Gaia, which is like a big fusion monster. You summon up Dark Calling, which is basically the same as Miracle Fusion. Banish 2 from grave. Banishes a rock and a fiend, and then the guy that comes out is the combined attack of those 2.
Okay.
So if you banish like a Guardian and a Caius, it's 43.
So it's just trying to use Dark Calling as like a bomb late in the game.
Exactly. And because the Dark Gaia that comes out, when it attacks, it like switches all their monsters to attack, basically.
Okay.
So it can get in for a lot of damage over time.
Yeah, especially if like there's a floating tree board or something like that.
And so people play it in different ways, but I mean, this way with playing the right is like just trying to fill your grave with those rocks and fiends, and then here. So he has the Dark Calling.
All right. And then he did mill a Guardian earlier, so he's going to do that exact play you were talking about, actually, with the.
And he has a token on the field, so
yeah, with those 2 dandy tokens. Yeah, that would be a big swing for sure. Just
so you can see the life at the top. Get this. But yeah, so still at 8,000 left. So this is not going to be lethal. Although like randomly sometimes I do not think he will here, but they play like more.
Okay, so just like boost his guy.
So this just goes over that.
So interesting.
It was a token. It was also a token. I thought it was just that monster.
Okay, so can then Does it do piercing or does it turn into
It
attack?
just turns into attack.
Oh, when it attacks? Oh, okay.
It's like a trigger.
Okay, so I was like, maybe he just forgot to use the effect, but no, okay, it happens when he swings.
Yeah.
All right, turns into
I
attack.
think it'd be turn to turn.
If it turns all of them to attack, that would be a
Like,
really big
wrong.
turn because that would be 62 damage. He puts
Yeah.
his opponent on a one swing turn.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's. Yeah, exactly. It does turn all of them to attack. So yeah, he took exactly.
Okay, yeah,
Um.
yeah. So we have Isaiah here on the right, which is at 18, and then now looks like
Yeah.
he's in a pretty commanding position.
But yeah, I mean, here's the hard thing: is like he kind of used. I mean, the Guardian, which did you reveal for it?
Yeah, he revealed something for it.
Yeah.
I couldn't recognize the rock myself. Let's see, what does he have in here?
I mean, he has Dinah for sure.
He has Dinah.
The Gaia plate card.
It could have been a Gigantus.
It could have been, yeah.
Yeah, or a Gaia plate.
But it's pretty awkward spot. I mean, he's handling that brain and definitely will be using that brain this turn because
Yeah.
also that's a crazy crackback against the Dark Gaia specifically because it's just like they make this huge monster.
And then you take the monster.
Um,
Is there any world where you take the Guardian and swing?
for combos.
Yeah, or tribute it for Caius,
And
and then that way you can try and banish the Dark Guy and burn him for 1,000, and then maybe deal with the backdrop.
Dark Guy is actually here.
Oh, it's an Earth, actually.
Yeah.
Oh wow! See, I would have definitely thought with a name like Dark Guy for sure.
Yeah. To do like that. What was funny, just for stupid niche interactions that if you never enter it as a part of it, we'll never
You'll never be aware of.
but if he took the Dark Gaia and swung over the Guardian, even though there's no set monsters on or defensive monsters, Gaia will still trigger. He could probably negate it with the Guardian.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
niche interaction.
For when you load up the
Yeah, that you give your opponent a chance to misplay in situations like that. Sometimes that's like the win condition.
Yeah, if he didn't have the Caius in hand, like that would be the play, right? Like he
Yeah.
takes it, and if he doesn't know the ruling, then he takes whatever force.
So it looks like it was a Gigantus and then his own Caius for the crackback.
Yep, and that he's at 1,000 because he paid his
Yep.
brain.
Oh,
and so,
yeah,
and so
and then
the
that was game.
Dark Guy deck wins. Game.
Yeah, just from like being able to swing for so much damage on that
Yeah.
like past turn, even though he invested a lot of his cards, he probably had the Caius with Gigantus in his hand and you.
Yep.
That should probably be enough to win the game.
It definitely like I don't know if I would fully say it has like a good matchup against frogs, but I mean, as you can see, you kind of get to main a bunch of cards that are naturally good against it, like Dinah, Guardian. Sometimes they play Doom Cal. I don't think he is, but like
he could be siding it.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I don't see one in the side deck.
But yeah, I mean, these decks are basically just like good stuff. The Raikou Caius engine, and then yeah, kind of like all these weird like stun monsters with a couple of bombs.
Rock monsters.
You can definitely draw some pretty like awkward hands, but like I was talking about it earlier because I saw someone playing it at the locals last night. I don't know if it was him or someone else, but right now there's a lot of combo decks getting popular. Like I was saying, the Gigaplant deck.
Okay.
There's like frog, more combo
Was
frog.
this the Death Frog version?
Yeah,
With
yeah,
that
exactly.
Yeah, I've
Yep.
heard about that deck.
So that deck's getting popular too, and so these decks that can naturally main Guardian, Dinah, like sort of well positioned, you could say. It's still like a little bit of an underpowered deck, but like
If they
If there's
go
ever a time.
first, or they can set up before the other deck and feel like
Yeah.
they do have an advantage in those
For sure.
situations.
so it's side deck stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anything interesting here? I'm not sure what would be normal. I feel
Yeah,
like
I
the
would
side decks
say-
are a little different back in the day.
oh yeah, the one ofs and there's no like going
Strix going
like
first
going
cards
second,
or
exactly.
going second.
And that's like
all
one-
utility.
that's like one of the biggest like I don't know pet peeves, but like when people because I was like some like coaching stuff too, and but when
Uh-huh.
people talk or just current players that come back and I talk to like even friends of mine that play a lot and they're like, well, I'm putting this in because I'm going first or putting this in because I'm going second. It's like that's true to an extent, but the games are often go not so long, but like are just more than the like first opening couple back and forth. So it's like putting in cards that you have cards that can be really good going first, but then like you draw them turn 4 and like they're not very good. And so it's like
Dust Shoot, for example.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
a card-
that,
where I
that's
think
just a
of,
funny
like, as
example.
a-
Yeah.
going first card in a format like this, but I have seen people keep it in going second because
Oh,
of the
for sure.
power of the
Yes,
card.
exactly. That's just almost like the inverse example where you would think it's only good going first, but because of the
Card
power of it-
knowledge, yeah.
yeah, and like because decks aren't just like slamming everything on board all at once. Usually, you can still catch people on it turn.
Yeah, and if you want to play around like dust shoot like proactively throughout the whole game, you're probably going to need to be setting a lot of your hands.
Yeah.
So you're playing into like another one of like storm.
Yeah.
So like you don't want to be doing things like that.
Yeah, that's in like Goat. You see people Goat format. You do that because people play 3 dust shoot sometimes, and like people will do a lot of stuff. Like they'll basically play around dust shoot the entire game, like set stuff.
Yeah,
up.
and just make it like make the card try and make the card irrelevant.
Yeah.
So like if you have a dead card like that, it's really disadvantageous in these games that like drag out besides the first few turns.
But yeah, I mean the going first, going second dynamic in this is funny because it's like with all these combo decks getting more popular lately, I feel like it is becoming more like focused on that. Like it would be more reasonable to have like very, very different side plans going first, going second against those decks, especially or playing those decks. But in most of these like more control matchups, like I think it is not that relevant. Like
Yeah, like as you see, he just made like a simple play with like Stratos Search Prodigy, like just giving himself like a good follow-up. I feel like Stratos is one of the better normal summons in this format, right?
for sure.
Like
Yeah, for sure.
just an 18 stick that also like gets to search, and then on occasion if you're playing a more hero-centric deck, like getting to blow up back row, I feel like
When this
the here. That way we can look at the chat.
yeah, I was looking on my phone, but so yeah, he troopers over the Stratos.
Yeah, and then Gore's being out of his deck is kind of nice for Isaiah here, just because he doesn't have to play around for the rest of the.
Yours is good that it's out of his deck, but it is also a fiend in
Oh, so it loads up for Dark Hole. And I think that's Dinah under. I think that looks like Dinah that's under the trap card.
I think you're
So that means Dark Hall is at least live whenever he draws it,
Yeah.
if he wants to make a big push at some point.
I'm seeing the chat now. What's up, guys?
All right, perfect. You got him.
And yeah, I mean, if anything's really messing up, we're gonna keep tabs on it, but you can let us know in there and we'll try to fix it.
And this Rise, I'm not sure what it targeted. I imagine it was the Torrential, and then he just Torrentialed the Card Trooper.
Summoning. You said you know Isaiah from playing Modern.
Yes, he plays a lot of Modern.
It's funny that he's like paying attention to the zones.
Yeah.
like it's always just like
I think that's Modern players like not Kryptonite, but I'd say more like a habit, kind of like
Yeah.
how card shuffling's all of ours.
yeah.
I feel like back in the day, and I was a hoper of this too, is eventually you just start putting all your back row towards the middle as you use them. You're just like, let me just put this towards the middle. You swung over my monster, all right, I'm gonna put this one, just so everything was aligned in center. Personally, it took me a while to like get used to everything.
Yeah, I feel like it's funny. I feel like when I've played current at all, and like very occasionally, I'll try to like just mess around with some deck or something. But I feel like I over fixate on it. Like when I like first of all, I often would make a mistake with it, just set it just naturally. But then when it comes to setting stuff in the back row, like I end up like way psyching myself because I'm like, okay, on their turn, if they were to set the imperm, like where would they set? Like like I have to like it ends up being like, oh, like
You try to mind game yourself because they're probably gonna mind game
Yeah.
you. And so sometimes that like happens, I think, to everyone. And I just be like, all right, I'm just not even gonna look. I'm gonna shuffle them all and just like set them, and it's fine. Like, go ahead.
Yeah.
Like, neither of us are gonna know. When you have something that I'm gonna respond to, I'll check.
Yeah.
But until then, it's gonna be completely unknown.
So now you got the ocean and cracking into face down.
Yeah, swinging into 2 back row.
Yeah, it's pretty minimal back row. I mean, he does have prisons in there, and see with the side.
Yeah, he has a couple prisons, but nothing too crazy for back row.
Yeah, I mean,
Just the standard stuff, honestly.
these decks with the Dark Eye are usually playing like really monster heavy. Because they need the
Speaking of good traps, we see both Mirror Forces gone.
yeah.
And those were two good one-ups rolled off the top, Gale
Yeah.
and Grand Mole.
Grandmole, again, a rock. I mean, he already has the Dino, which is bigger attack, but he has most of the Dark Calls.
I did see he has a return and Dark Calling, so with the Grand Mole.
He just type,
Oh,
which is actually crazy. Because
That would
it
be
not
really-
only clears the ocean,
it stops a Miracle Fusion also.
Stops there again, can banish the tree ones. I think he drew the Kyber.
Yeah, it looked like it was
Yeah.
a Kaiku.
And he does have.
Is there multiple Treeborns in grave? Because hitting multiple Treeborns in grave would be.
It's kind of just lights out.
Yeah, it might just be a quick 2-0 if that happens.
Oh, it's Kyber.
It's Kaiku, Dark Gaia, and I think
Dude, if he just goes Kaiku and use the, because one thing about the Kaiku too, if he summons the Kaiku, uses Dark Calling, he can't crow it.
yeah. That's true, also helping play around that. See, if he had the return set, he could have just gone for game
Oh,
this
yeah.
turn. So he's probably deciding if he wants to just play it slow this turn and then try and go for a big push on the following turn, or just trying to
Yeah, I mean,
put some pressure on now.
because with return also, you would be able to get back the Dyna. So we turn off all the like doors, Battle Fader.
Exactly.
But I mean, even if he doesn't play the Dark Calling, which he honestly might not, like just I don't know if he gets a brain crack or something, but like
If he wants to play around that, I think it's fine.
yeah,
Um,
I think he has called first. But I think he's definitely gonna use the
Okay.
Kyber, right? Like
Guardian was a good hit, so it
build a
could
bunch of rocks.
okay, he has a bunch of rocks. He needs a second fiend in there
That's fair.
for the late game.
Yeah, I mean, funny that he went for the
Trooper.
to me.
What would you have gone in his situation with like at least what we know now?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know he had the call, so I mean, I feel like I might have just gone like Normal Summon Kaiku, use the Dark Calling, banish the Gores, and maybe just the Mole, because then you could keep the Dyna for the call, and you don't even necessarily have to use the call right away. You could even chain into something on his turn if you want.
Yeah, you could try and use it like defensively. And we see he has a Econ Swap Frog Miracle.
Oh, yeah,
Fusion.
this in hand. I didn't realize he had that in hand. So
Oh, what
wait, this
card
is by
is this?
okay, yeah. See, this might just be game now because that card is like you banish 2 rocks from grave.
Okay, so it's a chaos monster essentially.
Yeah, and then its effect is like when it battles, the other monster gets like out of attack and defense or something.
Okay.
And then you have to there's sort of like a upkeep cut, like you have to banish a rock from your grave every
Like an
during
upkeep.
your standby or something. But it's also 2800 attack, so really they just play it so when you kill it.
It's just
It's
a
just
big
really
body.
big.
Yeah.
But I think that's also why he went for the trooper because
He wanted to fuel it, yeah.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of fodder now because he ended up milling
Yeah.
the Guardian and two Gigantus. Yeah.
It was good.
Well, that looked like it was a great Kaiku also. This
Yeah.
game's probably
I
over
think
at this
it's just
point.
too much pressure because I can see he has Miracle Econ, but the Econ's not really going to do that much with
With no access to
yeah.
a tree board from the graveyard.
I can't tell if you set this card. I think it might be this card released from the stone. I think
Released from the stone. Okay,
Which is just
what did
like-
that do.
that's like it's like call the on it, but for banish return 1 banish monster to your field.
Okay.
And a rock monster.
Okay, so it's like a dark eruption but for rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know some old cards.
yeah. So he could do the same thing I kind of said, like get Dyna back to interrupt
Yeah.
play.
Or he could get a guardian back if he wants like a monster disruption too, if necessary.
But yeah, it's looking pretty over. If it is that, I would say it's especially over. But I think he. But he can't.
Well, I think he's about to tell him because yeah. So
If he had a hero and a swap on the board, then you could do it from field. But yeah, not.
So, for my curiosity, if he uses Swap Frog, bounce itself back to hand, normal summons the Duke Frog, and then Econ's the Duke Frog. Will the Duke Frog trigger search?
No.
No mistiming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like, if that happens, then he's able to get a Swap Frog into circulation again.
Yeah.
And then
take with the Kaiku here. So that means he will be able to use a miracle. But if I could be saying it could not be that release from stone card, but if it is, he could just chain that, get back the Dyna. So I think that's kind of why he banished the Dyna in the first place.
That would be a great play. He's been playing his deck very well this whole match. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a deck that I've kind of in my head been like, oh, that could be good right now, but it's kind of like hard to build correctly and kind of relies on a lot of things going right. But it's cool to watch also.
I like the idea of Gigantus too into like a Blackwing heavy format, just because it's bigger than all of the Blackwings, like on normal summon, and if they want to collude it, then you clear their back row. So like
That's true.
it's a bad interaction for them either way, and it's just a free body on your end.
Oh, it's true.
Oh, it's just return, but
It's still pretty funny.
it's gonna do the same thing.
Yeah.
He's gonna get Dyna and Guardian back, so
Yeah. And now, I mean, I don't think the Guardian tribute will be relevant, but like,
it shouldn't. But he has his opponent on such little life at this point. We know the last card in his hand. Well, we do as commentators.
yeah,
Is not going to change the game state. So he could swing over the card trooper or the Dyna if he wants. But
yeah,
I don't think it'll make a difference.
yeah. He does it. I think he's. But if he swung over the Dyna and had a second miracle, I mean, that would maybe do something. But like,
Yeah, it would at least keep him alive and like put the pressure back on to like out the Ab-Zero in a positive way.
yeah, his last turn is a dark calling anyway. It's kind of funny he didn't go for game last turn.
Yeah, with the push he had, I thought he would go for game, or he would at least like set the return so he could have a game push on the following turn.
Oh, did he keep negate?
He Guardian.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think.
I think at this point it's over
It's just-
because
Yeah, like
he's just gonna dark calling.
He would have gotten the Gaibu back, so I mean, whatever. But it just can't.
Yeah. Like the dark calling here with the Gores and the Guardian, what is that? So it's 27-19. So that's gaining 46. And then it has 0 attacks, so it just goes to 46.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I think it's like original attack.
Yeah. So that would be game because it's looking like Isaiah's at 57. If you just start calling, banishing those two. And there's battle phase. We know there's no battle fader in his hand.
I think maybe if he's at 57 right now, and maybe I missed this part, but like he swung over with Kaiju or whatever, but I think maybe he didn't attack direct.
He might have not
Yeah,
to respect the Gores.
Which would be kind of a good play because he basically had the full setup the next turn anyway. So
Yeah.
and then he drew Dyna for turn.
Yeah, he drew down for turn, so it guarantees it.
Yeah, sure.
Quick match.
Yeah, shaking his head, but I think that's kind of all you can do with that situation.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like I don't know.
It's a very
tier
weird
3
matchup.
deck
It's a
that
very
kind of,
weird
counters
matchup,
you,
too.
and yeah. It's a funny one.
Yeah. It can be frustrating, but as you saw, he was able to maneuver his deck very well in that
For
matchup.
sure. I mean,
It showed the power of his cards too.
that the interactions, like some of them play, even though in that case it was return, but some of them play 3 of that release from the stone card.
Okay.
Like kind of for this like weird like reverse toolbox thing where you're like banishing all your rocks and then like you can use them to kind of interrupt their plays.
Depending on how your opponent starts their turn, you could get
Yeah.
back a Dino or a Guardian.
Yeah, you could like standby phase, get back a Guardian if you think their first action. You like
A strong normal summon, like, or if they go Rhoda, you could be like, all right, summon Guardian, because now your Stratos, Gruffer, or Armageddon Knight's just not going to resolve.
Exactly. Yeah, so but it's like it's kind of weird because as cool as that sounds, like it's like okay, but you have to like mill it and then banish it and then have the it's like a multi-turn
A lot
setup.
of things have to go right as
Yeah.
well to get to that point. So like to mill it, I feel like you have your options of like there's the one charge, card trooper, I believe is that one, right?
Yeah.
And then you have Rykos and hamsters. So like
Yeah.
you have a good amount, but even the Rykos and hamsters take a couple turns to like get set up. So
Yeah.
your utility would be coming on turn 3 or 5.
Yeah, I think it's like it's a good like late game deck basically, and you have these kind of like strong options with those kind of stun cards. But yeah, I mean, it's a scary deck. So it's yeah,
So yeah, like I said, the right hand side will be when you guys
right. Yeah,
do
yeah.
you guys want
We're back and
We're back.
we're looking at Kamal and Devin. They're playing next to each other. It seems like.
So is Kamal playing Vayu? I saw him playing.
Yeah, he's playing Bayou. I was helping him with his list a little bit, so I definitely know what's
You're
going on there. Well, giving him advice on the little bit I know. He was like, asked me, should I play this? Should I play that? And I'm like, I'm seeing too many normal summons. I'm looking at it from
That's
a
what they all say.
perspective.
That's what they all say.
And I'm like, this looks crazy. And then I'm also thinking, well, you have to normal summon every turn if you're going to play like 5 of them.
I'm curious, what was like your, I mean, not just a normal something or not even anything specific about his deck, but what was like your feedback to him? Like,
We were talking about
this
like,
seems strong. This is like,
yeah, we were talking about like card choices. I feel like mainly in the side deck, like last couple of cards, like, oh, what should you put here? I was thinking like spot removal seems like it could be really good. Just like removal in general, or just having cards like that. Like I'll look at like you want removal, you want back row destruction, like as your main things in like your sideboard, and maybe if you have like bad matchups, maybe like side deck for that specifically, or like out to like floodgates if that's like a big issue for your deck, or floodgates yourself. You know, like
that's
I guess that'd be kind of like the rundown of what I was like running through.
I think the floodgates in this format are kind of weird because
It's just like oppression, right?
yeah, it's really just oppression. Like all the other ones are pretty bad. Like Master Restrict against frogs is like fine, but I think
Until they get to
yeah, I think
synchro play, right?
exactly. I think it's also just kind of the pace of it because it's like in modern or whatever, and it's like you flip the floodgate, and even if that just stuns them for one turn, it's kind of enough to like do whatever you gotta do. In this, I feel like it's like okay, it stuns them for one turn, but maybe they have a trap to stop your turn, and like if you're not able to make that much progress, then it could just kind of like you're already essentially taking a minus by using it, right? So it's like you're like if it takes like a couple turns for you to kind of like take advantage of it, and then that's also simultaneously like them giving a couple turns to draw the out. And it's like sometimes it just ends up being like kind of ineffectual. Like you just like flip this card and like stalled the game for a couple turns and they found the out, and now you're kind of playing up for you.
Yeah, and that's the like cool thing about playing Edison, and that's something I do and do where it's like the floodgate aspect isn't as prevalent. Where now it's like you go first in Yu-Gi-Oh, you break, you're out of there. Like I feel like if you break here in Edison, you can like outplay your opponent. Like you can use your bricks to make your opponent think you drew like a Raiko or a hamster, or like you're setting up a play, until you eventually do. And then you're able to like get yourself out of that position where I break nowadays with no Risio cards or no way to start. I'm gonna be like, go and just die.
Yeah, I mean that's also even just like bluffing or making them think whatever, but also I feel like one thing interesting about Edison and pretty like core to it too is like yeah, those breaks, like even like in a lot of the diva decks you might play Spine Guild and level 3 guys or that. But so you can make synchros. But people hate drawing them, but like if you're going second and they set monsters, you can just like go and attack into it. And if it's a Raiko, like that's like as good value as you're gonna get out of that card. I don't know.
Of course, like there is some values you can get out of like your quote unquote bricks, but I also feel like decks are built the way we're like a brick isn't a brick. It's like it doesn't do anything. It's just like a card you probably don't want to draw. Nowadays, like a brick usually is a card that like
makes your engine not function.
Yeah, like if you draw it or the card in and of itself in your hand does 0.
Yeah.
Like and you don't have like chances to like take advantage of drawing the other cards to work in combination.
I think sometimes people build their decks that way in this. And because also like even just the ratios that I've noticed, like kind of like emergency teleport or something, right? Like I feel like in current, right, people play sometimes like 1 or 2 targets for it. Like you might like max emergency teleport and play like 1 or 2 targets for it. Just because like it's so powerful if you get it off, But in this, it's like it's very often like the chance of dead drawing one of those later game or whatever, or opening with it was like such a negative that usually people play bigger search counts for like a or teleport or like
Yeah. And I've seen that, and I've noticed it also. I think with like some of the hero decks where like you want to play a bigger count of like actual monsters more than the rotas, because like late game you're gonna draw the rota and you've been through your ocean, you've been through like your Stratos. You've been through. I don't know what other your aliens. So like,
Yeah.
you can't really get to any of these anymore.
Like that's the thing that current players are just we were talking about my friend Marcus. You have any I hope those arguments. But like or anyone come from a current, but sometimes they'll send me lists and they'll be like, yeah, like one road at 2 targets. So like, is that okay? Like, is that? And I'm usually like, no, it's not in this. Like, you know, it's like.
But I understand that perspective. Where it's like, if you think about it from the Edison side, where a game is supposed to last at least like 3 to 5 turns on each player, not just 3 to 5 turns total.
Yeah.
I feel like a card like Rhoda, you want to be able to search 3 or 4 cards possibly like in your deck, because I don't open with it. Let's just say I do open one of my targets, and then later I draw a Rhoda, and I'm like, well, I don't want to search the second target because it's not good right now.
Yeah.
So this card's just bad.
It's also just like if you're opening with 2 of them, and or like, you know, if you're thinking about it just from a going first in modern or whatever, like if you're looking at the first 5-6 cards, like the chances of you opening Rhoda and the target or whatever relatively low compared to like if you're seeing 3 or 4 more draws after that, you know.
Yeah,
it's like
it increases exponentially.
Yeah.
The more cards you have, and then let's just say you played another Rhoda like card or something to take something out of your deck, those chances get higher.
yeah, there's a big. I mean, this is like could spend the whole screen talking about that thing, but the Upstart Goblin stuff is also crazy. Like for a similar argument, you know, people are like, oh, like if you're playing Upstart in this format, you could risk drawing bricks, or you could like, yeah, like it affects the deck math in weird ways. Some people still, even though like most of sort of the tournament results, I would say of Edison big tournaments, like most people don't play Upstart. It's like not a staple by any means. But there's definitely still some people, especially when they start playing Edison, that are like, I don't understand why everybody is not playing 3 Upstart. And it's complicated. It's like it's hard to explain why that.
I think it's
Yeah.
perspective dependent.
Yeah.
Fully, because I can see the argument, but my issue is it, and I realized this from watching like Go, because I get bored, so like I'll watch like Go World Championship sometimes, like on YouTube.
Sure.
And just like you'll notice these decks that play like the double Upstart, the jars to just like draw up on their deck. They run out of cards. Like that's something people don't realize. These games come down to what cards you actually have left in your deck. Where it's like, do you have a monster, or do you just have a draw card? Where it's like the draw card's not going to draw me into anything if I don't have something to draw into.
Yeah.
Where it's like in late game, I'm going to go Upstart into a card, another Upstart into something that's going to be like, all right, where I drew into nothing. And that's the argument I understand, but I want my deck to be 37 cards. Just
Yeah.
math-wise, but sometimes like I want another option.
In Go, the best way I've kind of like been able to phrase it in Go especially is like there's a lot of disparity in current, right? Like Pot of Greed is a lot better than like a kind.
Oh,
know?
of course.
So it's like, but whereas in Modern, for example, like, you know, the average card quality of like a start, like whatever starting, it's like sort of interchangeable. So
Yeah,
it's like,
of course.
like that's why I feel like Upstart, Jar Greed, whatever, you really want to hit the cards that are like way overpowered compared to the rest of your deck, like faster. But in these other formats, it's like there's also just all these weird interactions, especially in Edison. Even in Edison, where it doesn't come up quite as often. But like I know in Modern, there's like full anti-spell that sort of like have your effects in those too. But like in this, there's like full wave. You know, I don't know. There's like stuff that does make it not just
Yeah, like if a GB deck wants to summon what's the spell trap negate?
correct them.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because I know there's not a lot of like stuff like that, but there can be times when the card's just dead. And it's like top decking an Upstart doesn't feel great unless the next card you get is great.
Yeah. People also say, I mean, this is an argument that I feel like is a little like, to me, more wishy-washy because a lot of people don't play Upstart in black, I would say. But they say like, you know, Black Wings, you have these cards like Aura that are piercing and, you know, Soroka to pump and like deal a bunch of damage. Just like sort of rush down
Yeah.
Sometimes they can play that way. And like they're like, well, if I'm upstarting them, then you're sort of like losing out on part of your win con that you can like win when you're behind in cards by like
But just doing damage.
yeah. That part I'm like a little bit like it's like you're seeing the whirlwind faster. Maybe you're finding ways to do those like damage combos faster. So
I think Whirlwind is so important
it's very important.
to the Blackwing strategy just in general. And if like you already have Whirlwind, drawing a good Whirlwind starter early on. Like
That's something people don't know about either because you have the two whirlwinds, but you need to draw the fours with it. Like
or Sirocco.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
if you could be lucky enough to go second and draw Whirlwind
Yes.
Sirocco and have it stick, like you just feel like insane because then your just ladders going down the whole way and like the dream is just getting like Sirocco or Search You Shura and then Shura getting you access to a value somehow through all of that. And then you're like, all right, I have 4 in hand. This like 2-card combination turned into 4. And then it's gonna turn into another card once the value dies.
yeah, that's the dream. And I mean, but yeah, it gets like weird. In Go, you have these like sometimes these combo decks using like Dimension Fusion, things like that. And so I think there's arguments there where it's like if you're getting them below 2K, or if they're playing Cyber Sign below 5K, you can go is like a witch con against those decks. So Upstart,
Just
putting them
counter
out of that
too.
range is like, but it also sometimes could find you, like it could find you a Dusty or a Solemn or a Duo or something to like also. So it's like, it's tricky there too. That I think is a little like more clear where it's like getting them below a very specific life range is like important for specific cards. In Edison, people will talk about like, oh, I don't want to give frogs too much life because then they could stall out or like they could, since they already play stuff like Gores or Battle Fader, like,
It makes it hard to beat them.
but that's like a little bit more wishy-washy because it's like, well, but it finds you the stuff to beat them
I
faster.
feel the life argument is the weakest argument for
Yeah.
Upstart. I think the strongest one is just like space inside your deck, where it's like the card could have just been a different option that might have been better than like cycling through another card deeper, since
Yeah.
the game lasts long enough where you'll probably see the next card anyway.
Yeah. I think it's relevant too in decks that, have searching or something like frogs, for example, like in some ways, I've played some frog decks before, it's like you could play an upstart or something, or you could play a card like flip-flop frog, which is like not a very good card in like a lot of situations, but like really, really good card in certain situations. And so it's like card you can summon from deck, pick the substitute whenever you're resolving substitute, or if you don't think it'll be good in that matchup, you're just milling it anyway. So it's sort of functioning like an upstart anyway,
Yeah,
it's blood.
It's a card that has a lot of versatility. And as we look over here, this Mirror Force for 3 looked
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
I just had to go over that really quickly.
Yeah.
He just slammed it very powerfully, like with the smile. Yeah.
That has got to be one of the best things in Yu-Gi-Oh, like when you like truly like top deck the Mirror Force and they like
Yeah. And fully committed to it.
like there's no reason for them to play. It's like you have like one card, like, it's like they can't
yeah.
play around it. Like
Or when you're in the same situation back and you just top deck like the BLS or the Caius, and it's like, all right, Caius target itself. That's game. Just like burn you for the last little damage. And that's a cool interaction that like I personally enjoy from this one, where it's like you don't have to win by like killing your opponent if you play Caius. It's like you just chip at them low enough to they're at a K or below. It's like, all right, you're dead to Caius, so you have to play around the body on the field constantly.
you also have to, I mean, sort of back upstart. Is that like if you upstart, like anytime you're below 1,000, all right, you're like worried about them Caius.
Yeah,
so
it's super relevant loose
if you
combo.
upstart them above that threshold, then it's like, okay, well, I don't at least have to worry about that. And vice versa, like whenever you're using your traps, like usually something like a Necrogardener, you might, only use when they're trying to attack over an important monster or if they're going to kill you, right? Otherwise, you probably hold it. But if they're going to like not lethal you, but put you below 1,000, it might be good to use it because like next turn they can disguise you.
No, yeah, and it's something that is like you were saying not talked about enough, and like life points they don't matter until they do. It's a funny thing where it's like I think it's a more modern way of thinking about Yu-Gi-Oh, where like life points don't matter at all.
Yes.
And they don't really, but until they do, and I feel like they matter in certain situations. Like you're saying, go like those thresholds.
Well, they're just like, if you're, it just becomes relevant, right, when you're using your traps. It's like life points don't matter, but if you're suddenly having to deepers into something you otherwise
Yeah, if you're
then it's forcing
wasting
you
a card for
Yeah.
free, that's when life points matter. And that's why I think like playing older formats like this helps you get better at newer formats versus the slower decks. Because you take advantage of like using your life points to trade with back row. Because that's what you have to do sometimes when the
Yeah.
card doesn't have an effect that can beat it back where you're like, well, I hope you have to block this.
Yeah, it's also like something that doesn't really get talked about too, like taking hits early and yours. Like if you take a hit that like even a Kaias or something that you maybe had an opportunity to deprison, so you're at 56 or in that kind of like 4,000, 5,000 range.
Yeah, you've taken a chunk but nothing hefty.
Then later in the game, if you ever have boards in hand, like if they have basically like any two bodies, you have to ignore on the first attack. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sometimes if they have a bigger body, they just swing over the token, whatever. Whereas like ideally you want to like wars on the biggest attack and their last attack, and then like you
Yeah,
guys slice for your turn.
And that's something that like people probably don't fully think about. They think about playing around boards and they're like, all right, I want to give them the like either the smallest token possible, so attacking smallest, largest, obviously. Or they're just like, I'm not gonna attack, but they don't think about those interactions, like giving yourself the life points to be able to efficiently board your opponent.
Exactly.
Something I didn't even think about like until you said it, but it makes sense.
It's just like it's I feel like rare that it would necessarily like change your early game plays. 'Cause, like, people not hearing early wars or whatever, but it's just like I feel like it has come up a lot where it's like, oh, I took too much damage early and now I have to gorge and it's like less like but I mean it seems like this round is wrapping up. I don't know if
This
this
might
is
be the last game that's going
So
on.
we got a lot of people
There's a
around.
pretty big crowd around it, yeah. Cards just being flipped was probably a judgment on the Miracle Fusion, it seemed like. There's Gale in defense position and Alias. That Gale was brought back off of Blizzard, I think. So
better eyes on that. See.
the glare is terrible from this angle, but I'm just assuming from what I saw last turn. So it looked like he went normal summon on the past turn, the player closest to us, on the red mountain looked like he went like Blizzard, summon back Gale, defense, summon out Bora, make Armoring swing, and then the Armoring got outed. I think it was either by back row or spell. And then use some of the alias. Oh, it looked like that was game.
There we go.
Oh, so, Cyber Dragon, he was probably just really low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you have played Edison, what decks were you mostly using?
I've just like messed around with like Black Wings, Bayou
To the
Turbo.
hybrid list.
Yeah, the hybrid list. I think that looks cool. Also, but I think I picked up like I don't know what it's called. Like it had hamsters, right? Goes Hattis in it, and like good trap cards. I don't know what you call that, but could be anything.
Yeah.
But just one of my friends before he would just come sold with a bunch of like Edison decks, and I'd be like, if I'm not playing in a tournament, I'd just be like, all right, I'll sit down and just like as everyone like comes over, just like hangs out, we'll just be playing Edison. It's like it's enjoyable, and when I play these formats, I always like sit there and just like sometimes I'll open my head and be like, all right, what do you think I should do with it?
Yeah,
Just 'cause it's like I want to like understand the thought process of seeing like an Edison hand and being like, I want this for this situation.
This round got started kind of quickly, and obviously first, so just kind of like getting bearings of what's going on here. But when like for the next round, I'm definitely down to like we're gonna see the guys opening hand and talk about that a bit because I mean I like thinking about that stuff too. Like it's especially I feel like kind of weird in this format. Like if you're playing blind, like it's instant on an opponent. Like because like I don't know, it's like the stuff that even just like setting a Treeborn or something. If they're playing Shura or Flamebell Fire Dog or Glass or something.
Yeah, like that could punish it really bad.
Yeah, but if they're just playing like a Raikou deck, then it's probably worth it to have the body on board already.
Especially if you have like Monarch or any sort of tribute.
sometimes sometimes that can feel kind of like RPS-y, you know, like where it's like you made this sort of like higher margin play, but then they happen to be playing the deck that has an answer to it, and you're like, okay, well, I can't really know that.
Yeah,
But you have to kind of consider these things too, especially.
and that can happen in any format. It's just something you have to like consider and be like, all right, these are my outs, these are my losses, and like if they have it, like they have it, I played to my outs in the situation, then
Yeah,
like it'll happen in anything.
true.
This looks like another frog deck we're watching on this side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. You mentioned you'd seen the Death Frog, the combo frog.
Yeah.
Which has a few different kind of like flavors of it, but they're all pretty similar. I'm curious to see how played that is in this tournament because it's a pretty hyped deck right now for sure. This guy just something crazy worse.
Oh,
You can tell he's happy as
yeah.
It
Lots of-
crazy.
It looks like he has no cards too, so that.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Crazy
that
guy.
econ
He put it in attack.
putting an attack was crazy.
Even you know.
Wow, that was.
Uh,
But the thing is, I wonder how much the token is. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so he econs. Yeah, what happened with? Oh, he just butted heads with the. What did he?
That's what
It had to be big then if he butted heads with the token instead of swinging over with fours, right? He econned it, yeah.
Okay.
Match.
And
And then they use modern time rules, correct?
they are using modern time.
So is that something that feels weird to you as someone that like has played Edison before? Or is it something that like you're at the point where it is what it is? Because that's how I am with the time rules. Where, like, they're not my favorite, but
Yeah, it's sort
it
of
is what
what
it
it is, and yeah, I mean, I would say I greatly prefer a 0, 1, 2, 3 or whatever, but I just it's sort of a favorite battles. Like it's like
do you think the outcomes vary that much from what they would have been if the game played out, or if it had turns, or do you think it's roughly the same? Because that's how I feel like it is most of the time. At least in modern, yeah, there's like obviously going to be exceptions. I feel like those are the ones that are more like evident and people think about more often. But a lot of times that I feel like games go to time, they're still won by whoever's in that command.
that's a good point. I don't know. I mean, ideally, right? Like in an ideal world, you want the person who was going to win every
Of
time,
course.
right? But and so, what like degree of deviation from that? I don't know. I mean,
It's hard to say, obviously,
it's
but it
hard.
was just like a question I've had just from like my own personal experience. I feel like time's not as bad as like people that I know play modern say it is.
Yeah,
That's something that I don't think is vocalized enough. Where it's like you shouldn't get into time if you like
yeah.
play properly, like to begin with. But if you do, hopefully the game state is in a position where like it shouldn't matter that you're in time.
I would say in a lot of the tournaments I play, going time pretty infrequently. I definitely remember. I'm sure you have your stories too, but I remember there was one ultimate time was that I played, and in Swiss, the guy like, and I felt bad too because I was playing the fish deck, but like combo deck.
It's a show TK deck.
Yeah, and so I was like, I did my turn and I didn't know TK. Like I comboed and did a bunch of damage, ripped the card, but like I didn't kill him. And I don't know if I messed up the line, but I remember I thought for a while of what I was gonna do, and he was kind of like, "Oh, take your time," but I took a little bit, maybe enough that if there was a judge watching, I would have gone and like it was a little bit, and I was gonna apologize, and I made the play, and then like a few turns later, like it wasn't super close, but like time was called, and it was his turn, and he's going like Blizzard, target, bring back a guy, like bring back a Bora or something. Obviously, he was about to just like reenact my thing and either lethal me or put me lower. But quite literally, when time was called, it was like Blizzard provided.
Yeah,
And I was like, well,
that's time. Yeah, and
But I felt bad. I felt bad about that one because I take a little bit of the other thing.
And
Like,
I think like I understand feeling bad, but I also understand the perspective of like sitting there and like I also do that where I'll tell my opponent a lot of times like I'm gonna take like a little long to think about my whole play because
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
think
yeah.
about my whole turn. I don't want to sit here and tell you I have to stop and think halfway
well,
through.
that's crazy to me when people do that. Like, I just don't. I mean, it's inexperience, or whatever. But like when people are like at each part of their play, they're thinking about what they're gonna do, and I'm like,
I think it's a lack of experience or lack of confidence.
Yeah.
And I think more often than not, probably a little bit of both.
yeah,
And it just comes from, I think the more confidence you get, I feel like the easier it is to get experience with things like that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times I feel like the actions you're making is probably what you thought you, or the actions you should be making is what you thought you should have made.
Yeah.
And then you just overthought it. Yeah.
yeah.
And then you just stopped and thought at every moment when you didn't have to. And you should have just like been a little more fluid with it.
For sure. I mean, the amount of times that if I've ever done that, like if I've made some play, then midway through be like, actually, I'm gonna do this. Like, probably I shouldn't have done that. You know, like the vast majority of the time, if I never did that, probably was not gonna do it.
Yeah, unless like something changed where like
Yeah.
your opponent disrupted you or you got more knowledge in the middle of the plays you were making. I think then it's appropriate to take a moment and think.
I had a good example of that. I mean, kind of a funny one, but I was like, and it's just also a funny example of something that like couldn't happen playing DP, for example, like where I had like an arm doing and a stardust in one of the sports. I go like arm doing swing. He had a back row, and so I was like, arm doing swing. He takes it. I was trying to decide if I was going to swing with the stardust because he could have prism.
Yeah, you could have.
And then, but he's like shuffling his hand. He like bends his hand or whatever, and then he has a chaos sword.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm like, with that, you know, like I just
Yeah.
know he's gonna out the board next turn anyway.
So like you might as well gonna try and swim with the card. And,
So, but that was like, it was like I was like sort of, that was like midway through. Like I'm not sure if I'm gonna attack with the start. I just want to see what he does. But then I saw that. Okay, well, I guess this is new information.
that's stuff that a lot of people don't realize about like in-person Yu-Gi-Oh, where you
Yeah.
can get more tells out of your opponent by things they do outside of the game. Like
For sure.
the way they hold their cards, their facial expressions, like just the way they sit in their chair, like the way they talk to you too. Like you can have some opponents, and I can speak on like my past experience. I've done this like when I started playing the game, where it's like you're very talkative and stuff, and like things start going poorly, and you just like shut down.
Yeah.
And it's like that's a really easy tell for your opponent
Yeah.
to be like, all right, well, things aren't going in their favor, so they know that they can take advantage of it. And that's something also you don't want to focus too much on all those things because people can use that to deter you. But something definitely to keep in mind.
I'm gonna tell a crazy story at some point during this video. I don't know if I can do it now, but with like IRL play stuff, I'll tell you. I'll start because
Okay.
you have to listen to my spiel later for a second. But this was recently. This was at the time we were in Orlando,
Okay.
and this dude had. He has a real arm wing, a fake arm wing, like a value arm wing.
Okay. And then we'll investigate.
Yeah, and he summoned the real one second, and he like put the dice on the real one, which I think is kind of like opposite the way most people do. Like most people put
To signify it's different.
to signify it's negated.
Yeah.
I would say
Yeah. Or just it's
Yeah.
different. That's the way
Yeah.
I would look at it. 'Cause
But-
it's like why
but
put it
he-
on if it's normal.
exactly, but he put it on that. He put it on the real one,
Okay.
and I that was something that like I saw him do it, and I was like, oh, that's kind of an odd way to do it, but like whatever. And then he goes like set very sorry. So that's his whole board. He has those two. He has a Raikou in it that I know, and he has like a Necrogardna and a Plague and a Vayu Grave or something. So it's like not many cards, but a bunch of stuff in the
Yeah.
graveyard. And then I have like a Gorge token, which is like 23, and my own real arm wing, and like a throw hand, I think. And like I have a Vayu Grave or something, but it doesn't matter. We're both like around 4,000. And so I draw Sirocco. And so I start thinking in my head and I'm like, all right, I'm actually a little bit down bad here because he can like on over the next couple turns, like he's gonna Raikou my Armor Master. And like he has Plague, like he has his own garden, like he can kind of like outreach.
He has a lot of graveyard like
Yeah.
utility.
Like and I don't have a way to out his real.
Okay.
So it's like he can out resource me here. It's gonna like we're both kind of top decking, but like
He has a better wall.
Yeah. But I do the Sirocco, and I'm like, okay, well, obviously, if I Sirocco pump over his board, then I will, I tell him. But he has Gardening Grave. So, and I have the Crow, and the way Crow Gardening works, like he can chain it, so I can't use that. But I'm like, all right, so if I ever get into a position where I can end phase Crow the Gardener, and then some my Sirocco pump over his board, like then I would win. And I was like, but in order for that to happen, he needs to keep his Fate Master in the chat. And like, so I like sit there with it, and I'm like, okay, how do I get this to happen? And like the very normal thing to do there would probably be like crash my real Armor Master with his Fate just to clear the body. But I needed to stay.
Yeah,
because
so you don't go for the game
So-
shot.
So I think they were a little bit, and I go, can I go attack with the Armor Master into one of the Armor Masters?
Into the real one.
There we go. And then he was like, okay, like it gets the counter, from the
Yeah.
And I did the whole like slide. I was like, wait, you put the counter up. And I was like,
Oh,
put the counter up. Like, and I got fake
you're
mad.
like,
I was like fake mad at him.
yeah,
So
you're
then-
like, oh, on this play.
And then like he just like took his next turn really quick, like set the rank or whatever. I
Yeah.
thing.
See, like those are things that is
I was,
just
I was proud of that one,
as part of the game. Like you just have to be able to find a way to like win, and like that's your out. You're like, okay, the only way I can win from being behind in this position is get my opponent to not play
Nothing.
into these
I
cards.
just don't want him to like
Yeah.
think too hard about what he did.
It's like something that happens to me a lot is like I'll know what cards my opponent has in the graveyard, whether it's follow up or a disruption, but it's not at the top of their graveyard and it's stacked perfectly still. And it's like I know if I ask to look at that graveyard, they're gonna know
Oh,
it's
yeah.
there.
Oh,
But
yeah.
if I play as that
Oh,
card
yeah.
does not exist, there's like a 50-50 they may not use it.
That's a good one.
So like you just have to be like, I don't know
It's actually-
exactly what it does. I just can't check because then you'll know it's there.
It's actually funny when people because sometimes people will move their nectar to the top of their grave, I think just so they remember.
Yeah.
But it's like I almost like never
You're also
I don't want
yeah,
them to remember.
but you're
Like,
also not allowed to do that.
yeah,
because
yeah.
It's like
Right. Yeah. In this it's a little more like
oh no,
yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in any tournament that wouldn't like really be an issue.
Right.
But
Yeah. It's stuff like that is fun. I don't know. It's like it's also I've just like played for so long, and so like the sort of like normal lines of like what you're supposed to do in a given situation, like I'm aware of. And so anytime there's like an opportunity to do something kind of funny, I'm like,
you're like, ooh, this is
I'm
yeah.
like, okay, so let me scheme here.
See, that's the cool thing is like you've played long enough that everything is like kind of standard to you. So you find those cool situations like that where you're like, oh, this is my one win condition. How can I get here?
We do some tricks.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a moment while it looks like they're setting up for round 2 to use the restroom.
Yeah, cool. Kidding. Y'all can hear me okay? Is anybody out there? Is anybody watching? 38 viewers. Let's go. All the real ones in the chat. Ruben's here. Ruben's doing a great job. Very pleased with his commentary thus far. Really interesting guy to talk to and enjoying this. I hope you guys are as well. So I think they're getting the feature match set up now. I believe I will be picking the feature matches as we go further in the tournament, but right now they are picking themselves.
So they're all setting up.
Yeah. Do they have the feature match guys out there?
Yeah, they actually.
Okay.
You want me to tell them to?
No, it's okay. I'm John. They're getting set up.
Where's Ruben?
He's not down. So, yeah. Starting round 2. Let's see, Southside Gaming. We have these great mats, UDS mats, that we are giving out as prizing, I guess specifically the Blackbirds ones. But yeah, been a really good experience down here. these guys are taking care of us well. So happy to do the stream. Hello, Hannah. Hello, Harrison. Thank you for weighing in. You know, people are afraid to talk, so sometimes you gotta. I appreciate the courage, you know, to chime in first. Ruben is the bathroom. Ruben is using the bathroom, and then we'll be returning. Maybe he's also like getting water or something. I don't know. But he'll be back. He will return. They're just getting set up for the feature in a moment. Hope they're gonna have the life totals a little more visible.
Table judge on it. So you get this, same time table judge. If you want to communicate with them on how you want to handle play errors and stuff like that, that would be the best time to do it.
Communicate with how you want to handle what?
Handle play errors and stuff like that, if you guys want.
Oh,
If I'm
okay.
a player, I'll just let the judge know so they can.
Well, let the judge know that so that they might work.
Okay.
Communicate with judge.
Yeah, we were just saying, you know, if we ever see anything ruling issues in the game or whatever, we can contact. You're just gonna run out there or something. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
I think that's the easiest. We're like right there, so
Yeah, exactly.
Just not-
Table on now. Okay, perfect. Awesome.
I know some stream setups happen like 4, so you gotta
Hey
communicate
guys,
with them.
they just made the announcement, top 16 plays it out.
Yeah, yes, the top 16 play out for this. I think it's 123 total in this tournament. So
Yeah,
now
pretty
we have-
nice show out too.
Yeah, it's awesome. We have Josiah, you know, either of these guys, you know what?
Yeah, they're
we'll
both,
get to Texas in a minute.
Some sophomore locals. I've seen them play
Oh, perfect. Right on
before.
time.
We got some deck list here. You got Josiah on your side, and then I got JC on this side. He goes by.
It's like Hero Frog. Like,
And
yeah,
then this is
Value.
looking like value, yeah.
Like classic matchup.
Okay.
Now, this guy has
See anything interesting? Okay, one Icarus in the value turbo deck, which is interesting, but I've heard people talk about it just to have an
Oh, yeah,
additional
it's-
defensive option.
I mean, it's not, I would say, common, but it's playing.
I wouldn't
also,
say it's
The
out
Hero
of the
Frog guy
norm.
is playing cartridge.
Okay.
Just gonna throw that out there. Haven't seen that one though.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, it gets your frogs into rotation sometimes if you need to get to a tree board.
He's on 2 Swap Frog, 1 cartridge.
2 swap frog is interesting. The
The
card is at 3, right?
Got the guaranteed tree board for.
So the card is at 3, right?
Card is at
I
3.
just want to make sure. Maybe there was just
people
not.
do play 2, but the card troopers are fine. That people do play 2 though. I mean, it's not good to draw too many frogs and like once. But
Yeah,
but
But like swap frog gets rid of the other frogs.
I like swap.
Me too, and it also like it gets to reset a lot of your monsters. Like if you need to.
It bounces the tree more and drawing a higher quantity of water is often. But other than that, I mean, these are pretty
Yeah.
standard.
Speaking of card trooper, we see it there in his opening hand with the
Oh
swap.
man, but he's going for the guarantee.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least where you know.
Well, he's setting up the tribute. I saw he had it looked like a Ryza in his hand.
Yeah.
So wanting to get that tribute guarantee.
Imagine if he just summoned it and hit.
Honestly, he probably would have
He would
hit.
be a king.
That trooper is going to hit really well.
Yeah,
Excuse
he's
my
gonna hit a
hiccups right now, but
What you said, Rick?
yeah, he just said Forgeki break. I wonder if he has a good discard in his hand already.
Good value. I see a value. I see
A Gale, Rhoda. It just looked like it was all monsters after this Rhoda resolved.
Which honestly, in value, often sometimes the best hands just like all gas.
Like if he has anything, and I call them like value discards, just like
Which I see a value.
something with a graveyard effect, it's really strong with the Gruffer.
And I mean, this is just like
This is a super solid turn one, to be honest with
you
you.
don't always want to, summon thing, do both into a back row, sometimes if you get bottomless there, but like a lot of times, dude, I'm just going for it, especially against frogs. I mean, they're not playing bottomless, they're not playing deeper. Like,
Yeah, the only thing that I feel like would be a little scary is if they have like trap plus like a Gores early.
yes.
I don't know if these frog decks are playing anything like
So he just went
Legacy
for-
or Jar.
Sometimes they are, and he just went for 17 there, which I think is also pretty smart because, okay, 2 things also. So, one, I mean, they play the most discard traps, like a set card is most likely going to be a discard. just on a raw numbers level.
And it was
But-
good he didn't push because not only
Yeah.
I imagine this is what you were going to bring up. He didn't force the trap, so Treeborn wasn't free,
Exactly.
and now he didn't lose his value synchro to Kai's either.
Yes, like regardless of kind of what the trap was, like there's a if you had brain or soul exchange or like all these things, like a monarch cracks your arm ring and grapher, and it's hard to come back from. But it is also hard to come back from a monarch with a discard trap behind it. So I mean, he can go here. I think he might have a prize. I'm not sure, but
The Monarchs being 24 is just so strong in this
Yeah.
format.
so you can summon the armed, and then if he has a Caius, he can summon it. He could also special the Gale. He's just a normal. Okay, so he's holding on to that value. Value engraved, which honestly in the frog matchup is pretty useful because sometimes you want to just like build up to one turn where you kind of burst them. But and here kind of the same thing here. Like he's not forcing the discard trap, although now he has a set back row, so he could end phase.
It feels weird to try and give the frog deck turns though, because I think it has one of the better inevitabilities in the format. I mean, these are two of the better inevitability decks in the format for sure. But
Yeah, it's a tough thing, but I think kind of just like on a basic level, the frog deck, if you're not putting things on board, like there are ways that they can apply pressure, like miracles or jump synchron's a good one. But like if you're just building up a lot of cards in hand, they can't really progress either. And so eventually, you're gonna draw your dark crown or whatever. So a lot of times I think, again, especially playing value, because a lot of the boards that you would make are pretty vulnerable to just getting like monarch load now. So sometimes you kind of end up in these draw attacks, right? But
I wonder what play Josiah is going to make. He has a couple options with the Brain
He has-
Con and the Rise Up.
yeah, he has Rise and Kai's.
Oh, and Caius.
So I was gonna say, like, if it was only one monarch in hand, I might just be interested in like troopering over the Gale. But I mean, maybe I'm still doing that because you don't really want to rise the Gale.
I think you definitely don't want to Rise in the Gale. It's not wanting to Caius the Gale, knowing they have value in the graveyard.
Yeah, I think just going for the trooper, honestly. But he's also at 48. Really, yeah, I mean, this puts him super low.
This gives him a chance to try and go for lethal next turn, depending
This was a
on.
Ran, so it's
Yeah,
like,
with the combination of the break, I think this is probably a smarter idea
it's
because
super low.
he
Yeah,
puts him at what 14 after this.
I believe. 12.
12. Okay, yeah.
Pretty hard. I mean, but it's sort of. I mean, he worked through the Regeki break. Actually, he baited it a little bit, but like he got him used on the torrential, and now we're probably going to see a send plague here.
The
Yeah,
thing is, Plague is just going to cost him his whole hand if he wants to use it right.
he's 2 in hand right now.
Well, he's
Yeah.
going to stack one for Plague. I guess he can make a Goyo. He doesn't have to make a Brio, which is what I was
Well, I
thinking.
think he has a value. He has double like he has 2 vibe motions.
Oh,
This
Oh,
is why
that's like-
this is why you save all.
Yeah.
But this is game. This
Yeah.
honestly is game because he's going to banish the thing,
this is 28.
and
Yeah.
he can make a
Is he at full?
I think he's at less. Well, I think he swung with the Greffer, so
But
he's at.
He can make a Stardust, right? And then he can
I mean, this
manage
is
the
just-
value and the armor win for the armor master.
Yeah, I mean, this is game a bunch of different ways. He did this in kind of a strange way because he banished. Like, he probably should have made Goyo first and then banished the Greffer, but like,
Wow. That I wonder which card was off the top. Probably the dad, but you
it
never
might
know.
be the second Greffer. Yeah, I mean, I could.
It could have been the
A
second.
lot of times
Greffer.
when they don't go for the
the early
banish early, I'm like,
Yeah.
it's like
they're controlling their darks.
it depends. I mean, it's like, but a lot of times, like, yeah, a lot of times.
I mean, just like you were saying, they just hold their resources just to try and have one big push in a turn. He didn't even have to use his value until the
Yeah.
last turn. Like he set it up turn one and you just applied pressure with different cards.
I think like knowing how to kind of play through the discard trap is really important because a lot of times like I think like it kind of worked out this way for different reasons, but a lot of times, like what you don't want to let them do is like end phase, Regeki break, pop your back row, get back frog, Kaiser monster.
Yeah.
Like that, it just like ruinous. So a lot of times, like if you just have one back row, then it's like they're not getting the value off the monarch. Like if you just have one monster, then they're in an awkward spot because they either have to Regeki break the monster, then they have nothing for Kaios. Like so a lot of times, like I feel like you kind of play it that way, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much he did or didn't set it up, but it's like I think setting the TT so that he Regeki breaked it and then he kind of didn't have any back row for the next turn. Yeah, well,
Yeah. He was able to at least realize that he probably wouldn't need the TT if he had that in his hand and just had to set up a push.
so now the Monarch player's side is pretty optimized, I would say. A lot of like 2Os, 3Os. You got triple GD Crow, so
I think that'll always be good.
Dust Tornado is also pretty good.
Yeah, DD Crows on this side, I think that'll be good. I see Dynas. I don't know. I think those will be okay.
That is good. DD Crow is kind of a weird one. I mean, it depends on like kind of your ins and outs, but it's a weird one. I mean, because like if they ever have multiple waters and heroes, then
Yeah.
and like sometimes just throwing one Treeborn. I mean, they have future ones, so it's like,
It may not be enough.
but it's complicated because it also hits the jump synchron, and then oftentimes like sometimes if you, I'd say maybe even more so if you're. I mean, he's going second year, so it's like if he just goes swap send, and then he starts his turn with and he has like Monarch's Descent, or sorry, Flip's Descent, Hamster, Raikou, whatever. Just being able to crow the first Treeborn so they can't Monarch you is like kind of important. So
It depends. And then I also see Soul Release. So like he does have a good amount of like graveyard hate and one pulling the rug, which he definitely signed.
are they still, is he still signing? It's fine.
Yeah, I think they started playing.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, they don't.
Good start. Future
Fusion
Fusion.
Fusion's a great card. He also didn't send Treeborn, which is kind of interesting. I mean,
Anyway, he has some sort of a reborn like card right now. Oh, I guess because he has Substitute in his hand, but
I mean, yeah, if you're gonna do it anyway.
interesting and not.
I mean, you can't get it back with Fusion, but like, if
Yeah.
you're gonna die,
We'll see. We'll see. Grapher's a good start.
Always a card you want to open with. Kind of an argument whether you want to play 2 or 3. But
What, Grapher?
you do.
What do you think? I think 2.
I mean, please.
Yeah. You think 2 Grapher and 2 Armonite, 1 Rhoda?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, the Dyna's most likely coming in. He's got a rug. With the Crow and the Soul Release, it's also funny because sometimes you if you send all your Treeborns, and they Soul Release you, then but if you only send the one,
The Soul
And
Release
they-
isn't as good.
but also if they Crow you, then you don't have Treeborn.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a funny 50-50 where it's like, you know, which are you expecting? Which is going to be more damaging to you? Etc. What is
a good start.
with the we saw it change.
Yeah.
What? So he opened that Future Fusion, but I know in game 1, or I'm not sure if he had AMD line. I don't know.
I think I did see Dan.
I thought so, right? Or I mean, yes, there's
Yeah.
his first card. But I think he must have sided it out because usually, like, he had this upstone in hand. Usually, you would just go like send Dandelion, then you have 2,
And then you're able to combo turn 1, right?
yeah, 2 sacks with the you get the standalone. I think he must have sided it out and like, I don't know if he forgot his other video, but like it's still a decent card regardless. But like, he's also going first. But yeah, sometimes I could see siding out the Dandelion because if it's hit by aggression and stuff too.
This is the point where like every draw in your deck just becomes so strong because you took all the frogs out.
And you have all your side cards in. Like,
Yeah, like I see he has Ryza and a fiend in his a Vanity's fiend in
The
his
fusion
hand.
fusion's gonna resolve summoning 0.
Yeah, like if this future fusion resolves summoning 0 next turn, this game is looking
People often side out like MST Storm too.
like yeah, this game's probably over.
I was gonna say if that was like a torrential, it could have resolved, but it wasn't torrential.
Yeah, summon up 0. Would you summon the Vanity's fiend here and just try and
Does he have
pressure? Yeah, yes. Oh,
This is just. Oh, he has a. What hero? Oh, he sent off for them. He has Ocean.
yeah.
I think that's the only area. So Chronos, he did have the Crow. So, I mean, pretty
Yeah.
great value of Crow in that situation.
Yeah. So like he has Regeki Break, Vanity's
I'm
fiend.
sure.
Yeah.
It's just pressure.
Having a trap card to protect him, like
Pretty lights out.
yeah, it's looking like we'd be going
He
into
like
game
he like
3
only
real
showed
soon.
the Deepers in the set. Like he's not shot. He very well might have had the
He might have had
word or
that
something.
or Dab,
Yeah.
and maybe that's why he didn't want to Crow because
I
the
see his Rhoda. I don't see Horus. Oh,
Lightning.
this is actually that's actually so crazy. I was gonna say like the only reason why you might not do this is like some random shit, like, which is like not. It's pretty commonly cited, but whether it's cited in the mirror is
or into this match. This is something I was gonna ask. I saw like Lightning Vortex and Mind Control. Like, do you think Mind Control would have seen any play into this matchup? I feel like it's a little weird, unless you're maybe trying to go for game or.
because he gets to resolve the two frog. Sorry,
Did he not get to resolve the deep front?
but it's an optional. I just didn't know if
Because it goes ab 1, dupe 2, right?
go,
Did they tell him that
go ask.
that he couldn't?
I would ask. Yeah, he's checking. It gets the effect. I know it gets the effect. It gets the effect. They'll figure it out. I think some of the table judges here are more modern players. But yeah, it seemed like he started to use it, and then like they told him he couldn't. So that's the only reason. So that's they told him this is not your idea.
Yeah, they thought of this time.
It's people
It's
get
weird
hella
with what,
confused.
yeah, especially because people are used to it just being like, oh, one effect misses timing. They don't realize what makes a card miss timing.
Yeah. Oh, he had burial, but he unfits it. Pretty risky to set the burial, I would say, in certain situations because
And yeah, I don't know how I feel about setting that burial, especially it looked like
he's
he
pretty
was.
low. So he wanted to maybe represent him, but I think he's going to go regardless. I mean,
Yeah,
he had to work
what life is he at right now? Yeah, I can't really see.
Um, yeah, he's at
This is 800.
yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what you have left unless it's like a dad. Yeah, he has that trap card for a couple turns.
It's one of those things like with something like Vortex though, where it's like, I mean, it answered the board and like got him back in the game, but he
didn't
still
have
got
cards.
the dupe ad bag, and he used 2 cards to do it, and so it's like you're kind of just back to where he's like.
Like, look at this.
I mean, to be honest, after that opening, and he didn't open that strong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the sort of reasons I
Future Fusion substitute with the Soul Exchange was.
I just don't love Vortex, even in the Hero Frogs. It's like best case, it's doing something like that, and sometimes it still feels like not enough.
Yeah. And this just feels like a desperation play right here, trying to stay alive. Yeah, Sirocco. isn't enough. He's just gonna swing it. Yeah.
Yes, probably a next turn. And another vanity.
Yeah.
Frog players side in vanities against value a lot, and I still don't really understand it. I've been playing for years myself.
So I was gonna ask why do you think it's not that great? I feel like it's fine.
It's fine. It's definitely
Yeah.
fine. There's, I mean, it's just like triple Ryko and traps and like, I think a lot of, especially the post board when you're playing frogs, is like you never want to assume you're guaranteed a tribute, like a safe tribute something, you know?
I guess that's fair.
Like the one good thing about it, and I think this is why people do it, is it doesn't get rugged, you know? So it's like if they're siding in multiple rugs, which is a little less common nowadays, maybe, but like, and they're expecting you to monarch them, that you can ban these and it can walk. They do side out usually some of their more like spot removal-y stuff, like bottomlesses or some amount of these types of cards. But yeah, I still just feel like, you know, I'd rather have a monarch, obviously, and I don't want that many monarchs because I don't know if I'll guarantee have 3 more exits.
Yeah, if you're not gonna be able to tribute someone, you don't want to clog with a bunch of high level monsters.
Like that's the whole game, is they're trying to disrupt it. So $44 people. We have, let me list up some. I think of compulsory versus value. I think compulsory is good.
I think Compulsory is a good card. I think it's a card like Book of Moon where it's one of the better neg ones the game has seen. It's like balanced, but it also can win you a lot of games.
Against value, especially, I mean, it just like cuts off their flow of
Like
upgrading.
upscaling.
Oh, how did Miracle fizzle when he had ads with you? I missed that.
So the Ab Zero was on the field because of the Future Fusion, and then he
It would've-
DD Froze.
He DD-crowed the ocean, but
Yeah.
I mean, it would have just banished the one on the field.
Oh.
But I guess actually, wait, that's just ends up the
It's
same.
the
scenario.
same-
That's the same scenario.
It's the same
Yeah.
situation, and there's no way he doesn't play multiple Ab Zeros
Yeah.
if he's activating
Yeah.
it right there. So
So I mean, actually, ends up being the same.
yeah,
But good catch. Should have got that one. But yeah, compulsory is also kind of weird though, because I feel like there was a period of time, at least, you know, it's all Edison meta stuff, but like people were really like, oh yeah, just put in like multiple compulsories against value. But I think there's a lot of times that like you don't. I mean, in game one, it was kind of for weird reasons, but like he didn't go for his values, he goes early. But in general, I mean, that's kind of how you want to play the deck. You want to Ryko with their back row and Caius them, and then like eventually start summoning your string of synchros. And like,
once they run out of good cards.
yeah, and so compulsory doesn't do like anything. In fact, is like pretty bad against the Ryko stuff.
Yeah,
in
and
the deck.
you're never gonna compulse a Caius. You're gonna like
Yeah.
compulse your monster at best.
Exactly, and like they're just like forcing stuff with their Armageddon Knights, and so I like compulsory as like a good defensive option, but it's like at the end of the day, also still just like a 1-for-1 against like against an Arguing. So it's like
Should we tell him to switch the view?
he,
This looks like one card I do like in Josiah's hand. He has Soul Taker. I feel like that's a good card into Dupe Frog locks for sure. Looking like a T set on the left side, and then substitute into a swap prop on the right side. Once we get these angles fixed out, we'll be able to see it a little better. Can you recognize what trap card that is? Oh, there we go.
that's water art, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Oh, is that the one that takes a card out of there?
Why didn't you realize he's main?
He's main deck.
He's maining.
Oh, so he's playing like a hand control version almost.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good card. It's it's one of these cards that like that's honestly one of the biggest examples I think in this format of like a card that's like really, really good when you go first, and like pretty bad when you go second.
Yeah. I was about to ask, would you have set it in this situation? Your opponent set a Raikou, like you'd be sacrificing your Swamp Frog for it. Like,
early game, I think it's pretty valuable.
wow.
So that bet basically went like as poorly as possible because not only does he have
Oh, like
not only
game
did he
might
have
be over.
not only did he have the MST, which is not always kept in against to snipe the water art, and so he left the Swap Frog on the board sort of for no reason.
yeah,
But then he just gets crazy punished because obviously the Swap Frog gets cleared, and he's probably just gonna die.
yeah.
probably
Like
dead.
this looks like it's game right here, especially with the plague in the graveyard.
Yeah,
One
he,
just got 2 so
Oh,
this man's going.
damn,
Somebody.
that was a bounty.
Yeah.
Wait, tell them that. Hold on.
I got you. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Let chat know.
Yeah.
So
There's a
we
bounty.
just found out that Kamal had a bounty on his head, and
he
unfortunately
got
he got 2-0'd this round. So his
They're giving
person
away
that 2-0'd him will be getting this beautiful
UDS.
UDS playmat.
Pretty penny. Oh yeah. So yeah, this has got it. If it's not game on, I mean,
Does he have value access? Yeah, this is game right here. Because what is that? 25, 14, 49. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
game.
he had a soul taker in hand. I saw. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
it doesn't help you at all here. Like
near
Pro-
45.
probably
Yeah,
helps
his
it.
hand was really custom, honestly. Like his hand was really strong.
well, I mean the also,
Oh, the mills were insane, but just like having Caius also like as a follow up and having one of your stronger chaps.
the dark ground.
Being able to slam the dark arm so early was just killer.
I mean, but kind of ironic. I mean, he was still pretty down bad, but like if he had water arted taken the dark arm, then
Yeah.
like,
No, then
does
that would have
get
been the
a bunch more
Yeah.
turns and like. So yeah, I mean, water art's a weird card because it's so strong and like it's basically like against any deck if you had it going first, it would be pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
but because I've even used it against like Blackwing going first and stuff where it's like shouldn't be good. But yeah, especially going second when the problem with Frog is also it's like if your turn one is often like sub for swap or summon swap, send thing, and then you're monarching them or trying to play on your turn two, then like if you're and you really want to be tributing the Trueborn for water art ideally. And so it's like
It's a turn two play.
you're already kind of like backfooting yourself. Like they already have like potentially 2 bodies on board, and then you're gonna water art your thing, like just to rip a card from their hand. Like
Yeah.
it's really good against the combo decks. That's the thing. It's like against Lightsworn 2, I really like it. Dragon Turbo.
I want to switch your audio really quick. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Yeah, sure. We're gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom actually, but they're gonna switch our audio and I think make it a little cleaner or whatever. So well, I'm gonna mute this real quick. But thanks guys. Stay tuned.
around, but
Yo.
do you see green?
Where would I? Would it be on this or?
Yeah, let's see. And also, actually, we don't need to talk in Discord anymore. Right here is perfect.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah,
so
sure.
you can
Gotcha.
clear that one up, but let's see. Default Yeti. I'll make sure. See if I can
Yeah.
hear you.
If you guys can hear us, we're just getting stuff still set up. A good first 2 rounds, though. I believe I'll be able to pick the features going forward. But yeah, thanks guys for tuning in, and
I remember when it mattered.
Yeah, when it mattered, right?
it is working.
Yeah, I
Okay.
see that you're getting.
So they can hear us,
Yep.
apparently. Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna.
You want to sit?
Yeah, I mean, next round I'm gonna be commentating with you.
Okay.
So,
I mean, do you want to take a? Yeah, I mean, whatever. So we can't see. They're just seeing that still.
Yeah, you guys like very unless you guys specifically want to be on camera.
No, not yet. It's fine.
You guys want to send me your socials or whatever? Add them to the.
I can do that real quick. Yeah.
You can do it in that private chat.
Cool. Thanks. And what was your Mario?
Mario, yeah.
You mostly play current.
What's the current?
I'm saying it. You mostly play current.
Oh, me? No. If I didn't lately, it's been.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I heard you were talking. I was just like,
Yeah. I mean. Yeah.
yeah. I was just at drips, DRIP, underscore.
So you weren't playing it out.
No.
Yeah. What would you have played? What was your
Easily Black Wings.
easily?
Easily. Although for a long time I was on Deep Hero. That's fun. When it works.
Yeah, Deep Hero is nice. I mean Blackwing is never a bad thing.
Yeah. Like it's the way I see this format is just kind of like either play birds or the frogs. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
they're just the most consistent. But then there's the gigabytes. If you want to play modern Yugi.
yeah, I just saw. I'm assuming he was playing because he was playing it last night, and he was playing against a friend of mine here, Marcus Hayden is playing. So I think same guy is playing it now. I don't know the results of their match, but that deck's super scary. I know it beat Adam last night, AJT. Took him. So I'm curious to see how well those types of decks do, the combo, the gigabytes and the orbs and all these types of things.
Yeah.
They're really hype decks.
Yeah. That's really cool. I think and I want to see like a chart of like the spread. Because I can guarantee it's like mostly Black Wings.
You think so?
Yeah.
A lot of people around here.
Yeah, like every table has a Blackwing. If it's not Blackwing, then it's just Biden. So. And then every other player is just playing phones. It's really weird. I did see someone on like there's some control decks.
Well, we had a Dark Gaia deck round 1 that was kind of cooking.
I saw that game.
James is chatting with introduce yourselves. And you're gonna be on next round too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be commentating, dude. What's up, guys? I'm Mario, just from SSG. Really, just here to help commentate, give Ruben a break.
Ruben was locked in.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's props to him because not knowing a ton about Edison, but I mean, it's the same, like I feel where he's coming from because if I'm ever playing a new format, I'm asking all those same types of questions and just kind of trying to figure out what's going on. But it's great to have. He's obviously a very high level player and think about analyze something even if something he's not that familiar with. So interesting topic.
Yeah, I always enjoy like having conversations with Ruben.
Yeah.
Even if it's like a game he doesn't play, you just kind of speaking about Pokemon or something, like me, Kamal,
Right.
right? Because we just play those other games and stuff. So even One Piece, like, you just explain these cards to a good player. It's like, oh, this card searches 3 cards. It's like, oh, that's nuts, right?
Yeah, that's interesting too. Like, I played a very little bit of One Piece. Basically just like taught me how to play, and I played a little bit on one of the online simulators for like a week or two. But he, yeah, like same kind of skills. Like, there's like cards like on summon, like draw 2, put back 1, and I'm like, obviously, I'm like, well, you get this would be fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Ruben was on commentary, and I think we'll probably be back. Right now, we have Mario from SSG sitting in, and he'll be back in a moment.
Ruben's taking a break.
Ruben's taking a break. But yeah, we're watching the they have a person going around the front outside while the rounds are still finishing. But I'm James Ark, you might know from Edison, etc. And yeah, seems like a good tournament so far. A lot of birds.
Yeah. It's running pretty smooth.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be like 7 rounds swips, right?
Yeah, about 7 rounds, and then cut to top 16.
Top 16. Like I love top 16. I think they were going back and forth a little bit, just timing stuff. But I'm glad they decided to do that because I just it's always like I feel like if you make a deep run in a tournament, and then you finish X2, like you still feel like you did good, but obviously then you miss top cut and then you're like, but like I feel like you being able to like actually make a top 16 and kind of have another shot at finishing it out, it's like a good thing. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it does suck, especially when you go X1 and you're not even guaranteed to be in top cut. You just like bubble. Like,
Yeah.
That's the worst feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you lose to you have one bad breaker, all of a sudden your tournament's over. Yeah, at least you can go like X2. Not the best, but
Yeah, exactly. I mean, curious. So right now, also, I don't know if I said this at the very start, but so I came down here with Marcus Hayden. These are all Edison people. Marcus Hayden, Eric Shen, Sizzle, 2-time Ultimate Time Wizard.
he did just win.
Yeah. And AJT BLS, who has a Ultimate Time Wizard top and a lot of GOAT accomplishments. Getting into Edison, only playing for a couple weeks. But yeah, I mean, so those are kind of the out of town players, at least that I came here with. And also my friend Ernie, Ultimate Time Wizard champion, top multiple as well. New York player. So that's kind of the crew that we're here with. So I'm definitely I mean, if any of them are undefeated, I'll probably try to feature one of them in the next round. Strong players, and it's always kind of interesting, seeing people like that go up against the more known local players. That's kind of the funny thing, right? It's like you see this guy that wins all your locals or whatever, but then seeing how they do up against people from out of town or people from whatever different play styles. It's
Yeah, I was just going around kind of seeing everyone's records and stuff. Oh, it's only been the second round. So far, just seeing how everyone's doing, just hearing people's stories.
Yeah, my Ernie I know is 1-1, so probably will not get in on the feature. he lost to Machina. Yi Chang, another fairly known player. I don't know if y'all will know him, but I keep tabs on a lot of smaller tournaments. I know he does very well at, I believe it's like the Feel Good Gaming Maryland tournaments. Like he plays in that region. He does very well there. So, very strong player as well. Who else we got here? Rob Zaman, known Discord user. Some other folks like that. So for current players or for you guys, well, we have Kamal playing.
Yeah.
Andres Torres is here too.
Kamal, Andres Torres. There's a couple like really good players that even played back then.
Yeah.
You know, like they just showed up.
Like who are that? I'm just curious. Like who you got in mind for that?
One of them would be like Ed Brownson. Like,
Okay.
You know, he's a part of SSG.
Right, yeah.
Player.
Like he played back. Okay.
Yeah.
Bottom right hand side.
Oh, for your. Yeah.
Both. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah.
Even the person like on stream right now, Aton.
Yeah.
I think in Maryland, he's 16.
Okay.
Rose.
Yeah. I remember him playing there. I don't remember how he did, but.
Yeah. I know he did pretty good, and then I'm not sure how everyone did. What was the RDT that just passed?
LA.
LA. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure how they did in LA. But I think actually Ed was like undefeated until the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it may be tough to see. That was like the one where they didn't do the top cut. So,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Were you out there as well?
I wasn't. No, I didn't go to that one. The last one I went to was New York.
Okay. Yeah, I was in.
New York was an interesting event.
Yeah, I did really bad though. And I did really good at the Maryland one, and then I was like, oh great,
Yeah.
I'm on a good run. And
Oh,
then
I did
horrible.
terrible. I did
Yeah.
horrendous in New York. Round 1, I played against. I just played against a stun deck. Like it was literally just summoning artists, Yado, sit on background. It was pretty bad, and I was playing Diva Hero.
Yeah, I mean, I played frogs and I lost to 2 Christia decks. So, yeah. Arthur's
Like
fun.
I kind of
Arthur.
I just went X2 draw. Like my second round, I played against Black Wings, and in both games they opened up Whirlwind.
Yeah.
It was like Whirlwind and then summoned that.
Yeah.
I was just kind of like, all right.
Yeah.
It's cool. Black Wings.
That's tough. Let's see.
Yeah, I know. Oh, even Justin Rios. I know he's 1-1, I believe.
That's a local. Okay.
Yeah, he's a local, very good card game players overall. I think he has like multiple tops in Magic and stuff.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So, a lot of really good competition.
Back on this.
Oh,
Shout out Mario. I played him round 2 at RBT.
it's a Black Wing guy.
Oh, it's the guy. Saxville.
Yeah,
Nice.
not a really cool guy.
That was a real sleeper in Dimensional Iato. Oh, was that what he was playing on as they were walking by? I actually didn't clock.
I think they were talking about like, yeah, just the Iatos.
Oh yeah,
It's a very good control deck.
that deck is scary.
Yeah. Like I took a game off of them just because like I was just poking them with like Spine Gilman. There's like brain on the Iatos.
He's definitely talking to the camera as if he thought we could hear the audio. I think they can just hear our audio. So
Oh.
these
Yeah.
guys, look, they're all talking. Yo.
Yeah.
I guess good is.
Everyone's just it's like, oh, get some words.
Oh, he was talking about losing the Giannis.
Oh.
Yeah, that's something you wouldn't want to play against, you know, just like dimensional Giannis.
Yeah,
These guys are playing with black cards. They're playing some XYZ format.
what format is this?
I think they were playing Hat earlier with like.
Is this
Infernities.
Tengu? I can't see all the
Earlier, I think they were playing Hat, but
I love
it
that
could be
format.
Tengu. Actually, it could be Tengu but I think one of them was playing Infernity, and that's what surprised me. But you can play Infernity in Tengu, I guess. I can't remember. But I think that's Dom also Discord user Dom on the left, and that's Rob sitting right there. So I think, and I don't think Dom plays a lot of like later formats like that. So it probably is Tengu if I had to guess.
Actually, you know what? It is Hat, because that's the Herodic Dragon.
Oh.
So I played that deck. That deck was so fun.
Yeah,
You
I
just
like the
combo
Herodic
off,
deck.
like,
I made a really like combo Herodic version for Hat that I'm maybe I'll put it in a tournament sometime, but I was playing like DDR and stuff, like all this like crazy just like push stuff.
yeah.
And I remember I had this crazy game where I went like Tefnut, you know, and you like bottomless it, they would like summon another one.
Oh, the free special.
Yeah, summon another one, he like fates it, you know, spellbook, and then I like
Yeah.
DDR it back and he's like, damn, like I guess you want it. Like
yeah.
combo. I might ask you because it's I can't tell if pairings are close, but like
No, I don't think. they
yeah,
just
I don't see
swarm.
this one. I didn't seem like they were everything. But
Yeah, when you see everyone just swarming. like
I really want
ants.
to make sure try. I mean, I asked them to try to pick the pairing or pick the feature maps for next round. So I think just like trying to. They said they would bring the pairings back to me, but I just really want to make sure. I mean, I guess it's not the end of the world if it just ends up being 2 people, but I would like to pick it, and I asked. So
Right.
um,
Kind of see who's at the top table.
yeah, and just if it's any, you know, it's just nice to feature, you know, people that you know on the stream and whatnot.
Oh, there's Alex. It's our One Piece sponsored player team captain.
Nice.
Yeah, he just top 8'd. So he got our cereal.
Okay.
I was in Texas. We just went there.
You also play One Piece?
I do. Yeah, it's been my main game. Kind of like every now and then. Like I'm going to Atlanta in 2 weeks, but they're going to Virginia for both. Or they're going to Virginia for.
Is it sort of like one big one a month for One Piece? Is that kind of still the rhythm?
No, actually, they're like pumping them out because it's very seasonal. So like in June, there's gonna be like every week, like there's a
Oh,
regional,
wow.
like in-person events and stuff. At the end of next month, we're gonna be going to Montreal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You ever been before?
No, never.
Especially when it's like warm out. Like, I mean, it'll be warmer. Like, I went there in like March 1 year, and I thought it was gonna have a nice time. Still, so cold.
It's just
So
cold.
it's so much fun. So like, do y'all have like big One Piece locals here as well, like in the shop?
Yeah. So on average, it's around like 20, 25 people. But of course, like that's around the beginning of a format. You know, like new format, locals are just crazy. But eventually, kind of dies down a bit.
So right now it just reset or something.
Yeah.
I know a little bit how it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have some friends that are
And we just got a ban list.
okay.
It was ban list. So it's like there's a crazy like time. No one knows, you know.
Yeah,
So everyone's kind of
that was
everyone's
those are always
cooking.
my favorites.
yeah, everyone's cooking. It's great.
Maybe
Everyone
someday
loves
I'll try to play it. I mean, I know how to play it, and I played a little bit, but I enjoyed it. I don't know. It's like, for me, Edison's just one of these things where it's like, I invested so much time in, and gotten, for lack of a better term, so good at it, that like, I just like, I don't know, I just don't, I don't know, like, it feels silly to give it up.
Right.
It's like, as long as I can just kind of go and block it and I still have fun with it, for sure I still have fun with it, but it's like, I know to get as good as I am at Edison, any other card game or game, you know, like gaming thing like that, it just like would take so much time that I just there's shit going on outside of game world and like picking up a new game, new format, whatever.
Right. That's what's so much
I'm
time.
just like, dude, that ain't it.
I even have another person that topped RBT.
So that was the guy who got third, right? Is that
Yeah, he played on Morillus, I believe.
the vortex? Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
the
so.
Vortex, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays here a lot.
You live now?
He does. Yeah, he lives here.
I live in New York. I'm sure.
No,
I thought he lived in New York, and that's why I was surprised to see him here because I was like, damn, that guy came all the way down from New York.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense. I thought he was one of the Long Island.
But again, I wouldn't blame anyone for flying, to something like this,
For
right?
sure,
Like,
this is a good one to fly to.
looks like round is up. Yeah. You want to go see if I can pair?
I would, but they did say they would bring it back to me, so I'm happy to
Sorry, teacher's always late.
Yeah, I like it.
No, they're definitely up.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind, maybe try to ask. I just.
I'll be back.
And Mario's on it. I do need that though. I want to be able to pick the pairing from. I want to see what I want. Although I would say these first 2 rounds actually, as far as like random features go, have been pretty fire. Like that Dark Gaia deck was cool, and the guy played it well. And the second round, it's not like there were any real obvious misplays. I mean, we caught the deep frog thing, the pro, whatever. But like, it seemed like the value player played pretty well, to be honest. So I don't know. I mean, usually I feel like the risk is like, especially these early rounds, and you're getting like these kind of random features, and it's just like, ooh. I see these guys sitting down, Andre Torres and Adam. I would love to feature that. If they're both 2-0, I would love to feature that. Let me try to put that. Hold on. I got it. Yeah. I'll Discord. Yeah, I'll Discord it. All right, we're back. I got Adam and Andre Torres. That'll be a good one. And yes, it is a 1-day tournament. But yeah, AJT BLS versus Andre Torres should be a cool match. Yeah, I saw them setting up like right after you walked out, and I was like, oh, that'd be a
Did
good
you?
one.
Yeah.
And I was like, let me just go do it. I'm like, I don't.
No, you're good. They only printed out like one sheet. It was on the wall, so I was
Yeah,
like,
that's
oh, this is
Yeah, I mean, I'll just grab it in the future. But I mean, it's not that.
right.
Oh.
Check on that table over there. He was buying those mats. Is this a 1-day tournament?
Yeah, it is.
I will be watching the matches.
Alright. Yeah, it's a 1-day tournament. There was a total of like 122 players. I believe so. And then it's gonna cut to top 16. It's for like 7 rounds.
There you go. Yeah, they're gonna figure out to make the life a little more visible, I think. But yeah, these are obviously two fantastic players. It's Andre Torres, multiple YCS champ. Also been playing a lot of retro because I think he played the 3v3 via.
And the YCS.
Did he play the retro one or did he play the main event? He played the retro one, I think.
He played retro. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was part of the team. His team top 8.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, that's interesting to me when it's like, someone who is normally playing car and they've decided to kind of switch to retro, for lack of a better term. I think he's still playing car, obviously, but coming to these big events and deciding it's more worth it for him to play these than play the main event is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like playing Edison a couple of years ago, the idea that would happen was like such a pipe dream that like someone would like actively switch to
Right,
playing.
like these big players. just
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
nowhere, 100%.
Obviously, it's a combination of things. Maybe they think it's easy rising or whatever, but like our team beat his in third, fourth at Vegas. Nice job. Congrats.
Yeah, he really likes playing the retro formats.
I know he was playing, I think, GB. I think he got third in the GB in the side event at
Yeah.
Orlando, right?
I'm pretty sure he is playing GBs today. Oh yeah,
No,
he is.
then we can see.
Right there.
Yeah, because I think he was testing. Last night I saw him playing some games and he was using something weird, like I think draw or something. But I was kind of looking I was watching him play and I was like, I kind of hope he's not playing them. We don't have the deck list. Thank you. Yeah, they were bringing us the deck list. They're turning it or turning it down. Or like making it less.
Second?
Yeah. So. Shuffling up here, but yeah, Andre Torres, great South American player. Multiple YCSs, done well in the US obviously as well. Switch to current, and then on the right we have Adam, AJT BLS. He is I guess primarily a GOAT player, but he switched to Edison recently, done really well, on the Edison ladder. He topped the Ultimate Time Wizard in Indy, I think that's. And yeah, he's done well at some of the Edison tournaments he traveled to as well. And yeah, just known person in the online community. So cool to see him on the stream here, and I hope he will do well.
Yeah, I just met him. He's a really nice guy.
Super nice guy. I mean, I'm curious about this will be an interesting one because they're both people, right, that are kind of known for other formats.
Yeah.
And that are applying those skills to Edison. I don't know. I want like Adam's a close friend and he's got a lot of trickery to him, But I watch Andreas play sometimes. I've seen him play in these couple events that we're speaking about, and he just looks like a scary person to play against, man. I don't know, just sort of his game face just kind of is like very intense to me. He's like very focused.
Playing against him is very interesting. Like he's even played One Piece, when we play.
Yeah,
Right, so it's just like-
especially GBs, because GBs is a funny deck where you can do a lot of tricky stuff with GB. Like you can attack with a smaller attack monster and like make them think you have shrink or something, like make them beta back row, or you can set monsters and make them think it's compliments. Like I was told by a friend of mine, Joe Giolando, very good player,
very,
and
very
commentator
good
now.
player, yeah.
But he said he also like I was very close friends with Joe, especially back around Edison time. So we're like very familiar with this format. But he said he watched Andreas play some matches and he uses back row in this really strange way. Like it's crazy because usually I think of I've played so much Edison as I was kind of talking about with Ruben that like the plays seem pretty like standard to me, like logical plays and what's correct or not correct to do. So anytime I'm seeing someone, especially someone that I have some respect for, do things in some really different way, I'm kind of like, wait, have I been thinking about this all wrong? Like, what's going on here? They're saying he often keeps a lot of his back row in hand. Sometimes either it's whether until he draws the Starlight Road or whatever, but then he'll just do one big turn where he'll like make a board and set everything. But yeah, like normally in Vlad's, it might be okay to set 2 back row early. If you get stormed, then you still are able to set all the rest of your back row the rest of the game. But Joe was saying you keep a lot of the back row in hand all the time.
He does actually, and he's a
Yeah.
local. Like he plays here like every
Right,
week.
right, right.
You know, so it's like I always get to see him play and play against him.
It's a really interesting way to play.
Yeah.
But
he loves these like trap heavy decks.
yeah, I didn't see. I think he won the role. Basically, I was playing Blackwing, just standard deck, and normally I think that's a relatively difficult matchup for GBs. But I think a lot of people I've spoken about this recently, where if you're playing GB and you're maining triple trap stun, as some of these people do, multiple dust tornadoes, like Book of Moons, you actually have a lot more tools than most decks for dealing with Blackwings. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even look at his list. I was
I think it's a really good call. I like that.
Yeah, it's just to say that like you're kind of hedging for this bad matchup per se. So that was kind of I mean, what you just saw there lost to 50-50. He MST'd the Chariot and then got hit with the bottomless. So if that went the other way, he's getting a huge plus out of that Shura running over. Now it's not just that he lost 50-50, but that Chariot's engraved, so he can easily equest it back just for free. I see he has a cat in hand. Obviously, that's going to be strong, but I don't know how many. I think it's usually just one.
It's one.
Yeah, so he can't use it. That's also probably why he wanted to get the Samnite down early, both so it couldn't get bottomless, and he has, a good chance of returning it to deck, which he is now. And I imagine this will be the equest because it's kind of a guaranteed plus with that Chariot.
Yeah, sitting on Equest with the Chariot and a bunch of backers.
And now Adam's in a spot where he has to choose the bottomless or not. I think you're fine to save the bottomless because usually, you want to use that on Bestiari or something, but he also just has the Sirocco in hand to try to get over it.
Yeah, he has Sirocco, and then he also has like a Mirror Force in hand. It's like obviously you don't want to get too greedy playing like trap stuff, but
Yeah, and so I'm curious. He is playing Compliments, so that's going to get set here. And now he is setting 2, so maybe he is setting back row. Maybe change them up. And so I imagine that's Chariot and something else. I think he kept the Deepers in hand.
maybe Waterloo.
Yeah. Swings over because now Book of Mooning. And so now I imagine this will force in a sense the Mirror Force to get set. He doesn't really have a response to this. He's just
That's the game.
I could
Back.
on this. No, it's the same as it was before. I could turn it up.
Yeah, so it's just quiet.
You want us?
I turned it up a bit.
No.
Is it this?
Get a little bit closer if anything.
Yeah, I turned up this gain here. Yep.
I'll let you know on the chat.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Appreciate it.
And a little quiet. I mean, so now we set the Mirror Force, and Andreas has to decide. If he just attacks the Equest, he's losing out to 1 Deepers, and he could flip up the Sirocco. We also drew a Prisma.
Yeah, Prisma's
Yeah,
so
I just
good.
noticed. I just noticed the
I
draw.
love Prisma.
So I mean, the bottomless will protect, will stop it from going into Destiny.
Just Mirror Force.
Okay. So yeah, I was gonna say it would be pretty reasonable to take a risk there and summon a second guy so you don't lose out to Deep Prison, but you would have lost out to Mirror Force.
One thing I have noticed about Andres, he really likes to just hook a 1 card at a time. Just bait out a lot of resources.
Yeah, I mean the thing is too. I mean, if you think about a lot of decks, like his Blackwing deck, for example, or really any deck, but like a couple of bottomlesses, a couple of Deep Prisons, Mirror Force, Torrential, and then I guess this deck is playing Icarus stack. But if you think about just a general deck, they only have so many cards to stop your monsters.
Yeah.
So and they're only going to draw so many of those. So it's like they just by doing your little plays, if you're forcing a back row every time, at some point they are going to run out of the back row.
Yeah, 100%.
But I would say it's still fairly even. I mean, that Mirror Force did work out in his favor. I think he's realizing that this set could be the Hawklumos, but he also has the Collude in hand.
Yeah.
But that
This feels
if
bad.
that Chariot is set, which it is, then and he knows. Okay. If Adam attacked
That's
there,
good, yeah.
I would have been
A little upset.
yeah, I would have lost faith in him. You know, I've tried to teach him as much as I could. So we're gonna go for Cat. I didn't see what Adam said here as a second. I think Justin.
Yes, he said yes.
So Cat priority is getting attributed. So now you can go Sam Knight Tiger. Imagine that'll do that. And I'm not sure what. See, I think if I were him, I probably wouldn't bottomless here. Like you can go into Mermill, but if he thinks the set is bottomless, then he's getting Mermill anyway.
Right.
So I think I probably. First of all, I would ask if he's using priority. He probably is not supposed to use priority with this Tiger, but if he did, then I would for sure bottomless, right? Because then he's losing the Tiger and the Sand Knight. The problem is if he just bottomlesses and he gets to keep the Tiger on board, then he can flip the Hawklumos or Millwood anyway or something. But usually when you summon Tiger, you don't want to use priority. There's not usually much reason to. Some asterisk on that. I think he's still thinking on the summon, which maybe is giving Andreas reason to believe that
That's some good information.
bottomless, yeah. What's that? Is it Andreas? Andres, yeah.
Andres, yeah.
So is he? So I think that's just summon is resolved and he's just using the effect. I don't know if he's gonna go for Marilla or Pesky here though. It's just Marilla. He's playing around the bottoms. Playing around the bottoms makes sense. Is he keeping the Paplonus set? It's kind of interesting because Mirror Force was used.
Yeah. He might just be playing around.
I mean, if
I mean,
that's
I
the case,
feel
we
like
got
at this
these
point,
there,
right? It would
like-
have been used.
Yeah, he's there. Yeah, no.
I mean, like I said, he really likes playing, this format very slow, just one card at a time.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, I don't hate it. It also kind of if part of the goal is because he has that Prisma in hand, like, and he wants to resolve that next turn to make a Geysers. So keeping the Diploma set, like it wasn't like there was another good card to tag for, like you didn't have another thing engraved, give it equals, whatever. So it's like I think keeping it set with that high defense more likely to stick on board so that he could Geysers the next turn. I was also kind of curious about this match because I'm curious to see how I guess Adam handles it because GBs are also one of these decks where Adam's played a lot of ladder round. He's played against GBs for sure, but he knows the card rules, etc. But I think it's a world of difference playing against someone who really knows what they're doing with GB and someone who just is kind of playing cards.
Yeah, I agree. And this is, Andres' his main deck in this format. He's super comfortable with
I was
it.
curious if he was going to swing there. If he was thinking it was a bottomless, but I guess you're getting a lot of value out of it. Like at this point, you're kind of pretty far ahead, and I think you're kind of not that stressed.
Right.
Because you're going to equest here, you could, get back to barriers. Like you're in
He's still up so many cards.
Yeah, and I mean just the fact that Adam didn't have a summon last turn, you can kind of conclude if you're Andreas that it seems pretty weak. And just, obviously didn't have anything to contest the board. He didn't have a Bora, sure, something like this.
Blackwing problems.
He could be sitting on. I can't even really see his hand that well. He could be sitting on Whirlwind without guys to trigger it, or
We know he has a clue.
yeah, exactly. That's true. So he doesn't have Whirlwind. We did get the other. But yeah, I mean, this is one of those games where
Sure.
Yep, if GB's run away with it, then for any deck, it's pretty difficult to deal with. I mean, he did set his keepers in now, and the keepers that he's had in it. He sets on attack. I guess he waited to set on attack. I mean, this seems like that's the game. And that was sort of the turn that I feel like something needed to happen
Yeah.
because now it's
That attack had to go.
yeah, like now it's just too much. We still know that old set's the chariot. Looking pretty cooked here. These are all just known cards. I mean, if you're Andreas, the dream is just keep drawing traps for turn while you're like plussing off these essentially.
Yeah. I don't know what other spell cards in this hand kind of look like both.
In Andreas' hands, I think there was a book. He had a book last turn. Yeah, he wants to. He goes back to this.
Yeah, it's just getting.
Yeah, it's just too
Yeah,
much
keep
pressure for
cycling.
next turn. And this actually, you know, a lot of people say like, oh, like Diplomas, what's the point? I feel like this is a good spot attacking Diplomas. You know, like because also it really insulates you against brain con. That's a big
Yeah.
like time that card is good. I think you could have made Heraclinos there if you wanted to, but you didn't have that many cards. Not really necessary here. He drew a Raiko, which he's
Plays
named
right.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
waiting for like the mind control.
Yeah, exactly. The Minecraft
Yeah,
package.
cute little-
I
yeah.
told him that was a bad idea, but he did it anyway.
When I was playing hybrid, you know, I liked it, but not in pure. Not a big fan of like the mind control.
No.
Pure.
As we should do.
Yeah.
Summon Bukari, and he still has that chariot set. So I think he's thinking, I don't even have to risk this road, and the mirror force is gone, so I'm just going to attack through with everything. He's at 1200, so
That should just be the game.
yeah, he knows there's chariot. Maybe he's thinking he doesn't want to reveal this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's a worthwhile scoop, I think, because you know you're cooked there, and
Yeah, no point to give that information.
yeah, why? What's up, James Dark? Hello. Hello, John. Hello, John. Yeah, they're siding now and locked in on the players. So we got Fissure in there. We got Nobleman. Putting in those Cyber Dragons, even though he's going first game too, you know. It's still, but I think Cyber Dragon's still worth it.
Yeah,
because
still very good.
sometimes they'll like even if you're holding a Cyber in hand, you know they're gonna crack your board at some point, and then sometimes they have to like crack your board, then tag into an Eclipse or something like that. And so if your play to start your turn is just Cyber Dragon over it, then that's pretty strong.
Yeah, there was about 122 players that
Yep.
entered today.
Yep, 122. Going to be 7 rounds of Swiss, cut to top 16. Obviously, we're here Southside Gaming, as you can see from these guys' apparel. And yeah, I'm James, and this is Mario, and we're just on James' Runner.
Yeah, Ruben will be back to commentate. I guess we're just gonna be swapping every now and then.
Yeah,
Of course, if you want to swap as well.
probably take like a lunch break at some point. But other than that, I you know, hey, this is what I came here to do. I kind of was like, I told them beforehand, you know, I was like, you know, I'm gonna sit there for like 12 hours, like Snowman Eater.
Oh man, all the
Yeah, you know, a lot of cards.
All-
You know, a lot of
all the
cards.
cards.
Snowman Eater. That's the thing too, man. Like these GB players, I think they got so tired of losing to Blackwing that now they go crazy overboard.
Yeah.
There was a situation in there's a situation in top 4, I think, of Orlando, the Ultimate Time Wizard, that I think this is what it was. So Marcus and Eric Sizzle played in
Right.
top 4 and both here. But
friendly fire.
yeah, exactly. And and I don't think they scooped actually, I think they played it out.
Right.
But I was talking to my friend. Because on the other side of the bracket there was a Lightsworn versus GB.
Oh.
And
okay.
and so I was saying like it's double rolling. But I was like, well, if you knew Like, what would you like if you wanted to have one person advance? Like, who would you rather go ahead? Like, who do you think has better matchups? And I think common theory would dictate that Blackwings beat GV. But I was like, man, I don't know. These days, I feel like I might rather. I think Vayu has a fantastic matchup against GV as well. And I'm like, if this guy's playing a build really teched out for Blackwing, I might rather send the Vayu guy.
Right.
Like if you were trying to match up it.
This
Because
is a crazy dust shoot. by the way.
MST trap stun
Those two
Starlight
trap
Road
stun.
double trap stun.
Yeah,
Okay.
in my body.
So he has a god awful hand,
Yeah.
but Adam also doesn't have a monster yet.
Yeah. If
He
he drew
double,
a
I mean, if he
monster,
has any monster, he's
yeah,
going crazy.
this is
I mean, one of those whirlwinds is getting clipped by the MST, but
that's fine.
I don't even have the
You-
second one. Yeah.
I mean,
And he's just gonna run away with this as soon as he finds the monster. But
he does have the judgment. I mean,
Yeah.
his judgment occurs. Just gotta be
Yeah.
careful. 2 trap stuns, and on my body. So,
yeah, I mean, if Andreas can start drawing some Vlads before Adam finds any monsters, then that could be pretty strong. If he finds his own summon songs and stuff like that. Like he's never end phasing the MST.
And he knows that like Andres also has a Starlight Road.
Yeah, so the Icarus, I don't know how useful that's going to be. You're also maybe locking him back because now, see
Yeah.
now you can't activate the second whirlwind. I don't know about all this
Yeah.
OG.
Like I don't blame him for
I blame him,
70.
bro. I don't.
I mean for 70 oppression.
Now he's got the dust in his head. I feel like he kind of
This is-
screwed himself for no reason. He tried some trickery, and now he has Andreas has an opportunity. Not necessarily that he will. He has 2 GVs in him now. He didn't summon these last turn. He was waiting to see what he could put together. So look at this. He knows he has some amount of stun and road in my body. So there's only so much that his back row can do here. The oppression could eat the MST. The oppression's, I think, really the one he wants to resolve, but I mean that's I guess never really happening for the stuns.
Who knows? This whole back row could just get
Yeah.
answered with like just a trap stun or 2.
The fact that the oppression can also negate the
The road.
Icar- sorry, the road.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be very relevant, but the chances of that oppression staying face up is a little questionable.
I mean, a pretty good matchup when you draw big monsters.
Yeah, I mean, hey, GV or Blackwing opening double whirlwind. How is he losing? Like,
Yeah.
but he's taking the 70. Or taking the 800. They're going to 72. He's oppressioning, but he knows that this is going to get met by probably the trap stun. I don't know if I would MST or trap stun here. You can't my body it. Maybe that's what he's reading.
Yeah. This is trap stun. It's an MST.
Yeah, I mean, using the MST here, that might be kind of what Adam was hoping for, but I'm kind of surprised he did it because like MST can be used on the whirlwind, obviously. So at the same time, Trapstone, can kind of eat through multiple back rows.
Yeah, I think he wants 2 really good turns, which is trap stun
Sure.
playing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that might be all you need to win this.
Definitely. I mean, if he can use those trap stuns, maybe trap stun chain to cape 1 back row, and then trap stun solid. We already paid, so he's at 32.
He does not want this
32.
GV coming out.
But that's also, I mean, now that ends the chain and stun can't be used. So, but it's going to be kind of dicey because if he doesn't, I mean, yeah, now the oppression can be used on the road, like we said. Not a good catch here. But if he doesn't hit a monster, then it's a fissure.
Oh no.
Does he have Mirror Force?
I didn't see a mirror force though.
What's that? What's the one closest to the oppression?
No, I didn't.
I know he has Icarus.
Oh, it is mirror force. Okay. Right next to the oppression.
Yeah, I think that was what he said turn 1. So I mean that's gonna get
Yeah.
or my body, and he's at 32. So
I'm a big fan of my body.
I'm a body hater.
Really?
Yeah. I think it never performs the way I want
You
it
like
to.
road better?
Yeah.
You just
I mean, yeah, they're both fine. They're both fine in different situations.
they are just situations.
I kind of like my body against light storm. I often feel like it's a good card side because it has that coverage as well. And there aren't that many really good cards in light
True.
storm. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty bad spot. I would say. Like,
Yeah, I mean this
It's
just
kind of
this forces out the
screwed.
trap stone. It's bad.
yeah, forces out is a positive way. The guy gets trap stuff and is gonna take half his life points in damage and not be able to oppression and get something bestiaried.
He needed to draw a monster.
Yeah, I mean, at
Last
the end of the
two
day, he
turns,
just
you
really
know.
didn't have a monster. If he did hit a monster either of those turns, I think he was super far ahead. So he could chain the prison here. Or no, this is a Dust Tornado chain just because he doesn't want to hit by the Bestiari. And if he hits the other trap stone, oh, that's a road. He probably really wanted to hit the second trap stone. I wonder. I guess he drew. Did he draw and set the Dust Tornado that turn?
He did.
I think that was the most.
Yeah, he did.
I was gonna say like you can maybe preemptive Dust Tornado because you know he has multiple stuns. You put him to a spot where he will solemn the trap stun. I mean, yeah, I just think maybe I don't know if he really even needed to commit all those cards in the first place though, because if he just starts eating some hits from the glads, like using the traps and then him using the answer like the trap stones or the my bodies or whatever, like, that's what he wants to do. Like that's how his bad hand sort of becomes playable. So if you like don't really give them the option of like using the traps in that way, and you kind of just beat him with your monsters. Because Andreas, like he might have one defensive trap. He's had a few turns of draws, and they were like Marmillo, Equest. I didn't see. I think what one of them was. But,
Yeah,
like,
he just started drawing all his monsters.
yeah, but I'm saying like he doesn't have any bottomless or whatever. I mean, I think.
Yeah, I'm
Drew
just
another
gonna
GP
set D
here.
prism. Battle phase.
That'll be his attack. Yeah. Maybe try to deeper them, but he has a stun for it. Quick 2-0.
Yeah.
Because this guy got embarrassed on stream, unfortunately.
It was like last round because there was a bounty on Kamal.
Yeah.
You know, so like
Who played Kamal?
I actually don't know, but this is crazy what he told me.
Oh, just how the game went.
Yeah. Like Kamal deck devied him and then the opponent activated a lure under the deck devi. It was already kind of wild, and he just drew like MST bottomless and just like started playing the game. Like
Yeah.
just kind of had all the answers. Oh, finally drew a monster.
Oh, so hold on. He's at literally 100 life, and so I think we've actually used up all the known cards from Andreas.
Yeah,
I think all three back to
the
them.
MST, 2 trap stuns,
Road.
the road, my body.
So I think those are all used.
So he doesn't know
I mean,
any
it
of
isn't
these.
great. Now we don't have any of
Yeah.
them, but so it wasn't bottomless. There could be a chariot. There.
He does have the Icarus, but
Yeah, I mean that Icarus is actually going to be pretty helpful. His Gale's gone though. So Gale would be a great card to search here, I think.
Gale would be great. He just kind of gets blown out by Wagaku.
You should have known that one was road. Well, I mean, I think he said all three at the same time, but maybe just the whip back. Yeah, because like if he had hit the stun with the dust, that would have been a lot So that was kind of just a
Yeah.
50-50. I mean, honestly, the game one, he kind of lost you 50-50 because the game one he hit the chariot and.
Summoned into the bottomless.
But I mean, you gotta. I think you could reasonably just pass here, like no attack. Because
I think it's the safest choice.
yeah, I think if you attack, you're losing the basically every like card that you could have. Passing is not great either, but at least like maybe makes him enter battle phase. Like in an ideal world, maybe you clip 2 monsters with the Icarus. Can't attack. You know, I know AJT BLS is in pain here because as he says, monsters attack. That's his mantra. He said monsters attack. That's what they're supposed to do. What stuff it can be used in or something like that. When he can Wabaku or when he can chariot it or can't chariot it. Whether he can shrink on it, I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, looks like you're doing monster.
Bestiaria wing beast. He's at 100. But the turn, well, actually, wait. I mean, was that the turn before he? Because he fissured and then he my body.
Yeah.
And then did he? Then a turn passed, right? Like that was he fissured and he just passed.
Yeah.
So he could have, I think, Bestiaria. Yeah.
Yeah, because he drew the fissure
He
and
could have brained that turn. I think that's what he's saying. He's at 100 now, but yeah, that turn he could have brained. But that was when he still had the. Because then didn't he attack with the Bestiaria? He prisoned it. He trap stunned.
Got trap
and he
stunned.
chained the dust, hit the road, right?
Yeah.
We'll have to watch that. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's a turn that you could have used the brain while the road was not set. I guess even if the road was set, you could target
I mean,
one of your own.
you still can just brain there.
Target one of your own. No, he sets another guy, and Andreas is kind of walling up. Because he knows I mean, I think he knows there's no prison, but maybe this is also saying that he doesn't have the chariot because if he knows there's no like real defensive traps, I think. So if he just goes the quarry swing over the Bora, there's only one Galoot man. He chariots the Galoot. So I think I would interpret this as him not having the chariot.
Yeah.
Could be another road too.
Think he's scared of the second road? He
I
might be.
don't
He might be
know. I
thinking
mean,
if he has to Icarus these monsters. And just summon
it's
them
not
all.
unheard of for them to be playing to road. I mean, I'm not saying it would be. I don't know. I'm not saying I would play around necessarily, but it just could happen. It might be a slight consideration.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna go with
Because
Icarus.
he also doesn't have any Black Wings Grave, so I mean, he needs to do this in order to resolve that blizzard. And what's good here, I mean, everyone thinks about the chain blocking of oppression, but the whirlwinds here are also going to chain block the chariot from getting, even though we already think there's no chariot. But
And just kind of shaking his head.
so, but the thing is here, if he has a Wabaku, which is, I think, not unlikely, then Adam's still not going to be able to do too much with his turn, you know? Like, he got to hit some amount of back row here, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like
Oh, he's crazy. He's playing around with what? With one already gone, bro? For real?
I don't
Dead ass?
know. I mean, you have to
Oh,
play to
see,
win.
no,
You have
see.
to play to win.
So now he did it the opposite way. So he's sort of protecting the Bora from getting bottomless. But I think actually that might be correct here because I think you're pretty sure he does not have chariot.
Yeah.
So I could see this being.
I feel like I have to Icarus for two. Yeah.
It's just gonna be too hard to grind through.
Like it's one of those like you're so far behind. I mean, maybe not now, right? But it's like you just have to play to win.
Well, even there, like, I mean, even though I don't think it's super likely that he had the chariot, the situation that he, you know, you chain link one Blizzard, chain link two Black Rowan, and what he bottomless is the Bora, like,
Yeah.
so what?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't really care about that. So.
Okay, so he's going for the Brio play.
Bounce monster, attack. But so the prison that could have been there turn prior, that he sort of played around, now he's.
Is prison or compulse?
So yeah, this is sort of a strange monstrous attack moment as well. And now any monster attacking him will in fact be game. Flip the storm. Flip the cold wave. I was thinking.
Yeah, cold wave.
Because like it could be. I was thinking it could be just be
This is
random.
the game.
I think that was. Oh, he did have the second road though.
Wow.
He did have the second road.
Well,
I mean, so I mean, you kind of had it
know?
covered either way, to be honest. But goddamn,
That's just a very unfortunate
I mean, he quite literally drew like his entire. I mean, some of them was not side, some of them was main, but
Yeah.
double trap stun, MST, my body, double road.
Yeah.
In his top, 12 cards? I don't know. But I do think Adam could have played that differently, and I do think he kind of screwed himself by setting all that stuff early.
Yeah, it's those games always do feel really good, right? It's just like, oh, I just needed like one monster, like one of this.
That's why people complain about Glads, man. I mean, I don't I'm not really in that boat, but those games, those types of games where they just kind of run away with it and you know, counter your every play, so to speak, like those now we're I mean that's relatively fast. Yeah, there's
So many people
Swift
still
2-0.
This is actually a good match too. These two players.
Who are these guys? Tell me a little about these guys.
Yeah, so both these players really, really good. Very
Okay.
like known in South Florida.
Yeah.
The person on the left, really, he mainly plays modern actually.
Okay.
And he's been like an up and coming player. He just won a regionals not too long ago.
Okay.
Like multiple times. So it's very good. And then Jose on the right, just a older player, but multiple tops. Again, just a very good player.
Yeah, I feel like he looks familiar somehow. Yeah, tough match for Adam. He kind of got scraped there.
Yeah.
Maybe I cursed him by putting him on the stream.
Maybe-
Andreas seemed like someone that kind of has a stream buff. Low key.
Oh, I'm not. I think I've only ever seen him win on stream.
Dude, I just see it like
Yeah. I don't know what it is.
he's been on stream many times. You know, he's played a lot of feature matches.
Mhm.
I feel like he just
Even in
locked
Pokemon.
locked in.
Like in Pokemon, I think it was like nationals or something. Like
Really?
yeah, like NAIC or it was one of the ICs or something. But yeah, he was on stream, just like destroyed his opponent, and then just like proceeded to move on in top cut.
Yeah, I didn't know he played Pokemon.
Yeah, yeah. It is weird. Most like good players down here, at least like in Florida, South Florida, just play multiple card games. Everyone's just kind of been around each other for so long.
True.
Maybe a format gets stale, you just play a different game.
Yeah. Yeah, I never really. I mean, I played some Pokemon as a kid, and I played, I don't know, like I said, One Piece, and there were other, various games back when I was really like going to local businesses pre and era. But like, I don't know, nothing really stuck. And just stuck with you. That's Alex there. Hey, speaking of pre 2010, Alex met him in Massachusetts in I don't know, probably 2008. Something.
Jesus.
And
Like Let's Work?
yeah, I think Christie's fun.
Yeah.
I ran in. It was that was actually one of those great, sort of retro Yu-Gi-Oh moments where, again, through our friend Joe, some YCS a couple of years ago that I went to, and he was kind of like, no fucking way, like and we reconnected, and 10 to 15
Right,
years
yeah.
older now, but yeah, because he's a couple years younger than me, and I remember I was having good experience talking to him back in the day, and he also similarly had good nostalgia for those times. So got into playing Edison. Now he lives down here.
Right. Yeah,
And comes down with these tournaments.
I see him every now and then. So it's pretty cool. Even right next to him, is a really good player. Like he moved away from Florida,
Yeah,
but
in the hoodie.
yeah. But in the red mat.
Yeah, the guy he's playing against, I think, is the Gigaplant guy that was tearing things up last night. I think he beat Adam last night. Everyone beat him.
Oh, yeah.
Adam can't catch a break.
Edison, right? But no, I mean Hassan, the red mat, like he's a very, very good card game player as well. Like multiple toss and like One Piece, used to play Yu-Gi-Oh.
We gotta do some research into this. Why is this Florida secret gamer heaven? Why is that?
I don't know. Florida, something in the water.
There's retirees,
Something in the water.
retirees and gamers.
Yeah.
Miami crypto.
It's the norm.
Spencer Conte, you guys wonder what is going on. I got trouble from me. You barely got my entry back. That's why you got to come down to South Florida and Southside Gaming, bro. No, I don't know. I mean, dude, like, first of all, this might be. I'm like, I don't know if I can say this, but just because Devin said it literally to me yesterday, he was just talking about it, and like, I mean, that's sort of the question on everybody's mind, right? It's like, how is this happening? But I mean, they just genuinely want to have good big tournaments with good prize support. I mean, they have a vision for what they want to accomplish, and obviously have some budget to do so. And I mean, Devin said to me straight up last night, he's like, obviously we're losing money on this. Like, no, like,
Yeah.
everyone can put 2 and 2 together. Like,
Of course.
and so, but again, that's kind of why I think I was, to be completely honest, like a little bit apprehensive just about coming down here and about getting involved with the whole thing. But just because it's like, I don't know, what's the goal here or something. And, there's still, I wouldn't blame anyone for being skeptical like that, because I've played this game a long time too. I've seen things come and go. But at the same time, like, from all my experiences chatting with you guys and Devin, it's just like, it was made clear to me that, yeah, like the goal is just like to host these cool big tournaments kind of at any, just do what we got to do to make that happen, and hopefully keep that rolling into something bigger and more stuff. And so it's like, hey, don't read too much into it. I don't know. I mean, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, it's literally as simple as just trying to host these big tournaments for the community. Like everything is about the community. I feel like everyone, there's a lot of like insane prize support, right, in these giant tournaments, obviously, but
Not really though.
but not really, right?
Not really though. You say that,
Not
but
really.
I mean, let's be real. This is like better prize support than
Yeah.
most other event, any other event. I don't know.
Yeah, especially for like Edison, right? So it's really just about like growing the name, giving back to the community. And just kind of like just getting familiar with the players. Especially for a format like Edison.
Yeah, I mean, I would say to everybody who probably is thinking the same thing, and once again, I don't blame you, but it's just like, with that apprehension to the side that. Oh, Adam, you want to take a seat for a second?
Yeah.
Cover up his list. I don't see it. I want to stand legit.
Yeah.
Just so.
Actually, do you want to give those back to the thing?
Yeah, I don't want to see any of that.
Adam is here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was reading good questions about
Post game.
post game about the not using
Yeah, you
the
have a
brain
question from
control.
Sean Bush.
Yeah, so the problem is like, okay, I have brain control. I'm at 1600.
Yeah.
I have to return this monster to,
Icarus.
Yeah, so I would Icarus what? I'd have to. Sure.
How much did he- but he had the second road. Though.
Yeah, I'd have to,
It's crazy that
I'd
you
have
play
to
around
take
it,
my
to be honest.
own. I'd have to take my own whirlwind. I could have. Yeah, that's probably the better play.
I think so, but ultimately, I mean, you just got screwed by not drawing a monster early. If you hit a monster on like almost any of those turns, then it was crazy.
Yeah, he played really well. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Like, I think using the Fisher was correct. Bait out to my body, and then do the brain control on Bessie. That was my best line.
Probably, but it just we were saying, me and Mario, who was just here, were saying like, I mean, when at the very end, after you had already popped the one road, like when you still played around it, I was like, I think you just have to go right here. And like, yeah,
It just felt like he had it because he kept setting cards. He kept setting cards. I'm like, okay, well, like, he just loses if I hit someone
You
though.
already had like five. I mean, yeah, like I mean, I hear you. I just feel like it's one of those like give yourself the best chances to win type thing. But I mean,
He had it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Just play into it. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, in that case, you would
If
have
I
lost
had more
harder.
life, like I think the problem was I was just taking beats.
Well, I think the early term where you went when you set the 3, I think maybe you were hoping he was gonna end phase MST or
Yes, I
something.
was praying he was going to MST one of them.
But he's never.
Yeah, he's never
He's
going
never
to.
gonna phase that.
Because if he did, I was like, okay, then I don't even have to. I can solve him the stun, which is what the grand prize
Exactly.
was, right?
It was just it was an awkward situation for sure, but it was just like that also kind of like made your zones awkward.
Yeah,
and
it was
like,
all bad. I needed a monster.
I mean, at the end of the day, you need a monster, and I'm not sure if any of these things would have made it significantly different. But yeah, I felt like
how about game one? I think I win if I hit that 50-50 MST, like straight up win.
I know. I
Because
mean, but well, even at the end there, if you hit the 50-50 dust on the stun, you're in a much better spot.
yeah, I hit road and I was like, oh
I
man.
know, yeah. Because I mean, yeah, I said the same thing. I was like, you kind of lost too quickly. But yeah, I mean,
It's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, he played really well. He deserved it. Yeah, he deserved it.
Good.
I had dust shoot too, and I had dust shoot and double whirlwind, but with no guy until I was dead. But
Yes.
he won through a lot. In
Yeah.
his position, so good for him.
It's like when you lost with full trinity.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Stay here for 2 seconds.
Okay,
Good enough. What else do you play against from 1 and 2?
played against your deck.
ABC BLS on the mic.
I played against your cat deck. The
Oh.
cat guy, name's Luis. He's quite good.
You play against
Pardon?
You play against
I didn't see him.
Oh, okay.
You might run it. I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
And then I played against a guy named Caleb, who was on Bayou Turbo.
And you won both.
I won both those, and now 3-1. Hey, happy.
That was wrong.
Yeah, sorry. Now I'm 2-1. I'm happy that it's top 16, which is good.
Huh?
Yeah, what's up?
You guys want Chick-fil-A pizza?
Chick-fil-A, please. Sounds good, bro.
That's right. Oh, you're
I'm 2-1. I'm just,
Yeah, we're
we're just
still on.
talking.
Okay, okay.
You're the man.
Yeah, we had him
Shout
on,
out to owner of Southside Gaming right now.
I appreciate
had him
you.
on feature, and he
I got smoked. I got smoked by your
two Andreas.
by Andreas. He's a
Yeah.
dog,
You
man.
know, you guys know who I'm this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hooked, man. He got me good.
I should be 3-0 right now.
Oh yeah.
I'm next one, but I should be 3-0 right now.
Who did you lose to?
I don't know. Cody. Someone named Cody. No,
Oh,
just.
what's his name?
Cody Moreland?
No, the guy from. You said this up. The guy from Atlanta. He was in Atlanta.
Yeah,
I don't-
super nice guy. He's wearing like a Miami looking like.
I know who you're talking. Yeah. I know
Anyways,
before.
I deserve to lose because game one I had game on display, but I deserve to loss. That's why I agree.
Is he out there? Can you see if he cuts back to us?
Oh yeah.
Look at these monitors. Like, look at this setup. That's
I know,
insane. It's insane. All right, enjoy yourself over
Oh,
here.
you're out? Where you going?
Yeah, I gotta go to the restroom.
Okay.
Next round starting soon.
So never mind. He doesn't have to cut back to us. Tell him. Never mind. Tell him.
Who? What? Someone trying to
The guy
talk to
who
me?
was streaming. No. hold on.
Oh.
Never mind. It's all good because he's leaving. Hold it down.
So if I hit that bottomless at game one with the MST and I just run over his guy with Shura, I would activate the effect. He can't.
You can't
He's
use
dead.
Shura,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's dead.
Yeah, I mean it'd be tough.
Yeah, I think that would make big guy.
Big guy.
Yeah, he'd be
Huge guy.
It is what it is. All right, have fun.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm back alone here. All alone. I made the Beanie's best barber in Tampa. I met him before at I think Tournament Atlanta, and he talked to me about his barber surgery. And I said, "Bro, I will coach you in Yu-Gi-Oh if you coach me. Tell me what haircut to get." And here I am with a haircut, and I'm unsatisfied with my haircut. So we really need to be consulting with him. I think I literally put his number on my phone because I was like, dude, I can tell you know what you're doing. You're barbering. I need the hookup. That's the new world that we live in, exchanging gaming tips for goods and services. This is what I hope our world will be. Thank you guys for tuning in as always, you know. Big tournament. Great prizing. You know the vibes. We're giving away a damn Black Rose mat and triple ulti Caius. Like, are you dumb? You should have come down to this. You all should have come. Big L if you did not come. This is the shop. You know, you can see it's very spacious, very chill. Eric, I'm sure telling everybody is bad beat. Let me see. Yeah, it's been a good tournament so far. We've got a lot to go, man. Ways to go for real. But y'all, you know me, bro. I'm out here. I could be grinding ladder right now. Grinding ladder for 12 hours a day. This is light work. This is easy. I got interaction with the fam. You guys being the fam. Yeah, man. It's a good time. Maybe Icarus has to be left post side. I mean, yeah, if they're boarding in those damn multiple Starlight roads, then that's a real concern. Oh, holding it down though. I like that. I like that Adam came on. I might try to get some more little player interviews or other characters on. We're chilling. Coming up next month. I think that's what he's saying. Cat Synchro live stream, bro. Listen, y'all gotta stop leaking the goo. There will be. We'll be doing that at some point, bro. I promise you. I promise you I will. Bro, you think I'm gonna build this deck and never do any content around it? That's great. Obviously, we're gonna use content. Snack set up here. Need that. Like a fucking smoothie. That's what I want. Need like a green juice in this bit. Am I going to Houston? No. I don't think I am going to Houston, man. I would like to, I guess. Actually, I don't know why I'm saying it like that. If I wanted to, really, I would just go. But I think it's going to be a little bit of downtime, and I'll be out Rhode Island for sure. I'd like to be out there. Guys got a binder full of mid-ass cards. But the longer flights, tournaments might be a pause for me. I think round 4 is about to start. So round 3 is what we just saw. Andreas versus Adam Chishuba. Our head judge, Justin. Looking crispy with fade. But they're moving right along. I think the tournament's making pretty good pace, to be honest. What's up?
A lot of people are 2-1. A lot of really good players. Feels like everyone is actually.
I'll ask. No other explanation. Yeah. I've just been sitting here chatting.
Chat.
Seems like most of the rounds are gone.
Yeah, I think I saw there was like around 11 minutes left.
Was that 11 minutes left, or was it 11 minutes past?
No left. Yeah, or at least that's what it looked like.
That's what it looked like to do, but I love when they keep talking to the camera.
I wanted to tell them, but I think it's funny.
It's kind of a funny vibe. I kind of like it.
Yeah. It's crazy too because I saw like on the camera thing, it was like the microphone thing was green. I was like, oh, lied to.
I mean, they're recording it. But...
Yeah. Like Sizzle,
Yeah.
he's X1. Marcus, he's X1.
Very same thing.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come all the way down here.
Right.
I
I don't know what it is.
I might grab a before this start, if you don't mind. I'm poured out, I guess.
Sizzle, yeah, Sizzle's here. He is 2-1. I believe this was the third round. So if you guys play any other card games like Lorcana, One Piece, I mean, we just Yu-Gi-Oh, we're always hosting these giant tournaments. I mean, not to this caliber, but we're hosting like, you know, like 4 cases tournaments, 10 case tournaments. The other day for One Piece, we had a quad case tournament. For Lorcana, I think it was like 10 cases or something. So, check us out. It's Outside Gaming. Yeah, we will be back.
Yo, I'm back. We have the feature match sitting down. Old friend of mine. Very curious to see what he's cooking on here. He showed me the list, but I'm curious, or I guess I'm excited for y'all to see. I guess that's a better way to describe it. To adjust the. There we go. That's what I'm doing. Trying to turn down the AC in here. Bro, they be blasting AC everywhere in this damn stadium.
Let's go.
Oh, thank you.
Carlos and Christopher.
If you see Mario or Ruben, you want to tell them to come
Mario's,
okay.
right here.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. We got some decks. This is going to be Chris Kraus, CJ Kraus, against Carlos Consuegra. And CJ is going to be playing Gigaplant. And Carlos is playing Hero Frog. So pretty classic matchup. CJ's list is kind of standard, but has a couple
You're gonna put him in.
I don't want to say right now. If we don't see them, maybe I'll talk about them. But seemed like a pretty good list of Gigaplant. And then Carlos is, yeah, again, this looks somewhat standard. Nothing too crazy. Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. I spoke too soon. His list is not standard. His list is not standard at all. He has some spice in there. He's playing a weird kind of hybrid version where he's playing, Hero Frog Engine, Hero Engine, and
Sorry, I had to go get his phone.
Yeah.
Kind of just chilling there.
Yeah, I mean, if they're ready, you can cut back to them too.
No, there, he's
Okay.
just on.
Okay, yeah, sure. So
I'm
then,
just trying to get
You
the,
don't need
no, he's live.
yeah, this is live.
That's good.
I can see it.
We got it's
Carlos?
Carlos. Yeah, Carlos. Yeah, I was just going over. So, CJ Gigaplant, Carlos Hero Frog, but we also got this.
Ooh. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's some spice.
And in his list, he was just I'm you got this guy. Yeah. So we're cooking. We're
This
cooking
is-
here. This
yeah,
is
this
battle of
is
the
an
cooks.
interesting match.
Battle of the chefs, bro.
Yeah, even Carlos, he's a local. He's always playing here as well.
I have someone in the chat, if they're very desperate, might try to find this, but very old deck profile of CJ of Chris from I believe 2010, like
2010.
yeah,
Oh my.
YouTube deck profile, a former James Arc channel. Yeah, had him do a deck profile because I've known him for a long time. I think he played not for that video, but I think he played Frog FTK and did well with it at a couple tournaments, which is a deck that I was playing a lot of the time. And so I think he always liked combo decks, and so he's pulling up the Gig Plan this time.
Pretty cool deck.
Expect some cooking. I think he's a person also. Like Gigaplan's a complicated deck, but it's also like once you there are definitely situations you can get into that are very complicated, but once you know the main lines, you kind of just can
Maneuver.
just go through it. And he definitely strikes me as a person that been playing a long time. He just can decide his line beforehand. Just have a good amount of anticipation of okay, if they stop me here, then I'm going to go for this instead. play around the crow in this way, I think he's going to be pretty confident at playing this deck. Now, whether the deck is gonna successfully, not break, then that's a whole different question. But
Yeah. Actually, he played against one of my friends round 1, and my friend does shoot him.
Yeah.
And his hand was all spells.
that happens.
That does
sometimes in
happen a
Giga Plan.
lot.
I mean,
yeah.
I honestly still think Dust Shoot's pretty going first. I definitely still want to keep it, but there's a lot of arguments people make about siding it out, or being not good against Giga Plan at all. So.
Right. It's like that goes through its hand. It's just so much. That's cool.
So he's opening with Lone Fire. Hey, we're comboing. We're finding Giga Plan. We're activating Super. I didn't even know he had the Superas. Oh my god,
It's
here we go.
happening.
Here we go. No playing around the Crow game 1. Didn't even look at his hand. That's how you knew he didn't have the
It
Crow.
just doesn't matter.
That's how you knew he doesn't play Crow. If they start looking at their hand, I might think about it a little more. Power tool. We're getting into attack or defense, brother. Defense. Sometimes it's class. That's for the master class. Are we gonna hit the supervise? Or are we gonna? He's already picking up the dice. He knows. Are you feeling lucky? Are you feeling lucky, Carlos? Shuffle him
Oh,
up.
he's getting ready.
Shuffle him up. I need to be good.
Yeah.
This is an exciting deck to watch.
It
You're
is.
just like holding your breath whether they're gonna combo or not.
Even both these players, they just know. The last one.
Did he hit it? He got it! Oh, he got it! Oh no! Oh, you hate to see it, or you love to see it, depending who you are.
Yep.
Depending who you're rooting for here.
Still going.
Supervise. The worst part is they just showed you 2 of them, and he just got he just
Yeah.
2/3 did it. It's not like he set it up. So you go Titanial here, or Stardust. That's the usually game 1. I would say Titanial.
Yeah.
Black Rose is the
it,
thing.
It looks like.
But also, if you have a trap, which I think he had 1 or 2 traps. in hand.
I did see at least one.
Yeah, so I think it makes a lot of sense to go Stardust.
Yeah. That was one of my favorite things with Diva Hero. It was you make a
Stardust
Stardust,
plus back
turn
row.
1 plus back row, and you just
Yeah.
get so good.
Yep. Scooby was driving.
It's I don't
So
really
what do we
want
got
to
here?
play.
He's playing a Hero Frog variant,
Yeah,
let's say.
Stratos. Oh, there's.
Oh,
Dude,
is
that's the
that
tech in
the
his
text?
hand.
He's got a
The
Gemini
tech.
Spark. So this guy's playing 2 Gemini Spark. Now that will not help at all outing this board,
Yeah.
but it is an additional interrupt, a very good interrupt if he is able to get it before CJ combos. So if he can get to a point where he can use the Spark, and there's no Stardust on field, maybe that's strong, but he's gonna have to fight through a pretty solid board here.
Yeah. And
And he has no back row, and so he's gonna do it all again. Does he have 4?
Yeah. he is playing 3 alias.
That is true. You're probably 3 alias and 2 Spark.
And he probably just came to this tournament saying, "I'm just gonna play all the black wings."
I mean, this is just unwinnable. If you're starting your
is-
turn, resolve it. Because you gotta clear 1. You gotta clear at least 1. The power tool or the Giga Plan. If you're not clearing either, then there's +2.
Did you see what he got?
I didn't do it. I think Matt got zero. If you got supervised, that's insane. But it doesn't matter.
Might be Mark. It looks like Mark.
He also has a threatening roar in hand, which is a card he's playing as a 1-of. Kind of buys you another turn. Obviously, if you set it up with your Giga Plan board, you can protect it.
Is this a Titanium?
I would imagine so. But he's probably trying to figure out a way to play around the gores a little bit. Just be cautious. Because anytime you're not setting back row, especially if they search alias, he probably doesn't know what this guy's playing. He might be thinking it's hero beat without back row.
Yeah.
That's my logic here. But he's stating this.
I at least would have said.
You're just saying, no, you don't have.
something.
Does he have it? I can't actually tell. He has it in his deck. I'll tell you that much.
There's
Oh,
a
it's
track.
Right. That was another card he is playing. He's playing Trag and Gores. And
Yeah.
Trag, surprisingly,
This,
Oh, and
looks
this
like
is actually just game though,
yeah,
because
it's game.
okay, so he had that covered. I think he had the Gores covered too. I think it was game through Gores because he could get over and then.
Oh man, is this gonna be another quick match?
That was a very fast duo. I don't even know if some of these guys have started their games out there yet. Not gonna lie. There legitimately might be still people shuffling up,
Yeah,
pile shuffling their opponents.
there definitely could be. Our first game.
Yeah, that was crazy. Well, so this is round 4. Southside Gaming once again, and just finished game 1, going to CJ Krauts. Bit of a cook, I would say.
He's always chefing. Always chefing. I get that in my group. You know,
You're the shepherd.
kind of the cheffer. A little bit. I don't go too crazy because I preach
The
consistency.
modest
You know,
chef. The
Yeah,
humble
right.
chef.
No.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be one.
There has to be.
Everyone, you were saying, I think you were saying everybody was 2-1.
Yeah.
And yeah, I
there's-
confirmed that there's some 2-0-1s as well. People that got draws.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was looking over who to feature for this round, I mean, first of all, there aren't that many undefeateds left. Also,
Honestly, no. There aren't too many.
I think it was like 14 or something. Like
Yeah,
table-
it's
table
really
7 or 8.
it's really just like the top table. Like,
table 7 or 8. I think we're
Yeah.
still undefeated,
Yeah.
and these guys both are. But even I think Marcus Hayden, who I wanted to have on stream at some point because he came down here with us. I think he was at table 10 or something, and then I think he's 2-1 as well.
Yeah.
He might have gotten paired up, but I think he's just barely outside that. So I mean,
Yep.
I was looking at the pairings when I could choose who to feature, and I was asking the judge, I was like, how far is the undefeateds go?
Yeah.
And then he showed me, and I was like, oh, so he's just out of it. But
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But I mean, we can start featuring some. I'm not necessarily married to only featuring undefeateds if it's some good matches at X1. It's kind of more exciting that way in a sense because if you lose, a lot of X2s are going to make it, but if you lose early at that X2, James, please break down his fit. The fit breakdown. He's got the what is that and one? Is that what is the basketball logo? That's not him. Is that the and one logo?
That one?
No, that's not him.
No.
What is the best? What is the logo? I don't know. The fit breakdown, bro. I mean, I think it's really also the headphones on the head. I think that's gonna be an additional aura boost.
It's just screaming Jim, bro.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but it just like there certainly is not music. Bro, they're not even connecting anything. Like, there's not music playing. Like that's just purely on a vibes level. But I don't think there was ever a world that this guy wasn't opening Lone Fire Supervise.
Yes,
with
it
that
is.
fit,
This is
with that fit, no, hell no.
this is game 1 all over again.
This is game 1. Some of that Lone Fire are confident AF. And are we going to the Giga or the Titanium? Now, once again, he's probably not sure entirely. Well, I think he's probably thinking more that that it is a Hero Frog variant because of the Trag. Trag is not a commonly played Hero Beat. But
yeah, I could see him thinking that it's like Diva Hero.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the alias, yeah, I mean, and interesting play here from Carlos because first of all, I think heads up play for 2 reasons. Because like one, he wanted to stream more in the grave, so like he wanted to use that Regeki break kind of regardless, let's say. But there's a thing that often comes up playing in Giga Plant where you kind of want to chain to the supervise, let's say. So you get that out of their hand. But if he does that in this spot, like say CJ activated supervise and you chain Regeki break, target the Giga or something, then he gets to just get the Giga back from grave. He can't normal summon it that turn, but it would run over the Stratos. So there's definitely times that it's correct to sort of preemptively snipe the Giga Plant on field, because they can resolve the supervise either way and still maintain the body. But this doesn't seem like too bad of a spot. I mean,
No, I mean you have Duke Law going, but even then, it's just like Chris is chilling.
yeah, I would still probably assume that he does still have a supervise. You know, it's not a guarantee because maybe he could have also hard drawn the titanium.
True. Did you see his entire hand?
No, I've been kind of doing a bad job, I think, at like maintaining, looking at both the board and both their hands. I tell you this, he has a smashing ground, I think. Yeah, so now it's his turn again. He's switching both. So it doesn't mean he's going to out the two block. I mean, if he get a mark in hand. Tribute for Giga. Smashing.
Oh, smashing ground.
I was right. Yeah. Add swap back. So, I mean, we're losing value on that, but we're getting in some big damage. We're getting back double swap, but honestly, that doesn't really matter almost at all.
No.
What does that swap do? But he also didn't supervise here. So,
Miracle is live.
but I believe he does have a supervise in hand, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. I thought I saw it.
I'm not too sure. Chris is holding his hand.
He's holding his hand back. Trying to figure this out.
He doesn't even want us to know.
He's got it. Oh, he's got the storm. Some people would side that out against Giga Plant, especially going first, but Bro kept it in and got roared for it. So I don't know. It's tricky though, because sometimes like if you clear a miracle and a miracle fertilizer and a back row, then that's pretty nice. But a card that I haven't seen come out a lot, but the hero decks against Giga Plant that's pretty strong is Super Poly.
Oh yeah.
Dark Gaia, or sorry, Gaia, Euro Gaia, answer the board. Just gets through the Stardust and whatever too. But one kind of annoying thing about that, I'm literally just yapping up here, but like if you supervise and take their Giga Plant, if you super poly, they have a Giga Plant and supervise, then you won't be able to Gaia half the Giga Plant that comes back, Like it'll still be resolving on chain.
Okay.
So you have to target something else. So then the guy is only 22.
So yeah, so it doesn't get.
Yeah, it's like so they'd have to already have a guy on board.
You are still kind of breaking the board.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
So
definitely
it's just
probably a good card to break the board. Is that the professor? Yeah. Yes, bro. You're here with Southside Gaming, James Ark, watching round 4. Big prizing. We're here with Mario.
Huge prize.
We got Mario. And we're watching this Giga Plant versus Hero Frog competition.
Yes.
So this is still Carlos's turn, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Think about
You
what
went
to do.
heavy set.
Well, I think you went heavy, summon Stratos again, set. And then is CJ, is he maybe in, where we are in the turn cycle?
Crow.
Oh, are we maybe, he's, it's like, where in the turn
I
are we?
don't know.
Whose turn? Is it maybe?
Maybe he just summoned
did he have
Stratos
6?
and passed.
Did he have 6 in hand? Or sorry, 7 in hand. Oh, he maybe I think he used the Giga Plant. I think we actually are on.
Yeah,
CJ's turn.
we are on CJ's turn.
We got lost here. You're on CJ's turn. Throws the Giga, but I mean now what is he getting? We still didn't see. Yeah, maybe a Titanium in hand. But I think if he has Titanium in deck, it seems like pretty easy to get here. Yeah, he Gemini summons G2 deck. Gotcha. Yep. I am blocking that now. I mean, maybe like it depends what traps he has too, but I could see like a get Titanium in defense even.
I think you do just go for the Titanium here. Like, he has the back row.
Maybe in defense. Oh, he has a copy lens, so maybe. We also could make a Stardust with the Gourds.
That's true.
if we wanted to. But even
You
just
make
getting,
Stardust,
getting,
make
getting a
macros?
plus here, getting a plus with Power Tool is also not bad. I mean, you're kind of just grinding him out. This is one of the best things about this deck, in my opinion, is like, I wouldn't say it has like a great grind game per se, but like, yeah. So he didn't hard draw a supervise,
Okay.
which also maybe a bit of a punish, you could say, like, because he lone fired into Giga turn 1 and he shotgunned the break on it. But if he had waited, even for
Ooh.
battle, then okay, MSTs. Those MST and Dust Tornadoes are good cards here. But yeah, he really played around the possibility of him having supervised. Probably thinking kind of like I did, like, oh, if he didn't have the supervising hand, he's just always going Titanial there. But I think he might have hard drawn the Titanial, and yeah, maybe he could have gotten some
It
extra
looks like he
value.
hard drew it.
Maybe he
Just
could have gotten
waiting.
some extra value off the break, but I don't blame him. But
No, I think the break there was correct.
it just is revealed now that
He did just draw a Kai's.
did he?
Yeah,
That's going to be a big Kai's. Banish the Gorge, swing over the power tool and attack there.
Yeah.
Maybe not even needed because
Taking
you weren't.
1,000.
You weren't. Well, I mean, he thought he was going to get the DDR off and swing through, but now since it was just a tree one left on field, no point in attacking, and it gets attacked over for free. So.
Right. Do you think putting an attack was just too greedy?
I mean, he was trying to get the DDR off, but I think
Knowing the frog hero opponent has a back row set.
yeah, it's like I mean, if he hadn't it's hard because like when you, I think you're pretty sure it's like not torrential, I think he's probably torrentialing prior to that point. But it could definitely still be like a discard trap or the MSC dust or whatever. So if it's either of those, it's probably better for you to have gotten in defense. Oh, he has more follow up, and he has a supervise. Oh, see, he's kind of just working through the back row. So I think if he had, I don't know exactly what he had already, but if he just is sort of in this spot where he's like, even if he has the crackback, i.e. the Caius, like I'm gonna have follow up for next turn, then maybe it's still worth playing it in that way.
All right.
And if he loses the power tool, it's not the end of the world for him. And if he's able to resolve the DDR, then he's getting it for a lot of extra damage. I kind of think get back Titanial here, just poke.
Yeah. You can play it a bit slow. Carlos did bounce back his Kai's.
I mean, you don't even have to. You swing over the swap, obviously, but you don't even have to attack directly. I mean, when he Kai's his next turn, you're tributing off the Giga, but it's going to come back. Miracle is strong here. Copy. He still has his 2 supervising decks, so this is not bad odds to hit. Also, I understand why he crowed that.
Ooh, the Black Rose.
When this is just game. Oh, bro,
Yeah.
he's doing a little bit of tricks on it.
Yeah,
Oh, because he hadn't normal summoned yet either? Oh! Oh!
Oh, this is just game.
Battlefield? Where is it, bro?
Oh man.
I was saying right at the start, man, this is a guy that knows his combo decks and is going to execute. And I think he did exactly that. Are you proud? Yes, I'm proud.
Absolutely. That was
Yes! Yeah,
man,
no, he cooked.
that's
He
just
cooked. Hey,
tough.
he cooked,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, I mean, Gigabyte.
Yeah, I hate that deck, man. I just hate it because I played it so much with Marcus and watched him play it, and I'm like, yeah, it is. Yes, it is magical bullet. Like I said a little bit earlier, I mean, I clocked this a little bit ago actually because that guy he's on the Discord and stuff,
Right.
and he said at one point, just like in some off. I'd be watching. I take notes of things. And he said like really offhanded in some like other random Edison Discord channel. He's like, well, I topped this event in 2010, or like, oh, I topped with this deck or something. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, there aren't that many people that topped that event, or like that topped back in the day that, and I would probably know all of them. So I kind of quickly triangulated that this is CJ, who I knew very well back in the day, and yeah, so it's good to see him again, and old school player that definitely knows his stuff. And he finished with a lot of time to spare. He's got time to get some food. And,
so much time left.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see who's left, like undefeated after this round.
well, I think I was saying last night, or I think it was just talking to Devin. I think I was like, yeah, like I'm kind of curious to see how the combo decks like work. And Giga do at this tournament. I mean, I just made a whole video on it. I'll do. I haven't done really any plugs for my own thing, so I'm gonna do a brief one.
Yeah, go for it.
James Arc Yu-Gi-Oh. You know, it's on the thing, but go subscribe to the channel if you like what we're doing here. But I did make a video recently, kind of saying Giga flopped. Like I wasn't saying it, but I was low key being like, it hasn't really put up the results.
Right. It's like, where's all the, there was a lot of hype, but
even in saying that, I was like, I know it's a strong deck. Like I do know if you play it perfectly, it's strong. And so it's a combination of like certain people not showing up at the tournaments, or when they do, things just don't go their way. That's just variance. It's all these things. But like I think you kind of seen it before, even with the other guy that talked with Giga, not the other guy, but not Marcus at Orlando. But like that was a guy who he said in his deck profile, he's like, I don't really play Yu-Gi-Oh that much. I played Magic or something, but like I just like do this as sort of my pet deck, and I've been labbing it, and I really like these ratios and like blah blah blah. So Forgs and Giga, like those are kind of two decks that like you could just have these random people that maybe even don't play Edison that much, or like haven't had a lot of success with other decks. But if you really sat there and grinded it and learned all your combo lines and learned how to play through various scenarios, and you had some good fundamentals with it, then you could really come in and crush a tournament as basically an unknown. And I kind of love to see that, to be honest. Like just some guy who has really put in the time, and like even though he doesn't have like some name rep, just being able to do this thing. So I was very curious to see if we were gonna have kind of a hidden boss combo player,
just kind of go crazy.
Maybe CJ is the not so hidden boss that we needed. But yeah, there's 123, 122, 123 participants.
Over 120.
We are mid round 4 right now. A lot of folks are 2-1.
So halfway.
Yeah, halfway. I mean, over. A lot of folks are 2-1. AGT we just had on stream a moment ago. Marcus Hayden's 2-1, I believe. Ernie, Sizzle. Rob is 2-1. Yeah, a lot of 2-1 folks, and there weren't too many. I looked at the pairings to pick the feature, and there weren't too many people that I recognized that were still undefeated. But I mean, that's kind of how it goes. Yep.
Yeah.
You want next one? I mean, just let me know. I'm just walking around. I just want to make sure I'm not muted back.
No, you're good.
You're good.
Yeah, I mean, just finished anyway. I feel like this is kind of the awkward. Maybe for next time or for some other stream thing, I got to figure out like what to do with this block of time. The match is finished.
Like it finishes so early.
Yeah, you're like, because you could have the guy come in here and talk about, yo, I cooked him, whatever. But like, is that even but yeah, some way to add some additional content or have it be a little more structured.
I kind of wish we had like 2 stream setups. So one finishes really early, we could just pan to the other one, just like swap it.
Yeah.
That's it's like a good idea. Like they did that for One Piece Day in Dallas.
Oh, okay.
They had 3 streams because it was like they separated it into like 3 different regions. So it was like pods. So it was just like, oh, this one ended, we'll go to the next one. This one ended, we'll go to the last one.
Yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, like, not that this is like the primary concern, but it's like the entire setup is like, you know, costs some money to set up and to sort of like produce. But just once you already have the whole structure of it, just adding another setup is like not that
Yeah.
crazy. So
Yeah.
it's possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't. No, I was thinking about it a lot beforehand, and I feel bad that I kind of didn't come to a conclusion because like people do like the bingo card. I don't know if you watched other Yu-Gi-Oh streams. Like that's like I think
Oh.
Keegan kind of started it.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
he got the idea. But like the bingo cards, and I think Fraser's done a similar thing. Like like see someone kill through gores, and they'll
Mhm.
mark off on the. That's okay. I don't love that. But I feel like there needs to be some little gamified. I was thinking about something. Let me run this by you. I'm still working out the idea.
Okay.
But I want to like. I was thinking about some sort of lifeline thing, like in Jeopardy or not Jeopardy. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Like phone a friend, ask the audience, whatever. Something with that. Because I was having the idea like, okay, what if I know all the boys, all the Discord boys are watching the stream. I know they are. Sound off in the chat.
So all the homies are there.
Yeah, I mean the general Discord, but the bongo boys chat is probably all watching and having on the background, and so I like being able to hop in our VC or whatever, and be like, yo, did you see that guy throw like, and then have like one of these random internet users be like, yo, that guy's ass, fuck you, you didn't even come, what I mean?
Right.
So like having some call in feature, I think would be interesting. And then I don't know. That's kind of all I got. That was the one idea I had,
Right,
and
okay.
I didn't think about hard enough how to execute. What other people do? What are streams that you watch?
I think that is pretty hard because it's like you can even do
To
it
fill-
with-
to fill
you
that
know
space,
yeah,
yeah.
to fill in that type of space. I think like my favorite thing is just swapping between matches or
Yeah.
even like just bringing
Honestly,
up-
this is not bad. Seeing it just sort of as like sort of ambient background visual of like here's
Yeah.
what's going on here.
Yeah,
Like,
also just showing people like how the locals looks like
Yeah.
this locals it started out
it
as
fits.
and it started out as one small like kind of hallway, right? And then it expanded to a second area, and now we just got the third one, which is like where you
Oh, yeah.
mainly enter.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know that. I thought this space was all just.
yeah, no, we just tore the wall down.
Awesome.
Like, a month ago. Yeah, the store is less than a year old.
That's awesome.
I mean, guys, come check us out. Southside Gaming in Margate, Florida. Show up.
What is it, 30, 40 minutes from Miami?
No, it's
45.
a bit farther.
Hour from Miami. I went down there last night. It was like 30. It was like 40 minutes.
Yeah, it depends on traffic.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
main
it was
thing.
like late.
That is
so-
the main thing.
Yeah.
If there's no traffic, it's like
like 40.
it's
I was
easy
in North
cruising.
Miami.
Yeah, like 40. Yeah. But if there's traffic, it can be like 2 hours.
Actually, it's funny you say that because when I was still up in New York and I was just like plotting out like my plans for the day for the trip and stuff,
Right.
I was like looking up these different addresses, and yeah, like at one point I think I looked up from here down to Miami and it was like an hour and a half, and I was like, oh damn,
Yeah.
I'm definitely not doing that. And then I looked up way later and it was like 35, 40 minutes, and I was like, oh okay,
That is one thing.
Yeah.
Florida is just like specifically Miami.
Yeah.
Right? It's the traffic. Traffic's crazy.
yeah.
So
Too much time down here overall. I went down. I mean, I have family in Florida, but not really in Miami area, so I wasn't running there a lot. But like right before COVID, like 2019, I like worked on some stuff in Miami, so I was down here just for like 3-4 days.
Bonnie
But,
Ruben cracking packs.
big reveal.
No, it's a bunch of tokens. Yeah, go for it.
Pull it down.
I will. How many participants? There was about 122. So that's pretty good. That is crazy. Are you guys enjoying the games? Sorry, we don't have like a second setup. Only one stream setup. It's a pretty nice one, but. So, yeah, it's about 13 minutes left. There's still so many games. You guys can ask any questions. Go for it. So it looks like a hero deck. Skyscraper. That's it. That was like my first Edison deck. With like Barbaro, Still Drain, yeah. Simple Edison. I do want to see everyone's records after this. A lot of close games. But then there are others, like the Gigabytes game we just watched. So the last two matches have there's just been 2-0s. Hopefully we get like a really, really good one next round. Oh man. Yeah, probably we'll be back. Break for lunch, straight on. I don't know. I'll eat eventually. What is it? 3:40. That's 3:40 already. I'm not that hungry even. But I'm gonna go see what everyone's doing. Give these deck lists back to the judges, and then yeah, we'll be back next round. See.
Can you just tell me if you can hear us or not? Oh. Yo? Yeah, okay, it's on now.
Okay, cool.
Yes, it is. How long until the next round? I don't know, like 10 minutes. 10, 15 minutes.
All right.
Are you sitting or are you?
Yeah, I'll sit. I pulled a card from the packs. I got some like Starlight. I don't know. That Gigabyte's deck is scary.
From, he's a
Monster.
He's an OG.
He's an OG. That's good.
He,
Always good to
he
have
literally
a-
is an OG. Like,
You had two OGs back to back, and the Torres guy. I'm sure he's an OG.
I don't know if I would call him. I mean, no.
He's newer though. I mean, not
Yeah,
newer,
exactly.
He's not newer.
Exactly. Well, he's. I just only say that for him because he played back when I was like.
Oh, okay.
Andres, I mean, maybe he played at the time that I didn't. But. You,
I won, yeah. I won. It was a Blackling mirror. My opponent was not too fond of me, I don't think. He was reluctant to sign the slip.
play slow.
No, we finished with like 25 minutes left.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's done now.
Yeah. It was a good match. I don't know. I got him real good in the second game. He summoned Thunder King, set 3 back row. I opened Solemn Storm.
Thunder.
Oh yeah, Thunder King. I opened Solemn Storm, Sirocco, Whirlwind. I was like, yeah, set Solemn pass. Attack for 19, sets another back row. I'm like, yeah, Storm, Road, Solemn, send everything. Just beat her.
Sending.
Yeah, just start sending it to the grade. So
I think this might be. I believe his name is Gabe on the right. Who I think-
wait, is this another meme right now?
Yeah, but they're just wandering around. That's like.
Oh, with the that's
they,
what
they
the
haven't.
doing with
They
the
haven't
camera.
really been doing. They haven't been like focusing on one. Like usually they'll like watch maybe like until the end of this game. Then they'll start walking around.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's focus on this. I thought this was just like
No, I mean I find it hard to like. I mean not no, but like I don't know. Sometimes just. But
you know there's like pills for that, right?
no, just like it's a smaller screen and that. But yeah, I think this guy is Gabe, if I'm not mistaken, who's current pro, like won tool multiple YCS.
Okay. So he's playing boards, I assume. If you have Desprog, right? That's a fair assumption.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it's either fours or like Dream Frog.
Oh yeah, you invented that, didn't you?
Yeah. I think I might need to do a video sometime like maybe like ranking next time.
Oh, that's like people are gonna
Just
think
like-
you're even
just
more
like
arrogant
full-
than you are.
Full self blaze.
What's that card he has on the board? Is that Giga? Is that? It looks like Giga.
Yeah. I mean, he had Mark. I think he went Mark tribute.
Oh, it's
Okay,
Vanity's
it's Vanity. Okay.
That's Vanity. Oh, cool. Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, Avarice is coming. He has no back row. This one's probably over. How many viewers did we have, or you have at the highest peak? The most?
It was like 45, I think.
That's really good. That's really good.
Yeah, I mean that was when it's been kind of going up steadily throughout the day. I mean, and also we're close to halfway done, but not even.
Yeah,
really.
I mean, once Top Cut starts, and I thought it was a really good business decision by them switching at the top 16. It's more content for the Top Cut.
Yeah.
It's like, look at the difference in terms of views you would get if you put Top Cut in front of anything. It'll get tons more views.
I wonder if they'll break. I mean, maybe I should tell them to like
They probably should.
break the stream
Yes.
into two sections.
And then put Top
But
Cut
then
of X.
sometimes you lose conversion because like people don't.
Sure, but those guys are just AFK anyways. So you'll have like a conversion guy, and then you can also chop up the Top Cut. I think it's a big difference, but up to you. Hey man, studying, bro.
Media.
Luke Belmore. I studied. Have you seen those reels? Oh.
No, I think I know who you're talking about.
The guy who's like, it's like a meme.
What are you watching?
Every guy that I want to get into the room with, I know as much as I can about.
Oh, I
like
have
I'll go up and
yeah,
be
yeah,
like, yo,
yeah.
bro, how did and I'll drop something that he did last week. How was it? Oh shit, this guy's paying attention. Example, Tristan. Up a video, his favorite whiskey, Johnny Walker. What do I do at duty free? Fucking Johnny Walker. That night, sipping the fucking Johnny Walker in the war room by myself with him chilling. Why? I studied, bro. I knew what he liked.
So cringe,
Every
bro.
guy that I want to get into the room with, I know as much as I can.
If I did that, what if I did that with like here? Like found out like fucking doubts. Like, bro,
Bro,
how did the Johnny Walker go, bro?
that'd be so funny. Actually, it'd be even funnier if he knew the joke.
Yeah.
Who is that? Hi, AJT.
Harrison, Jean.
Hello, sir. All right, I'm abandoning you. Tired of being here. Later. Enjoy.
Find the food.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Find the food. Got me starving back here.
Okay.
Call the police. Don't call the police. I don't even really have to be back here like that. I just, you know, I like to do my duty. You know, I came down here to commentate, and I'm gonna commentate. I'll commentate for fucking 14 more hours if they want me to. It's been a good time in Florida, though. We had a nice time last night. I think, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just curious what's going to end up doing well, because there's just so much hype around the new decks, but also like, obviously I still think Blackwing and Bayou have good matchups against all these things, and there is, you know, like it or not, a big like play skill differential between people who consistently top these things and often use that to get an edge. So especially true with those combo decks and playing against those combo decks, because sometimes you have to play in kind of unconventional ways to play around. How many rounds today? It's all finishing today, first of all. There's 7 rounds Swiss, cut to top 16. So we just finished round 4, 3 more rounds of Swiss, cut to top 16. But yeah, I mean, what is it, 4 p.m. now? So we're 3 more rounds of Swiss, 7 p.m. I mean, we're out of here by 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. around then, I would say. Long day, for sure, long day. That's tournament started at 11. If you're in the finals, you're finishing around 11. But, you know, any notable players undefeated now. Someone, they just told me that the guy that we watched round 1, who was playing Dark Gaia stun stuff, he's undefeated, funnily enough. But aside from that, no, I'm not sure if Andreas won his last round. If he did, then he would also be undefeated. But a lot of the people that I came down with, AJT, Marcus Hayden, Sizzle, and Ernie, they are all X1, I believe. If they've still all won, they were X1 as of last round. So I hope they're still X1 for their sake. But CJ, I mean, he's undefeated, but I don't know. I'm trying to keep an eye on everybody, but I'm also still learning everybody's names, just as far as, you know, players I don't know that are more local. But yeah, I mean, we're cooking. Yo. Oh, sorry. Any other cool decks we could feature? I'll be on the lookout for it. I mean, maybe I'll do a little ask around of judges or other players if there's anything really interesting at the top. I mean, I would, if that Dark Gaia guy remains undefeated, maybe not this next round, but because I just still want to get, you know, enough different people. But I'm definitely interested in getting him back on, especially if he makes Top Cut. But I mean, any deep run with that deck, and it seemed like he was playing it pretty well, would be interesting. But I haven't, I don't know about cool deck. I mean, I'm sure there's some like decks with interesting tech cards and stuff like that, but obviously I'm not out there on the floor, so not really sure. Tier 2 decks that are doing well. Yeah, I'll ask around. I mean, that's a good question. I'll try to tap in with people who have been more out on the floor and check in on that, because I would be interested in that as well. But we've had a pretty good representation. Let's see. We had round one. What Dark Gaia Hero Frog, right? That was, I think, Dark Gaia Hero Frog. And then round two, it was I guess that was just Hero Frog Vayu. Yeah. And then round three, it was GB Blackwing. And then round four just now is Giga Hero Frog. So a lot of Hero Frog. Maybe I'll try to avoid featuring Hero Frog as much as I can. I don't know. I mean, realistically, the way this works, as you can kind of maybe even see visually, like in a few minutes, most likely, whenever this round drops, I'm going to either go out there or they're going to bring me the pairings. I'm going to look at them and I'm going to say, hey, please do this one. Let's get them over here, whatever. And based on me knowing the players or whatever. And so I also don't necessarily have a lot of time to be like, wait, what are they playing? Like, let me go check around with this. So not trying to make excuses. It's just the reality of the situation. And I don't know if I have access to everybody's, deck lists like that beforehand. Like they bring them over, but so we're cooking. But I think, still been interesting. And I do feel you on just kind of being a little more diverse in the matchups. So I would appreciate that as well as a viewer. Let's see. I think they're getting something going out here. Can't tell. No one's rushing to sit down yet. Yep. Two things, Mario. Just sit back down.
Yeah.
One, I want to figure out, when pairings are up, a good feature match to pick.
Mhm. I do have my eyes on something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to pick? You pick. How about that?
Yeah.
You pick.
Just hopefully they don't play against CJ.
I ideally someone who's undefeated or someone that we haven't seen before, but I'm down to have you pick. Sure.
Yeah. Actually, it's Hassan.
Okay.
Yeah, he's playing Vayu. He's doing pretty good.
Sure.
But there's also another GB player who's doing pretty good as well.
Yeah, maybe at this point, it doesn't have to be undefeated, so we could dip in a little bit to the X1s. And then my other question to you, I mean, maybe when you go out there to look at the pairings, they're ordering food, and they said it was about to be here. I would love the food. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I
I think they're still like.
As long as it was ordered.
Yeah. No, it was ordered.
Okay. No, that might work. I'm not like actually like dying, but.
Did you eat today? Did you have breakfast?
Yeah.
I had a
yeah.
coffee.
You need breakfast?
I had a coffee and like a little
Mario.
spinach wrap.
Mario, what are we doing?
I'm not much of a breakfast guy.
That's interesting. I have 4 minutes.
So we've had a Blackwing, a GB.
I actually just did that.
Frog here.
Just
Did
right
you?
before you came in, I just went.
Actually?
I just did it all.
What are we missing?
Well, we've had a lot of Hero Frog. That's the thing. I mean, not that it's been in 3 out of the 4 rounds.
Okay. Yeah, because I didn't commentate the first.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say I'm really trying to avoid Hero Frog from here on out or anything like that. But I mean, if I could help it, if I could choose, then I think yeah, we had a Blackwing, but other than that, it's just been one of Blackwing, Dark Gaia, Vayu.
Oh, that's what I wanted to say. That the Dark Gaia.
Yeah,
guy?
you said he was still undefeated.
Yeah, he's undefeated.
Yeah, I would be down to get him back on for sure a little later. I just would rather still get some new people.
Oh no, of course.
But no, I'm very curious about what he has going on. He played pretty well in the one that we saw.
Yeah, it seems like he definitely like pilots that deck.
Yeah.
He knows what's going
Yeah,
on.
it just goes back to what I was saying before. It's like these random people who lab out their decks and just like find
Just
a way
come
to
out of
cook.
nowhere and cook.
Yeah, that's like I would say that's like my biggest fear. It's like entering any tournament is just
Right.
like encountering. It's like that type shit. Like you know, the man that's practiced one punch 1,000 times type thing.
Right.
Like it's like
Like they've truly mastered.
I don't want to play the guy that's been locked in his basement learning Gigaplant combos
Oh my God.
for 10 years.
You know who that is?
No, it's up.
That is Mr. Miguel Garcia, I think. But he won like a SJC back then.
I know you're talking
Or
about. That's
two.
crazy. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like
I
you
think
know,
he got second at national. I think he went to Worlds.
Yeah, he did.
It's all up there. That's crazy.
Very, very good player.
Yeah,
Of course.
that's crazy.
Always shows up every now and then. Just like says what's up.
I got him confused. I remember, and this is slightly racist. We're getting into the racist part of the stream, but with Mark Garcia, who is a known Edison player. He's done well at some of the RBTs, and he he goes Zabo 91. He's done well at a bunch of stuff online. But he also doesn't play that much, and I will fully like full glaze admit to like I'm obsessed with this dude because he just like comes out of nowhere, does really well, rarely plays. I've spoken about this many times, and I also talk to him on occasion. But then I just keep finding out new things about him. The Zabo lore, bro. This guy also, he got second at nationals as well.
Okay.
It's
a good feat.
To Austin Coleman. I think this is like 2006. So he went to Worlds too, and he also like he has all these like random like either deck profiles or like feature matches or something from random ass shown jumps. I think he's also a West Coast person, so it's like maybe just someone I was a little less aware of. Yeah, he got second at 2 Ultimate Time Wizards. So he's like he's cooking the Ultimate Time Wizards, he's cooking the RBTs. He like played at Edison, I think either at Edison or tournaments around then with like gadgets and like he had all these deck profiles and stuff. And then he also like he got second at another shonen jump in like 2011. I think he was playing Blackwing. And he was maining deck dev. He was on the deck dev wave. Like,
right.
bro, he's been cooking for fucking decades. He's the locked away. He's the locked in his basement guy, and that's why I don't want to play him. But shout out to Zabo 91.
Man's a god at retro before.
Yeah, dude, he is very good. I lost to him at one of the RBTs. I'm still salty about it, but like, you know, what are you gonna do?
Was it at least close?
Sorry?
Was it at least close?
I don't remember. Probably not, dude. I wish it was. I wish I could say yes, but he's the goat. That guy's drip is great. Actually, when someone's asked about the drip, I don't know.
Oh yeah, the best drip in the tournament. I mean,
I don't know if I can co-sign that drip. Not to be a hater, but like that's some fucking
It's
Renaissance
out
fair drip.
it's out there.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that's some wacky wild guy drip. Like, and I
Yeah.
respect it. That's your vibe. Do your thing. But like, you know, like I'm not trying to go through like the prop, like, you know, the prop costumes at the Playhouse.
Yeah.
Like, but no disrespect. We need some dripped out motherfuckers in here though. We need some more drip. I think the Yu-Gi-Oh drip needs to be studied a little bit. I've been interested in this a while. Like, what is like gamer esports like style? What is like? I mean, it's all hoodie. Everybody's
It's
got
gotta,
hoodies.
yeah. You need to have the hoodie, right?
It's a lot of like comfy. You know, people have like the kind of like tapered sweatpants stuff.
Yeah.
You know, there was for a while, less so now, but there was a lot of like Yeezys. I feel like that
There
the
was,
like
there's definitely a period of just like everyone wearing Yeezys.
'Cause
It was
it's
like
kinda
Yeezys,
comfort.
sweatpants, hoodie.
it's definitely about comfort. You want to be
Yeah.
able to grind while being in comfort, whether you're sitting on your couch or like, you know, or you're locked into your stream setup. Like, I think it's got to be about that, but it's also sort of like you're moving through. It's also sort of like active wear in a weird way. I don't know. I've been trying to figure out what locked in with the Yu-Gi-Oh player drift, and I'll also say, I know I'm just talking at you, but I appreciate you listening. Is because I've talked to a few folks about this, and like I had someone ask me like, are you gonna wear an outfit? You know, not for this, but like in general, like when, and I was basically like, no,
Wait,
not
like to a tournament?
and I was like, not really. Like, I'm not really in my head being like, oh, I'm gonna wear this, I'm gonna kill him with this, you know?
right,
like-
right.
But I think for a lot of people, it's like first day of school vibes. Like, yo, let me get the
Right,
fit right.
yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah.
like, and I find that to be a very funny phenomenon.
Yeah.
But there I think is totally an element of that where everyone's trying to like,
You guys pick who you want.
can
Yeah,
we get the pick?
I'm,
Or you want it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go see. Because depending on who this is.
They're about to pick the pairings for our round 5 feature. Lock in, bro. You can see I'm just heating up. Bro, I grind DB for 12 hours a day for 3 years straight. You think I can't do this? You think I can't focus on some random people playing IRL? Don't doubt me. I know none of you are doubting me, but just, you know, like I have to create some like fake opposition to compete against. And I see that guy at Chick-fil-A, so I think I'm about to eat soon. And then I'll get even more powerful. Dude, it's a lock. Thank you for rocking with me, by the way, and Southside Gaming. They appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm chilling. I'm big chilling. We got Mario in this bitch. It was nice having Ruben on, though. I mean, no, just Mario's been great. I found it very interesting to talk to Ruben about differences between Current and Edison and stuff like that. We'll see what he gets up to later. Let's get some more likes for the stream. I agree, Zukinestro.
That's where you're gonna come on straight.
Okay. Oh, he's playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sick.
come on.
Hell yeah.
Brooks.
Yeah. So
Figured he's at table 6. I know he's
Oh,
X1,
run it.
but he's,
No, run it.
He's doing really good.
Absolutely. I'm also always curious. Like, first of all, he's playing Bayou, right?
Yeah, he's playing Bayou. He loves Bayou. Like if he plays
Interesting.
this format, Bayou.
Well, it's also like, I mean, it's not like the most skill express. Like, you know, it has obviously like sack elements, whatever. But I think it is interesting to watch people play Bayou. People play it differently.
Yeah.
You know, if you're open to sack hand, then you're gonna do the same thing as everybody else. But like, you know, I think the way people pace stuff out and grind through back row, I think there's a lot of skill expression in it. So someone like Kamal or like you're talking before with Ruben, it just, you know, I'm interested to see how people like that are applying this skill and what they're doing differently than I might, because they're
Right.
kind of coming into it with fresh eyes.
Yeah. He did tell me because I spoke with him. He won one of his matches just because he's playing Armory Arm.
Yeah.
Like you know, he just had like an Armory Arm OTK. It's just
Nice.
like
Yeah, a lot of it. I mean, the OTK, like Colossal OTK, comes up occasionally, but definitely Armory Arm,
Yeah.
like itself, either to play through Gores or I think sometimes something that people overlook for sure is even without Colossal, you know, equipping Armory to their guy and crashing stuff into it comes up quite a bit. And in that deck, because you could have maybe Armed Wing and Armor Mat, you know, you could have a couple Value synchros. And
I think that is what he did.
yeah, you don't always
So-
need Colossal to do it. A lot of people kind of tunnel vision that they
Yeah.
gotta have Colossal.
Like I know a lot of the guys in this area, you know, everyone kind of like they'll look at their deck list and stuff and just like even ask for opinions. Like,
Yeah.
Like even asking like people like Andres Torres and you know just good players, right? And it's just like a lot of the discussions, like some of these people don't believe in like, oh, you don't need Armory Arm or you know stuff like that. But like, you know,
It's maybe
when it
but
comes up,
it's a good one. I don't
it's-
really know what else you play.
yeah,
Yeah, Giga Tactic, because you can supervise back the thing. That's a nice tactic. Crash, you don't even need the Colossus. Crash in their guy, Gigabytes get back, they take 48. Easy. Yeah, we got Kamal Crook. So I know a bit about Kamal. I know he's won a couple of the 3v3s, right? Like
yeah, that is Kamal Crooks.
Yeah.
He just won a 3v3 or something.
the Salvador
YCS.
one, is that right? Or was it a different one?
Whichever one just passed. It was literally like.
Well, there was the
most
Vegas
recent.
one, but I think I think he won because Jesse won Vegas.
Mhm.
Jesse Kahn won Vegas. I think he won the South America one, if I'm not mistaken. But he's won a bunch of. I'll look it up right now. I thought you might know the full
I
spiel
don't,
about it
but-
than me, but
Kamal's like a brother to me. I don't know. Every weekend he's gone. We're both like at different events and stuff, and just always rooting for him.
Kamal is just someone that kind of started playing and like got prominent after I had sort of stopped paying attention to the game, at least modern. So he's someone that I'm like not really sure everything that he's done. But let me just give you a highlight real quick.
Yeah, he like super started like grinding the game and getting really good like around the link. Like pendulums to links.
So we got a YCS Atlanta 2018 third, YCS Memphis first, Remote Duel 2022. We got a win, and then we got a 2023 Team YCS win. We got a San Jose Team YCS win, and we have then just like you were saying recently in San Salvador. Another Team YCS win. So he has 3 Team YCS wins, 2 in South America. Might be a little Mickey Mouse. Sorry, Kamal. I don't know you that well, but people are saying what they say. So he has in total 4 YCS wins, which is kind of insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or he has 5. He has Memphis 2018, and then he has a remote one.
I know he has 4. I think he has 2 remote, 1 on his. He has 1 or 2.
I think he has a remote YCS here, and then YCS Memphis 2018. I think he has 5, dude.
He just got his 5th.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Also,
which is crazy. Back in the day, dude, that was just so unheard of. I mean, there were less events, obviously, but just like, dude, 5.
Also, he does play different card games, right? Like
Crazy.
Pokemon. Look at this.
Bro's cooking.
He's getting 20, like in Pokemon, it's pretty good. Pokemon, he got 20th before.
Yeah, and those are different, right? Like they pay out further down.
They pay out, yeah. He's got 7th place, so he's even top 8 at like these Pokemon regionals.
Good for him, bro.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Bowen in the stream. I didn't respond to you. Ernie is X1, I think. I'd have to double check, but he lost round 2, so he's been kind of down on the stream. But I'm down to get Ernie. I mean, I was playing with Ernie last night, and he was doing some cooking. He was playing against my Synchrocat deck, and he did lose a couple of them. He lost a couple of games, but Ernie was cooking. Ernie was cooking that fuck out of AJT, to be honest. They're waiting to start.
Yeah. Making sure everything's good.
Oh, yeah, let's press it. Okay.
Thank you.
Get you guys come
Okay.
Okay. So this is Joel. Yeah, more here from.
More frogs.
But I mean, hey, if you haven't learned the matchup by
it's
the end of
Edison.
this, if you haven't learned the matchup by the end of this, then you will.
I actually thought he was on Birds. I didn't get to see like his game, but I know he was doing pretty well in the last round.
Triple threatening roar, which
That is
that
crazy.
That's like one of those things that if they like a lot of froglets don't play threatening roar, obviously, but like if you're unaware of it, then like it could really catch you off guard.
Yeah.
Like if you're just expecting the back row to be a discard trap or whatever, like you get super blown out. Other than that, list looks pretty normal.
Yeah, maybe Kamal just plays around stuff like Raigeki Break. It's just like
exactly.
It's not there.
Because I mean that's kind of the thing too. Like you put down multiple. Thank you. Multiple attackers maybe or bodies on board to play around the Raigeki Break, and that kind of plays right into Roar and getting your board cracked.
Yeah, just play into Roar and just like you just respond their board with the absolute 0. Like,
or even like if you didn't have anything on board, you start your turn, you storm them, you think you're gonna just dark arm or whatever, like they roar you there, like stunted another turn. So this is Kamal's Blackwing list. Sorry, value list.
It's super standard. Literally,
he is playing a Foolish Barrel. That's a modern player card. That's a modern player.
It is.
Bro, I gotta search my deck card. 1 DDV.
I need to play the game. Yeah.
But other than that, it's pretty normal. but we are on 40 cards. I could think about it a little more and figure it out, but I mean, it's only one DDB, so probably that.
There's no mind control
There's no
main deck.
return.
No return, no mind control. So I guess he's just wanting to minimize on like the
Yeah.
breaks.
Yeah, I mean, they often aren't maining mind, but the return is interesting because people forget. I mean, people think return is the defining.
You know what?
What?
He's citing MST as well.
Oh no, MST. See, that's another modern player thing.
That is
That's some modern
definitely a
player
thing.
shit.
Yeah.
So we're just setting. Guy went first. Set. We're setting. We're setting up. Siding the MST. Siding the. Yeah. We'll go over the side once the side, but some stuff in there. Some interesting stuff. Shows he's been paying attention to the format. Yeah, the no return.
That's interesting.
I mean, people forget though, but it was not always mained in value. Some of my early lists, just to say, but early lists of value when people were first exploring the format, because there's a lot of Raiko Kaya's stuff that it doesn't play that well into. If you draw it early, if you draw it when you're going second, it's really only good when your engine is going. Then it's very good. But like
Yes. Yeah.
But I mean, it's not really a control card, right? Like it lets you kind of burst and OTK them. Sometimes it can let you refill your gray resources, talking about chain to a torrential, chain to a black road, I don't know, things like this. But for the most part, like if you're trying to play a really controlled game, it's kind of not a card that really serves that game plan. Not great mills, really very poor mills.
Pretty
I would
bad
argue.
mills. Yeah.
Yeah, those are basically all not a lore, but like
You don't want to see those cards.
but also milling the torrential. When your torrential's gone, the frog player can go a lot more crazy. So that's tough. And these guys are both
X1.
three. Yeah,
I
three.
believe they're
one.
X1. Yeah. I know Kamal definitely is X1, unless he got up there.
Yeah, I think they're both.
Also, I do want to point out the fact that Joel isn't maining the Unifrog.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
That is.
For a second, I saw it in the side, and I was like, I don't know if he's maining.
Yeah,
side
I had to check, right? I was like, oh, does he play two?
Because it's also with the threatening roar. You might think Unifrog kind of a good card,
Yeah.
but
Good put there.
Sorry, could you turn that down again? I asked you this before. Well, I think they're both on. Maybe you just turn one off. I don't know. I'm kind of tripping about it. So we're distributing for monarchs. I mean, and this is kind of where you don't want to be when you just have a lot of normal summons and flip monsters, and they're just getting pluses off their monarchs. That's bad for you. Not a controversial statement there. He's sort of forced to bottomless that, but now we're reset to a fairly neutral game, and he just passes. See, I was going to say, this is kind of a. But I was going to say, this is like one of these neutral game states that, that like, I was just going to say whether a person who is less experienced with the format, I mean, I don't know, Kamal is or isn't from what we've talked about now, but like, if he will pick up on something like this, because like, yeah, like in this situation, like just passing, super strong, because like they can't monarch you, they can't really progress their board state unless they have a junk synchron or a miracle fusion. I don't know if he had heroes yet, but that's like the way that. Otherwise, like probably better to build up your resources until you can find out a way to deck dev them or make some more impactful play. Like that. We've spoken about that a few times, but one of these days, I swear, I'm gonna make a how to play against frogs video, and I'm gonna cover all this and more. But as you know, he had Gores in it. So no, I don't know what I'm talking about. He was just doing that because he had Gores. Either way, even if he didn't have Gores, it was a good play. Because they also have to respect Gores whether you have it or not. So, and I mean, maybe I was counting Kamal out too soon, because even though he got monarched, I think he's still in this. I mean, that guy still has, not that guy, Joel. Oh, and exactly what I said. This guy storms, and thinking that you might chain a Regeki break worst case scenario, and he got roared. That was damaging. And even though you might think Storm is kind of like dead card in this matchup, so to speak, it's still a card you can stack for Plague or discard for Brionac. So a lot of times that's also an advantage to not committing all your cards on the board. Like, not just that they're going to get Caiused or something like that, but a lot of times, your late games against frogs, whether you're resolving burial or return or whatever, you could end up plaguing multiple times. You're going to need those cards, or for Brionac as well. So I think I think that's kind of an underappreciated part of the format where, or I guess, of the format, whatever you want to say, is like they keeping that stuff in hand, enabling the plague later. Something you set on a way earlier turn could impact heavily that if you don't have that in hand. And he does have a burial. He has Sirocco Greffer, but I mean, a Monarch coming down here, banishing the Gores. That token's only 18. Loading up the banished, and he's at 42 now. So he's taking out here. I'll figure it out. So I mean, you didn't. He had the Gores. He actually did Storm and got roared.
Okay,
Like,
so it
literally,
did happen.
literally exactly like I said. And then he Caiused the Gores and attacked, and now Kamal's at 24. But he does have a burial in hand. He has burial, Greffer, Sirocco. So I think I think this is actually when Ruben was on stream. I was talking about he's kind of building up resources and waiting to
Just kind of pop off.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way this matchup often goes.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was gonna do last turn until he got roared once again. But I think you gotta do something here because he's at 24. He also knows Joel has a Mali Edge in hand. So any Mali Edge over Raiko, for example, would be game. So
Yeah,
he has
so
to be
he's
aware
kind
of
of
that.
forced to just play here.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't have a right going in right now, but it, like that Mali Edge does become a threat, and he also has Miracle. We don't know that he has Miracle. Yeah, interesting. Do you want to handle that? That's maybe a you thing. That's maybe a you thing. Just call it. Yeah, I don't know.
We both noticed it.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, I'm just streaming, bro. I'm just here streaming. I'm just here looking at things. I'm just here pointing things out. I'm just here trying to get my damn food. Let bro cook, No comment. No comment on that, Things are thinging, I feel like I might need to refresh the chat or something. Well, either way, it still seems like Kamal's not really in a great spot. I mean, he's kind of desperation Goyoing. I don't really know why. Oh, he took the Stratos because he didn't want to get Miracled back. But I mean, Miracle can. First of all, he could still Evil Edge and then Miracle if he really, really wanted to. But I mean, also just by attacking over the Stratos, he has his Miracle up. And this is just going to be game, I think, because you can get back. You can make a Brio here. You can bounce the Stratos. I mean, he just has so much juice here, unless he gets like oppression. But I don't think he had oppression, unless I'm unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, this is a bit of a cook because he can just priority it too, and I'm curious to see if he priorities multiple because I probably would. Yeah, I think you got it right. Priority Goyo Stratos, easy. Yep. Yep. Okay, I like what I'm seeing, to be honest. I mean, yeah, it's just game anyway. I mean, that was game one. So all I'll say. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, we caught it during game one, so it probably should have been a game loss for game one,
Yeah.
if anything. And game one just finished in the interim time, so I kind of don't feel like it should be a additional.
I did discuss it, and it would have technically have been that game.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Okay.
I guess.
I mean, they need to do something about it. I don't think these should get an additional penalty, but
yeah. Or if anything, right now it would be like a warning.
yeah.
And,
Yeah. Okay. As long as it's like
yeah.
being addressed. Just tournament stuff. Also, once again, not my circus, not my monkeys type beat. But yeah, these guys are both 3-1. This is round 5 of 7. Southside Gaming.
They're just hiding for game 2.
Yeah. Yeah, they're still siding.
Yeah, someone asked me to borrow 2 deck devs.
I might ask them.
I can try. Okay. That sounds good. They're still shuffling. They're good. Ooh. While opening up charge. Really a stroke. Oh, that's not good. Building both the 1-ofs. A lot of good information. Just doesn't have to play around any of those. This guy has Armageddon 9. Kamal just activated charge and milled Sirocco, Torrential, Mirror Force.
That's bad, but could be worse. It's always like that. I feel like that happens a good amount where it's like I'll mill 3 and I'll hit 1
It's like
piece,
one really good
and then
card.
like 2 power. But I
Yeah.
mean, the whole deck is like power cards and 1-on, so it's like.
Yeah,
But I mean, well, so if he has DEV though, this is insane. I mean, and he must have.
he has to. There's no. There's
So
no
I mean,
way.
when you like every time I if I open charge Arma DDV, I'm praying to get that piece. You know what I mean? Like I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
dude,
It's and there it is.
yeah. Okay, but it hits
Oh,
nothing.
it hits nothing?
It hits nothing, bro.
Wow.
I mean, the degree to which it's going to be that strong, like post, you know, like, but hitting nothing is kind of crazy. And not only nothing, 1-for-1 miracle, no other backer from
One
Kamal.
miracle. He
Rhoda.
has
1-for-1 miracle.
Oh
Rhoda.
man, this is.
He did have miracle, right? I'm not
He did. He
Yeah,
did.
okay.
Yeah.
That was like one of the best hands you could have. I mean, I guess whether you get DDV or not, but especially in the DDV. Oh, this happened to me before too, where you shotgun the deck dev. I almost feel like, I mean, it's hard to say. Deck dev against Hero Frogs, not near, especially post board nowadays, not nearly as good as it is against other frog variants.
Mhm.
And something that I feel with deck dev is honestly one of the best uses of deck dev is outing a duplock.
Yeah.
And because it can answer, you know, a duplock before or after it getting activated, basically. Sometimes I think it can be worth it to like not shot, especially if you don't have any other defense. I think that's the big thing. Like if you have other stuff to back it up, then like you're deck deving to cut off the early substitute, and then your other traps or rest of your engine are going to clean it up. But if you don't have anything, then like sometimes it's kind of a lot of resources to just go deck dev standby phase. And
Is that double Greffer in Kamal's hand? Double Greffer, double Raiko?
I mean, you searched one Raiko. So. Yeah,
Oh man.
it's not looking great here.
No, and he has to play through Gores, Miracles, just.
But a lot of times, like, you know, if the way you would have played this matchup or like this game with this hand or this matchup anyway, like had you not drawn deck dev, you know, you playing a lot slower and grinding it out, not committing to the board the same way we've been talking about, not letting them monarch you easily. And so I kind of feel like if just playing it that way and then still having the deck dev kind of as a trump card when you finally go for something,
Right.
like that might have been more effective. But it's really hard to know that. At the end of the day, it is just kind of a gamble. Like
It's always a gamble.
how many cards it's going to hit and what kind of hand they're going to have.
But I mean,
But yeah,
you open that hand with DDV, you're just gonna.
Phil.
You're gonna use it.
Yeah, well, the thing is too, bro. Even if he doesn't DDV it, that hand is going
That hand's crazy.
Like
that is.
and he doesn't have any
exactly
other
what
back row,
you
so
want.
he doesn't really have an option. You know, it's like if he had other back row and he could wait on the DDV maybe, but like if he just had gone whatever armor send, set no back row there, then like it's almost still just as bad.
Yeah.
Have I changed my mind on DDV versus Hero Frogs? I mean, I am still putting in some amount of DDV against Hero Frogs, keeping in whatever you want to say.
He just drew a third Greffer.
He sizes a third Greffer. He's
He
on that
does.
technology and put it in going first, probably to try to make the DDV live. And lo and behold, the DDV was live, but not. It kind of went live in a way that hand looped himself.
Yeah. This is hard, right? Because it's just like.
Yeah.
He knows he has the miracle.
Oh, he's under deck dev still. Yeah.
But
That was the second return.
what? Second I don't.
Oh, he showed. Was it a second, or maybe he didn't already have a miracle?
So he had a miracle. I think it's a second miracle. Or he only had 2 spells in hand.
He had Solex.
No, he has 2 miracles. He just drew 1 per turn.
Yeah. He's playing it slow. I mean,
So Kamal knows like he has to go through Gore's Soul Exchange and 2 miracles.
he's I mean he's screwed. But like, but it's also a little bit. I mean, in this exact case, like, having like, you don't want to give Kamal too many turns either. I mean, his hand's bad, but if Joel doesn't play aggressively enough, then he could conceivably start to get back in the game. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna try and push his advantage.
I can't tell where we're at right now. Is this main 2 of Joel's turn? Or is this the turn past? I don't know. Yeah, I think it's main 2.
Yeah. Draw Solemn. That's just.
I think he maybe just wanted to get this down. I mean, it's funny he plays around the Solemn too, but maybe just like in case he had the oppression next turn or risk getting, I don't know how many darks Kamal had engraved, but maybe just being a little worried about Dark Arm getting OTK. Like he's in such a good spot here that
and it's crazy. He's just not drawing frogs.
yeah,
Nothing small.
I mean, he
like-
milled all the stuff when he subbed, but yeah, literally DDB hitting 0 cards.
0 cards.
And just
Against
he has,
frogs,
he
it's
has
crazy.
everything. He has everything. Like
Yeah.
he has the Regeki break now as a piece of defense. Like Miracle on the 1-for-1 turn. I mean, he swung over the Arma, but yeah, I mean, you could have gotten more damage. I think he just wanted to play it slow and not commit the Miracle, like just grind out. But I kind of agree with you that, I mean, it was just so over from the moment he saw the hand. You know, it's like
Yeah.
not to say that excuses whatever, but like
Does mill a
does
value.
mill value, so he has a lot. He has Armor Master now, like he has value
Yeah.
and Arm Weight.
And you know what? Sometimes value can just kind of outgrind you. But like, it's just so hard.
Draws a deep prison, definitely. Just, I think it just goes to show. I mean, I don't have a like I don't think deep prison's a bad card or something, but
Does he send Necro here?
I feel like
Unless he sends another
I
value
mean,
to make
he
Armor
go
Master.
play Brio bounce, but
But he
he's using
knows
all his resources.
Yeah. I mean, he knows he drew a Regeki break.
But yeah, he doesn't really do it. It's true. I'm not sure why he got this deck. I mean, he knows the hand. He knows Miracle will just go over it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he's just. But it's like, yeah, it just really goes to show. I mean, I don't know if you want to say the power of the Hero Frog deck or like, I don't know, the card disparity, because it's like they're resolving things like miracles and 1-for-1 and Stratos, and meanwhile you have like a deep person to
Right.
give the sacrifice.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they're just gaining way more value than you, of course.
Honestly, though, like going 1-for-1 on each of these turns, like it's not too bad right here, but
It's bad.
it's bad.
It's
Kamal's just he has to fight back so hard. But you know what? He still has two values. He knows that Joel did pitch the Soul Exchange, so
yeah. I mean, the Soul Exchange was definitely a fine card to pitch. So I don't think he's gonna really need that.
yeah.
He does maybe need to start drawing some monarchs or something. But I mean, he just has the mirror. I mean, doesn't need it, but
Yeah, but I feel like he drew a monarch at any point right here. He just auto
yeah, exactly.
wins, you know.
And he has a lot of. I mean, he thinned his deck of the frogs. So.
Yeah.
It's still Joel's turn, right? I think. Or no, he passed back to Jamal.
no,
and-
it's Kamal.
sorry, I'm confusing their names.
Just
Combining
combining
their name.
combining their name.
Send another value. I mean, it's hard because, like, yeah, you're loading the grave, but it's like for what? You know, it's like you're gonna need to out the Duke block. Then also a way you might do that is with Plague, and you know, if you keep pitching cards, then you're not gonna really gonna have the resources in hand to use it well.
All right, yeah, you're just gonna pass back to Joel. Oh, you draw a Caius?
Is that what it is?
Can't tell. Or is
He has
Miracle?
chords, kind of anything. You
Okay.
just
Pitch course.
chords. Still at 7, but
I think he's just gonna try and kill him. Yeah, it's a Caius. Yeah.
He goes to six. Is he at 7,000 or 76?
He hasn't taken very much. I think he only took 400 from Stratos over Armand. So
66.
14
This
is that
this
66
is
and
gonna
there's
be
a
61
almost
or 59. Yeah. So it takes on a brain range as well. He has to crack back on this turn, obviously.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
He has one turn. And you still have to deal with Ab-Zero Duke block.
Yeah.
Like this is
You really need like a black rose, but even then he's getting back. You're a trap. That's probably not what you want to see.
do you have a way to Bria? That's just
Seems like he's about to scoop. I'm like, I can't tell. Every time he picks up his grave, I'm like, are you scooping? Like,
yeah.
I mean, you're on stream. You kind of want to play it out, I guess.
Mhm.
Oh, he does have a syrup. I didn't.
Yeah, he milled it earlier. He's had like he's been able to summon something. It's just he has to fight through like this was when he had Soul Exchange and Miracle, right?
True.
And even the back row. So
Yeah, you knew he had the double miracle too.
yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's anything that really gets you there here. I mean, you could go.
It's only if he has like
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say Colossal. That's exactly
yeah.
it. But he has Gores. I mean, Kamal doesn't know this, but he could tribute a 0 for Gores.
Yep. I mean he pitched the Gores.
Oh, he pitched the.
He pitched the
Oh, his
Gores.
last card's.
He has no cards.
His
in
last
hand.
card's Miracle. Oh, so he could.
No, he has no cards in hand.
Oh, he used them. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about yet. Okay. He's making Armor Master here, but he can't swing over. And he gets boosted. Armor Master defense. He's just gonna block and set a monster. What's going on? Where's Gale? Oh, Gale in defense that we can have. I'm gonna say this too, like. Okay, well, if he has this. I mean, yeah, I don't really hate this though.
This is
Guy like me would be swinging with those Duke frogs all of a sudden.
just probably gonna swing in.
Getting that tree warren attack. I mean, yeah, he's so down bad,
But like Joel knows he doesn't have Miracle, or I'm sorry, he doesn't have Mirror Force, he doesn't have Torrential, he's down a deep prison, he has no return.
oh my god. Well, I mean, that doesn't.
It doesn't
actually
do much, but
Oh, we did have wait, that just came on board, right? Wait, did he have this? Oh, we have the highest for that reason. Okay.
yeah.
Well, hold up. Wait a minute. Because now he can Silverwind over. I mean, he has a lot of he has a lot of draws that just kill
He
him,
has a lot of-
obviously, and he's at 8,000. So, but
I mean, one Caius' game.
yes, and the brain or econ or whatever. But
Yeah.
but he does have another volume grade, right? Like I'm pretty sure
Yeah, he does.
he
Yeah.
sent double.
He
Yeah,
should.
so Silverwind's over.
This is what I kind of wanted to see Kamal send the Necro. Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
he's
that
over.
earlier. Like one of the ways I feel like when he had the dupe up, I was like, he needs a second DEV, but I didn't think he'd actually draw it. I saw Gigaplant earlier.
He drew the Caius.
Oh, Jesus.
It's just not fair. Caius banished himself. Wait.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you could banish. Bottom's gonna stop either way. Honestly, though, if Kwon draws like a Dyna or like a Kaiku,
Yeah. If he draws a Kaiku here, that's.
I mean, it's so bad. He's in a bad spot.
He's
I'm
in a
not-
terrible spot. But like then he would only lose to like a brain control, right?
Yeah. And like the Stratos is gone.
Yeah.
Chaos Sword.
Oh, yeah, he does play
It's
Chaos Sword.
damage. It's damage. I mean,
You have
he's
to-
still under the deck dev.
Oh my god.
I mean,
oh no.
it's not game.
It's not, but again, this is why I would have liked to seen like the Necro, right? Like imagine if you had a Necro runner here.
I also think that like, yeah, I know. I mean, the Plague, like, he could have kept the Sword in hand and like made an 8. I mean, like he brings back the Treeborn, he could have banished to make an 8 if he waited a turn. I mean, you're leaving your board open, but all the cards that they would draw that would kill you are probably going to get hit by deck dev. I mean, it's still such a bad spot. No, deck dev's over. I think it was over. It was over. You saw he saw Caius Evil Edge and used it on that guy's turn. So he showed it for no reason.
Yeah, Caius Mally. No, this
It was
is
over. I guarantee it was over.
Oh, it was over. Yeah. You're right.
It's okay. That'll happen. But and it's also just Omega game.
Yeah. I'm all looking frustrated.
I mean,
Can't blame him.
yeah, you're pretty bad, and it's just like this games when you deck dev and you know it's like the expected value of it is like supposed to be, I mean, higher than what happened.
At least 2 cards.
Yeah,
you
he has
know?
an alias or ocean whatever. He's something into TT's kind
He knows he doesn't have torrential or metaphors.
oh.
So this is just
of return
over.
to block like
Yeah. I think he will return too.
Yeah.
Also returning to just not lose is
Oh, yeah,
like the
it's
worst
horrible.
feeling ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the match. Unfortunately, Kamal's X2 now.
Yeah. That was
That was
tough.
at least it wasn't a super quick 2-0 like the other
It's like-
matches.
Yeah,
but-
I mean, it was a weird one because it like felt unlucky to have that DDB, but it was more just that the hand was insane.
Yeah,
regardless.
that was
like regardless of DDB or not.
that was a crazy hand. I think the only thing you could ask more out of that hand is like drawing a Caius.
Yeah, or like Storm for the oppression or something. Like I mean, that's the thing. That hand would have gone cooked by oppression pretty hard, but
It would have actually.
but
That'd be pretty bad.
even then, you have Soul X Caius.
You do, yeah. And it's hard because you have to see Kamal like constantly just like not committing to the board, even though like the game is slow. You just have to play around the
even then, like
miracles.
when he even couldn't
Soul
swing exactly, he had the
Exchange.
miracle to crack back.
Yeah, that's just so tough. It's a hard match.
It's also one of those things. I see a lot of people talk about this, and like, I don't necessarily feel this way, but I understand why people say it. Is like sometimes like you dash shoot them, or in older formats, whatever. Like you see their hand, and like especially when they have cards like control spells, or like sometimes it almost makes you play worse. Like you're doing all this weird shit to try to play around it. Whereas if you had just not
Right,
known
like you're
about
not
it,
playing off the wall.
yeah, you would like
Right.
if you had not known about it and you just played normal, like yeah, you would have taken the hit the turn they used it, but it might have put you in a better spot long term.
Mhm.
So that's a hard thing to like, I don't know, figure
Yeah.
out. I feel like, but I feel like I've seen a lot of people complain about that. Like, it almost makes you play worse knowing that they have X, Y, and Z. Like a dark arm for you dust shoot them, you leave them with dark arm for whatever reason because you're crazy. But like, and then like you're gonna spend the whole rest of the game like tiptoeing around getting them to 3 darks engraved.
Yeah. It's like when you dust shoot and you just get like a dark arm a dad and then like their only playable monster. You're just like, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
This
But it's
is-
so hard because then you know, like the second they draw a Raiko, you're like,
Yeah, it's like I now have to deal with all of this. So it's
even an
just- it's
Arma
so
is too
tough.
engraved. But I didn't send the guard now. I mean, I don't know. That was a weird one. Like, I'd have to watch that back and see because
Yeah.
it was. I feel like I'm less concerned about what he sent when.
You know what it could be? He could have sided out his guard.
It's possible.
Listen,
possible.
it's very possible.
But yeah, let's consider about like what he sent when and like more like when the Greffer was getting committed and all things like that. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think that one was kind of honestly from the
Yeah.
from the get go. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. That was a round 5 in the books.
So 2 more rounds after this. Pretty good.
What's good, James? It's Paul. Hope you are well. Keep lots of religions. Yes, I mean, yeah. Topic was like, no. I mean, I understand that for sure. That like, yes, by the end point of the game, but at the point he sent the plague, I mean, he didn't have the sword yet, and like it did seem possible. Like he at that point he was worried about outing the Duplock, so I think he was like thinking about how
He's
he's
like,
going to get to like
maybe I have
Brio
a
or a
forward
Dark
Brio
End or
play.
something.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm like, I feel like it's hard for me to say it would have definitively been better to send Gardner at the point he sent it. I think since he had 2 activation cycles of Greffer at least, like maybe Gardner should have been sent on one of those. So and yeah, it would have changed the game a lot. Yeah. But also at the same time, he just died to Kai's at the end. So like actually, like it would have just but
Yeah, it's just like I feel like once you have a footing in that matchup, right? And especially like at that point, you kind of do just want to like just send the Necro Gardner. I don't know, but it is hard. It's a tough choice.
It's one of
very
those
hard.
things that, like, I mean, sending Necro Gardner like quite literally like a defensive card, and like in that spot, that's one of those situations you're so down bad. You're also really down in life. Like you need a lot of things to go right.
Yeah.
Like you need to hit a good sequence of draws yourself. You need to them to hit a kind of dead sequence of draws, and so I feel like sort of again, I'm not sure at the exact juncture that he did it, but like plague in theory giving you like more gas, like it's more ways to apply pressure and deal more damage more quickly as you see a few more draws, like could be
for me it was more like the game state. It's just it's difficult. Like I don't blame anyone for sending Gardner or Plague. Right? It's just like the way I saw the game kind of going. Like if Kamal was able to kind of claw back a bit, maybe you want the Negro Gardner, but maybe he just thought like I need this Plague so I can really just play the game.
Yeah. It's like with so few cards, like even if you are Necro Gardening what would be a lethal attack, but then if you're still top decking, you just need to out that monster on board,
right?
Like in order to not die the next turn. So
yeah. But if you're top decking, right? Like it's just the worst. It literally just the worst. Like you're in a terrible spot, and then if you have to Plague back like whatever you draw, it's bad.
Yeah. You need 2 cards really to do anything. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna go figure out what's with this food. I'm hungry as well. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold it down. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, do you want to give?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just the table on the left.
What you say?
The table on the left. The far left table.
Oh, the food are here.
Oh, okay. All right, guys. The food is here. We'll be back.
Yo, I'm back. I think Ruben is going to join me in a moment, but we have Hassan and Cody on stream, and this is table 2. These guys are both undefeated. We have Hassan on what's up? Hassan on Vayu and Cody on Black.
All right, guys.
Welcome back.
I'm back. Me and Mario switched off for a couple rounds. I got to watch some stuff on the outside. How was things on this?
It was good. I'm trying to think if there was anything super notable. Probably not. I mean, that just the last round. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I watched
Yeah.
Kamal's round. The guy we saw round 1 on the rock deck was undefeated on his last round, so that's kind of exciting.
He's cooking, bro. And also CJ, who we featured I think
Round
with
2?
Mario. No, with Mario. It was a Gigaplant guy.
Oh,
He's at table 1, I'm pretty sure. So he's undefeated. And he's actually like a old friend of mine. Like back in
CJ or the Giga
CJ,
Yeah.
back in like 2010.
Yeah, he's a local player here. He plays a lot of both Yu-Gi-Oh. He's involved a lot.
Good guy.
There was a lot of frog when I was walking around out
Really?
there. Yeah, surprise. Different versions of it. I just saw. I think it's the Death Frog mirror.
Mhm.
They just went into a 40-minute game 1.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because earlier it didn't really seem like that much frogs in general, but maybe kind of trickled up to the top tables.
Yeah, I guess once I started, like, it was a good amount of frog, different combinations of it. One of my friends is in the table 11 playing like this frog hero version with like valleys and stuff like that and judge synchron. So it doesn't sound anything too crazy.
We had one guy on stream who's been like Hero Frog with like Gemini Spark in it, which is like
Interesting. I don't know how you find room for Gemini Spark.
sus.
It's an interesting take for sure. They're
So
looking like
this
they're
guy said
starting.
Hassan is local.
He's not local, but he knows some people from around here. Like he flew in to stay with some local friends. It's looking like Cody is going to be going first, right?
Won the role.
I didn't see the roll. Just looking like Okay. So and then he's on Blackwing versus a more standard value list on this side, right? All right. Does shoot, so we all get to see some information.
He's
here.
on 41. Hassan is on 41. Somewhat standard list. So he's double decked at Ine. He's
Yeah.
not typically that good against Blackwing. And he's
Especially
gonna
not
take
going second.
Especially not going second. And he's going to take the dart for the allure.
Yeah,
Most
so this is probably just going to be looking like maybe a set Raiko, maybe a set of Iris, and have your opponent play the mind game of if it's TT or not. Oh yeah, like I'm
But yeah.
imagining a Sirocco in his opponent's hand that's going to be coming down next turn, and it's going to be really strong.
But you never know. I mean, if you didn't have a summon turn 1, I mean, oftentimes you wouldn't necessarily do that in Blackwing anyway, but like,
Yeah, unless he had like a whirlwind or something. Yeah.
But it's like basically like any monster goes very hard here.
Yeah, they have a lot of good cards to give you initiative, like in game states like this with all the information owned.
At the same time, if he draws any dark, then that allure is converting.
Yeah, it's just allowing you to see at least 2 new cards, cycling like knowledge from your opponent out of your hand as well.
We love allure, bro. Me and Marcus and other players that we talk about that a lot. Like allure is like the most like underrated like power card in the
I think
format.
it's
like,
a very specifically timed power card because a lot of people just like kind of slam it when they
Yeah.
see like a dark paired with it, and I think you kind of have to think necessarily what do
Yeah.
I want it to do.
Yeah, and I mean, ideally, right? Like ideally, in kind of the bigger picture, you want to banish the worst dark in your deck for a
Yeah.
lore, you know, or maybe use it at a time where they have hand knowledge and or after you've thinned your deck. But
And
like,
you're looking for a specific card.
yeah, so he doesn't mill any darks. He mills Roto, which would have been good to see.
That would have been a good draw. Those were all pretty bad mills, and
Yeah.
he top decked a D prison. It looked like that's not going to be great.
Yeah, but also not the worst, right? I mean, if it
It stops a
buys-
body from being on the field.
But like if you, I mean, I was gonna say Blizzard back, but the TT kind of catches that.
Yeah.
So I mean, it could buy himself a couple turns. I mean, that is the thing about Blackwing is they're kind of just like limited by the normal
And
summons.
it looks like he set virus this turn, so he
Makes
has
sense.
virus TT.
And even if he wants to get not exactly greedy, but like if he wants to like burn an Icarus, which I
Yeah.
don't think this guy's ever doing, but like
At least it's only trading for the TT.
might as well set it. You know, it's like if you draw this Roko next turn, at least you get to like play through a trap.
It's looking like they just paused the game, maybe. Huh. Interesting.
Well,
Yeah, the judge stepped out for a moment too.
I think he might just be taking a picture for social or something.
I saw the judge leave the stream room, so
Okay.
just with hearing all the like talking outside, I don't want to
Oh.
think that's what's happening, but it could be a repair, which would be unfortunate. Like already going into like the middle of the game. Yeah, just from like the laughing, it's what I would assume. I'm not 100% sure if that's what's happening, but
It's funny you said just given the talking outside.
yeah, like I don't expect people to be that loud in the middle of the rounds.
Good observation.
It's one of my favorite feelings, like when a tournament starts and then they say like you can begin, and it just goes from like all the chatter in the room, and it just goes like dead silent for at least the first 5-10 minutes of the
funny.
round.
Yeah, or like just sort of like the energy, like when pairings get posted or whatever, and like even if you don't see a big crowd of people moving, it's like I feel like the energy shifts. You
Oh,
know, like
yeah,
you can like
everyone-
tell that everyone's like
You can,
restless.
yeah, like the way people move, you're like, all right, the tournament's starting, time to like just get
Yeah.
ready.
They told you it's a repair.
All right, so we have confirmation that
You're
it is a
insane.
repair.
You're insane,
Yeah. I figured once they stopped the match.
bro. That reads.
See, making reads and everything.
No, I figured it was either that or like some crazy like, death list error or something.
Yeah.
Yes, they are repairing. I guess now we get to choose a new feature. But I mean, also with these, like there aren't that many undefeateds left. So I mean, there's a decent chance they might play each other again.
They could. Were they undefeated, both of them?
I think so.
Okay, because last round, table 4 was X1. So
Yeah, I think there's
last
only-
round there would have been only 6, maybe 7.
Yeah, I think it might have just been table 1 and
And
them,
2.
which are table 2.
Yeah. So yeah, it'd just be like a flip flop between if they play against each other, maybe one of the other two.
Now the question is, I mean, I think I know the policy answer, but like, if they play each other again, I mean, they obviously packed up their stuff.
Yeah. If they play each other again, it's just
Just
it
do it
restarts
again,
again,
yeah.
which is
Kinda
unfortunate.
funny.
Like
yeah, kind of funny, right? Like,
it's unfortunate to the
But what do you-
people
yeah, what are you
that
gonna
like are in a good position, but it also I understand the point of like resetting the game state.
yeah, you ever been in the spot when you like, you know, you play a couple opening turns, or even you just draw your opening hand, they repair it, and you're like, oh, I know what I was going to do.
Oh yeah, or
Dude,
when
love
like,
that feeling.
they show up and they're like deck check, and you look at your top 5 and you're like, perfect, I was gonna brick.
Yeah.
Hand them. I stopped doing that because anytime I check my hand, I feel like I did poorly on the next game.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, cool, deck check.
Yeah.
Just wait for my deck to come back. It's fine.
Maybe I'll try to figure out who is repaired or whatever.
Yeah. Have they been bringing you the pairings up here so you can take a look at it, or? Well, at least we'll be able to
I've
choose
been
our
going-
top 10 matches.
Yeah, I've been
hopefully.
going out there and
Yeah.
they just like shut me for a second and I figured it out. But it's put Rob on for the culture. Rob is a guy from Orlando. He
Is he big in the Edison scene?
yeah, he's on the Discord a lot. He did well at a couple Edison tournaments, but more I feel like not more so like kind of just figure.
Uh-huh.
Good guy.
Is it so is it like the RBTs or the EBTs that are like the big Edison tournaments, right?
EWCQ. Yeah, there's RBTs, and then there's the Ultimate Time Wizard, and then there's a bunch of different online tournaments, basically.
Are they like different online circuits essentially?
Yes. So I would say the biggest one is it's like EWCQ. So those are like they sort of treat them like a regional, like because like Edison World Championship qualifier.
Okay.
So like those are mostly online tournaments, but they've also started doing them IRL.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, or it's sometimes it'll be like tournaments that already were gonna happen or whatever, and then they'll kind of like rebrand it as that or
As a qualifier.
make it give invites, and then it's just a big online tournament at the end of the year that you qualify for. And yeah, so and that also is like run. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's like a format library, this server, and the site that like people play a lot of retro formats on. So that one's like more directly affiliated with that, whereas the RBTs are Keegan's thing, and then obviously the Ultimate Time was their Konami's thing. So I think it's kind of like those three, and then there's a couple little like other tournaments that people do. And whatnot.
We'll put Sizzle on stream.
Okay, cool, perfect.
Sizzle, yeah, he's table 4.
Sizzle is Eric Shen. He won 2 Ultimate Time Wizards at this point,
Okay.
and he won like sort of the first. I don't know if I'm saying the first or the biggest RBT.
Okay.
So he's judging from like. It's kind of funny because I feel like other than that, low key, he doesn't have that many tops, but he has like 3 wins,
yeah.
which is crazy. But
It's just crazy. Like once he makes it into the top, he just tears it down.
yeah, he's definitely a solid player. Mostly plays value, and yeah, I mean, I think just sort of on a raw numbers basis, especially if you,
Speaking of CJ,
Yeah.
I saw someone in the
Yeah.
chat was asking, so we got him
Yeah.
back on. Nice.
I think CJ was also the Gigabyte guy.
Oh,
Is this guy also CJ?
Oh, it's JC. Sorry.
Okay. But yeah, that's Eric, and yeah, like compared to there's some online players that are super consistent and do really well. But if you are looking at like only IRL accomplishments and also only like the sort of like bigger circuit events, he is sort of like by far the best.
Like accolades. At
Yeah,
least.
I would say.
Does he travel to a lot of the events as well?
Yeah. Funnily enough, I think one of the other people that could sort of be in that boat, I think Eric's from Chicago, and there's Matt Kalenda, who also, when he was playing a lot IRL, like I think he got like second with BA at something.
Yeah, I was like, that name sounds really familiar.
He's done well for a while IRL, but he won the first Ultimate Time Wizard. It was like the one at Nats
2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. And then he just won the 3v3 this past the one they did at Vegas this past weekend or something. So he has two Ultimate Time Wizard wins as well, and a bunch of like online wins.
So there's a couple like players that have repeated success in the like more recent times.
There's quite a few, I would say, but it's also only been, especially if you're only looking at like Ultimate Time Wizards and RBTs, which are the bigger IRL ones. Like again, there's like all these random online.
Yeah,
ones.
but I feel like the online scene was bigger before the IRL.
Yes, but if you're only looking at the IRL ones, really that people are like traveling to and stuff, there really just aren't that many to pick from. There's probably been 30 events. So it's like I think it's only now kind of getting to the point that people have repeated top. It's like if they've done 10 and someone wins 2 out of them, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
so
especially considering it's top 8 for all of them.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So I mean, yeah, like
you guys got for Orlando what, like 500 almost for Oakland?
Oh, I think it was less. I think it was like 250 or something.
Well, you guys got almost 500
for Nats.
For Nats.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's awesome. That like a side event is getting that. Like at some point, they're just gonna have to be like it's just its own like thing on the side. Like
I think that's why they started doing the separate giant card, because now there's the Ultimate Time Wizard, and then day 2 there's just a single limb. I mean, just
for the giant, just like there is for the main event.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I think it's really nice that they're focusing on being like, okay, if you want to come for Edison, you have your tournament, but you also have your side events.
Exactly.
If you scrub out of your main
Exactly,
event.
and that's what I did at Orlando. I mean, I like bubbled basically the main event, and then I played the side event.
Oh,
Right before. But I mean, but just having that also made it a lot more, worthwhile for me to go. Or
It's
something
more
to do,
enjoyable for your weekend, especially so you're just not hanging around
Yeah.
day 2, and it's not as big of a like spectacle. And
Yeah.
like there's no like huge stream all the time for it, so it's nice
Yeah.
to be able to do something.
Totally. Yeah, it's been very cool to watch it grow in that way. Yeah, I guess, but I mean, he was on stream.
Yeah,
was
he was
playing-
on stream earlier. No, I think he was playing Black Wings, or I think it was Vayu actually.
He was
saw him
playing. He
top
was playing
deck-
Vayu.
we saw him
beat
top
the-
deck dad.
Yeah, he beat the hero front guy. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a Vayu here, which is a matchup that I know very well.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it gets navigated here. I imagine Eric knows this matchup pretty well, so we'll see how his opponent does.
I hope so.
Yeah, I would too after the success he's had.
You never know. You never know. Yeah, it is like for a while, and I think still people feel like it's really swingy and really toxic or whatever. But I kind of went in for a little while. Right at the beginning, I felt that way. I was like, this is just like this is a bad mirror. This is like not a skill mirror. Then after a while, I feel like I had really like nailed my side plan and like
Your approach.
Yeah, and I was like, I feel like I'm winning a lot of IU mirrors that I play, and I know how to do this right, and there is some edge to be gained. And now I feel like back to this end, like this sucks again. So I don't know. Nothing really changed, but I'm just like, yeah, no, it sucks.
I think that happens in a lot of formats, and my opinion is more of the like sometimes your losses stand out a lot more than your victories, so they seem to come more often.
Yeah.
And especially like if you're saying you've mastered the mirror, your losses are just gonna stick out even that much more. So if 2 or 3 of them happen in a like close period of time, you're gonna be like, wow, what happened here? It feels so
Totally.
volatile.
Totally. Well, I think the other factor is like if Vayu is the best deck, right? Which I mean, whatever your opinion on that is, it's like
It's one of them.
it's one of them. And so when I think about my last couple tournaments, like I've lost like thank you.
I'm sorry.
All good. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're good.
But yeah, I've lost to like Vayu and Hero Frog and whatever. And so it's like, yeah, I've like lost to Vayu a couple times, but like that's what would happen. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
like,
It's like one of the best
one of
decks.
the
It's
best
like
You can't expect to always beat a deck,
Yeah.
and it's also a card game.
yeah, exactly.
And it's going to be 7 rounds, cutting to top 16
Yeah.
after that.
So JC.
Anything? I don't see anything that seems too interesting here.
I mean, it's
Oppressions have been mainly in the side deck as of recent, right?
yeah, mostly, but it's kind of people have gone back and forth because those decks like Giga and Frog combo decks are getting really popular. But still, I feel like most of the people we've seen do not have it in the main.
Yeah, this feels like a very, very standard list.
I mean, in a lot of ways, I will, because like he's won those 2 things, and like I think a lot of people just hate his list.
Yeah,
so it's like
I imagine that
yeah.
he standardized it.
Yeah.
I do have a question: is 2 Kaya standard in a value
Yeah,
deck?
I would
instead
say
of
it's
30?
pretty standard. I would say it's much more common 2 to 3.
Okay.
Much. Like people use 3, but yeah, it's 2 is the standard.
Okay. You just don't want to like clog on it for sure, because I know it's definitely like a very monster heavy deck as opposed to
Yeah.
other ones in the format.
Going second, it's like can be kind of rough and against the faster decks. And,
Yeah.
But I use 3. Like I was on like a double hamster, triple Kayas. Obviously, if you're going first with that,
So this is double hamster, triple Raiko. So
Yeah.
like
he's also, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he's double hamster and charge. That's usually what he plays.
yeah, he plays charge.
So
He's got Raiko majority of his games.
yeah, I would say. I mean, this has been more popular lately, so it's like sort of like 6,
Mhm.
3, right? But I would say still probably the majority are on 5. Like
5 with 1 hamster or no charge.
that, I feel like is pretty split, but majority charge, like 1 charge, 1 hamster. there's some people that are 2 hamster.
Yeah. No
But-
charge.
Yeah, but this has been getting more popular, the 6, and I don't know.
I think the 6 could work. It's just you will eventually see those hands where you have double access to right go, and if like you're right going 2 turns in a row, I feel like you're not advancing your game state unless you get lucky off your.
It's also just like if you get your mills and then you draw a hamster late, it's better than drawing the charge late if you don't have targets. But like,
Yeah, but like you're saying, there's definitely points where like you never want to be setting the hamster after a certain amount of turns.
Yeah.
It's like I either want to drop a Caius or a Sirocco or one of the dumpers like Armageddon and Gruffer.
so I mean, this is a great argument to hamster because if you're ever going first and opening with hamster, it's probably like the best thing you can be doing. Maybe eating them or something. So he has the MST.
High value MST there. On
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Force.
Well, getting to that and then potentially summoning his own Sirocco or armed winging over. Like if he has like I'm not sure exactly what Armus.
I think it was a plague as well,
Yeah.
which is interesting if you don't want to set up part of this value engine.
I mean, you could just kind of Kai's the
Yeah.
Raiko swing over. It's a pretty good swing, and yeah,
Yeah.
like a card like MST here
Yep,
was really
that was nice.
Helpful.
Just to ensure that this
Yeah.
play went through.
I feel like a lot of times in game states like this, you like have this pretty good setup. Like
Getting a Caius to stick, I think, is really nice. That's something else I saw while walking around. Just like obviously
Caius
Caius
is
is going to be in every deck, but just the advantage you have by sticking a Caius and resolving its effect. And what you're talking about, just being under 1,000, I saw Caius go for a game like 3 times. Let's see. He has, I think it's Torrential, Sirocco, Caius, and 2 unknowns for Eric.
one of the reasons
Maybe an Armageddon Knight.
but yeah, because one of the reasons they also play the double hamster is because they're playing sort, so they want sort of additional light access.
Okay, so they want to be able to get to Raiko consistently.
Yeah, Sork is another one that, like lately, I've been feeling like I probably is worth playing because it can be really fucking good in the mirror. Like, and a lot of my recent value losses are like them having Sork and me not playing or like not.
It stops the trickle down or the trickle up, I
Yeah,
guess,
exactly.
from the values, which I think is important. It's a little weird just because there's not enough lights. I feel like reliably. Like yes, you have Raiko and you can get to it consistently, but it's like if you see the
Getting
Sork at any other
Caius.
point, or like like it got Caius, and like
And
that happens, especially if it got off a hamster, you got it off a charge, your opponent just knows it's there.
The good thing is that it is just always a dark, right? For both Allure and Greffer and Specialing Greffer. But yeah, I mean, I've been pretty on the fence of Sork in general, but lately it's just been so strong in the mirrors from what I've seen that like I don't know. I think I probably have to figure out a way to play it, but it goes in waves. There's like times when. Like initially, both maybe back in the day, and when like there was a little more like Edison revival, I feel like there were a lot more hamster Raiko decks, and now there's more frog decks and Gigaplan decks, and just like Diva Hero, like, and like back then, if you were playing all these like kind of grindy, trap heavy flip monster mirrors or whatever, Sork is like not that good because it's kind of slow to set up and like doesn't deal with their set monster,
Yeah,
But
and
now-
it's not the biggest body either.
Now he's going in. I mean, yeah, like if you ever Goyo that Caius and then it sticks around, it's just like okay, well,
Yeah, and outing that hamster too was huge.
I mean,
And then just not swinging with Goyo, it looks like play around the gores.
JC was sitting there thinking, oh, I hope he doesn't have the Caius, like,
Yeah.
for sure.
And he's been holding that Kai since turn 1. He chose
Is that an Icarus?
Heavy Storm,
There's
Greffer,
Necro,
Gardra.
Storm.
Yeah,
I think it is.
we'll see once he discards this.
Yeah, it is.
Icarus attack, yeah.
Does he have an?
He doesn't have another piece.
Yeah, so he actually can't get that.
Yeah, no, this is looking like it's going to be the end of the game after.
It low key feels like, and I mean, hard to say with hindsight, but like sending that plague turn 1,
Yeah, it
got
just,
him off behind on his engine. You know, like
he wasn't able to set himself up to have any like good late game pushes or just like good top decks into another push.
yeah, like if he had another piece already graved, then this turn gets a lot. Like at least he could answer the board. You know.
Yeah, I think he got too blindsided by wanting to turn on his Caius.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I guess if he didn't have to play, he would have nailed the Caius. He would have gotten more behind. But
I think it definitely was like maybe he focused too much on it, and like the whole
know
game
the value.
would have been different.
This game's over because even if he has the answer to this board, like
Let's see, he's choosing, I guess, the way to respect Mirror Force.
basically,
because like
trenchling on the trooper, I think.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless he's trying to outplay, but yeah, there's no way. I mean, we know it's Icarus,
Yeah, I feel
so
like
he's playing around Mirror Force.
this is threatening.
It should be. 'Cause
Yeah,
it
well,
looks
he's a
like he's
Gardner.
at 42.
Oh, he just needed two. Well, he needed two bigger bodies because he had the Gardner.
Yeah.
Like he needed that to clear. And then he sort of playing through a prison by doing that. Because if he had,
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
playing through Gardner Prison by doing it this way,
I think this makes sense.
and then also playing through Mirror Force.
At first, I was like, "What?" Yeah, but I think I can invest in Gardner. Gardner plus prison. Makes sense.
Yeah, like in this position, I don't know what card can be drawn to. Yeah, I don't think there's one like Pot of Greed into 2 Pot of Greeds, maybe. Yeah, Heavy
maybe
Storm
burial
Gales.
health. Oh well, the Icarus. Well, actually, I mean, half either the Caius or the.
He's just at 17 is the only issue.
Oh yeah. Exactly. If you're Eric, you're like, okay, sure, kill him, go ahead, whatever.
Yeah, battle phase.
Doesn't matter.
That's fine.
Yeah, doesn't matter at all. Wasn't Mirror Force last turn.
Oh, he has Burial in his hand too. Yeah, he just has follow up as well. And he gets his Burial puts back his Plague too, so he gets access to a tuner after that.
Oh yeah, then it's super
Right.
game. Because also like he's probably just thinking about like if JC says like return or his own burial. Yeah, it's just great. It's
I
just
guess-
game. It's just
yeah,
Omega
yeah.
game. Like
So like he goes for a Stardust maybe if that's what he's scared of. Like if he's scared of like threatening.
I mean, he can.
It's not Mirror
yes,
Force. He would have got a Mirror
I-
Force last turn.
I
like-
think it's like you go for a Stardust in like the chance that he blocks somehow, then
and
you have it
yeah.
on the crack. Like you then you can't lose if you have Stardust. I don't know.
And then he just makes armor here, right? Level 7.
Oh, he made Colossus. Oh, that's just game over those. That's game anyway. I mean, the Troopers still get.
Yeah, Trooper just swings for games,
I
right?
don't like the Colossal. I don't really understand that. I mean, Colossal was probably he's at 17, so probably
Okay,
the
it
Colossal
was
was at least
probably
3K.
over.
But he could have just made it.
Could have been any, yeah,
ways to
it
kill him.
could have been anything. But yeah, nothing crazy coming in here. So this is one thing I want to ask you.
Huh?
Citing the one Dark Greffer, is that something he started? Is that a trend that's been around for a while?
You know, actually, credit where credit's due. I think Eric might say the same thing. They have really big like locals in Chicago. Not they have like a monthly in Chicago that it's like 80 people or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So as far as like that's also been interesting, like outside of the Ultimate Time Wizards or the RBDs or whatever. I mean, now there's like this sort of like middle point.
Uh-huh.
Like, so they've been having these, and he on his YouTube channel, everybody goes, I'm sure everybody that is here already knows, but Sizzle, Sack Phase Yu-Gi-Oh. He does really good coverage of these things. Like, he posts the deck list and everything. There was a guy that I believe he talked one of them. It was a little while ago, but and he was citing, it was like third Greffer, one Elfin, and like Eradicator EEV or something, like and deck dev or something. So he's like, yeah, if I'm going first, then I can side into this package, whatever, and just have this like virus turbo thing going. And that kind of was the first I had seen doing that, Joe Dietrich. And I mean, I don't know if I really got the idea from him, but I remember seeing that and talking about it with my team and being like, is this a good idea? And so, but he won, I think he won Orlando recently. Eric did with signing the third grapher. So yeah, I mean, I think he popularized it.
It's just interesting. It's like seeing an engine card in the side deck. It's not like uncommon nowadays, but I feel like back then I feel like definitely not the most common thing in the world.
Definitely. I've been sort of trying to think about that. That's like not often the way I build decks, but I've been trying to kind of like think more whether that's a good option when I'm building decks now. But I think I can't tell if I like it or not, because it kind of just like way earlier we were talking about 3 Greffer versus 2. When you open 2 Greffer, it's so fucking bad. Like, it's just so bad.
Yeah, and at least you can pitch one off the other, but it's not great for sure.
And I feel definitely in some matchups, and I mean this is the argument, like in faster matchups and when you really need that like turn 2 play and whatever, like, but you're not always like immediately trying to Greffer them, you know? Like you want to use your Rykos first anyway. Like, and then you use your targeted mills. Like,
Yeah.
So the idea of like, I want to see Greffer as quickly as possible. It's like, well, I don't even necessarily want to summon Greffer if I see it as quickly as possible. So it's a little dicey, but oh well.
Oh, this is a good hand.
Send Caius, so he's letting himself get decked if he wants to.
This is interesting.
He had what,
You know,
Sirocco Plague, Rhoda, and then what was the spell?
Sirocco, Armageddon Knight, Rhoda.
Sirocco, Armageddon. And then the spell was Rhoda, and then what was the other spell?
I feel like it was
Storm? Storm, yeah.
Yeah, heavy and then a virus.
That is a good hand to get dust shooted with, I would say. But also, like, it would scare me if he didn't take Sirocco. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like,
look at the way he's just looking up at him. It's a little menacing at times.
and it's also tough here because it's like, this is especially tough when they know you have the deck dev, and so you probably just have to shotgun it because. Oh, he hits 5. He has a Lila.
Okay.
It keeps the oppression in also.
Interesting. So his hand's kind of dead.
He has the bottom, yeah, because he has the storm. I mean, his hand wasn't that good in the first place, but I do kind of wonder. I mean,
I forgot he had.
yeah.
He had a graveyard.
He had 2
that was,
Sirocco.
yeah.
This is dealing 4, but he can crack this.
Yeah, like this isn't game ending at all.
No, it's in fact kind of because he can just storm.
This is kind of an open game right now because all cards are known.
Yeah, but I mean, from Eric's perspective, like he just storms the back row and then can go either Brio or his own armed way. Like,
I think it was a Bora.
It wasn't. He didn't play
A value would be kind of nice. Combo with the Greffer.
Yeah, exactly. That would be great. I mean, he has a couple ways to crack here.
I mean,
Just
absolute
depends how he
worst
wants to
case
use his
too.
cards, right?
Yeah, absolute worst case too. He could Arma for Plague, stack, make Brio, bounce the Armed Wing, attack over the Lila. But if he drew the value two, which I think he did, then he can go a little harder and go like, yeah, he drew value. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's like graph for pitch value, send Plague, or you could send Plague, then you. He's underdecked too.
Yeah, so like all the cards are gonna be. Yeah. It's looking like this game's gonna be over just as quickly as the first one.
I mean,
And sometimes like you just look at the difference in the power of those hands. It's
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if he didn't send the Sirocco, then what does Eric do?
like if you
Or,
saw
sorry,
this-
if he did send the Sirocco, didn't send the Kaias, like then he's just like summon Arma, send a Gardner or something. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, send graveyard card, hope to draw a value card next turn, keep Arma, maybe tribute for Caius.
and he doesn't really have a good way to like deny that Caius.
He can't stop the Caius unless he swings over, and if he just sends Gardner like he was going to.
I think you're probably like, I mean, you could easily just go Stardust Armor Master here. I'm trying to think if Thought Ruler might be better, but
What cards does he know in his hand right now?
he stormed the bottomless, so I believe it's Oppression Greffer. What's the last one? Oppression Greffer. Oppression Greffer.
Yeah, like I don't
You
know,
for sure has a Oppression Greffer.
but I don't know what else like would matter. Okay, make another
Yeah,
6.
But then if he's like taking Lila, then he's milling the arm off the top. And you really want Arma.
I think the Arma's the best card for his follow up to send another
Yeah, I
value.
know. Oh well, he doesn't have another value engraved. So I was actually showing. I was thinking that he could still make another synchro. So maybe you could also make Dark End. Yeah, hold on. You could make Dark End. Well, it was in attack. The play was in attack, but he's gonna synchro it off anyway, doesn't it? I think I might be telling him he has to.
Yeah, I imagine he's gonna synchro some, but he's just gonna have to.
Oh, I'm
choose
just
one.
saying. I think they might have been telling him he
Oh,
had to
he's-
synchro.
yeah. I think it's part of
It's been ruled.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's head judge dependent on which way they want to rule it when like cards go to the graveyard.
So I think actually you wouldn't take the Lila. I think you would just swing over, keep the money.
Yeah, I think you just swing over both of them and then pass, right?
Because also if he draws a dark and he tries to go like Greffers and Plague, stack one, he'll only have one more card in hand to pitch for Brio. So then you would use all his cards and you're still drawing.
And he's not able to go bring this back, right?
Right,
Because it wasn't
exactly.
successfully summoned.
That's why like it's tempting to take the Lila because you can't, but
But
it's
there's
better.
no reason
Yeah,
to.
it's not worth it here.
Especially because he knows his Armageddon Knight's there, and that's a card he's
It's like the
to
best
have.
card you can draw here.
Yeah, like once he adds to your field, the Armageddon Knight becomes so much stronger too.
Yeah, I think what he might have been thinking about too is like or what might have been better in my mind, I guess, is like
Looks like they're having a small life point dispute, so making sure everything goes.
yeah, maybe this is fine actually. Like he could have Dark End, swing over the Armed Wing, and then main 2 pop the Lila. But
53 to 4,000.
that gets hit. And so now it's just kind of curtains because you know a dark pitch on the thing. What's the spell again? I don't remember.
Was it MST?
Yeah, I want to say I don't know.
I'm unsure.
Yeah, I'm remembering it was sure.
let's say it was that one. I just don't know what I.
Yeah, so-
Yeah.
but he knows all the cards, and Goyo's gonna it's just
Like every card is known right now. Like he knows none of those cards do anything.
Goyo's taking the Greffer too.
Like can't he oppression the Greffer or the Goyo?
It's a damage.
So would if the oppression's face up already, would it be able or no? So you can't oppression or sure attacking either. No wonder the black one deck has such a good matchup into oppression.
Yeah, that's pretty cooked.
Yeah,
So
that's
that won't do it.
that's not gonna save you.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could be like, yeah, and like mastery of the value mirror, but you know,
Yeah,
kind of fundamentals there, like just
small things.
small things. Yeah, I also like Lila didn't look very good there. Lila's a kind of weird card.
It's a weird card to also side in for the mirror.
I think he mains it, but
Means it, or
yeah.
to even keep in for the mirror match.
It is weird. I mean, it doesn't get hit by deck dev. I think a lot of people started using it more recently because of that. But like, I mean, my feeling is like, yeah, it doesn't get hit by deck dev, but like, do I want to draw?
Yeah, like
I don't know.
Lila's fine.
It's fine. It's like fine.
Yeah,
And if you mill, if you mill good, if you hit something off the 3, then like great. But I mean, Trooper is so insane because you're doing it in main 1. So like,
no, of course.
For
And then it
Dark
also
Armor,
replenishes itself.
Yeah.
I think the value of Lila would be more so that it's a different target for Tronic, right? Like at that point, it's like, yes, it can occasionally hit back row, which is nice.
a lot of times, in like the Machina deck, go Lila to Beta Bottomless, and then summon Fortress. So I think people think about it here as like a Lila bait bottomless then summon Armwing.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't really like Lila. Not a big fan.
He maybe forgot to take it out. He also could have just not had enough cards to side out for it. Like I'm not sure. I would imagine you come in with a specific game plan for the value matchup. Like it's going to be one of the more popular ones. So that's for sure. Something maybe you could answer a little more in depth. That's just my thought process. I feel like not a lot you're going to be stopping besides maybe a monster.
Yeah, oppression is almost always a side out. Although like game 1, you know, like especially since people were kind of taking it out. Like, I mean, if you stop a Dark Run with oppression, like that's insane. You know, it's like you feel, or even just if you have Kaya suppression, like a lot of times in the mirror, something that you might do is like Arma Sent play, you know, Goyo over. And if you oppression there, I mean, you're lit. So it can do things, but yeah, it's pretty bad. And most people side it out. I mean, in the mirror, I think keeping it simple and just like TD Crow is good. Especially like because it's a hand trap, you know, like even in that first game, I think when he MST'd the Mirror Force or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, in that case, he was able to make a play for Caius, but like, I think probably in the matches we watched earlier, and just even in that, like, just the kind of like snipe your back row with Stormer MST, like make my play thing. It's like pretty big part of the format.
Yeah.
And so having the Crow can't get MSTs is like very good. It's a dark for a lure, etc. I think you know, Gores, if you're ever not maining it, is pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, but I really just do Crow, and then it's also a matter of what you side out, you know? Like, going second, I don't think deck dev is very strong. Mirror Force is something that people side out sometimes. There's all these cards that people use, like Kaiku and Minecon. Those are like kind of two sides of the same coin, a little bit high rolly to me. Like, kind of just like, because especially if I know they're playing Minecon, I'll set some values and stuff, and it's always kind of a 50-50. But Minecon's very strong. It can be like really, really punishing. So especially like going second, Minecon's good. Kaigu's just weird because it's a normal summon. And like,
the deck has
or something. Like, it just, but it's good, and it's like all these things. What makes it annoying is like I don't really like siding Kaiku. Don't think it's very good, but like I've definitely had Kaiku like absolutely like ruin me. You know?
No, of course, and that'll happen in those situations where you're like, I don't think this card's very good. So like you don't really play around it, but then it'll randomly just take a game or a match off you, and you're like, great, now I feel stupid.
Yeah, even if you don't have like many traps or something, and especially in game one where it's like relatively safe to go like grab first send necro or whatever, like and having some expectation that it'll survive the next turn or just keep your resources. If they ever just go kaiku over it, it's like
Yeah, great.
all right. All right. But yeah, I mean Vladimir, very volatile. And Matt says, shouldn't have put back the Kaias with Jeff should have chosen Stroker. That's what we were speaking about too. And that is Matt, who I was mentioning, won the 3v3 recently. Great player. Shout out to him. But yeah, we're here. Florida, Southside Gaming. We're in, so that was just round 6, right?
Yeah.
So one more round of Swiss. Yeah. Maybe I'll try to grab standings or just the pairing so I know who actually is.
Maybe, yeah, maybe
further.
get a bubble match or something like that.
Yeah, something nice. But well, good to see Eric in action because the funny thing is those like Ultimate Time Wizards aren't streamed, so he's kind of crushed 2 of them.
But no
Like,
one's
no one's,
really
like,
seen it. Yeah.
And he plays online, but like not that much. So like it's kind of a funny thing. Yeah, Eric definitely knows what he's doing with the value deck. For sure.
Yeah, he definitely played cleanly. His hands were fortunate, but that doesn't mean he didn't know how to operate them. That's like
That's
two
all I
sides of
can-
the same coin. You know,
That's all
you
I
gotta
can
be
ask
able to
for.
draw well and then be able to play it well too.
I'm gonna throw this out.
Yeah, go ahead. Wish I could see. All I see is a torrential in the graveyard. Oh, and the match just ended.
What's next for you? What event is coming up for current stuff?
YCS Houston next weekend.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and then that'll be it until Providence, I think.
I'm gonna be at Providence.
Yeah, because I want to go to Mexico.
Right.
Yeah, it's too far. Or not too far, just like it's a hassle to travel so much. Yeah. Like, I enjoy it, but I've been to Mexico a couple of times. If I'm going to travel internationally, I'd like it to be like a new country.
Yeah. Have you been to some of those other like San Salvador the other week? Or...
Yeah, so we got their place in El Salvador.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we've been to like Brazil, Costa Rica, Colombia.
Yeah, that was so much not a thing
Ecuador,
back when I was
playing the game.
yeah, like even then I wasn't traveling that much, but like
I think it got really popular around like 2017, 2018.
the
People-
South American.
Yeah, just like it was like a couple group of players just started going down there, and it just became like, oh well, there's just more events if you just travel down here. Like that's all it is.
I'm gonna ask in the bluntest term, like, do you feel like they're more free? Do you feel like they're easier?
I think they're harder tournaments to win because you're playing against the same people every time.
That's
So,
very
like,
true. Yeah.
People,
Interesting.
people will say it's an easier tournament to win, and I think that's false. It's like when you're going to Top Cut, you're going to be playing against the same 10 players every time. And it's going to be like one of those same 10 players is going to win every time.
It's also like, I mean, I have to imagine in some way back 2017, 2018 or whatever, when people are going down there, at that point, maybe it was a little just like, okay, for every time.
And
I feel like it's got to, like people must have figured out, I don't know, gotten better. And now they just don't want to let all the American guys win.
Yeah, and I think it's just you as a whole, the average player, I think, has gotten incrementally better just over the years, which is good for the game. But I don't think it's necessarily free. I think there's like advantages and disadvantages where like us as American players, we're spoiled and have the luxury of having access to almost every card we want. Where a lot of South American countries, they have like importing issues or they don't have like the monetary or financial backing to be able to afford all the meta cards. So sometimes we go to a YCS in South America on release weekend and the American or the foreigners have access to more of the newer cards than anyone else because we're bringing them over from the States where the distributors just haven't even brought them in there.
Is it ever like people that you know down there or have made friends with, they're like, yo, bring us like
30 copies of like.
There's
whatever.
definitely some people that are like, hey, this set's coming out. Is there any way you guys can bring copies? Like one YCS I remember specifically, we were going to Europe for YCS the weekend that like the Cashtira cards came out. And I remember Hani just like being asked by infinite people like, hey, I need a Cashtira core. Hey, I need a Cashtira core. Hey, I need a Cashtira core. That's like it's just
Could be
one
a-
guy.
Could be a nice come up for someone
Yeah.
trying to do it. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna ask. I think I was talking to Devin about this. Like, one thing that I find kind of interesting about the South American stuff too is like, I remember. I think it was not this past year that you won, but the year prior that Pauly won.
Uh-huh.
Like in top 4, there were like 2 South American guys. I think.
Yeah. So Mateo, I'm friends with him. He's from Peru, if I'm not mistaken. He got 2nd place, and then Santiago Marin got 3rd place. And then there's been a good amount of like South American players that have done well in like won worlds. Like Gali has won worlds before.
Yeah.
He's gotten, I think,
That one and got
second, and then top 4, I think, in another one. And then Angel de la Obra, he's a Panamanian. He's gotten top 4 once, maybe twice. I'm not 100% sure. So I definitely think the thought process of like South American players being free is definitely a crazy thought. There's just not as many of them, and there is basically no coverage. So like it's hard for the common people to know about them.
That's what I was going to say about this guy though, because I was very impressed. Like when I watched that stream, just because they were introducing the players or some little player profile or something, and they were listing his credentials or whatever, and he's taught like every South American event or something,
yeah.
And I was like, how do I not know about it? I mean, I'm out of touch a little bit, but it's like
No,
this
that
guy's
happens.
like crushing it. Like what? Like
But the thing is that happens, and that happens in South America. And I can't say I'm the best at like recognizing names, and I'll do my best at like recognizing when I'm like, oh, I've heard that name in Top Cut like more often than not. But I'm not the best at being like, oh, I know exactly who that is, like based on like accolades and things like that. But I think everyone should just kind of be like on the same playing level where it's like whether you know they have that or not, you should play against them roughly the same.
I think something that I'm just really interested in too is like, and I've said this earlier, I think more so when I was talking to Mario, but like, so this idea of like hidden bosses, I think that people talk about that in like Smash Bros or something, but just these people that are like, you're on Discord, like you're plugged in and people hit you, like, it's like you're involved in community stuff to some degree. Like just this idea that there can be sort of like naturally skilled people that are just like out there crushing their locals, like don't really want to travel to events, don't really want to like engage online, like sort of just don't. But then like you play someone and you're like, oh, this guy's like as good as anybody. Yeah, and I love these guys in like South America. I mean, it's a different thing, but like this idea, there's like these random guys down there, random to me because I don't know them, but they're just like crushing every event. They're not really interested in getting in touch with.
100%, and it's more to like. I think them being contempt in what they're doing and not needing to feel that
of course
sort of like success from other places where they're like, I'm doing what I need to do. I don't need to put it out there and stuff. And I think that's like really cool. Something I've learned more recently and like got into like experience firsthand is like Twitter for Yu-Gi-Oh is actually where I feel like it's at, or X. There's a lot of Master Duel stuff, a lot of like Latin American players, a lot of European players. They just be posting a lot of, they're just like thoughts on the game, which I think is like really cool, especially for me, like seeing what the OCG players are thinking, like with new card releases or different things like that. It's just like having an insight on a whole different world.
Do you play a lot of Master Duel?
I don't play a lot of Master Duel. I probably should. It's like the idea that it's in my pocket's really cool, and I always like half the time I'm with my friends, I'll just be like, man, I just wish we were playing Yu-Gi-Oh, or I wish there was a YCS this weekend. Like that's just what I think. I'm like, I'm just bored. Like, I'd rather just be so like probably be good, but I own cards, so I don't want to buy gems and then get the cards on my phone, which is like my biggest issue. But I think it'd be fun to play.
I played a little bit shortly after it came out, and also like I played it a bit when
They had an Edison event, right?
I didn't play that. I but they did, yeah. They like, I was watching the coverage and people like Marcus that I'm friends with, or people in general, like during all the like tier formats and stuff. And I was like watching the coverage, and people were always saying it was very skillful. And I was like watching, I'm like, this seems cool. Like and like that was such sometimes if I'm watching current stuff or I'm thinking about trying it, it's like having to learn all these like niche interactions of cards that have released in the past like 6 years that
Yeah.
I have to read every single one of them. That feels overwhelming. In tier, at least like, it's basically a one deck farmer.
Yeah.
And like, I can read those 8 cards and
Whatever
like,
is in the 15 cards that
Yeah.
you'll see in a tournament.
and then I understand how it works. And so, and then like, but I didn't play IRL then obviously, and then when that stuff came out on Master Duel, I gave it a try. I was just like playing random ladder stuff and familiarizing myself with it. So that I had fun with.
I think the tier deck's a lot of fun, and like you were saying, I think it's cool for players that have played the game back then to be able to come into a like one deck format like that. Where, and that's what I say often is like the hardest part is coming in and learning everything else. Like you can learn the 2, 3, 4 best decks in the format, but you can't learn the deck that was good 4 years ago and randomly got support, and the card came off the list, so they're trying it and is going to sack you.
I talked to Hanse about that a lot because he comes in and out, and, like tries to do his thing, but like has that problem to some degree.
Yeah, where it's like the formats you miss, it's not about like what decks like were played, it's about what decks were really played and like
the
learning
rogue
those
decks.
interactions.
I think it's especially hard for something like that for me because like I feel like that's one thing that I like. I would say pride myself, but like in Edison, for example, it's like we talked about at the very, very start. It's like I know all these random little rogue decks. I know like the rulings or interactions or like how you have to play against them differently. Like oh, they usually play X copies of this. Oh, like you always want to do this before. Like I don't know. Like in these Gigaplant decks or the more so the Amaryllis maybe.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing DDR. Here's an example. I also think this guy's playing Amaryllis on stream, but I just know this guy a little bit, and he often plays Amaryllis. But there's a thing that comes up like pretty often where Amaryllis does, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like when they're going to end phase, like they banish one for Amaryllis and you crow or whatever, you crow the Amaryllis. But if they banished a Titanium or whatever for the cost, and then they could DDR it next turn.
Yeah.
So like sometimes you might like preemptive crow the Amaryllis because it can't be special.
Yeah.
So like they don't get to banish the Titanium, and like they also play Miracle Fertilizer, so like knowing when to do which one.
Exactly.
But like, and also knowing that like, this because it's some shit that will come up in Modern, but like you have to crow it in main too because if they enter and phase, they have priority.
They have priority from.
And so all these little things like, but that's something that like when the Amaryllis deck was first getting popular, I like had to figure out on my own. And so shit like that, like how am I gonna know that against like the equivalent of that against like Salamander?
And the thing is, there's gonna be like 10 or 15 more decks of those for each one that you encounter in the Edison format.
So it's like it's also like that figuring that out on my own and figuring out how to play those scenarios, like that gives me sort of a lot of satisfaction. Like that's some enjoyment out of the game for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just know that it would be such a hard journey to figure it all out again.
It's definitely hard if you want to like commit to like really learning everything.
Yeah.
It definitely becomes difficult. But I think it's worthwhile if you're going to like put in the time. It's just having the time available.
I mean, yeah. Realistically, I think it's just not.
Yeah.
But it's like I think I'm like happy with my level of engagement with it, where it's like I'll watch new streams, like the streams of new events happening, and if there's cards I don't know on the stream, sometimes I'll look them up if I feel like it, and be like, oh, okay, I generally see how this deck works, or
yeah, like this is cool or this is not cool.
Yeah, and it's also like this is definitely not like a self-glazed moment, but I remember like a couple events ago, right? Like when you're all playing Pure Risio or whatever, and like, but I was just noticing it being a lot more like back and forth, like 8 games instead of,
but and just like the trading the hand traps and talking about like much more value based game, like less like the turn skips and more like trading for value. And so I remember thinking to myself, like, I mean, what, like, why aren't people just like maining right? Or, you know what I like?
Yeah.
Like even when you're going second, like it's just like a value card that hits the hand traps too. And then like Santoli, who actually used to play a lot of Edison and I've spoken with quite a bit, like he taught me
did
that
well.
triple strike list. And I remember talking to him about it. I was like, bro, yes, like. I mean, not that I knew anything he did,
But it was just
but it was
like,
like
the thought. You're like,
yeah.
I knew that. Like
Exactly.
just- I think there's a lot of stuff like that that can happen in the game, and it's finding the specific tournament. Because I believe that like there could be a best deck of the format, but that doesn't mean it's the best deck of the tournament.
Sure.
So like I think there's a lot of reads like that can happen in Modern, where it's like people are dedicating all of these slots for X, and the deck is doing Y, so I can put Z in my deck.
What is the spice for Houston? Not you haven't give away anything, but like
Spice for Houston.
What is
it's
the
probably
move?
Rizio cards. I don't know. Like
They seem strong. They seem strong.
If you look at every past tournament, I'm pretty sure they've won every single one, or at least like a Rizio deck has been on the team, like every time they win.
That shark, the thing Dom's doing.
Yeah, Dom's deck was really good.
Seemed really nice.
Yeah, like the way I explain it is just there's
Oh,
zoo
this is the
monsters.
dark guy.
Yeah, see what tables? Yeah, table 2. So there you go. He was undefeated still. So
I can't tell if that was the end of them. It must have just been
It-
finished.
it looked like the round is almost over. Yeah, with most of the people being up. So hopefully that means we'll be giving you guys round 7 shortly, and then
Yeah.
after that, top 16.
Actually, I'm gonna try to see. I am gonna try to get the standings or whatever.
All
Let me
right,
go
just
try
see if you can. And while you're at,
Yeah, let me.
take those back. Of course. Let's see if they put on any other of these matches playing. Looks like that's still the Amaryllis match. Doesn't look like they're playing anymore though. So probably just waiting for the next round to be posted, which would be great. That guy just looks so happy to be here. That's what we want from these types of tournaments. Just people enjoying themselves, having a good time. Just a lot of love in the community. It's really what Devin over here at SSG really want for everyone. So it's pretty awesome to see this huge turnout for a tournament like this. Definitely going to be doing more tournaments like this in the future. SSG will definitely be keeping you guys updated on when that'll happen and all that sort of information. So stay tuned for that. I am going to go ahead and take a quick little bathroom break. So.
Yep. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so I have the pairings, not the standings, but the pairings for this final round of Swiss. The feature match is gonna get set up now, but I'm just gonna go through some of the people at the top tables and I guess their records. At table 1, who is not our feature match, but we have CJ Kraus playing the Gigaplant deck that we had on stream earlier, and against Niall Keeley. But I think CJ's 6-0, and Niall must be 501. I think that's right.
Okay, so there's only one undefeated left.
Yeah, I think he's 501, and then table 2, we got Cody Moreland against Yi Cheng Lee. I think Cody is also 501, and the rest of them are all 5-0. We got table 3, Eric, who we just had on stream, Eric Chen, Sizzle, against Alex Morano. At table 4, we have Matthew Alabash against Carlos Moreo. And table 5, I'll stop after turn 1. For table 5, Arthur Rogers against Ricardo Hernandez. Table 6, Ernie Aranda versus Nikolai Howlett, and that will be our feature match. I'm trying to see if anybody's still. Table 7, we got Robert Frizzy, Rob the Man, against Tyler Vino, Shaggy Powers. I think Shaggy Powers is 4-1-1. So
And then he got the up pair,
yeah,
right?
exactly. So we'll see what happens there, but yeah, I gave Ernie the feature, who came down here with me, and Ultimate Time Wizard champion.
Yeah, so gonna be a great match.
Also, do you have a? He still had a Mario's social. Do you want anything there?
No, that's okay.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
definitely true. What does it say? Ready? Thank you guys.
Of course.
They're getting set up for the feature.
Feature the last round of Swiss.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Of
you.
course.
I got you.
Locked in back here. I actually feel fine. I thought I was gonna feel much more like cracked out.
Yeah, it's not too bad. For me, a big thing is just being able to like go out and get fresh air.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
during any type of event, YCS, regional, like commentating, I need to go outside.
I guess I'm saying this now, and we still have, or I still
Yeah, but I
have
imagine
vodka to go.
we'll have some time to at least step out.
Thank you.
So we got Nikolai and then Ernie right here. I imagine you're familiar with Ernie's deck. If you guys came
Yeah,
down
yeah.
together.
He was asking me for some advice on it, and yeah, Ernie's playing Vayu, which is the main deck he plays, and Nikolai is playing Blackman. So documented that, but I don't think actually we saw this matchup on stream.
No, I don't think we did. One thing I am going to ask you is this stood out to me immediately. Morphing jar number 2.
Yeah, he's sliding Morphing Jar number 2. It's one of the only cards that like is good against Gigaplant. I mean, there's other cards that are good against it, but it's it outs the board. It can't out the board.
Yeah.
And you could also set it before they have a board and like
It could be preempted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's good in that way. A lot of people, I would say most people don't side it because also Gigaplant is not really that popular.
Mhm.
And it is only good against that deck, maybe Amaryllis. And I'll also say, I mean, it's kind of like a cute idea, but I literally just explained this to Ernie right before the tournament because I told him to change it. But it's like, if they do actually combo you turn 1 with the supervised view stuff, a lot of times turn 2, they can find a way to Brianac you or Mistorm you. So
It won't matter that you were able to set it.
what's interesting sometimes is like before it was really popular, it might be a lot more common just to like if they know you're playing Vayu to like Stardust over your sets. But now that some people play Jar, I don't think they'll do that.
Okay, and they'll just play around it.
Depends. I mean,
It can catch them off guard, I imagine.
Yeah, and they can't always brio you, or sometimes it makes them use more resources. Then maybe you have like traps or gores on top. I don't know. It can be good. It's just a one. But
Yeah,
but like
that was
is the
just
purpose
something
of it.
that definitely caught my eye.
Yeah. I mean, it's like one of those like niche card that is good for like exactly that
specific.
purpose. Yeah,
Of course.
but it's cool. Yeah, Ernie on stream, big Ernie, came down here from New York.
Bottomless. Yeah, I imagine.
See fully what he opened with, but so I don't know if Ernie knows if this guy is playing Blackwing or
It
not.
looks like Ernie might have. Did he draw a card for sure? Okay. Yeah, he does have 4 president. For a second, I thought he only had 3 and was like, this is not modern.
Rhoda is the spell, I think.
I think so.
Weird angle.
So he has a value, it looks like, at the top of his hand.
I think
Armageddon Knight.
I thought it was
One of
different.
them. It could be both. Looks like,
Yeah, all monsters in one spell. So that much we know.
yeah. So he has, for sure, a value and something that dump
I think
starts.
Vayu, Greffer, Rhoda. He passes here. Sometimes,
Okay.
like, I feel like this sometimes happens. I mean, I don't know if it's a Raiko set. I didn't see actually what he set turn 1. But if they're ever setting cards against your set and they're halfway decent, then, like, oftentimes you wouldn't flip the Raiko into it because a lot of people play
They'll just be chainable.
Legacy, Aviata, the draw traps, or Dust Shoot, or and they'll also against Blackwing, maybe even if you hit a real card, then they could Shura over your Raiko. Whereas
Of
if you
course.
keep it set, so I feel like that comes up for me a lot, especially playing online, where like I'll set turn 1, and then they'll set a back row and pass, and I'm like.
Yeah, you must think I'm bad.
You must think I'm new here.
And,
Like-
and then we see that exact situation here.
Yeah, and I mean it's not bad to flip it. It's like it's just a matter of what you can do with the momentum.
I think here probably a better situation trying to play around
I think
an
he-
Icarus attack.
I think he also just maybe didn't know if he was on Blackwing or Bayou yet,
Okay.
so that also factors in.
Yeah, and I think it's okay to at least wait 1 turn before you flip it. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's kind of the same thing like with like torrential, like if you like waiting with it set for another turn, like they kind of can't progress their game. So like they get a little stuck too, or they're stuck with multiple sets. You could draw Storm, obviously. But I think if I had to guess, I mean maybe he did know a little bit that. But I think that's probably why he wanted to hit the set there if he thought it was a value mirror. And honestly, from his perspective, it could still be, which is the funny part.
Yeah. He hasn't seen anything that wouldn't tell him it's not the value here. But he could have looked over during rounds, I feel like, and
for sure. I don't know for sure. Go. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. I was kind of wondering about that earlier. More quiet.
yeah.
Well,
I wonder if it's Nicholas' turn now and he's thinking about. Yeah, it's looking like it's his turn. Okay. This is I'm reading a Icarus attack set 100%.
so you like Blizzard back value, attack over the Raiko. I mean, this is what it's so funny. Sometimes the Blizzard just is such good value. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's like obviously you make the crazy synchro plays, but it's just such an amazing value card that like. But this is a really strong draw.
This is a strong trooper.
Sometimes the trooper's just like goes crazy. Oh, he hits a piece. He doesn't have a. He sent the garden. I don't think he. Has
Yeah, he doesn't have. No, he has the Sork is gone and Core's being gone. Those are 2 bombs that you're happy to at least see out of rotation.
Yeah, although I don't think it's like not like he's in a position to really use the gores necessarily.
That was a
Here-
pretty okay deep prison.
Pretty happy with it. Here you hit the Blizzard.
I mean, yeah, he could synchro over next turn. I don't think Ernie has many traps. He has the guard, but
He
are
still
you gonna
has his
collude?
Rhoda
Yeah,
in his hand.
here's the thing, though. It's like I feel like you collude that, and now Ernie's in kind of a weird spot because you're eating some damage. I don't know if he set them. I didn't see the trap.
It might have just been the spell he's had in his hand this whole time.
I think the spell he had in his hand was Rhoda, right? Unless he
Yeah,
didn't
but
use
he
it.
hasn't used it yet.
Yeah.
So, like,
But
this value getting
I saw he had
value.
another spell in hand after the setup, so I don't know if that.
Oh, it could have been maybe like an MST or something. Set. I don't know what.
I
He could have drawn a
did he
burial.
definitely set a spell? You think
It
he-
looked like a
oh,
spell.
Okay, I didn't see that part.
Yeah, like he would have activated a lure. Could be burial. I'm pretty sure charges in his graveyard already.
Two. So he still kept the Rhoda in hand, so I mean that's still in hand. So, I mean MST doesn't seem that crazy. Although he might have end phase MST here.
He might have set for hand limit also.
He's at 5 now.
No, he has 5.
I mean the thing is like he's a little bit low in life, but like
Not concerning
He
amount.
can work through this back row this turn, I think, like for the most part. And he is gardening grave still.
Yeah, like his life point shouldn't be the most
It's-
concerning.
Nikolai doesn't have any cards in hand, so
He's committed a lot to the field right now.
yeah. So it's like as long as Ernie can survive another turn or two, I think he's probably favored. You know, he can just keep grinding out with the free guys.
Yeah, like. Ooh,
But that's
okay.
kind of a good one though.
Maybe
Yeah.
Nikolai's sensing weakness right now in his hand and just trying to apply the pressure.
I
early
think
on.
that's a very strong song.
The only thing is, us knowing he has Road in his hand, I'm not sure if his Armageddon Knights are all gone in Grefford, but that on the next turn can punish that.
Yeah, I think he sets deck dev there. Draws. Oh, he has 2 in hand. Or,
Yeah, he drew into 2.
Yeah, I thought he had 0.
Okay, so
I mean, this is the funny spot where he goes like attack with Blizzard, and yeah, you might have to collude because if he drew the, or sorry, you might have to garden because if you drew the collude,
this
it's exact
game, yeah.
You get into some funny spots like this Black Ring where it's like
These
I
are
just, like, have
those weird
to.
situations we were talking about earlier where like you put in chips so like your opponent's forced to make a suboptimal play later on down the
just the
road.
threat of collude.
Yeah, like the glue could just not be in his hand, but
Because also literally it was just what I'm saying, like, you know, flipping the Raiko, he seemed fine when he did it, but like the Blizzard got in for 11 over it,
Yeah.
you know, so it's like, even though it's like so.
and if like that 11 didn't happen, maybe you would have taken this and then that the Necro Gardener gives him just a full another turn.
Like even though the it's so tempting to just like start Raikoing all their shit. I mean, it's a +1. You don't really care if it gets attacked over, but like that damage adds up.
Okay, so this resolving is big.
Yeah.
He's gonna load up his first Sirocco, so he gets to scale nicely. He has 2 values in there.
If he does have the collusion army, which is obviously what Bruno is trying to play around, then he's gonna be able to protect the Blizzard.
A bottomless here could be really strong
Yes.
as well.
I mean,
I've only seen
a lot
one
of traps
bottomless
are
out
really
of
strong.
Nikolai.
I don't think it's Icarus. So I mean, yeah, there's a lot of traps here. that
Yeah, I
really
feel like
hard.
Icarus would have been used a while ago,
I think
or he
last
would
turn on
have.
the 2-pack road. But I'm pretty sure the new one he said last turn.
Oh, so
I
if this goes through, it could be a really, really strong
One
push.
thing I'm also like, I don't know, but like one card that I feel like, oh, okay, I was gonna say like if he prisoned or something, it's like prison.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Starlight Road would have been lying against the Blizzard. Yeah, so now he just does this.
Yeah, he probably did this to play around the Starlight Road as well.
Well, it just also swing with the first,
Yeah.
he takes the damage now, he gets to do it after, and just plays around Kaloo, you know, Greffer swinging over. You could have maybe Greffer attack and then Battle Step done this, but oh, he just scooped. Oh, he was at 17.
Oh,
Oh, I missed.
I
don't know how
didn't
missed
even
that.
realize he was so low. Okay,
Yeah.
see, that's
Yeah. Huh.
That's crazy. I feel like
Yeah.
we were low-key like misreading that the entire time, that like we thought Ernie was getting pressured. It's like
Yeah,
all he needed
no,
was like one thing to go through.
Yeah, I didn't realize Nikolai was the one on the back foot in that game state.
I mean, that's also just kind of an example of like chip, because he took the 15 over that, and now he's suddenly in kill range with that combination.
Yeah.
Um,
That's important, knowing exactly when to pressure, when to swim with two monsters, when to swim with one. And it's like, it sounds very simple now. And like, also, when you look at like hindsight, depending on what traps they have. But
I'm curious what. Oh, he saw him. Yeah, I mean that's why he was so low.
yeah, but he would have been at 34. Like 34 isn't like a hefty amount. Like a brain con turn could definitely bring you from 34 to 0 really easily. I'm just surprised both of his back row weren't live. I wonder what they were.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Yeah, it's like probably a dead virus if he plays it.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know if he. I can't remember if he set them before.
One was set the
before
same
after
turn
this.
he set the judgment,
This was
and
all.
one had been set since the beginning of.
Yeah, because I was gonna say sometimes. I mean, sometimes they have dead whirlwinds, but I think it was. I mean, it could still be because if he hard drew the value, sometimes they play one. I mean,
Yeah. Not here.
yeah, it's one value. So honestly, it could have been a set whirlwind. He didn't have another monster.
Could have.
But I mean, yeah, obviously, what did you play Rogue?
Is this Black World one?
Yeah.
So is the card at 2 or at 3?
Good question. I hope it's at 2. It's at 2.
It's at 2. All right, I hope that's a 2.
I think. If this person's playing any of that,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, like deck dev, it could have been in trap dust shoot, or no. I mean, what that would have gotten used.
Yeah, trap to shoot.
Oppression.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably just some combination of DDV oppression.
Yeah, like C is playing Jar Greed.
Yeah. So good cook by Ernie. Worked through the back row, even though we got Solemn to stop that one turn.
Yeah, holding that Rhoda from turn 1 really ended up working out for him.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the game state. I'd have to look back at it, but the one good thing about doing that, it's like you could hard draw a Greffer and still search one, which I think he already had the Greffer in hand, but like that is the advantage here. The thing is, like, I gotta say, like post board, it gets a lot harder for Black because they have 3 Dust Tornado.
Yeah. 3 Dust Tornado. Starlight Road's also really good.
Yeah, I don't know if Nikolai. Sometimes they said like Nobleman or Mindcon or something that can kind of help even.
I'm gonna be honest with you, some of this handwriting is really hard to read. So like, if he told me that's the card it was, I'd believe it. Yeah.
Arm.
This looks like Soul Release, maybe Fissure,
Go late Swarm.
Cyber Dragon.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Which one's this? Something.
Go late Swarm.
This one up here.
DD Crow.
Oh, DD Crow. There we go.
Anyway, but yeah, I was gonna say Nobleman is like
A card that is sided in.
yeah, and a card you have to kind of like be aware of, but he's not setting it.
All right, let's see. This Ryko being set could apply. Good amount of pressure. Yeah, just like you were saying earlier. Not a bunch of good mills. Honestly, you'd rather any of those spells to be in your hand.
Storm is tough.
Like just no fear that. Look at that, straight up set 3 once the
Yeah.
storm is gone.
Yeah.
It looks like he does have Dad in his hand though.
I mean, there are other cards that punish you for setting multiple.
Oh, there's a lot of cards.
Normal
that
Summon
can-
Plague, make Black Rose.
Normal Summon Plague is going to force any type of interaction with 3 sets.
Yeah. Cyber is pretty strong here.
Is there any main decking one Cyber Dragon and siding
Yeah.
one? Yep, that's
Yep.
what it looks like.
Yeah, Ernie was maining Cyber this time. Classic stuff.
I think Cyber Dragon is just like such a valuable card going second.
Very good tempo card. Like has
Like a good normal summon. This is also like a Cyber Dragon next to a Blizzard sounds like a power turn.
TT.
Ooh, that was a really strong
Fantastic
TT.
differential. Oh my god! I thought he was. I as you were saying that, I was like, damn, Nikolai's really far ahead. But
That's
that
what
was-
I thought too when
that was
Blizzard
like
got
that was
normal
a
summon,
great
but
TT. That was
Ernie felt yeah, and I saw the scruffer in his hand the last turn. If this sticks, this will start getting him going. Yep.
I also
And
love
then
stuff
that-
like that where it's like you're running out the Cyber Dragon and like you don't care if it gets deep prison because you kind of want your board clear.
Yeah,
so you
like
can just
the,
do them. Like,
the Cyber Dragons trading with back row for free were honestly great because then your actual engine's going to be able to apply so much pressure. And like the guard ensuring that like Gruffer can stay on the field if you wanted to, if you don't have a good trap card to protect it.
and I mean the reality is like Blackwings can sometimes have a monster problem. I mean he needs a Shura or a Sirocco.
And
to
he's
get
been
at
through
least-
3 of them already. Like the
Hold on.
oh
Okay,
wow,
all right,
there,
well,
there you
hey,
go. Those
you
are
know,
the best 2
and,
cards.
And this is especially tough because most likely he's going to search Gale, and so he's going to half it, so he can't block with the guard, or like
Yeah.
Garnet can only block the Shura, so he's going to clear it regardless. Most likely.
So if you half it, and would there be any reason to swing with Gale first, so your opponent's less inclined to Necro Garden, and maybe you can get an extra amount of chip in?
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've done, yeah, I mean, like yes, but I mean, but you probably like
Want
to
to-
force the Garnet,
okay,
most,
yeah.
most likely, unless you sort of like have a, you know what I mean? Like if you're gonna like
The thing
then
is,
end phase throw
just
them.
this is me seeing more cards than not forcing the Garden in this situation would be actually really advantageous for Ernie because of the dad we saw in his hand. So being able to drop that, pretty good.
I mean, well, I guess the Shura will force the Garnet because if he doesn't, then he can search.
He'll
he
just-
already drew the fire.
Yeah, he can
I don't know.
summon
Well,
a Collude out of his deck if he
Yeah,
wants,
but
but
the fear would be. I was gonna say the fear would be if he gets value. he's just
yeah,
gonna go.
see, that's what I was saying
Ernie's the
because
goat
he has
because-
dad in his hand.
Yeah, but the fear.
What's the
I
punish
honestly
here?
know I know Ernie's sweating right now because if he plays 2 value, which he doesn't, then he goes value. I mean, swing with everything. Then he goes make Armor Master, make Stardust, and Stardust is gonna block the Dark Arm.
Stardust blocks the Dark Armed, and then he
Okay.
has his value set up. Yeah, that can be
I
special.
think he
from the
actually
deck.
just. I think
Yeah.
he just
Yeah,
see-
I was like, there's no way there's a
Yeah.
second value. Like,
yeah.
summoning the Collude here is fine.
But I mean, Ernie doesn't know he only plays one value, so that's what I'm saying. I know Ernie was sweating there. If he has
Yeah.
a second value, he gets kind of pumped in. But
sometimes you got to make those decisions and put your opponent's deck building choices on whether you're going to win. Like, sometimes that's your win condition.
and I think this is one. I mean, he has Whirlwind up. Like if he needs to make. Oh, and this is good. 'cause
That's
this
a-
could
that's
force
a
the
good-
bottomless.
Could force a bottomless,
Hmm.
maybe force a trap by going
But
pump
now,
first.
now you're a little. Well, I mean, the traps that it would burn are like battle traps. You don't. The only problem here is like he obviously wanted to force the bottomless, but now if he goes.
He plays into Icarus if
Yeah,
he drops it.
Just gonna try Black Rose in first. Ooh, this is pretty strong, and we know he didn't have the road at least. 'cause
He didn't have
on
road.
the
He didn't
TC.
have judgment.
So is this gonna force Icarus? Okay, so
Okay.
this forces Icarus now.
And then he gets to drop dad now.
If
If
he
he
was-
wants to, because like,
If he was truly,
how much life? Yeah, there we go. Oppression. Wow.
he kept it. You just
Yeah,
saw the
like
face- you just
that's
saw the face-
yeah, no, that's the face you make when you don't expect it. And I'm not gonna lie, Ernie, I've made that face a lot of times myself when you just play a card expecting that card to just never be in your opponent's deck after game one.
the face, like, but also what I was gonna say, I mean, before I knew he had the impression, he had the impression this was definitely the right play. But I was gonna say if he was really the GOAT,
Mhm.
like he could have Icarus one of his own and the plague and stopped the Sirocco from getting to grave. So
Yeah.
he'd take damage from swinging over, but like
He prevents
he
himself
prevents the
from
dark
getting
arm. But yeah, he had the impression the whole time. Bro, this has been
back to back, people keeping impression
Yeah.
against value decks.
I don't know. Maybe they know something you don't, or the other way around. Yeah. This does look like a very commanding position for Nikolai, though.
I mean, I was kind of saying, like, it's like, back impression behind a Kaias or whatever, but it's just kind of like there are situations you get in, right, where the way to break your board is by some special summon, and like if you have the impression behind it,
Yeah,
you
like-
checkmate them. Roll, and then you go for. Oh, but this is not. Oh, he's at
Yeah, he was at 1350, so he just swings for game.
Ooh.
All right, so
Oof.
game 3.
That one hurts.
A lot of swings in that one.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, that was kind of funny because there's only a
couple turns.
couple turn game, but yeah, it's kind of Oh. Yeah, I've definitely about that specific gotten oppression when I'm playing value or just a lot of
It's like, why is it still there?
Kaiku. A lot of people, side
The
side
Kaikus.
Kaiku, and they side Kaiku in crazy matchups. Kaiku is basically only for value,
right?
Like Hero Frog.
You
Hero
can
Frog.
do it.
Hero Frog is pretty good against Hero Frog, but people have sided against me in a lot of decks, and sometimes
It'll just
it works.
randomly beat you. Yeah, it happens.
I
Oh,
get
that happens a lot.
Yeah.
I can recall a game we were playtesting him. I don't know how much you know about the new card, but Kamal was playing the Smurmel deck.
Okay, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, so it has one of the cards that you discarded in the water to look at your opponent's hand and banish
Yeah,
card.
yep.
So we add the card to our hand, and our opponent just goes on Res Lancia, and our play was contingent on discarding goons from our hand to search our starter, and now we just couldn't play. And I was like, "Well, you put in a bad card versus the matchup, but it worked out." So I'm like, "Pass, go ahead, you kill me, you kill me." Like it worked out.
Yeah, I think that's gonna happen in every era of Yu-Gi-Oh. There was a game I played the other day where I had a back row and I went Instant Fusion Kaias or Tribute Sengen for Kaias or something like that. And he had set monster 2 back row. I didn't know I think it was game 1. I target your monster. He lets it go. It was a Bora. It was set Bora that you do turn 1, and I was like, okay,
Interesting.
that was weird. I would normally think he has Icarus, but this was a perfect time to Icarus, and he didn't do it. So I was like, okay. And a couple turns later, I eventually this player I set a couple back row game.
He flips Icarus.
And I literally said out of the game, I was like, why did you I was salty, whatever. I was like, why did you do that? And he's like, to trick you. And I was
Yeah, it worked.
And
yeah, those are sometimes some of the most frustrating losses. It's I played around. Yeah. And so it looked like he milled the Raiko, Bottomless, and I think a Greffer for.
Yeah.
And I guess, in my opinion, this is where the mind games start.
Yeah,
You show your opponent a Raiko,
So
and
is he
then
on 2? We just on 1 hamster.
I think so. Yep. So I think this is definitely the fun part. So your opponent has to think it could be a hamster, it could be anything. It's the box,
Especially when he doesn't know this, but if you suspect they might be playing the
Nobleman.
Mind Cons or Noblemans, I've definitely done this and set values.
Yeah, and I think this is an okay trade for both of them.
Yeah.
I don't think. Oh, that was actually a really good trade for her.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
that was
Thank you,
actually
Jen.
just
I mean,
plus
this
2.
is at the end of the day, it's
that charge just put in so much work.
it's just this is the problem, but when value isn't milling crazy, it's a
It's
good
manageable.
deck that can go to toe with most decks of the format, and then when it is milling crazy, it's
No, of course, and it's the realization of the deck has the ability to make other decks stand no chance, or it can make it it's a back and forth, but there is no worsening of that. And that's
I've tried, bro. I've built so many different decks, mostly, and to have some edges against value and whatever. And
you can't really find one.
I can't. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't really find one.
Man, this game is looking like it's about to
Yeah.
be
Run
ripped
away.
apart. I don't know what that one back maybe a mirror force,
It sends-
but it's like
Oh, but see, this is
Okay,
like you just
like-
send the other value, then you banish it. Like, you know
this
what I
is
mean?
fine. He's just gonna make an armor master, right? That's the next one. And like, yeah, it's like maybe even in card
If he doesn't
advantage.
have any traps, then
It
it's a
looked like he
little
had 3 monsters spell.
hard. Yeah, because like if you make Arm Master here and he just goes Sirocco pump over, then that's-
Yeah, it's really rough.
you're taking damage. But so you don't have to make anything here. That's the thing. Dude. Like,
He could just pass.
I think Ernie has his own Sirocco in hand, so I think he's thinking, just Sirocco isn't Sirocco.
He's okay. He's
yeah.
like last Sirocco always wins. So
Yeah, exactly. But then if he has a trap,
yeah, I want to know what that spell is in his hand.
brain. Might be brain.
Could
Which is-
be. Brain is a great card to have.
Yeah, which is also like if he does commit this Sirocco, then
Yeah,
he might be
like
dead. Like you can double pump and stuff. Like
that's right. Like because you can pump off each of them, right?
yeah, like if you ever have 2 Siroccos on field, you go one pump itself, and then so it goes to 4K, and then the other one pump it, so it goes to 6K.
Yeah, and you just swing. My favorite is when you can like double pump a Bora and you're like attack your defense position, right? Go for game, drop loot.
The thing that comes up occasionally is like, especially if you like return back some stuff, then sometimes you can go like return back Sirocco, pump, make Brio, bounce the Sirocco, tribute summon it again, pump again.
Oh, and then just like one shot over something. See, I think turns like that where you find unique kill shots are so fun and like retro Yu-Gi-Oh or like modern Yu-Gi-Oh, they give you too many kill buttons.
Yeah. The Gigaplant deck's good for that, where you find
Yeah.
some weird lines.
I do like this about the Black Moon deck where it's like he just swung his like monster with 700 less attack in and it's like it forced a response.
Oh, he guarded. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually thought he passed. Yeah, he attacked.
And like that's such a like cool concept because it's like the thought process of like Kalut. So the
Yeah.
deck never wants to not have a card in. Even if it's a bad card, you
Yeah.
want to keep it in your
That's
your
why
hand.
cards like Legacy and Jar are also really good because like contributes
They
as well as
they dual purpose.
they, anytime you have a set card and a wing beast on the field,
Yeah.
then they have to respect acres. They can't set
Mhm.
all their back row. So it's like having these cards that are kind of dummy cards. You did brain. Even if you just go swing and then tribute Shura for Sirocco main too.
No, that still
He also
seems
has-
fine.
he also
He's
has
at
Gores in- he has
55.
Gores in-
He has 55. If he takes both of these, he's going to be low.
Yeah, he has Gores in-
He takes both of these, he goes down to 12. 12? Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
That was risky.
That's my guy, but
Yeah. Hey, sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit, right? Oh, did 0 real quick. All right, 800. Okay, playing around BrainCon. Maybe that was his reasoning.
Yeah.
And then also has him in Caius range now. Yeah. Prisoned or mirror forced.
Yeah, I was gonna say about the forcing the Gardner.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Icarus would have gotten changed if
Mhm.
it was too late first action. Could have gotten changed. But yeah, like I had this replay on my channel. A friend of mine won a tournament with GBs, which are like, a tier 2 set. Like they're a little underpowered. But he had this game where he opened like 5 monsters. The guy goes like Greffer, Pitch. I think he didn't make Arm Ring. But the guy goes like summon Sam Knight, the 1600 one, like attack into the Greffer. And the guy has to like prison it or something. Just like no shrink, no Book of Moon in sight.
Yeah.
And he ends up winning that game because he forced the back row that turn and then was able to like do
Play the
more.
following
Yeah.
turn.
And I was like, that was a
Yeah,
great play.
there.
Oh.
You had the read on the Sirocco.
Sirocco
there.
bomb.
Yeah, and that was
Let's
it.
go.
Just knowing when to hold that Sirocco. He probably, like you were saying, had the Sirocco in hand, knew exactly when he had to drop it, just bringing him down low enough
He
to.
was just getting rid of all the back row too.
Yeah.
But
No,
but
he seemed in control the whole time, like had card advantage. Nikolai looked like he was
had
playing
Gores,
in
too.
response.
He had Gores too.
Yeah.
So it's like, especially like cards like that, like Gores, Brain, Sirocco. It's like those are almost like it's like guaranteed damage. It's like you're
Mhm.
gonna crack them back and deal some amount.
You
of
just
damage.
want to take cards away from them
Yeah.
with minimal investment on your end.
Yeah.
And if like you're able to clear 2 or 3 back with like 1 or 2 cards.
Yeah. So if you get them low enough and you're holding those cards, then it's like you're either 2 for 1-ing or you're killing them.
Yeah, and which is great.
I'm gonna say good job.
Yeah.
I can do that.
I'm gonna go just check on some friends real quick, see how they're doing before.
Yo. What's up?
I was gonna try to fix the camera.
Oh.
Because for some reason your mirror. Yeah, you see it's mirrors.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Is it? I just noticed the banner. I'm like, I don't think that's how Konami's supposed to look.
Whatever. I mean, if maybe for Top Guy, I gotta
Are
ask.
you doing an interview right now? So
Yeah. I'm
okay,
gonna,
that's fine. I'll do it afterwards.
yeah. I was gonna. Yep. Yeah, so that's the end of Swiss. I'll figure out the results in a minute. Ernie's gonna come in and yeah. But yeah, moving on to top 16. So Ernie seems more or less. Oh,
Yo.
Speaking of,
baby. Oh, bro,
Take a
this
seat.
set is crazy.
Yo,
oh my god, yo.
The YCS Richmond champion.
It's been so long. Who the fuck even remembers? Oh, sorry. Who even remembers?
Okay. I mean, I've been trying to keep it to a
Keep it
minimum.
PG.
But actually, do you want to close the door?
Yeah.
But yeah, good win, buddy. So what, walk us through your thought process. What were you thinking when that oppression got flipped?
I'm thinking the same thing that happened the previous round where this GB guy he flips up Big Burn. And I was like, oh, okay.
On Vi.
On Vi.
Yeah.
He's playing GBs and he plays Big Burn on me. I'm like, okay, cool. This guy might be playing Niatos maybe, because that's the only reason that.
Dude, fucking Alejandro.
Literally, bro, in my
Alejandro
group chat,
card,
yo,
yeah.
shout out Alejandro, but I'm like, bro, that I'm not gonna lose to an Alejandro card, right?
Yeah.
Which is the man just comes up with like the craziest tech. So yeah, I was like, so once I saw the oppression, I was like, if I lose this, I think I might have retired because there's no way I'm
that's
gonna
a
lose
tough one,
to.
dude. I always say I've lost to every card. That's how I feel. Like every weird card, I've probably lost a game to.
Yeah.
Shadow Priestess of Ohm, that's the one I always think about.
I don't know that card. What is it?
It's like a canvas. It's like tribute for 800. Remember Shonen Jump?
Is that all it does?
Tribute a dark monster to deal 800.
Oh, okay.
But I remember like some Shonen Jump in 2008. Like, I had like every trap set, like full trap, battle stopper or whatever. No outs. I'm at low life, up solemn or whatever that goes. Some top deck Shadow Priestess tribute off. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, cool. We get to see the next game.
So this is
the guy's undefeated, right? The guy on the headset.
Damn, I would have probably featured this. I didn't realize the guy's name on the left because that's the Dark Gaia guy. I think we featured him round 1.
Is he undefeated? Oh,
no, he's I think he's
X1 now.
I think he's X01.
Oh,
but I didn't. Damn, I would have featured this match. no disrespect, I would have featured this match in a heartbeat.
Although I don't know, I think that a lot of people think that like Vayu versus Blackwing is just the best deck, but I personally think that like Vayu is like favored in that matchup. But only if like you play like really well and you know how to play the matchup, because otherwise you're just gonna go like T set and they're gonna go cool Icarus and then it's just like you just lose.
That
that was a good example of how it can go too. And I mean, I'll say a couple things. First of all, that was the first Blackwing versus Vayu we had on stream.
Okay.
And so also like Ruben's been streaming with us, so I've been kind of like explaining explaining on and off like how like the matchups go and whatever. And so just explaining different kind of fundamentals of it. And at the end there, I mean, obviously you got lucky with that charge Raikou mill.
Yeah.
And I was like telling him, and I was like, this is the problem with Vayu, if you want to say it like that, where it's like, if you're milling average or not very good even, then you kind of go toe to toe with a lot of the decks in the format. But if you ever mill good, then it just looks like a
so
massacre.
ahead.
Like so. No, I thought you played well.
Any questionable plays? Any?
No, I don't think so. I think you did a good job, and it was instructive because I was kind of, not explaining to him, but we were just talking through, and I was kind of just explaining dynamics and like, especially games where you like forced him to low life, and then you were holding kind of trump cards like Brain or Sirocco or whatever. Like, that is obviously a good strategy. Navigating through the multiple like when he saw him to your Greffer, just knowing how to do the follow up on that.
I think game 3. Like I don't like
swinging with the plague was a little crazy.
I mean,
Crazy for that.
no, I mean, hear me out here. The math. Actually, I learned this from yesterday. So yesterday, a little spoiler. I'm with James and the big AJT, not BLS dad because he plays Edison. And we were playing, and AJT borrowed his deck, and he's playing Cat. And because I didn't normal summon a hamster to attack for 11 and put him under brain control, I died because the next turn he just brain controlled and just killed me. So here I was like, hold on. If I summon Plague and the attacks go through, he's under 800 or he's at 800. So he can't brain control.
If he prisons your Plague, you pass the turn.
It's fine. It's fine. No, yeah, I should have probably. But I don't know. At that point, I mean, my hand was just so good. Like I had Gores still afterwards. It was like, he was not gonna win.
Yeah. Did you have the Gores when you summoned the Armor Master, or did you draw the next turn?
Don't remember. I think I might already had it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I just saw you debating whether you were gonna summon the armor or not, and like when he had after he trenchelled, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, the reason why was because I was thinking, like, oh, does he play Gores? And like, do I lose here? I already had Gores.
Yeah.
At that point, I already had Gores.
Okay,
So I was
so
like, so I was like, if he Gores me, then
I see. I thought you were just. So crazy. I thought you were worried about him like Sirocco cracking back over.
That's fine.
I mean, because you had your own Sirocco.
Yeah, I had Sirocco too. Wonder who won. No.
If you already had Gores, I would maybe consider not summoning it, but like it's, I understand.
Yeah.
I don't know who won. I would be curious to know who won that match, the Gigabytes or the.
Oh, so the guy with the headset, he's playing Gigabytes?
Yeah.
That's scary. That man, I think, was undefeated, right?
I mean, he won this match, yeah.
Even still, like Phoenix 1 is still kind of crazy.
He's good. I mean, I know him from back in the day.
He seemed like an OG player.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen any recent events or anything.
Yeah,
I don't know if he
said
plays.
he does strongman competitions.
I mean, he's a very strong guy.
He doesn't.
Is that like where like the big balls that you have to like lift up?
You just said that means I lift heavy shit. When I asked
It really
explain
does. And you didn't explain, just
that's
said
literally what it said. Yeah. So he cooked. You cooked. I'm
guaranteed my
curious,
top, I
Eric.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Eric, prayers right now for Eric because he's X1.
AJT was X2, and so was.
You know,
so I was asking about Andreas.
Oh, true.
Like he was, and I think Andreas is also X2, so maybe not so good odds for AJT.
Yeah.
I think both the guys AJT lost were X2. Probably one of the lower X2s if I had to guess.
There's some people out there with X2 records that.
Rob was X1, then played against Shaggy.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Shaggy was
Giga
X1.
Yes, exactly. Shaggy got paired up to Rob, who was X1.
Who's X1?
Yeah. So, I mean, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if someone did someone a favor. But because they're and Shaggy doesn't really play Edison. Yeah.
Shaggy is a spicy deck.
Did he? What was he playing? I actually didn't really see it all.
Playing. I saw Miracle Fusion. I saw Future Fusion, and then I saw. I think he's playing the like. No. It's like he's playing Machine of Fortress.
Oh, like Marcus, the Prisma.
Yeah, Prisma as well. That's a Marcus deck.
That is a Marcus.
Oh
Wait,
my
is he
God.
playing the submarine road?
What is Marcus not what is Marcus and you not create?
My voice cuts off a lot. Oh, I can sit closer to the thing. I might just be that. And also could you hear us during your game?
No,
Because
not
they
at
came. Oh, okay, that's good. Because he
No.
came in.
Definitely
Like
not.
I actually felt so bad because I was really worried that it
It's leaking my hands.
Yeah, because he came. Well, specific about one thing because he came in. It was in the first couple turns of the match, and he was like,
Oh,
quiet down.
okay.
And we did, but the whole time I had been talking about did you know what he was playing?
No idea.
Okay.
Absolutely no idea.
Because when you set Reika bottomless or something, he goes summon Sirocco, you bottomless, and then he's like sets 2 back row, and then I was talking to Ruben and I was like, well, the thing is like Bernie probably doesn't know if this guy's on Vayu or Blackwing.
Yeah.
And then like when he set a monster and you Raiko'd it, I was like, I bet he was hoping or like sort of was hoping it was Vayu and you hit a Raiko or something.
Oh, you know what?
But then the thing is you didn't even what you hit a Vayu.
Yeah, I hit a
And so then you still didn't even really know which
yeah,
it was.
I didn't. But yeah, I think the reason why I did that was because I think I had seen a Blackwing player that was playing Morphine Jar. So that's actually why I did it. And then when it wasn't, I was like,
Cook.
oh, I actually have no play here. But yeah, thankfully I won that game. There's a lot of Morphine Jar sightings that I've seen. There's this guy, I think that he's playing Macro. He's playing some cookage.
CJ,
Say
the
that.
Gigaplant player, said he beat the macro guy.
Oh yeah, he did. I did
He
see.
2-0'd him.
He did to him. He was very loud about that. Shout out to that guy.
Yeah, so I think CJ finished undefeated.
Damn, Giga undefeated.
Undefeated curse though.
The format's ruined. Oh,
Undefeated
hopefully.
curse, though.
I mean, I don't want to play anybody's downfall.
I'm
That's my
curious though because I mean that is kind of a classic like do well in Swiss, die in top cut deck.
Yeah. There's some proven history. Eric went undefeated when he won his UTW.
I just mean I Giga in particular. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, really?
Well, I just mean
Well, I guess
that's like the vibe of it.
If you
It could be,
finish
like-
at the top or the bottom, because the people that finished top 8 at
Yeah.
at the Orlando one, they were at the bottom of top 8 and they both lost in top 8.
Facts. Yeah, I mean, so there's at least a couple. I mean, curious. Ernie the goat. They love you, bro. Should have had you on the whole
Yes.
time. You should have commented.
I'm down. I mean,
You got your top.
the plan was that like if anybody scrubbed out, then we
Yeah.
would have came here and commentated. And I was like,
And then
hopefully it doesn't come to that.
I mean, I think Marcus Hayden went X3. So
But
no disrespect.
it was
but
because
he
of
did
it was
well.
because of last night. It was because of last night.
Yeah, he
It
was
was a
he
tournament.
was here till like 4 a.m. last night playing and got top 4 in their little like pre-tournament. But it
The
may
most
have
unluckiest.
yeah, may have been a unwise decision. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, luck is.
Well, if he would have won,
I'm not.
then,
Yeah, I'm not.
yeah.
hating on Marcus.
It's unfortunate. I think they're both on like their second Celsius, and
Oh
they're
yeah.
probably gonna crack
Must
open
be.
another one because it's been. I think they had like probably 4 or 5 hours, if that, sleep. There was a couple of people though. I think that there was a guy that I faced. I think round 4 or something.
That was also
that
playing.
was also playing last night, and I think his
What did
friend
you-
won. So
What
it's
did you
like,
play against?
Oh, I can show you the matchups if you really want me to show you. I wrote it down.
Just rattle them off. Or anything else notable?
I played like 2 GBs. Those were really
Oh.
tough. I played. Who else? The GBs were tough. Actually, the guy previous to last round, I think I'm winning like all game 1s, which obviously really helps. But the first GB guy, like I just lost game 1, and that was really tough to come back from. But game 2, and this is the guy with the big burn,
Oh, he's Big Burn GBs.
big burn GBs. And then game 3, I actually sniped one of the big burns, so that kind of helped.
One of. There were multiple.
Oh, I don't know. I just sniped I just sniped one. Let's see. What did I face? Yeah, round 1 was GB's actually. Oh, and then I lost to Machina, who's like a really good player from Maryland.
I think he's gonna top as well. He was X1.
Yeah.
I would have wanted to feature him to be honest, but
I've seen a lot of horror stories of people getting defeated by Dark Gaia, so I know that guy was cooking today.
I think. Well, I mean, even if he lost that round, he's X1-1. He's gonna top.
He's showing. Then Monarch Frogs, that was kind of scary. Then Forgs, actually went against
Oh.
Forgs.
Nice.
That was a 2-0. That's because just like I opened up really good. Like I opened up, I think like
Deductive.
I decked him game 1, and then game 2 I opened up Dust Shoe Torrential. And, yeah, it's like,
But it's like I said this the other day on Discord one time. And it's like, you know, it's so funny. People talk about Vayu. I mean,
that what you just said. You could be playing any deck.
Yeah.
But people will be like, man, I only lose to value when they like mill crazy, or when they go first and open hamster, or when they have burial or return, or when they have oppression, or when they have deck dev, or when they have dark. And I'm like, bro, you are naming half of the deck. like
Yeah.
what do you think I'm gonna draw?
Yeah.
Like
The force guy was actually really nice, and he was like, "Oh, do you think that this is the best deck?" And I was like, "Yeah, 100%.
so
I believe
about
that.
value.
I believe
yeah,
Value's
yeah,
the best
yeah.
deck."
No, I just
And
didn't know
then-
if he meant about.
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But then he asked me like, "Oh, do you think that which deck do you think is better between the Forgs and the Hero Frogs?" And I said that Hero Frogs I think is like overall like probably like
More resilient. Effective.
yeah
We
more
saw that on
resilient.
stream.
Yeah, more resilient. But I think that if you're speaking like the highest level, I'm talking about people put in 1,000 hours, they're like at the top of the ladder, and then also going to like a bunch of in-person events.
Shout out to Alistair.
Forgs. Shout out to Alistair. If you're playing, if you can play Forgs, you're just gonna be at a much higher
I
advantage.
really still haven't given Fords a shot. I gotta. People ask me about that deck all the time. Like, oh, have you?
I'm surprised you haven't, actually.
Why?
Pretty close to Dream Frogs.
Yeah, yeah.
There's their shed.
Yeah. Obviously those decks, like after Synchro Cat, they're probably like some of the best ones. Like,
Yeah.
because that's gonna take the top slot for sure once people catch on.
Right, yeah, we gotta keep spreading this propaganda that everybody.
Yeah.
I think Rescue Cat's a little too cheap.
The
$40?
The story that I always tell about the guy who pulled out the 10K or whatever.
my
that
God.
was how the whole argument started, is because he's like, Synchro Cat best deck. Like, y'all are all playing it wrong. And and I hated on him, and look at me now. I'm like, actually, bro,
Maybe you're right.
he was right.
Got you eating your own words.
I got one 10K.
Rescue Cat was good though. We played it yesterday.
Oh.
It was cooking. I thought it was really good. I don't know if it's like
Pilot
the
pilot
best. Yeah. The pilot kind of carried him, I'm not gonna lie. Though sometimes I was just scared of him, his back row, the cards that he could have.
But we switched pilot. AJT played it.
AJT
He was
played
so-
it. I mean, that man was just slamming though. I love it.
It's like Don Zalou, bro. That's
He
all,
loves-
that's
he
all
loves-
he knows.
He loves any Go related stuff.
I was gonna say about the deck dev thing. I mean, I think honestly one of the gnarliest moments on stream. Well, I'm trying to think. So highlights of the stream so far for me, having CJ on to play Giga and just destroy this guy. Honestly, I mean, like game 1, open load for 1 supervise, hit the supervise off the thing.
Okay.
In game 2, it was a little bit more back and forth, but he was just like dominating the whole time, like making these little pushes, forcing out everything.
Smart.
He went Giga effect, and then he had like double lone Giga engrave. It was game 2. The guy crowed the Giga, and then like ended up outing the board or whatever. And then, but then like the next turn, it's like DDR back to Giga. Yeah.
Continued coverage.
Like it actually helped him. So I'd say that was a good match to watch. And then Kamal's match.
Did he get 2-0'd? Yo,
Kamal
somebody
did get 2-0'd.
Somebody come up on a mat on a UDS.
Well,
mat?
I think someone already had because he was X1,
Oh.
and then I don't know if they got another one, but
That's crazy.
but he I mean, it's really unlike, but I'll explain this to you because you will feel the pain.
Oh no.
Because he goes,
Oh no.
he's playing by yes, game 2 charge mill Sirocco or something. Like he built like Mirror Force Torrential Sirocco, and we're commentating.
We
were like,
that hurts.
Yeah, we were like, man, the traps. But he hit the Sirocco, and I literally am like, well, if he has like Arma, DDV, I'm like talking about.
Yeah.
And
start
so
over.
he goes because he summons Arma and sends the Vine. I'm like, well, if he has DDV here, then it was really good that he hit
Yep.
the thing.
It was
So
worth it.
He was banished, set DDV, standby phase it.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
No.
Yes.
Oh no.
Rhoda 1-for-1 Miracle Caius Soul Exchange, like hit 0 cards over the next 2 turns too,
Oh.
and it was just like
It's the draws too. It hurts when you
What?
see the draw. It's like a spell or trap, and it's like, what did I do this?
Yeah.
What did I do this for?
it was just like, I mean, the thing I kept saying is like, the thing is, I mean, he sort of like hand looped himself using the DDV, like he used 2 cards like for nothing,
Yeah.
but even if he had all 6 cards,
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's a big uphill battle.
yeah, I don't know. I was like, I was just like, because that's happened to me before too. When I decked them and they just have like all gas, no little guys, and especially if they decided to like Kaiku.
Yeah.
But
That's why when people are like, oh, like DDV is like so good, and like maybe like I think it's a bait sometimes. Like, oh, I can
Oh,
get to
for
see
sure.
your entire hand.
Yeah.
But then sometimes like what you don't understand is like sometimes you see how you're gonna lose because you
Oh,
just see like,
Yeah.
oh,
people
you
are,
just
people are so cope, bro.
Yeah.
People are, if you're talking about, oh well, the knowledge is worth it, bro. The knowledge is not worth 2 of my cards.
yeah.
It's not worth 2 of my cards. That is like difficult to set up.
Yeah.
also.
Like,
like
if we're speaking about like value, which like this game like has comes down to like a lot of fundamentals too.
yeah.
Like that's why I think Go players can be really good Edison players because they
That's
use
why you
a lot
gotta play Q to practice.
the best way to get better at Edison is like you. But yeah, like if you understand like what a +1 is and what card advantage is and what trading favorably is, then you should be able to understand.
Professor Ernie,
Look, I learned from the best. I learned from you.
adjunct professor.
But yeah, you should be able to learn to. And that's why like DDD is somewhat of a gamble sometimes
Yeah.
against like decks that it just blows out like fairies or something. Then it's never wrong to just probably shotgun it. But
Yeah, I mean, if you're ever chaining into something, it's good value, and
Yeah.
make sure the value sinkers go to grave. But like, yeah, I mean, it can be pretty dicey, and I sometimes like it's more often if I have a chance to shotgun it like in early game high resource, I will. But
Yeah.
but I have had times where I'm like, I can afford to wait, and I can bait the bottomless next turn.
I mean, I was able to DDV the Blackman player, which I know we were talking about earlier today.
Oh, it cooked.
That was good. That was really good. I think he was shocked too that he was like, oh, you played that.
Well, I also was like, we were talking the whole time, and I didn't realize he was so low life.
Yeah.
And so when you did that, I was like, oh, this is a good swing. And then I was like, oh wait, he's just dead.
That's a game.
Like,
He was at 17.
yeah.
He was at 17. I was curious what his back row was because they were there for a while and like yeah, that's what I was like.
interesting, too.
And he didn't. And I'm pretty sure he scooped because he didn't want to show me. But I was like, what spicy tech did you
Was that
have?
oppression?
It must have been oppression. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if he played road or not. But I was saying to Ruben or whatever, I was like, well, like I'm just imagining the nightmare scenario, like you swing, he prisons, you
And
DDV,
then,
and then he roads, and I would have been like, oh, like
That
it's like
would-
the only way you lose that.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean?
like
Like, 'cause
literally
you're so
the only
ahead,
way.
like,
Yeah. That was so ahead.
yeah. It was,
But he had like a really bad hand because he had to go Blizzy
he
get
kind of had a bad hand both. He
Yeah.
hard drew the value, and
get by you.
yo,
He only plays one too.
I know you're like, and yo,
Oh,
that's what I was gonna say.
oh my God.
I was gonna say when he attacked the thing, I literally said to Ruben, I was like, dude, I know he is stressed right now if he plays the second like what were you like?
No, I was stressed when he brought out a Blizzy. Did you see him bring out a Blizzy?
Oh yeah, that also, yes, I know. But I thought he just like mishandled the card. I know.
Yeah.
But when he attacked, like, and you didn't, I mean, you have to make a bet there how many he plays, basically.
Yeah.
Because if he has the value, you lose.
Yeah, I do.
So I was watching that, and I was like, I think I would take the same bet, to be honest. But I was like,
I'm a
dude,
gambling man sometimes.
yeah, exactly. I'm like,
I'm a gambling man
I
sometimes.
was just, I know internally you're probably like holding your breath a little
Yeah.
bit. Like, is he gonna get it or not?
It was a sweaty game. It was a sweaty game.
No,
Shout out to that guy. He was good.
I might try to go and gather results real quick from as much as I can. Maybe just step out for a second.
Yeah.
So I might pause this. Well, not pause. I'm just gonna mute myself. But yeah, I mean, we will be back in like, I don't know. This round is almost over, so probably 20 minutes. I might be back sooner than that. I'm just gonna take a quick break before we get into Top Cut. There's 64 of you here. I need there to be 65. When I want to go up. I don't want there to be
Yes.
drop off. I want to be
Yes.
drop on.
Subscribe to the channel.
Subscribe to the channel.
Hit like. It's only 15 likes. I didn't even see the chat. I'm sorry.
Uh,
Oh, what's up, Pro Storm? Edison Club?
This
Gen-
is the
Handsome
this has
General.
from Twitch too.
Harrison? Oh yeah. You guys are streaming on both.
Yeah.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah, put on both of your accounts, your Twitch and your
Dude,
YouTube account.
have
Watch it
your
on both.
grandma stream it. Make her give a like.
Your little sister, your cousins, your mom.
Everybody. We need everybody.
Get your
in
mom's
here.
tablet. Get your mom's credit card.
Get your mom's credit. Put it in the chat.
Put it in the chat. Little subprime. Use your primes.
No, well, yeah, just thank you guys for tuning in so far. Thank you, Ernie, for sitting.
Of course.
Good job on the top.
Thank you.
And I will get you guys results. We're not stopping. We're just waiting for Top Cut, but South City Games,
Check them out.
check them out. Margate, Florida. Huge prize tournament. Been a very good experience.
They announced another one too.
They announced another
Apparently
one.
even bigger.
Apparently even bigger. I will get you guys the info on that too. Yeah, it's been a good time for us all down here and just a fun tournament to play. I think they're announcing this.
Can you hear me?
So maybe I
Represents Tampa. Let's go. Oh, Frozen Soul. That's a good dude right there. I think he funded
yeah.
one of Frazier's tournaments. That was a thing of success. So cool guy. Yeah.
Stay here.
Yeah, we'll chill. Oh, shit. Unfortunate. It was still a good turnout though, Mr. Frozen Soul. But yeah. Hi, Harrison. Oh. Honestly, I've had a really good time here. So I definitely recommend you guys come. I think flights are pretty cheap. We landed in Fort Lauderdale. Yo, Mr. AJT, did you make it?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. Okay.
What place
So I'm
was
gonna
it?
I'm gonna announce it. Okay, you spoiled it already. But
I got a big smile on my face. What am I supposed to say? I only
okay,
scored
let
one
me-
spot.
so I'm gonna go from 16 up, and then I will put this in the chat after, so everyone's like, who actually talked? Okay. Quiet in the. You all hold your breath. You know. All right. Coming in at number 16, we got Adam Urig. Coming in at 15, we got Nikolai Howlett, the guy you just beat.
The guy just beat, yeah. Nice guy.
Good job. Coming in 14th, we have Andre Torres,
He made it.
who beat the shit out of you.
He killed me.
13, Big AJT.
Go.
Canada represent.
12th, Jared Giota. 11th, Jake Mattern, Jake FSF, GB player.
Oh.
Known GB player.
Big
10th is Matthew Alabash. 9th, Cody Moreland. Spring Blackwing. 8th is Niall Keeley. I know he's local. Ruben and them said he knew him. 7th, Rob the Man, Rob Frizzy.
Made it.
6th, Arthur Rogers. 5, Eric Chen.
Eric, let's go.
4, Carlo Marrero. He was on stream. No, actually, different Carlos. 3rd, Big Ernie.
Let's go.
2nd, Yi Chang Lee, Hidden Boss.
My only loss.
Yeah,
My
your
only
only
loss.
loss.
That man is crazy. That man is
And
good.
first, CJ Kraus with the Giga.
The big giga.
He's
Yeah.
jacked, bro. He's jacked playing.
He's a
the
strong
biggest
man.
team. Yeah, I know he is. Yeah.
And he's got the headphones.
He's locked in.
All right, so I'm gonna write this in the chat.
Bing bong on top, baby.
Type here. How do I type in this?
In the actual chat.
From
Up there, maybe?
where?
Is it go? Oh no.
Right, my turn.
You all tab to like one of the to like the YouTube channel.
But
Oh, there we go.
I think this is just like a personal account. I don't want to be posting it. on
Okay,
YouTube.
okay. Yeah.
I'll just type in it. I'll honestly go in it on my own account.
Oh, that's nice.
Um,
Everybody follow James.
Yeah, then
The professor.
then you all can follow me. You know.
The big Rob. Yes, Pana. The big Rob.
Yeah, I'll put this so you can all.
Sizzle actually topped yesterday the Ulti Kai's, the place at Ulti Kai's tournament.
Yeah, they had a last minute playset of Ulti Kai's tournament. That's how crazy these guys are.
Bro,
Super.
you guys need to come. Make sure you like make a vacation out of it too, because it's like Florida. It's a great place to be. It's warm.
Okay.
Yeah, so Friday, I think first got a play set of Kais's, and then second got
Wait, I'm gonna do this in such a crazy way. Can you take a picture of this on your phone and then I
Text
can no, just keep it open so I can write it in chat. I'm sure there's a better way to do this.
But yeah, there was like a tournament on Friday. I think Marcus and Eric like went straight from the airport to here, and they played in it. And I think Eric lost in top 8. Marcus, I think, was undefeated in Swiss.
Yeah.
And he lost in top 4.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it was only top 2 prizing. So they were here.
They got, I mean, they got something. But
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. They got some credit, but it was like I think first and second only got like
they got
the
a
cards.
bigger prize.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm typing this up so I can put the top cut in chat.
Oh, 2 Tampa peeps in the top. Tampa represent. Cody and Jake. 123 players. Might have been
Yep.
around that. Yeah.
Yep, that's what it was. What's up?
What's up? Just got my bag.
Are you?
Y'all going over the match and stuff?
Yeah, we got the top cut.
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about like the matchups in it, but I'll figure that out in a sec. I guess we'll see the bracket.
I think Yicheng has his list on the Feels Good Gaming profile channel because I think he won the tournament there.
You think that's the same list?
I think I saw it. Yeah.
You've been studying them.
I don't study people, but
If you're about to
Probably
play
should
him,
have.
if
Probably
you're
should have.
about to play him, you would say.
Probably should have. Yeah. He was like OG. He plays like Compulse and like he mains a Crow. I lost game 1 because he main Crow, but I think I lost because of just the matchup was really bad. Sasha's here.
I'm writing it down, guys. Relax. And I don't have all the deck types yet. And I also probably wouldn't tell you because you're playing.
Wait, that's not his name. That says Eric Chen.
Dude, that's what I said.
What?
And it was
Yo,
funny.
that's a little racist.
Dude, well, we were in.
I'm
we
saying
were
that
in
because
VC
Eric always says that.
We were in VC the other day, and not with Eric, with some other people who will not be named. And someone called him Eric Chen, and I'm like,
that's not his
that's
name,
crazy.
bro.
Like that's crazy. And I think they genuinely didn't know, but I was roasting him so hard. I was like, dude, that's crazy.
The pricing is better completely than Ribbits. No offense to Ribbits though. I'm very happy that there are tournaments where people can win prizes.
Winning prizes.
Yeah, it keeps the format alive. It keeps the format competitive too, which is the reason why I like it.
Yeah, I think that's true because at something like this, there's really a lot of incentive for you to play your best deck to try as hard as possible can. With some of the online tournaments, especially the people that enter all of them, like you get people not using like joke or meme decks, but like you could afford to just like
super high rolling.
Use a different deck and try something out. But it's like if you're playing something like this, you're try harding.
Yeah, you want to play your best deck.
You should probably go out there. I think they're making some announcement for.
All right.
Good luck, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll probably have you hopefully on stream at some point. Maybe not for top 16, but if you win out, then
yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for sitting in.
Of course.
All right, I got this typed up. That was Ernie. Lovely guy. All right. Here is the top 16. Oh, I can't even do it. Hold on. I'm getting there. Bro, this is hurting me. I have to do it in 2 parts because there's a character limit on YouTube comments. This is so stressful. All right. All right. Oh, You got a mat. I don't know why you got a mat. I'm not out there, but you know. Oh, this messed it all up, but at least now when people ask in chat, it'll be right there. So unfortunately, deal with it. There you go. Oh,
Yo,
what's up?
we on right now?
Yeah, it's live.
Yo.
Don't say,
Steph,
don't say
Carlos
anything
Herrera.
crazy.
I'm not going to.
You know how you get.
No, not yet. Damn.
What's the flowers? Oh, I'm feeling it a little bit. Being here for
Yeah, I mean, you're putting in a lot of work, bro. Putting in a lot of work.
putting that work. Can anyone topple Chris Kraus?
He's
Gonna arm wrestle you.
he'll snap my whole arm off. I mean, I don't know. He'll definitely beat me, but I think I won't get injured. That's the threshold. Yeah, I think I'll lose, but I won't get hurt.
Yeah. He'll be gentle.
I can't believe I don't.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, I got the list, bro. I got cards.
That's on King Stack.
I wish I had kings in there.
If you win, you gotta give some.
I'll
Shout out
shut
to
him
the-
out.
shout out
Shut
to
him
the
out.
goat,
I'll say
yeah.
that's on king's time.
That's on King's time. Yeah, let me see if I know offhand. I mean, okay, so just going down the list: Gigaplant, Machina, Vayu, don't know, Vayu, don't know, Virus Vayu, don't know, Blackwing, don't know, GB, don't know, Blackwing, GB, Blackwing, don't know. So a lot of GB, Vayu, and Blackwing. But we yeah, there's also the Dark Gaia deck that I believe did top. So think about this bracket for a minute. I'm trying to think if I want to use CJ again or Yi Chang. Maybe Yi Chang is good. No, but that's against Nikolai. Who do you guys want to see? I mean, I saw the message, Andreas, stream please, but Andreas versus Ernie, that would be kind of nice. That'd be a heavy hitter. Not a lot of frog. I think there must be at least one. I gotta be. I might have Rob the Man on stream. You know what? I'm gonna give it to Rob. I'm gonna try to give it to Rob. That should be 7 versus 9. Cody Moreland. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I know. Man, I was on my whip and I'm like,
All right, guys. We need to lock in. We need to lock in. What I chose for this feature match, some repeat offenders, but it's going to be Andre Torres against Ernie, who we just saw. I think that's a good match, bro. That's going to be a tight match. GB against Vayu. It's a difficult match to play correctly. I think it'll be. Those are two heavy hitters. You know, there are a lot of good players in this top cut, but that's by far the two known people versus each other. So don't worry. I'll give Gigaplan guys some love. You know, I'll see all this, but that's a gimme. You know, those are two champs. I want to see Rob the Man too. I thought Rob was I thought Rob was playing against a different person. I just misread the thing, but yeah, Gigaplant first after Swift Marcus, CJ Kraus. I think we were literally talking about him the other day. The two of us were, and I mean, this is literally him on the screen right now. He's setting up, but he crushed it. He played really well on stream. I mean, just talking to him, he's like, yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of time to play anymore, so I just kind of learned this deck inside and out, and I cooked. And from what I see, he did in fact cook. But don't worry, I'll definitely get. I mean, hey man, I would love to feature all these people. I would love you to have access to all the replays, so to speak, whatever. That Dark guy cooker, for sure a cooker. But yeah, I mean, this will be a tough top 16. I want to see all the matches, bro. You know, I mean, I'm just saying, we got to pick one, and it's gonna be what it is. Yi Chang, I mean, he's right there. He's been crushing it. But we have Nikolai, who we just saw. I guess we have Ernie, who we just saw too. I don't know. But Ernie's my homie, so he gets nepotism tax. Rob the Man on the left here. And Jake from State Farm. Jake FSF. Jake Mattern. OG GB player. Thank you guys for tuning in. I said when top 16 started, I wanted 65 people. Right now, I'm looking at 62. So y'all better be spreading that link maybe a little bit. But thank everyone for tuning in. You know, it's been a fun little jaunt. It went down. It probably went down. AGT snuck in. Yep, AGT topped. The list is right there. People who topped. Y'all can scroll up a little bit and see it. I think we're gonna get Ruben back for the top cut. Marcus was on Black Wings. Marcus wasn't even here, bro. You guys are shuffling up. Ah. So I'm gonna try to pull off Andres Torres versus Ernie as our feature match. Two of the more known players in Top Cut, but we got a pretty star-studded Top Cuts. I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the players are pretty known, you know, like if you're in the know. This top cut looks ass. Yeah, should have come, bro. Don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. That's a nice little photo. Missing Ernie and Andreas, but get 1 second to make sure they are. All right.
Andres and Ernie.
Yeah. Thank you. So we got Andres and Ernie. I've already looked at these deck lists before, but you know, I think I don't know. I think the GB against Volume matchup can be kind of interesting if you. I think it's intricate. I think there's some intricacies to it, and it's my opinion, if you play Vayu correctly, that it's really free for Vayu, like very, very free. But that's also where kind of play skill comes into question, and you know, can Ernie pilot it perfectly? Does he know this matchup as well as he should? Or does Andreas have some tricks up his sleeves? That's how I would approach this. Now, I'll just say right now, one thing that I'm noticing that I guess I didn't notice before when I was going over the match, Andreas is meaning only 1 chariot. 1 chariot. Just a little sprinkle on top. He's meaning 1 chariot, 1 respite. Interesting. And he's on 42 cards. Yeah. Double ready Ari. I don't think anything else super interesting or anything else really like prepped for this matchup. I mean, he's triple trap stun. Marcus, I like the way you're thinking on that. Oh, thank you. Are they?
They're starting to.
Yeah, maybe switch. But, I mean,
they didn't start this.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I can message him anytime. I just if they are starting them. I'm good. Yeah. Is okay.
We get someone else? Or?
See if Marcus Hayden's around.
Marcus Hayden.
I mean, that's the guy that came down with us. He's saying that if he's down to do it, yeah. I would say ask him first.
Okay.
He doesn't have to, but yeah, Marcus Hayden did not do so well. No disrespect. I think there's some other people in the building that could do a good job with this. I know Dom from the Discords and whatnot is here. He could be a good person to have in the booth. I think Ruben is tired and probably leaving. But we have switched back over to Ernie, Big Ernie, and Andreas Torres, who it seems have shuffled up, or mostly shuffled up, and are now getting ready to play. So yeah, top 16 match, started top 16, and we have GB against Vayu. Ernie, my friend from New York, Andreas from, I'm not exactly sure where he's from, South America, but I guess lives around here because they said he comes here every week, so I guess he lives around here now. Rolled a 6. Oh, I didn't see what Ernie rolled. No, it's not just putting on my homies. Also, aren't you literally the guy that like tops only with Dark Eye? No disrespect to you, Wolf, but like you've topped with Dark Eye. Like, aren't you just like trying to see Dark Eye on stream? But no, I'm not putting on Ernie because he's my homie. He's an Ultimate Time Wizard champion, and this is a YCS champion multi-time. So I just think it's cool to see good players play. But I get the appeal of seeing good decks. I mean, of seeing interesting decks. We had him on round 1, and if he wins, I definitely will be trying to feature him again. Can't feature everybody. So Ernie Sedoraico pops the Ready Ari. Mills Addictive, Allure, Dushu. Honestly, those are cards that you didn't necessarily want to hard draw, so not so bad to mill. Obviously, you want to mill a piece, but now he has Storm in hand. Does he respect the Starlight Road? I'm a slammer. I've been known to slam. And I just, I respect the hold. I'm not. Okay. I don't think I ever said you were mad. But also, I'm not going to go back and forth. Yeah. I mean, Dark Eye is a cool deck. I'll try to feature the Dark Eye. Oh, we got you. Are you walk of shame or
Walk of shame.
We have Marcus Hayden in the booth. I'll catch you up real quick. This is obviously Ernie against Andres. This is like turn 2 though. Ernie Sedoraico, Andres attacked with the Ready Ari, and then Andres set 4. And now this is Ernie's turn 2.
Gotcha.
Ernie has Storm in hand, but did not use it because he set 4.
Yeah. And it's terrifying to use Storm in this spot.
They said like, I think the level you were just talking is fine, but like it is right there. So
Gotcha.
When I asked Ernie about last round, he said we couldn't hear anything. It was fine.
Oh, okay.
Just to be aware.
Sure.
So my reduo.
Huh?
He said my reduo.
Let's go.
They're gonna start.
Oh, it's Hydro.
They're gonna start shilling redo format in our Edison, in our pure Edison chat.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So okay, we summon the Armed Wing.
It's really strong to connect that into this deck, but it's kind of scary to attack.
I was gonna say I mean the summon here, even if you get caught by the bombs. I mean you already have the Necro, so
right.
These are lists if you want to see.
Good point.
And these are the top bracket. But yeah.
Does he know? Like they don't know each other's list, right?
They don't know each other's lists.
Okay.
And I mean I already said it on stream that he's playing the 1 Chariot. That's what I was pointing out to Marcus. But
it's really interesting to only play 1 Chariot.
But he attacks the Armed Wing.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking, imprisoning.
He's playing a very high monster.
So he does have a road set. And he takes it. So I think honestly, Ernie is probably glad he held the Storm, because if you're not doing anything to either of those attacks,
yeah, correct. No,
pretty
he's feeling really good.
high likelihood that there's a road. Andres does also play things like Wabaku, that, and obviously a lot of back removal. So talk about your crack pack though. I mean, depends what he has Gardner.
Yeah.
Ernie still has Gardner.
And like so Sekitor plus like a book or something like that's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think in an ideal world, like if Andreas has maybe a Chariot, then he could go like Laquari, swing over the Greffer, you know.
For sure.
But yes, in not having Chariot, of which once again he only plays one, I guess you're just Murmillowing to basically smashing around something on the field
Sure.
in defense, like Murmillow defense.
Yeah. I feel like he's gonna just Laquari try to punch over the 17 and hold like Waboku or Book for
Yeah,
when
if
he
he
tries
has
to
a
crack back.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing it's like Compulse, Waboku, Book, something like that.
Second Tiger gets us to Geysers, but he would have to pop one of his own back row to do that. Why did Ernie not chain Necro to Cat? Cooking
Just because of Chariot.
to chain, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be a good play, but
but
if he doesn't have the Chariot, then he would look kind of silly. I mean, not silly, but like.
or if he summons a second Tiger.
So, I mean, you could do that to play around them having Chariot, but
You kind of already checked for the Chariot, right? No,
no, not really.
the turn previously. Oh wait, that's crazy.
Ooh, wait.
That's really good.
He could bestiary his own call.
Mhm. Yeah, that's really, really good. And now Ernie's going to probably feel pressured to use his heavy.
Andy can
Heraclinos. He can. That's true.
because he can Geysers and then tag for Darius Laquari. So
Does he have?
I mean, there's still Necro, I guess. So he can't beat that. So if he attacks with Geysers, yeah. I mean, here, if he wants to get 2 attacks through, I guess he could just Tiger for Milo.
Yeah. Again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the call was super strong there. I mean, that definitely would be a card that he could have to, you know, that wouldn't have been used when he. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, that wouldn't have been used when he attacked with all those. But definitely not when I was expecting, just because it's a one-off. But
Right.
why is he shuffling?
Oh, because he's going to go back into deck. Is that why they're asking?
I mean,
You never know.
yeah, and I don't think he's wasting a significant amount of time. Maybe if, and I think Ernie was just thinking on the attack anyway, so it wasn't really like
Right.
wasting.
He's going to be forced to do it on 16 though, because already Ari.
Now you're tagging out Milo. You already have 1 ready Ari engraved. He does play 2. So you
Right.
could go banish that armed wing, or you could just equest back here. Oh, or just
He's
leave
gonna
the,
pop his
leave the
own call.
Bestia if he has a Wabaku.
Yeah. And he can just leave a lot on board,
Yeah.
actually.
I think Wabaku in my mind is all but. Are we just gonna make
Immediately. Interesting.
Maybe he doesn't have any defensive cards because he plays. One road. Like, what are the rest of these cards?
Maybe, I don't know.
What's going on here?
Trapstone?
What's going on here?
Maybe? Trapstone,
Chat,
Starlight.
what's going on here?
Starlight, Trapstone, and I don't know. What will the last card be? Compulse, maybe?
Book.
Book.
But maybe
That
leave
makes-
if you have book.
That makes sense. Do you think Ernie's going to try to heavy in this spot? Because
Depends on the rest
pressured
of his
he is.
hand. I mean, he has Cyber, Raiko, Sirocco. I think he probably has to heavy, yeah.
No, setting Raiko, since he's already checked for
Check your
Chariot.
chariot. Yeah, and he didn't
Isn't too
equest
bad.
back anything. So Andreas has no cards in hand, I believe. Yeah, so I mean.
He has 1 in hand, right?
Oh, he does. Yeah. Sorry, I see now. Yeah, so I mean, I think it's his return. Return's not going to really do much good.
What's Spanish currently for him?
Necro Sirocco, I believe.
It could become stronger.
I saw
It's
deep prison, so I would
progressive.
keep both.
What was that
As
trend?
in Andreas has deep prison. So. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you set Raiko and he has
Oh my
third
gosh.
tiger, but what are we doing now? For equals? What's happening
He could.
Bounces Geyser
I was gonna say he could just pop one of his own sets.
and Geyser's him.
And
But he's at
Geysers
17. Why,
again.
why are we? I mean, it's not that bad if you Raiko's your monster. I don't understand why we're using the tiger.
Maybe he'll go for the 1600 guy to punch, and then
That forces the Raiko on it.
yeah, or he even if he Raikos the other one, but then he gets to search Chariot if he wants to or follow up. Yeah, that's exactly what he's gonna do.
I mean, you could have basically done the same thing with Secutor, but it's a little riskier if it's a bigger. I mean, this is still risky in a sense, but yeah, I mean, but maybe you should let him search the chain.
Yeah, I think you do let him search it because if you can get a normal summon to clear this guy,
He's and you have Cyber Dragon.
yeah,
So
yeah,
like if he goes like hop the geyser is, and then, yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Because then if he has a
Oh, and he hits value too. That's really good.
because he has another ready. Like I feel like he'll probably just go Equest, get back the.
And Ernie has an armed wing engrave, correct?
Oh, okay
That he
because
previously
he milled. Yes, he does. But
So
because
that's
he
really
milled the
good.
value, now he's getting the ready card.
Yeah.
But this is still good because you just. I mean, he searched the chariot, yeah, but like he has Cyber Syrup. It's a little awkward, like into Deep Prison specifically, because he's gonna like summon one, get blocked, and then have to probably summon the other main two. But
Yeah, but then Andre still has to find a way to get to Bestiary again.
yeah, and he's used all three times. Dark.
Oh wow!
He's already checked.
And he just banished the value for him to put him back at 3 darks.
Oh shit!
That is absurd.
He's already. Oh no! He does have chariot, so he's gonna double.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna have to
I mean,
just
you
play to Mirror Force,
swing-
but he kind of checked for Mirror Force
think
when he
he does,
attacked
yeah.
with Greffer plus Arm Wing. So he's
Yeah, this is all still the same except for the chariot. But I mean, you swing with Cyber. I guess you get shrink, but yeah, you swing with Cyber, and then.
I don't know if it's gonna. It is gonna matter actually. I feel like you already checked for Mirror Force. I don't really know what he is. Just hoping for a chained Wabaku or something.
Make
Maybe.
it like a brain.
Does he
Oh,
have brain?
no.
I don't think so.
Oh no!
He might just main phase use
I
the
mean, and he
dark
can.
armed effect if he wins.
He can.
No.
Does he have prisons? That's what we weren't really sure about.
Well, so like we were thinking Starlight, and we were thinking most likely a trap stun with how he's been playing.
That's
So the
because he could.
and then we know
Wabaku-
more
he could
chariot.
Wabaku on this attack as well.
right.
If he kept the.
There's the first. Yeah. I almost think you have to main phase 2, just pop to force a Stardust, and because sitting with the Cyber Dragon on board in this game state's really good for you.
The thing too is honestly though, now he's out of GBs, so if he doesn't draw one, then he has the return.
Right.
I mean, maybe
The
it's
return is
tuned.
really, really good.
We actually still don't know what this set that's not chariot is. We've been saying trap stun could not be trap stun.
Yeah,
but
but what else could it be? That's another problem. Could it be a bluff? Like
Mirror Force, I mean that deals with the Stardust. Ooh, I mean just if he didn't use the Storm. I mean, because he'd already been
he kind of played like Starlight was there the
It just-
entire
and it just
time.
clicks him so
the
bad if he doesn't-
story makes so much
yeah,
sense.
it
That
just
it's
clicks
there.
him so bad because he just swings with the Cyber, doesn't attack in the dark armor. Man.
So what cards are you wanting to see here if you're Ernie? Like an Armanite?
Would you Mirror Force? Is this getting stunned?
Yeah.
If it gets trap stun.
Yeah, I just like the way the game's played out.
Oh no,
it's
no,
just
it,
what
makes
sense.
total sense. I was kind of wishful thinking.
Yeah, yeah.
But now, I mean,
Well, now the Trap Sun's alive. If he has a play like Armanite or Greffer,
here's the problem. I almost feel like I would maybe set it just because I might. Oh, I was gonna say I might not attack if I'm
it's just going to Mirror
Another Trap
Force
Sun.
to force it. It's
That's
pretty
fine.
good.
That's fine. That's for sure fine.
And do we know what Andres has?
Chariot.
Chariot and 2 unknowns. Are you-
Not stun.
Yeah, not stun.
But-
Sure.
Another person.
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, that's Hamster Raiko.
Did you need to attack there? He's at 31. Maybe worth it.
Ernie was playing so
Now he's-
clean.
Chariot.
Yeah, Chariot's gonna be really good. If Ernie just didn't heavy, I think he wins this game.
I don't understand why he's not auto check. Like, what are you doing here? Just Chariot, bro.
And that turns off Arma as a top type.
Yeah, normal summon forgets
But if
over it.
that,
Normal
that
summon
other
Sirocco gets
set
over it.
isn't like a book or something, which it has to be a live trap at this point, right? Like
Well,
book.
that was a newer one.
Yeah, from the turn prior. Yeah, I was gonna
What's
say
that?
because
What's that?
like it has to be book or something. Oh, Mirror Force. Oh yeah, I think chat called it. Yeah, pop his own card.
I know what the summon Secutor, like, because
Yeah,
actually, what are you doing here?
It only makes sense if he's going for best.
It doesn't
right?
really, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but like, I might have just like, I don't think the 400 damage is going to matter either necessarily. And now you just get walled.
Yeah, if he draws just a normal summon that punches over Secutor.
Yeah, Arma no effect. Burial is also really, really strong.
Normal summoning on Vayu is good right now.
Which passed. Oh, this is not even threatening game.
No.
I don't know.
And
I don't know about this one.
normal
I don't know about
summoning
this
Vayu kills the Secutor. Oh wow.
Oh,
Oh
wow, but he has Chariot.
Yeah, he just
has
has
Chariot.
Chariot. That's true. Wait, did he allow it? No.
Yeah, I mean, also you could check on either part, right? Like,
Yeah, any part
I
of
mean,
Four's effect.
yeah.
Sure.
now it's like equals. Dude, honestly, even here, I might have made the Geyser because, like, now he's been through a lot of Raikos in hand. Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, he has two. I don't know what his other cards do.
Yeah.
Back true, down two. It was within.
Dang, he was playing so clean in the early game too. And if he just stuck to his conviction of holding the heavy,
Because maybe he was just thinking, like, the Dark Arm would have forced Solemn. Like, I think maybe he was thinking he didn't have Rogue, yet Solemn or something. He was checking Solemn by summoning the Dark Arm. And then he was like, oh, he doesn't have protection at all.
right?
Obviously, he was playing like he had Road, so I wish he.
It just made too much sense. Like
Yeah.
like
Well, like we said, I mean, he had 3 back row that he didn't use when he went,
through multiple
Refer
attacks
armed.
already. Yeah.
and so you're basically ruling out almost every battle trap. I think he did hold prison, but that's because he had the call to get back over. So it is a little bit hard to read, but like you still know that the majority of them are not defensive traps.
Yeah. Well, you can immediately rule out Mirror Force, and the thing that matters most is if you attack into a prison, the Cyber's attacking, your main phase 2 popping with the.
Exactly.
So like, I think his biggest fear
I
is
guess-
probably Wabu.
Yeah, exactly. I was
right?
gonna say if you wob, you tag it for Milo in battle phase.
Right, but even then, he gets to clear the Dark Armed, and you still have a monster that's going to be bigger than his Murmella, right? So.
I mean, if he just didn't attack with any of those, it's like still eventually going to be a good spot. Like, I mean, not that I'm saying you would do that, but it's like that's I feel like how you beat GB is like even like I was saying, oh, did he have to attack with that Sirocco? Like, I understand why he did. It was a 2-turn clock at that point, but I feel like most games I play against GB have some turn where I summon a big guy and do not attack with it.
Oh yeah,
Like
almost always.
almost every game.
Almost always.
Almost every match. But I mean, definitely does get easier post board. Triple Dust Tornado, I would expect. Multiple Cyber Dragons. Depressions.
Yeah, Depressions.
Those are the cards you want. But and from Andrea's side, you have Miss T. You have Dust Tornadoes of his own. Chariot. But not a ton. I mean, the stuff is already main for the most part. I feel like it's hard to. The hard part in my head, if I'm the GB player, is like how much Dust Tornadoes or Trap Stuns do I really want?
Right.
Because you definitely have those hands where you draw too many, and then all your guys are too little, and like can't win. You obviously always want to see an out to oppression, basically. So
Sure. With Andre's list here, I'm imagining that cards like the Mystical Space Haifu and the Second War Chariot. Maybe My
Second.
Body as a shield as well.
you're going second. So I think there's also an argument. I mean, Trap Stun's very strong in GBs. Like I'm never gonna argue that. But I think there's an argument to putting in like Dusts over Trap Stun, so to speak. Like if they're right going you, then Dust could change. But
Right. And like post side, how many traps does Vayu even have? Like 13, 12?
I mean, maybe you still want max Trap Stun. Oh, we're almost at 100 viewers. That's awesome. But once again, Marcus Hayden has stepped in on the stream. He's one of the players that came down here with us. If Ernie playing on stream, who also came down here, and Andreas, who is local, I guess. So didn't set, deep present and then set 3 back row. So, I mean, obviously Andreas is aware that this can be a Raiko. Maybe he's set 1 good card and 2 bad ones, and he's just hoping he gets the bad ones. But possibly it could be other channels. I mean, he's not playing like Legacy or anything like that. I mean,
Forcing Waku's good in the spot for sure.
Mill's a value.
Can't
But
ask for more than
does he
that.
have conversion for the Raikou? I mean, that's
Looks
also.
like I saw
also
Mirror Force on him.
Storming it again. So does he risk it? He's
Is Bottomless and
His
Mirror Force?
PTSD. Because here I feel like I might.
You think so?
I don't.
He
Well, I
has
don't know the rest of
Bottomless
his
and
hand.
Mirror Force.
I don't know the rest of his hand.
So I think he's feeling
If
okay.
he gets stunned here, though, or if it's just a dust, like,
Yeah, I mean, Stun's definitely terrifying. I'm assuming he said
Stun's
Bottomless first, though.
stuns. Yeah, I think he did too. That's what I mean. That means he gets to go Sekitor, like just straight up. I mean, this could just be the game over here.
It
if he
could be.
stunned. Like that's the hard part here is you have to be so concerned about it. Something.
Well, can't he pry a tribute with Tiger?
He
Oh,
could, but then it would fizzle. Because he just gets maybe side out Sekitor.
oh wait, yeah, because you
Yeah.
tribute the Test
Yeah.
Tiger, not the other monster. My apologies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe he sided out Sekitor. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I mean, but what is Sekitor doing there? I mean, it's getting maybe a Ready Ari and a Wari, and maybe you get to go Rakdos or something.
I
But,
guess he's just adding.
but you're still
version.
getting Ready Ari here. I think this actually. I mean, I don't know if I don't know if he sided out Sekitor, but this is also not. He's pretty good.
Do you think it's correct to flip your Raikou to pop a back row in this matchup?
I think he wanted to see what he hit, and I think if he hit Road, then he was going to storm. But he still didn't have good follow-up for it. I mean, you're kind of in a damage zone because if they have Chariot, which he doesn't know how many Andres plays, but like, then if you leave it set another turn, then you're going to lose out
Right.
again. He didn't have the bottomless. So
Did Andre set a new trap this turn or no?
he set the Chariot. I mean, he did. He set a Chariot. Okay, so he didn't have Road. He just set the Chariot.
Gotcha.
It's 800. So he set 3. I mean, see, this is what I'm saying. Like he had PTSD from last game because I thought, you know, to me it looked like he set those 3 back row to hedge against the Raikou.
Sure.
And so I might do what Ernie did, like flip target 1 and then storm, but I think I'm storming. Like I think it's more likely to me that he set to hedge against the Raikou than he hard drew this road again.
Right.
And if he did hard draw the road again, then I guess
I imagine he's gonna have to. Oh, he's taking it. Not opting Mirror Force. Did he not set the Mirror Force? He has a Prussian. That would make sense. That'd make the most sense.
There's no way. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
the
was
only
about to say,
way you
there's
do
no
that.
shot.
There's only way you do that.
Okay, well then this is really good for Ernie all of a
Your
sudden.
audio sounds spotty. I think it's a matter of just us talking kind of quiet and
We can talk up a little bit.
yeah, we can
maybe?
talk a little bit and just move the thing closer. Also, we can, I mean, between the round, maybe just address it, but it might also just be like the gate or, you know, people have audio settings on. So, I mean, now with the pressure up and Ernie's still fairly healthy, although like if he takes a hit,
Right.
I mean, but Andres also doesn't have to tag out. I mean, you're taking this if you're Ernie, I feel.
Yeah. I mean,
No reason.
I don't think Andres is just normal summoning and punching for 8 without like counterplay, whether it's a battle trap or a way to out the suppression, right?
Well, are you just saying like, does he have stun?
Well, I'm just, and it could be stun, it could be like an MST or a Dust Tornado, like you're saying, if you sided those in, or it's a battle trap. I think I don't think there's a world you're just summoning an 8 with like a Book of Moon or a Wabaku.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I
he
was just
wanna
trying to cook
force
through his life points.
16
I don't know.
for a Murmilla. I mean, you're getting back in deck.
What's the life count now? I can't read that.
3,000 to 8.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that then.
Yeah, maybe he thought he wouldn't.
I don't know. That's gotta be wrong though. I see Ernie holding onto a Cyber Dragon.
Yeah, this is
which-
the hard thing because you're always boarding in double oppression. And you
Right.
often are boarding in double cyber, but
So the fact that that's just a 1700 monster is important.
yeah, I mean, but pretty strong here. The other thing about the storm earlier is like, I mean, if you're playing GBs, maybe you keep the road against value, but a lot of people side out road against value.
Sure.
So I think I
Just Mirror Force. I actually don't hate that here because the
Yeah.
Raikou's really going to simplify the game state, especially you can now tribute summon for the Cyber Dragon.
it's just not.
It's a
gets the
Gardener.
neck roll.
Okay, that's
We
pretty
also
good.
hard drew Garden in both games.
It's really good, and it clears it up. We're gonna need a Mirror
Or
Force.
if we hit the back row there, we would have been so lit.
Yeah,
I
it
mean-
would have been.
I mean,
I still think it's probably
And now,
good.
now he has 2 in hand, and now the body
That's
is so good.
really
It's so
good.
low.
It's so
It's so
big too.
low.
But he has Necro.
Do you guard this? I think you probably do guard
I
it.
think so too.
And Cyber Gruffer. And I thought he had Sirocco from earlier, but I could be wrong.
It's Soroka from earlier. He's looking really nice.
Does he only have 2 cards? 3. He has 3 cards. Takes it. Takes it.
Okay.
And are we tagging? Because if he tags, then
he's
that's
just-
the last.
Yeah, it might just be daring him to tag.
Draws
Draws
prison.
prison.
Good draw.
Really strong
Good draw.
there. He has Sirocco though, right? So he can normal Sirocco and just attempt to attack this
I don't
thing.
know if he does.
I thought I saw Sirocco, but maybe not.
I thought I did earlier, but now I'm like.
Is he about to set by you? Oh, he did prison. Okay.
Oh. Ah. I mean, he still has over. He still has enough to block the tag. But
One more tag only, right?
yeah, exactly. Oh, he still has guard now, so he could
And then prison
protect
the other?
twice.
That's fair.
Prison the Darius.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, but I
Classic. The other guy was bigger, so
sure.
now we're gonna tribute for sniper. Oh, effect.
Oh, maybe he drew a dark. No.
He has dark armor.
Oh, it's value that he sent. This is really good for him. You said he had dark arm.
He drew a dark.
So he's dark arm and side draw, but he's kind of screwing himself with the oppression.
Why do you prison?
Hmm?
Why do you prison the?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because then he could force and crack.
Right now, it's more awkward if he has an out to the armed wing, but he can still tribute summon for Cyber Dragon.
Bro, it was bigger.
Yeah, he can tribute summon for Cyber Dragon though, so he's still going to be in an okay spot.
Sure.
Do you think it's better to have tributed for Cyber first and just punched with just the Cyber? I guess Mirror Force is gone, but Torrent is level skill.
I mean,
he was supposed to tribute for it still
yeah,
though.
main one.
Oh, yeah, he was.
I
think
think
now he's-
blocking the tag. I mean, you contribute.
He has
It
to-
doesn't really matter which one you tribute, to be honest. But
He has to tribute the arm wing. I think. No, I don't know. It's just if he draws another monster, but I don't know if it matters.
you're definitely tributing one.
Yeah, he was supposed to do that before the battle phase.
Yeah, I think for the tribute
and
the
then
Gruffer
he
for the-
guarantees the clear.
Exactly. Tribute that for the tribute the Gruffer for cyber.
Mhm.
That's
That's why
still not really in a bad spot if Andreas like whiffs.
there's
you
a
know?
lot of good traps into this though, right?
I
Like
mean,
even a
but he's
compulse
had
to
a
protect Sidra.
few. I mean, yeah.
That's why I think you're right about the doing the Darius, like letting that stick on board would have been massive.
That is confusing.
Okay.
Now he pays
He's at 100,
300.
300. Oh
Yeah, so
man,
don't- I mean, this is good because if it was just going to get attacked over anyway,
sure.
then sure, take him off the oppression. And he's still at 8. He's going to get 3-4 more turns, I guess. But Arnie's still. I mean, also like
Just
burial draws,
passing.
crazy. Arma draws.
Does
pretty
he have
crazy.
fours
Does he
anywhere
draw
else?
Arma? He drew Arma.
That's really good. That's really, really
I
good.
mean, Garden is
Is
gone
that-
though. But Garden is gone, so any monster opens
Wait,
lethal.
but what's Andres' life?
8,000.
Oh, it's 8K. Oh man, yeah. Wait, that's terrifying. If he doesn't have a trap.
He just gotta go for it, bro.
Oh my gosh! Like in a quest kills
This
you.
is crazy. No, the quest is 200.
Oh, it's 300. Oh, and Darius is gone.
Is this game though?
No, he's. Oh, if he
This
pays
is-
8.
It's not.
No, it's not.
I mean, he just figured he better use it as an 800 burn that. Yeah.
This is terrifying.
about this one.
If he top decks Laquari,
That's why he took that Darius out there. He just wanted
if
to-
he top decks Prisma, you're dead.
Yeah. But it's actually not that. Like, one of the quarries gone.
Yeah, yeah.
No, the quarry's back in deck. So
Yeah, so I think
he
he's
doesn't
three.
really proving ground.
He does
so
not.
it's
So
like-
I
it's
think
like-
he has like 3 targets that will kill right now.
But he's at 2 cards. So it's like a little
But,
bit
like,
I mean,
even-
obviously he didn't draw. 'cause he was- but-
Sure. But even now that he's at 300, like combo cards, right? Like normal
Well,
summon
also-
plus book or
Well, also, yeah. I mean, a normal summon and a deeper than he gets attacked. Oh, one Laquari is banished earlier.
200?
See, now he gets attacked for Milo. And if he has a defensive, then
Defensive trap or
but
even a book of moves.
this
or,
also is, this
compulse
also is
really
just
good.
what you would do if you were trying to survive. So
Sure. Okay, so he doesn't have compulse.
Yeah, I was
That's what
gonna
that
say,
tells
yeah.
us.
Wait, but he didn't set back.
He did not set a
What does he
back
have
row.
in hand?
I don't know. I guess he's
Someone
just
that's
doing
worse
this to
than
survive.
Another normal someone's worse than.
Yeah, he's
And
strictly
even
doing
just
this to
having a
survive.
cyber on board. I mean, it's pretty
Oh, Arnie's keeping a card in hand, so I'm guessing like boards or something.
I mean, yeah, not a right. I guess he would just summon it and swim over.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what was in Andres's hand if he didn't commit it to the board.
I think just
Right.
a ready Ari or something. You know what
Ready
I mean?
Ari,
Like,
maybe a respite.
maybe. Still doesn't have more background. Kai's gonna get a Kai's. Oh, he has a second cyber, or he has a second cyber in hand. Yeah, so I think it's the ready Ari.
Okay. Oh wait,
He drew Raiko.
Raiko, that's really good.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really, really good.
Crazy. Raiko's crazy.
I think that actually might solidify the game.
Yeah, he has to hope it's nothing.
Yeah,
Like, it's something.
now-
I think that's the game.
Yep. Game
Ooh.
3. Okay.
I mean, I
Wait
don't know about that. I don't know about all that. But
There's a couple
yeah.
questionable plays,
know
but
about all
he found it at the end of the day there.
I don't know.
I do think even with the questionable plays, he was in the driver's seat for most of that.
Yeah, I mean, oppression just puts such a
He can solo GBs, dude.
yeah. I mean, solo them, but also just like forces their hand. You know, kind of gives you a lot of time
For
and
sure.
just it lets you do that game plan where you can, summon no attack and stuff like that.
Right.
Because I've gotten into a lot of game states. I've noticed playing Vayu that if I have oppression up and they have Ancient Forest, that gets into a really grindy game state because suddenly Ancient Forest that they want to use because they can always just swing and tag out and not have their guy die, they can't tag out anymore.
Right.
So their guy's gonna die, and like I don't really want to attack because then I'm gonna start taking too much damage. So,
Sure.
But I usually win those games.
Yeah.
So like you know what I mean? Like we
You
have to
can-
sit there for
you
a
can
while.
Wait till Raiko's or MST.
And I mean, if I have
Straight up.
oppression up, then I'll swarm you.
Sure.
And road you, so.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, I've gotten into that exact situation, and it kind of feels like, wait, like the Ancient Forest or whatever that you decided to counter me is like kind of
Both of us.
Yeah, I mean, it's just stalling out the game, you know.
Yeah. I just feel like
creeping up in these streams, bro.
Vayu has this.
115.
Holy,
That's some
that's
good
really
numbers.
good.
Pump those numbers up. Pump them up. We got the redo specialist. What's the best redo deck, bro?
Best redo deck.
Kinda.
I think it's a Gear variant.
Not
Personally,
worms?
huh?
It's not worms.
Not worms.
The
Worms
boys
are
are
sick.
talking about the boys
Worms
are
are
talking about
sick.
worms.
Worms are sick.
It's not a trooper agent with balls.
Hey, I love that deck too.
was
Honestly,
told-
there's
hey,
so
I was
much
told-
undiscovered.
we
So
have a
much
lot of-
undiscovered.
There's a lot of activity in the Discord. That's actually it's mostly just me because I don't want to play it, and
What?
and I but they sometimes keep playing it, and I just keep asking questions like, "Can't you just play this? Can't you just play this?" and they're like, "No, we tried."
It's funny. Yeah, I think most people think that wind up Chaos Dragons, stuff like that too.
Real markets.
That's crazy. That's
That's the
crazy.
go. That's the go.
Hey,
right there.
listen, just having the name
And he
is
said-
a
he said
blessing in
haven't
general.
said anything. These guys
Yeah,
are trolling.
having the name is a blessing in general.
You
Get
know,
off
they're
my
both
boy.
they're both the real markets. Okay, so we set another back row. Andrea's playing it slow, but
Yeah.
usually if you had, a GB, you would probably want to force the Raiko.
Sure, and I
He's
see
hitting
it.
on it. He does have a same night Wabaku Mirror Force book. Yeah.
And I saw second Raiko in Ernie's hand. So I think he's gonna pop here, and then he might even tribute over this Raiko as well.
You better do, because leaving those Raikos up has been
Sure.
3 traps, but that's not
It's pretty bad.
bad. It's like
I think he wants to see every single one of those cards against GBs.
yeah, he doesn't have that many traps in hand.
I see at least one. He's punching for 2. Okay.
Oh, he's been getting in hot water with these.
I think he's hoping this trap carries him right now.
Something carries him. I make an armory name too. He has plate.
He is. I see oppression in hand. Yeah. Yeah, and
Honestly,
Andres set.
like low key, I've done this many times. Like make armory pass. Like
It's pretty good against them. 18's a good stat line.
and having the oppression.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I
Puts the
think I
dark
see a
in green,
dad
puts
in
the
hand
instead of
too.
card,
Yeah.
dark and brushes. He's probably also thinking.
Yep, and that's what I feared.
Uh-oh. Is he a tiger?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Oh my gosh, the Secutor is gonna hit
He's
the
gonna do the
board.
same thing. Search a cherry.
Oh no, yeah, he doesn't Secutor.
I mean, look, like when you don't have anything, when you don't have a card engraved for Equus, I think this is better than. This is why all the Secutor truthers piss me off, dude. Because hey, I get it. You spam Secutor and you get your plus. But dude, like I don't even think it's correct to go for that often.
I don't know. Right here, you don't think that Secutor run
Best
over
story.
Quest the set or
Best
hit the set? Yeah.
I guess you end on. Yeah, I guess that would be pretty good. No, when you say it like that.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
When you say it like that does sound pretty good.
Because
yeah.
now it's like,
I mean, you end on Geyser so far. You don't have the chariot. Search chariot is way basic pro start.
this just feels
I think you're
very
right, actually. I think you're right.
like waiting for inevitability. But I don't like playing waiting game against value. That deck's just so explosive.
I mean, he has the chariot set, presumably. Or, like, rather, he left Ernie with the set. But he has one of those hands where he just drew too many. He has Value Plague, Cyber Dragon, but he does have the Oppression. And I kind of like, I mean, I don't know if he's necessarily playing around this, but he like used the MST on the back row to get his playthrough. But now that Oppression, he
Yeah,
doesn't have
can
anything,
block.
which I believe from looking at his hand, he doesn't.
Yep.
Like,
He's
he had
gonna
like mirror, he
try
had
to
like mirror force keepers in the
force
book.
the chariot here.
But this could easily be another one of those games where Oppression makes it pretty grindy because now he
Yeah.
just summon Cyber
Yep.
too.
Correct.
Same thing. And he doesn't even have a bomb. He's
Is
just
there a
like-
world he normals the plague and tries to nuke?
That seems to be the world that we are currently in. And but he has chariot.
A second one? You just used it on the
Oh,
record.
no, never mind. You're right. My fault.
So as
Apology.
long, yeah, and if he had Starlight, he would have had to drawn it for turn, right? Yeah. Okay. Yep. And so he
You're not
doesn't
even
have
supposed to
Starlight.
allow it.
I don't think so because of return, and now he gets to set the oppression. Ernie's looking pretty nice actually.
Hold up.
Now that plague's probably never going to see the field
Yeah.
so long as that return's in play.
He's-
Oh, but he's just setting
Call
three.
Mirror Force book. I mean,
All Mirror Force book.
Yeah.
No, I'm setting 3/2, but he doesn't have a monster. So
Yeah.
what I'm pointing out.
Yeah.
is,
I mean, this is one of those games where you lacked monsters.
call, and we're
Face
going to see
call.
oppression here.
Yeah. Quickest oppression.
Wow,
This is a
wow, wow.
pretty fucking good spot.
Not gonna lie to you, commentator's bias here, but I really want Ernie to win right now.
I mean, I know I'm going to, but
Yeah. Andres is a beast though. This dude has so many major wins.
yeah, he's going crazy. And he's been going crazy with the Edison stuff too. I mean, he was playing at Orlando and he got, I think, third in the side event. I think he got top 4 in the team thing too.
Did he?
3 thing? I think so. I think he played on the Edison team or retro.
Do we know the trap he just drew for turn?
No, no idea.
Yeah. I feel like Ernie keeps having these situations where his dad with oppression on board.
Summon value swing. Set value. Summon value swings. Yeah.
Yeah. Just start applying the pressure, I
See the
guess.
vision, bro. You see the vision.
And do we know Ernie's other set?
Summon monster. Has monster. Be doing anything. Also, I mean, Trapstone from Andreas is
Really good.
a cooker here. Are we?
No,
Okay.
he's
This,
not.
last game he was like all for the tagging.
Yeah. But it might just be a problem. That's sticking on board.
It's Gale, and he didn't recur the chariot. As
Sure.
we know, Andreas only names one chariot.
Likely sides the second in this matchup though.
I agree, especially going first.
Probably gonna run into the Booker Mirror
but,
Force,
I mean,
right?
You are using it.
Still is halved though.
Unless he didn't prior. Or I think he probably
He did.
attacked and then.
I think he prioed and then attacked.
I mean, like, it's one of those. Like, I feel like I don't feel like
that's
I
really good.
need to.
He's gonna book himself.
Huh.
I think he is a Mirror Force set though, right? Andres?
What
Or
did I say
prison,
before?
one of the two.
He had
I thought he was
had
one of the
book,
battle traps.
call.
Prison or Force, I thought.
Yeah, I think he does. I just don't know what got nuked by the
How many
Blackers.
darks does Ernie have currently? He's gonna Dust Tornado. Hit bottom. Okay, so bottomless was the other card.
Oh, so now we can go Armacen Necro. Or Does he have a Soroka value here? He has value here? He has value here.
Yeah.
Armus and Soroka. Or Necro. And honestly, Necro with the Gale is pretty fucking solid too. Okay, he's just gonna.
And you think
Is
he
it-
commits
did
right
he-
now, or
did
do you think
he
he just
pop?
punches?
I don't know if he black. I think he black rich killed him here.
Oh, he's gonna just slam it now. If it is Mirror Force, he's in trouble. I don't remember if it was Force or Prison. Yeah. I thought the correct play was to just attack and wait to use Vayu, because you already have 2 monsters that can clear the Laquari. So I do think
honestly, you're
he
still not gonna lose.
he might lose.
Well, I mean, you're still not like in an immediately losing.
Oh, wow.
Swing with both men too.
yeah, he's forced. Yeah, I think if Ernie just holds the Vayu play, he's looking nice. He's looking really nice right now if he just holds the Vayu play.
People have this idea against like both GBs and like Frogs, like, just gotta go for it. It's like,
Yeah, I don't think it's correct. Especially this deck needs so much to go right for it. Like,
He's at so high light.
he keeps Brainin versus this deck. Interesting. You do? I don't keep Brainin against this deck.
Oh, sorry. Depends on the deck. I mean, he's at 19, so this puts him 100. Now he can tag out.
Yeah.
No tag.
Oh, maybe he's not getting
tag.
life points. No tag is quite interesting. But if Ernie doesn't draw something here, it might just be over.
If Andres like drew a trap stun, maybe
Yeah,
doesn't
he might
attack
just
you.
wait. Yeah.
Oh man. I mean, it's kind of both games, right? Like he just played into these cards.
It's a hard listen. GPs is really hard to play into, so it's a hard deck to play against. It really tests you.
That's kind of why I wanted to watch it. I mean, I don't know if other people found that interesting, exciting, whatever, but I do. Like you said, it tests you. Like I feel like that is how it works. Like your patience, like not attacking
Yeah.
at the right times, like.
Yeah, I feel like a good 60% of the time you play against this deck, it's more so like you figuring out the puzzle to beat it.
Yeah, and also so many times, like, I mean, people. Sometimes it also does come down to like, I don't know what I would say, like, educated, like, because at certain points you are in these positions where it's like, you have X new back row, like, I don't know what it is. Like, I can make a play that loses to one thing or the other,
Sure.
and I have to kind of crunch the numbers and think,
Yeah.
what do they have more of, and just like you said, the story of the game, like what's more like the old ones, what's more likely.
Yep.
What do I stand to gain? What do I stand to lose? So like there are definitely situations when you play against GB. I mean, just right there, he does try to hit the bottomless. He hits the mirror.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
it's like there are these situations where it's like, yeah, I mean, you're making all these reads, but you're forced into a moment where you're like, you are hit like a 60-40. Like you maybe you make the odds on play, but it's like,
I think Ernie was a heavy favorite when
yeah,
he had.
I don't know
the-
if this was one of those games. I guess
when he
I don't
had
know if it was
Gale
one of
arm
those
on
games.
board with the set Laquari. I think you just attack there, hold the value play, and he's looking really clean because I don't think he's mirror forcing just the 2. Yeah. Unfortunate, but it's part of the game. What's up, OG?
OG and Kevin Wu.
Kevin.
That was
a really good first match, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it was, I would say Andreas was terrible. I think
No, he played pretty clean for the most part.
I mean, because you had the mirror force, that's why you book on the Laquari. I feel like, yeah,
yeah.
fine. I don't know, you play fine.
And there's like
Tagging out the GBs under the oppression was a little weird. That was a little weird.
I think he felt that if he let the game continue, and it was like I was saying to you earlier, if you give Vayu the inevitability of like just seeing a lot of cards, they normally can figure out a way to kill you. And I think in his head it was, if I get him really low and, make it really awkward for him, that maybe he'd find opportunities to win the game.
I think some of the way I think about it too, though, is like, if you give yourself more time, like whether that be setting that Murmillo as a blocker or just, even just like, if you set it and then they have to take a turn attacking for your guys, and so you're left with the body on board, then like if you ever get a turn where you're able to like draw trap stone, set it, and you resolve it, and then like you have the extra body on board to geyser stun. Like I feel like that's more likely maybe in that spot to play towards drawing trap stun and still having a GB left.
Sure.
Like rather than trying to damage him out.
Right.
But I mean that
relies on you drawing traps ton
Yeah.
and them not having a big body. Like,
Yeah, no, there's definitely things I like might have not have done myself, but I thought for the most part there's an argument
I
for
don't
every
think you
play
played that
Andres
one.
had made.
you went?
Oh, good job,
I'm gonna
champ.
against Sizzle next.
That's gonna have to be the stream match, right?
Yeah, that's gonna have to be.
AJT
Ernie-
BLS
Ernie
versus
lost.
I just
Sizzle?
watched it on the camera up there. I don't know why he played in Force.
Yeah.
I do like how Andreas showed the Force. That's something.
I saw it. I didn't comment on that in the
Just
stream.
lift it up like
Bro,
this.
I'm gonna
Just peekaboo.
I was like,
It was brutal, dude.
Yeah, it was tough.
I said earlier, I was like, dude, he feels scary to play against. And I mean, I don't feel that way about him.
Andres?
Yeah, just his energy. It just I'm like,
No.
like
Hey, me and Eric have talked about this. Some people just have like an aura
he
when
kind
you play
of
them.
has a scowl, dude. No disrespect to him, but he kind of is like scowling the entire time, and just like he's setting all these back row, and you're just like,
he's setting so many cards.
you know,
Yeah,
He cooked him.
He killed me.
dude, he's taking out. If he beats Eric too, I mean, I guess that would mean Eric beats you, and then plays him somehow. But
Yeah, I don't know what
takes
side
out-
he's on.
he
I don't
takes
know
out
what
all
side
of
he's
us. Oh, I have it right here.
The bracket.
So you, Eric, and Adam are gonna play,
on. That's right.
and then
I avoid him. He's down
Yeah,
here.
Andres is here, so you wouldn't see him till the finals if you
Yeah.
saw him.
and then I would like to get some other people. They've been asking for a lot of other folks, but
Well, I mean, there's no way we don't put
You don't have to,
AJT
you don't
versus
have
Eric.
to be on.
We have to. We have.
I mean, it
You gotta
seems
give the
it seems
people
like the move,
what they
but
want.
there.
I was already on here.
He's playing Giga. I don't know if you've been following us. This Giga plan went undefeated in Swiss.
He lost.
Oh, he lost.
Yeah.
Curse. The curse, bro.
The
Yeah, he
curse.
lost.
Yeah, that's-
Undefeated curse.
I didn't want to put not a guy I thought he would lose. I didn't want to put him on. Just like, this guy has been running hot all day, just gets bodied around. And it's like, okay, well, so the deck's not consistent. What do you want? Like, I didn't want to do that, have that happen, but that sucks, dude. He was cooking all day, and he played well. Like he knows the shit. Also, I've said it multiple times, but I'm telling you, I have known that guy since like 20. He played, and he topped a bunch of West Yeses in 2010, 2011.
Okay.
Like he played a lot for a short period of time. And he was like really active on like those kind of stuff. He's in War League too. He's a magical mullet. That guy.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I mean, he's like an old school person that like knows how to play the game.
Yeah, makes sense.
And he was playing Giga and got really good. So,
Interesting.
who is AJT playing? That's where AJT is playing in Sizzle, Eric Chen,
Chen,
which
yeah.
I feel we will probably have as the next feature. I'm gonna scope it out real quick, but
Do your due diligence.
yeah.
I don't know what diligence there is to be done.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I
that's
know.
like a
I can see
headline
what-
feature match.
Who do you guys want?
It's got to be Eric Chen
Can-
versus AJT, right?
Yeah, I think that's the
You guys want Chen and? I'm already here.
You know,
I can. I will fill this out and I'll bring it back to you. You guys want Chen and?
Oh man, Chen's repping for Chicago right now, guys. Chicago boys in chat, I need to hear you. Yeah, we got to see that. AJT versus Eric Chen, sack phase. That's gonna be an absolute banger. We're gonna get some Blackwing versus Vayu gameplay. It's funny, we're all rooming together out here too, so yeah. They wrote his name down as Chen instead of Shen, so you're gonna hear people constantly calling him that for some reason. Chicago, baby. Chicago. Oh, baby. They're talking to Eric right now. You can see him on the cam.
Oh, I called him. I was like, Ed, come here. What is this?
We, dude, the pricing for this tournament's insane. I'm so mad that I fell short today. The night before also they randomly had a triple ulti Caius tournament that I lost in top 4 in, and that's just like the warm up tournament for this one. This place is nuts. You guys got to start coming out to these SSG events. Yeah, gotta root for Sack Phase the rest of the way. He's an absolute monster. Yeah, I don't know all the results from top 16. Currently, James is going to go get that. The top 16 match that we had featured was Ernie on Bayou Turbo and Andres Torres on Gladiator Beast, and Andres took it 2-1 in a very, very tightly contested match. Eric does have superpowers in Florida. Absolutely insane. He also top 8'd the tournament last night too, and now he's in top 8 of the main event here today. Their setup here is crazy, by the way. I'm assuming we have some top 16 matches still going on right now. Maybe not. Looks like they're suiting up, and Eric and AGT are heading over to the feature table right now. So we're gonna have an absolute banger here, boys and girls. Yeah, Andres Torres has a ton of like YCS and I think even a nationals win, if I'm not wrong. Maybe like 4 or something like that. I don't think Eric's moving to Florida anytime soon. Yep, AJT versus Eric Shen coming up next. Pretty hyped for that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna do it Marcus for a little bit, but if you want off, then.
I logged back in here real quick.
Yeah, come.
You got this, baby.
Holy these 2 of these?
Yeah, it's nuts. Oh, thank you.
Hey, were you not back here?
No, I'm gonna water this real quick. This is not.
Is where we do our whatnot streams.
That's lit.
Is this the most insane stream setup
It's pretty dope.
ever?
I don't think I've ever seen monitors this large.
I know.
Curved monitors this large. Just
he just
more
has-
UES max.
Oh, there's like 2.
There's another blue eyes.
Yeah, there's like 100.
Holy.
100?
Wow.
I think so.
What do you mean
Hand
100?
him
Like
up,
you
bro.
have
Hand him
100?
up.
No, there's like 100.
Like in the
It's a
roll.
game. I mean,
Yeah. There's 2 in
it's like
here.
random sleep.
Dude, I know I want these.
Nothing.
Those are sick.
There's like
50 of these.
They were just-
Oh no, it's fine.
Yeah. Eric Adams.
Yeah.
Eric Adams.
I'm sorry.
Meredith.
I'm playing with Shane.
Yeah,
Eric Adams.
we are going to get to see Shen and AJT BLS here in a moment. Looks like they're just setting up to start the stream. Looks like we have some live gameplay of Andres versus.
Oh, there it starts?
Yeah,
So
it looks like everyone else is
from my
starting.
reconnaissance just now, also, all the cool decks lost.
Really? What's left?
Dark Guy lost.
Oh no.
Giga Plant lost. That guy in the red shirt is playing Macro.
That's pretty cool.
So,
Still live.
and he's playing against Yicheng, who is playing Machina. Machina made Nick Crow. So we have
It's not
Machina, Macro,
GBs.
I don't know that guy's like.
I also don't know.
He's one card in grave. I don't know what he's playing. And then
White Sword, I think? Is that a Jane?
that's which I was gonna say. I was gonna say I don't know if we've seen. We haven't seen any White Sword. Kind of when I went down through the top code, I was like GB or like GB like black and like birds and I guess GBs are still also birds. They have some bird cards.
They have some birds. They can play Icarus attack.
Is that it? The light one? Yeah, it's a dream. Okay.
Yeah.
They can probably zoom it up.
Sure.
When I'm watching at home. Does look good. He has an Arcus in hand. Confirm light smart.
Confirm lights. And I don't know what's going on at the other end of the table over there.
One guy playing Blackwing. The guy on the left is playing Blackwing.
Okay.
The guy on the blue shirt, I don't. So it's like we have two Blackwings with Adam.
Value.
Well, I don't know the guy in the blue shirt. That's the only unknown. One Machina.
I think we lost the bracket too.
He said he was going to fill it out for me. But
Gotcha. We'll see. See about that. Oh man, I'm just Jaws cat
So
more than
there's-
any GB player I've seen.
Yeah. So there's one. The guy in blue is on value to Adam. Okay, so from my count, that's 2 Blackwings, 2 value, 1 Machina, 1 Lightsworn or some Lightsworn. I don't know if it's Christie's from this one. 1 GB and 1 macro stun thing.
Macro stun against main deck Crows and Fortress. If he goes first, might be able to steal that one.
He's playing like Rose Warrior. We went to the tournament in Atlanta,
Mhm.
Adam won the goat thing. That guy I think also either topped or he was just undefeated for a while. And so,
Interesting.
It's interesting. But
Yeah, judge call happening right now, looks like.
yeah, if I recall correctly, I remember that player getting into a few judge calls.
Oh,
in
really?
Atlanta. Yes.
Yikes. Don't like to hear that.
Yes.
That's all right. I'm just trying to get this stream match going.
Yeah.
When are you guys playing?
They're figuring out pricing for 5th through 8th, but apparently 5th through 8th is going to get like placed. So I think we might have to play 5th through 8th.
Oh man.
Here, go for
Why
it.
would that affect you guys starting the stream?
They're using that area to
Oh.
like figure out price. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
Oh, my bad. I just never
No.
really seen this.
Oh yeah, you hadn't been back here yet? Yeah.
No, I mean, I saw it, but you know.
Yeah. Sure.
I'm trying to be rude and stuff.
You're good.
No, yeah, you're challenged. I mean, we're waiting for them to start, I guess. So,
Is this a featured match from the floor?
well, I mean, we're not really like commentating. We were about to start with Eric and Adam right there, but so yeah, I mean, this is just kind of ambiently going on in the background. Well,
Step out. I'm sorry.
no, all good. Yeah, stand if you want.
What is it?
Look at the Gyarados, and then I realized I never saw that.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, with
Is it
the
European?
gold.
No, it's not your English. So I probably still
Here, monster.
Just put this in chat.
Oh wait, this one's your English.
What was top 16? There was I don't know all the lists. I mean, I can probably get them at some point and figure it out. But there was at least another Gigavise, another
Yeah, Ernie.
yeah, Vayu, Rob lost, so Virus Vayu, the Dark Eye deck lost. Eric, what'd you
Giga, I played against both Giga Plants lost.
Oh,
I
you played
against-
against Gigaplants. So there are 2 Gigaplants in top 16. That's great, actually.
I kind of did a nice play against the Giga Plant.
What was your nice play, Eric? Tell the stream.
Okay.
And
you're gonna make
stand,
me.
stand there.
Okay. I mean, it's not that great, but
What was your nice play?
look at his biceps, bro.
Yeah, doing good, bro.
I can't think.
Blush.
Game.
Gonna
Man.
play.
After we'll hear it out. We got to imagine how good it was.
Hopefully, you just
Make
get
some
a
of
better
those plays.
story
Yeah,
for
make
this
some of
next
those
game.
plays in this match, buddy.
Looks like we're finally gonna get started here soon, guys. I'm kind of interested in this Lightsworn versus GBs. I feel like this has to be bad for Lightsworn as a matchup. Oh,
You got Thunder King.
I mean,
Game 1.
Judgment. Oh man.
Game 1.
No, this is game 2. Andres won game 1 already.
Yeah.
But he just got
Game 1 where they start.
yeah, he just got heavied for 4 though.
He's setting. That's the thing. Bernie sitting there doesn't storm when he should, storm when he doesn't.
Glampy's players get to turn every single card in their hand in the Starlight Road.
Not against me.
When they
Not
set
against me,
4,
they don't. I'll storm you.
every card turns into Starlight
I'm a
Road.
slammer. They all know. Pro Storm
Eric the
goes.
GOAT.
Pro Storm chime in as far as slamming goes.
I'm not a slammer. But like in that game Ernie just played, I would have played it all the way through without slamming my heavy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey,
Watching TJ
I'm a tactical
I
slammer.
do it all the time.
I'm a tactical slammer. I'll say that.
We were slamming.
I do be slamming. Like a lot of times on ladder, like if they set multiple and I have, especially on ladder, you know, like I truly do not know what they are playing, and like you know, if I have pressure or
Yeah,
something,
it's
or,
easy
like,
to play.
or if I know I can set some Rykos and you know whatever. But a lot of times I'll just be like I'm sorry. Like we'll see, buddy. Bait this on,
Ernie's
whatever.
salty right now.
'Cause
Why is he
it's,
salty?
It's 50-50
Because
they
he
have
lost?
road or solemn, right? Like I mean, forcing solemn great for me, fantastic. Just saying.
True.
Just
No,
saying.
I
I'm just
like
crunching the
hitting
numbers.
some. But like even when your opponent has 4 cards that they can set, and one of them being solemn or something, right? Most of the time it's not correct to set all 4 and pay the 4K if you get heavy. A lot of times you're only setting 1 or 2 still, anyways.
Very slightly, just so I can sort of be more fully. If you can win without storming, you hold. Yeah, exactly. If you, yeah, the thing also sometimes like I'll storm them, and then if they road me, and I'll just like brain.
Sure.
Or if I can Caius them easily. Need AJT on stream. I'll suck if necessary.
He's right here.
No, first of all, I love that he was already on stream and you committed to sucking. That just means you were down to suck. Like I'll do it. Like you were just there already, mouth open. But we can accommodate that request basically.
We arguably have the GOAT fan favorite and the Edison fan favorite playing each other right now.
The best GOAT player in the world. The best Edison player in the world.
Yeah.
That's how I'm describing it.
Yeah, no, definitely
Definitely best in this tournament.
No, for sure.
I'd play. The best left in this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks,
for
Brady.
sure. Yeah.
No, just I mean, listen, I would love to say otherwise, but I mean, results are results, and he just keeps performing, bro.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
Eric in Edison format.
I was describing that to Ruben. I was like, I really can't. Like, he definitely just has the best. I don't know, IRL result. Like, I mean, because the thing, he doesn't play a lot of the online tournaments, and if you really comped out the online tournaments, I mean, like,
I don't think he's ever played in an online major.
Ludo has pretty good all-time result. Like, Samu has pretty
Sure.
good all-time
Yeah, they
results. Like, you know, people have some pretty good resumes as far as bigger tournaments they've won. But definitely, if you're considering like the bigger, like as like super majors or whatever, like that.
Eric won the
He's won
roll.
3.
Looks like he's setting. He's holding a charge in his hand as well. I think
He said hamster.
Yeah, I'm guessing he said hamster. I don't want you to.
He said
Oh,
hamster.
I wonder if he main decks a
He does.
Raikou.
He does. He literally does. Oh my god.
That's
'Cause
crazy. Eric's
I told
face.
him not to. I told him not to, dude. I cannot believe this.
You know, a long time ago when I was on Black Wings, I told him I like doing this in a value heavy format, and AJT told me it's bad.
Dude, full circle. Oh my god.
That's hilarious. Yeah, it was like when I first switched over to Black Wings.
I mean, it's obviously not that bad, but I think honestly the
Pretty
biggest thing
bad.
about it is no, I'm saying it's not that bad to play it. Like, I think the one huge thing about it, whenever you're playing like the Minecon Raikou package side, it lets you Minecon a lot more freely. Because usually, I mean, you're sort of not 50-50, but like you're hoping it's a Raikou and not the hamster, or whatever.
Right.
But now it's just like you can hit any set unless they set value.
So I do see here, I think Eric has Sirocco Brain in hand. So he's going to be able to Brain punch the Raikou, right? And then his AJT pops it, that's fine. And if he doesn't, he can tribute over it as well. It looks like he also drew Prison.
Yeah, I don't think this is like
Eric's got some
the
powerful
worst
cards still.
spot in the world.
And he has Charge to follow this to kind of put him back on the
Yeah.
to being the aggressor by being able to set a Raikou.
Also, once again, guys, just because we bumped the stream, this is Southside Gaming, Margate, Florida, near Fort Lauderdale, north of Miami. Brought us down here graciously for this big prize pool tournament. You can find the prizes somewhere. UDS Matt to first and Ulti Caius's, and then Ulti JD's. Crazy prizing. They've been giving away free shit all day. That's the sorry to interrupt myself there, but that's the bad part of the Raikou. AJT BLS versus Eric Shen, two very strong, notable players making deep runs in this tournament.
And fortunately for Eric here, he had some really good counterplay.
Did you see what he built?
I did not.
Oh, that's why I was like, you built Brain Whirlwind. I think it was like Brain Whirlwind TT.
Oh,
Or, I don't know what the trap.
He has TT. He had a TT in hand, so I don't think he milled it.
Brain Whirlwind. I don't know what the trap.
He milled. Did he just mill double deck dev with his charge? I think he did.
Yeah.
And deck
which
dev
is
low
fine,
key
yeah.
is a really good card versus Blackwing.
Oh,
I swear, bro, as a
Marcus logic.
As a Blackwing main, I will tell you right now that is one of the scariest cards to play against. So much so that a lot of times I'm forced to side on Blizzard.
For something else. No depression.
Oh yeah, I mean, actually, I don't want people doing it.
No
so
depression.
it's,
Okay, so never mind. So it was,
no
just,
depression.
it was just Brain Whirlwind. Just Brain Whirlwind.
Still. All right, but Eric has Prison here, so sure. Eric doesn't care about this. Wow, even after the Minecon play, Eric's still in the better position, I feel like.
I mean, because even though you got the Armor Master out of it, like you still just got like a big body. Like I mean, because he had the brain. Like
Yeah.
it still was basically just a plus. Can't do math.
Well, I mean, he
lost the card.
only milled with the Raikou because the brain happened on his thing. So
He only.
yeah, and he had to normal summon to synchro away his Gale, and the hamster.
Yeah, so it
So
was.
it was
well, I mean,
plus one technically, but then
Minecon
he
was-
immediately got it back.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
New sleeve.
What's that?
The oversleeve
Oh, yeah.
ripped, I think.
So sorry. So he got in for 2K, right? And now this is Eric's main 2.
I think so.
I think that's enough, right?
He's setting a Raikou, which is really strong. And now we just keep seeing a battle trap being drawn, which isn't very good. Eric doesn't have any values or anything though yet.
No, he double decked it. His brain is also gone. I mean, how much that'll matter in this exact spot.
Sure.
Yeah. Adam with both brain and mind gone, his crackback potential is.
I think Adam has a Shura in hand. I think he's considering whether or not he should be attacking over the set Raikou. Is that a value as well? I can't tell what that other monster is. Oh, Bora. He's just going to TT himself and kind of using it like an Icarus attack there. It's not bad.
It is similar to Icarus attack.
Yep. And now Eric
That's
drawing the
not bad.
fourth
I mean,
card.
It's bad if he has like
He's still a turn
Arma
behind.
follow-up,
Sure.
For follow-ups.
Yep,
But
there
if
it
he
is.
doesn't have those,
And discarding the Necro's so
yeah,
good.
that's the killer, right?
Yeah, now he gets put by you and Brave.
He has to card on the shirt. If he goes for here, he's probably gone.
Was Adam supposed to set his prison here that he drew? Did he? I thought he drew prison. I don't think he set it, but maybe he did.
Well, what's already set?
I thought it was already there.
No, I know that. I thought it was.
I mean, we're about to find out, right? So
If this armed wing gets prisoned, or I guess
yeah, I think it's bottomless. And I think he held prison.
This,
But like
Depends
now,
on the
because of Necro, if Eric just has a dark in hand,
yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
specifically it has to be a combo piece like Plague or Value
Does he have another
Sirocco because he
piece in
doesn't
there?
have another piece. Yeah, and he's gonna force Necro. Necro's so good in this matchup. And there's the,
it's defense you can't escape.
yeah, and there's the prison.
It's a trooper.
Yeah, but prison's gonna walk here if he doesn't hit a piece. No, he hits Value. Yep.
Ooh. Wait, does he?
Oh.
But he has a Raiko in it. I don't know what his other card.
Okay, well that's big for AJT. That
Yeah, he just did that.
does he
Eric's-
not? Does Eric not have another dark in
That's what
him?
I'm saying. He has Raiko and something else.
Oh, I guess
It's
not.
Arma. It's Arma.
But so we know AJT's been through his Gale already, right? Yes. So, and what's life count currently?
56, I want to say. I think to 43.
Looks right. I mean, man, this is so
I
scary.
guess you
against
don't want to
Black
play
Wings
some Gale Force,
sometimes.
but you could Greffer pitch Arma.
Could have. Yeah.
I mean, you're playing in a clue.
I mean, he's good follow up after this, right? Yeah.
And just taking damage. Like, oh, he's
Oh,
wait, no, that's
don't think there's game shot
no,
lines
it's
though,
okay.
but it's gonna be good for like a follow up
I would
crackback.
yeah, I'd play some of the other Shura, honestly.
I think so too.
And then
To press for
yeah,
damage.
yeah. Honestly, could just get Kahoot here.
Does he have Sirocco Engraver now?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, actually, I think I like going Clue here.
Yeah, I mean,
Pressing for 3,200 more,
yeah,
and
I
then
mean 600 more. I mean,
well, if it was if he went for the Clue, it'd be 32, right?
yeah,
18 and
it would
14.
be 600 more.
Oh,
yeah.
that's so good. Oh yeah.
This legitimately is a spot that would be pretty effective.
Wait, does he play Worm?
I think so.
Okay, because
We were talking about it before the tournament.
no, Worm is solid here, and then because Eric's gonna Armanize.
Sure,
Press for
attack,
some
sure attack the
damage.
token. Oh, maybe you don't need to worry.
I don't know though. Like he is at
Oh, he has Armor
43.
Engraver? Oh, he does have Armor Engraver.
Oh yeah, I
Oh, shit.
think you do Worm.
Just so,
Is he just planning to gain life and pass?
we literally have. Oh, these are the old decks.
Yeah,
Just
they're
like,
their list.
Get this back somehow. Well, now I mean the
Interesting.
Silverwind will. No, I mean, I don't. Of course, I don't know if you have like a picture of his final list, but literally moments before the tournament, he was talking to me about it, and I believe he is playing. But I don't know.
What's Eric's life currently? I'm so blind, it's not even funny.
51, because he cores on the 8.
Let's see. I feel like this is so terrifying for AJT now. I mean, he has really good crackback if he gets another turn,
Right.
right?
Just if Eric sees a Kai, it's really scary.
Yeah, but only Caius is like the thing that's.
Oh yeah, actually he is playing armor. Yes, because he played the Raiko and he said, and then I need to play the armor, and I said,
If he normals Armageddon
yeah,
Knight.
no, actually, I do remember him showing me that.
Armageddon Knight for play. Plague stack. Can he kill? That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
What's his other card name? Oh, he has Kai.
He has Caius and
Right? It's armor Kai.
is Armachias. I thought he had a Raiko for some reason.
I thought he had wait, maybe I'm wrong.
I thought you mentioned he had an Arma earlier, was why.
I mean that yeah, it's armor Kai. I mentioned he had a Raiko earlier, and I think I was wrong.
Okay.
I mean it wasn't game like he could have played stack tribute for Kai. So
Yeah.
now if he send a value piece because he has one thing in grade. Since Plague.
Okay.
And Goyo?
Oh man, but
Is he,
AJT's
like,
AJT's cracking back on this really hard next
Yeah,
turn if he
is
doesn't die.
Is he respecting Caboose somehow?
Eric has to kill right now.
He can't kill.
Yeah, if he can't kill, I think AJT is gonna. Because he just stacked Caius, you said? So if he stacked Caius, I don't think he can win. 'Cause he doesn't have value plus play engraved, right?
Silver. I mean,
So AGT is going to get to Silver win and then also normal Blizzard.
Yeah, but I guess he just bumps. Oh yeah, I know he takes the doors. He's still gonna have the android, but you're still gonna have two bodies. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it also depends on the draw.
Well, he can
Brio.
just Brio, right? He has to Brio, I think. Well, maybe not. I don't know, because you don't want to get highest if he does.
Sure. I mean, you probably Brio. No reason not to. I think. I don't know what his card.
I don't know.
No, I think you just. Yeah, exactly.
Or no, you Goyle the Gores, because
no,
then.
I think it's fine. You Brio, bounce the Goyle, Silverwind over the Gores, Brio attack.
Yeah, that's true. That's
You
true.
drew
That's
for
true.
Brio, I don't know if that really.
It does.
You
Think he has a kill line?
Could.
No, it's the Brio
But the
plays
thing- But
best.
the thing, even if he did Silverwind, you still win because you have two over 20. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
and you would have Gores. Like yeah, you're leaving with Android or whatever, but
Yeah, I think you just Brio. So
either way is winning. I guess he's at 57, so you would see another turn.
yeah, I just think you clear all the monsters Eric has right now,
I-
and then
I-
if he stacked the card in his hand, so clearly it's not like a crazy proactive card.
I mean, I think the only thing you would have to be worried about it being, when I think you're basically sure that it's not, is a burial.
That's true.
But I
feel like
this
he
would have all
might
played
have killed you.
I think this
if
would have all
he
played out
buried him.
differently.
Right? Yeah.
Like,
He kills you if he has burial. So I don't think he's sending plague. It's burial. Yeah, so it's just Blizzard, Burial bounce the Goya, like you said, clears both monsters, and then he says, top deck better out my board.
But like I said, either play I think is winning. I mean, it is better, but it's like Kai's doesn't even come close to being your board. If your board's a Silverwind Goyo Gores. Like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's like
This has been a really good game actually.
Yeah.
From the get go.
I think the tribute the TT itself always said get close to the mic. Yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in. Sorry if there's been any difficulties, but I think it's been pretty solid the whole time. Thank you for Marcus for stopping in. You know,
Heck yeah. Oh, thank you for having me.
of course. Yeah, Ruben being on earlier was great. It was actually really interesting to talk to him just about differences in Edison and modern
Sure.
and
Yeah.
his impressions of Edison. It's cool.
That guy got so much better, dude. I remember back in the day when he was just learning to
Yeah.
be getting to that next level.
Yeah,
And now he's just on a whole nother level.
yeah. No, I could tell you really knows what he's talking about.
I think AJT sees the line.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he has like a binary option.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is like
One
you know,
or the other.
there's a lot of things that I don't want to be rude, but I don't trust Adam with, and this is one of them that I think he can pull off. You know,
Yeah, got it. There you go. Now monsters are gonna get cleared.
But like I said, he gets another turn. I mean, if he doesn't draw them all,
He only took 100 here,
Exactly.
so I don't think
he's drop pass. You know,
it's Caius.
yeah, and I mean, the Gore's already gone. You can't be like bluff Gore's.
So if he doesn't draw a monster here and punches twice, I think Eric's only way of possibly winning is Burial. Maybe a Mirror Force, but I mean the Brio, right? So no, not Mirror Force. Yep. So he's got a rip Burial here. Heart of the Cards moment.
They always do.
They always
I'm
do.
sorry, dude, but I've been here. Before.
They always do.
I'm thinking about Turna top 8 in
No.
Arma. The Plague's already gone.
Plague's gone. It's not going to be enough.
It might. You know,
Doesn't
because
buy
Arma
turn.
face up.
Well,
No,
He
he
can-
doesn't. He can get over the. Does he have an Arma master? Doesn't matter.
what is the rest of his game?
So just like hoping Adam fucks up somehow. I don't know. Or he sees another back row from Adam. He just has to pass
Maybe,
it.
yeah, that's probably all he was doing was checking
Yeah,
for a
checking
back row.
yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, it's definitely get as much info as you
You know
can.
how many prisons you, but you don't even really know. But you're like, okay, you play more than one prison. I don't know.
Sure, but that's big. Like, 'cause
Might as well.
I only play
Might
one
as well
in
do
my
it.
Blackwing
Might
list.
as well do it. You think Adam might only play one? But you have more players watching than played in the tournament.
Oh wow, yeah,
Which
man.
is kind of what you
Stream is cooking.
low key what you hope for if you're gonna put a bunch of energy into hosting the stream. You know what I mean? Like you would hope that the impressions go further than whoever's
Yeah.
able to come out locally.
Dude, if they announce these things earlier,
Yeah.
oh my god, these are
Well,
gonna
they
be
have
so packed.
this one coming up now. I mean, I actually didn't hear the announcement when they were out there as far as the date, but I know they were talking to me about more UDS mats as prizing.
Yeah.
Like every UDS.
I've heard that too, like possibly as far out as like all of top 4 or something like that, or which would be crazy.
I would love to come back here again and do this. I actually had a great time doing this, and I think I did a good job. I think this is good.
You're built
good
for this,
me.
man. Yeah, you're really good at this.
I told her earlier, I was like, grinding GP 12 hours a day for the past 3 years. This is light work. Like
Light work. Not me, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I saw that Adam fanned through some Kaikus, some Noblemans.
Yeah, he definitely has a couple Kaikus in there. That's a go card. What he knows and loves. I
think I just saw him flip out a prison. So
yeah, I mean normal stuff. I think crows, you know.
And then on Eric's end, I'm pretty sure when Eric goes first, he plans to keep in.
Hating in the chat, bro.
What are they saying here?
This guy James Ark is terrible.
What? This guy James Ark is a monster.
Tell him. Yeah, tell him, Marcus. Tell him, real Marcus.
Oh my god, dude. Why is everyone
Marcus
do that?
1.
Stop.
Upgrade.
Stop.
Citing out all Boras for bro. Your mistake was thinking there were Boras there in the first place.
Right.
Do you guys see OBS? How long they've been playing for?
Oh.
Whoa. You would have to scroll back.
Got it.
He has OBS open, not me.
Got it. Okay.
You could pull up the stream on your phone, maybe. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
not sure.
totally fine.
You could figure it out from the phone.
I'm just going back. Little time issue. I'm sure they'll get it straightened out.
Yeah, I think they literally just maybe didn't hit the start time correctly. Like, I think it wasn't about slow play or anything. It was just.
You said he cited out all Boras for Kaikus? No, Pro Storm said that?
I think he's joking.
Oh, okay.
Adam hates on Bora.
Oh. Wait, I thought Adam. Oh, yeah, actually, he goes down to 2. Or
No,
the
he
main.
started with 2. They were never
Jeez.
3.
I don't know why did. You know this guy? Oh, wait. Oh, is this on?
Yes.
Yeah, I know who he is.
I know.
He's a
I know.
beast, too.
Yeah,
He's a beast, too.
I know who he is. You know, I know. I met him once or twice. He kind of fanned out a little bit, but you know, you know, I gave him some advice on his Edison deck.
Yeah. I bet.
You know how it is. I was a Bora hater.
Interesting.
Adam won game 1.
Adam won game 1.
Dude, Adam beats Eric. What does that say?
Oh, man.
This is the same thing that happened.
No,
But because when we went to Atlanta, he won the Edison thing and I won the goat thing.
really?
And we were like, what is this? You know, like
That's hilarious.
this is not supposed to happen.
See, Adam had
Full
Brain.
himself.
I saw Brain. I saw Bora.
Bro, you're poisoning the chat.
I think
You're
I
turning
said
them
Gale.
against me.
Okay, so
Okay,
double Bora or double Blizzard knock. Oh, and it hits all the Raikos, which is a
He
big
plays the
tool.
Sork, too.
Yep, and now those
You can set that
hamsters,
Sork.
the hamsters in deck are going to be dead now.
That's for Lorcana, bro. The Mickey Mouse trophy is for Lorcana. We're here for EGT.
Okay, so he's Shura, Icarus, double Blizzard. He had double value play. Oh, it's not looking good. It is not looking good.
Double value play Arma Sirocco.
He needs a Greffer. Needs a Greffer bad. Oh,
Keeps it in.
I told you. I think he keeps in 2. Oof, I don't know if I'm slamming that there. I guess if he
Real
doesn't
talk,
have
I don't
any-
know if I'm setting a record. Hey,
Really?
I mean,
That's a
hey,
James Ark move. though.
Hey, you know,
That's a James Ark move.
I mean,
though.
easy to say in hindsight.
You do like setting your card trooper
I do, yeah.
against Black.
Classic play.
They're never committing their Shura into a set.
Classic
Okay,
play.
well that's a start.
That's okay.
It's not very good.
That's a start.
And Eric has what DDV set?
DV set, plague, value, not to the other
Second
trap.
set. I didn't see. I'm gonna guess it's a battle trap, maybe, because I mean, if Adam has 2 monsters, right? I guess he's
I
just
hope it's found.
he might just be baiting on Adam.
No, it's
It's
play.
it's Bayou,
It's still
Plague,
Bayou.
Bayou.
Wait, he drew wrong.
Oh man.
But is he doing it?
Oh,
end
it's
phase?
TT. Yeah, those
Yeah,
end
it's
phase.
end
This
phase.
is not looking good. This is looking
I mean,
really,
he has the
really
gun,
bad.
But
Whirlwind Blizzard.
does he have another?
He has double Blizzard, but still, that's really, really good
Well,
for
I
Adam
mean,
here.
I mean, he doesn't know. Like,
I mean, he does get to protect
Sure.
this.
I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah, like I mean, I'm just saying from Adam's perspective, if he thinks he has Caius, then I mean, this is.
I mean,
Not
I think he's going for Goyle because triggering the Arma is really good here, and then he's also kind of insulated if he does make a rank play.
Like, if he just forces the Gardner, then you can just summon Plague Brio with it. Like, I feel like not
Right,
that-
but I still think
I mean, it's not. Wait, what was the trap?
that Adam said in Icarus, I think, so that makes sense. I think it
Yeah,
was.
I mean,
I might
if
be
you
wrong,
made armor,
but
but
I thought
I
I
just didn't
remember
see what it
seeing
actually was.
he's thinking here, so makes me believe even more so that he has Icarus.
The thing is, though, I mean, you have to kind of gamble on whether he has a trap because, like, you could just let him Brio it, or well, I guess you could go, but you could let him Brio it.
I still think the safe thing here. Oh, it's
Oh,
TT.
yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say you let him do that, and then next turn Goyle back if he goes Brio. But it also lets him get a pitch. Now I feel like I'm using the world. If he, I mean, assuming
Yeah.
he has the value deck.
Yeah.
I think it's only one value though.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want a chance drawing it,
I mean,
and like you've already cleared all the Raikos.
and Loki, you've already checked because he would have stormed that.
Mhm.
That's that.
The TT, right?
Yeah, probably just swing it with Blizzard.
Well, now that he has the armed wing engrave,
Yeah.
does he bounce his whirlwind back to hand?
Oh wait, it's just.
Is it? What's
Is it
life?
44?
He's at 44.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is
It's
game. 46. Ah,
Oh.
AJT
Oh.
advances. Black wings. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That nobleman.
I mean,
and-
his hand was.
yeah,
his hand
and
was
Eric's
rough.
hand was
Oh,
really
his-
bad.
Darkrai was the draw for turn. He was just like not even close. If he got the Brio, wait, actually, if he got the Brio, crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately. Well,
Even-
I like Adam too, though. So.
I mean, I like it.
Fortunately, unfortunately.
Even the best Edison players succumb to Black Wings.
Hey, I think Black Wings is really good.
I think Black Wings are good. I'm not. I just think they're lame. I just think they're lame.
It can be. I like that the deck I feel like is really good at managing variance type hands, if that makes sense. You just get cooked by the really high like ceiling hands, I feel like.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a good. Obviously, I just
The giant.
lose.
Unfortunate. Well, I do think they're going to play out 5th through 8th, though, because the pricing's going to differ, is what I heard earlier.
I don't know actually, but I want to see. I mean, we're probably going to end up streaming the top 4, top 2, whatever.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know how much of that will get streamed, but I'm down to do some of it. Yeah, man. I mean, it was a good, like, even honestly, like.
Thank you.
That game 2 was obviously pretty much a wash, but even just like I don't know, like Adam played it correctly, like
Yeah, no,
not
very
much to do, but,
smooth. Like, yeah. I thought that game 1, there was a lot of opportunities for both players to kind of screw up, and I felt like they both played really clean, and it just happened to play out the way it played out.
yeah, I'd have to think more about it again. I mean, I gotta be honest at this point. I'm moment to moment clocking what's going on.
Right. AJT, the GOAT of Edison.
People are saying.
We'll see. We will see.
People are saying that.
Might start. He might start. Now go sack phase. Yep. Our boy died. Big Sag.
We're close.
What's
We're
up,
close to
what's
the
up?
end, bro.
We're very close.
We're getting there, man.
Actually, you want to tell them real quick because I actually didn't hear the announcement of the next one. I don't know how much you have it set, but I didn't hear it, and I don't think the stream caught it.
Oh,
'Cause the audio was
the next event.
Yeah, I mean, just some mention of it. I think people want to know.
You guys
Tell
want to
them.
know what the next event is?
They want to know.
All right, guys,
Oh, they
guys.
want. I'll answer for it. They want.
All right. So I wasn't gonna really announce it, but what we're doing is, if y'all thought this event was big, this was just an introduction. I'll let you guys know what it is that we do here at Southside Gaming, what we represent, how we host events. The next event, can't tell you guys when, not an official date, but first place is going to be the complete set of UDS mats. First place. I'm talking about all of them, all the original, including a Black Rose mat. Okay, so we have them
They
all
have another
right
one.
here.
They have another one. You showed me.
Oh my god, every single one,
Every single.
bro. How is anyone not coming? This should be like.
I got them
I
right here.
wanna-
Look.
What are we
We're all
having
free.
at? What are we having at? This thing, the pre-reg is just gonna explode.
I guess. Oh.
I feel like that thing is gonna close in hours.
No worries.
That's nuts.
Got it right here.
Holy.
Brand new. Never been played on.
Oh my god.
You got it.
Brand
It's
spanking
literally here.
new. Right there, guys. Oh boy, and a whole lot more cards too.
I know what you're talking about. We're talking about the Tengu out there. I'm trying to get these Max C's out.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. So listen, guys, stay tuned. That's just first place. We're still working on what's going to be prizing and for the rest. And this one was going to be capped out at 150. But the next event, we're probably going to rent out a venue, or we're just going to expand. So we definitely want it to be a big one, right? So we give everyone an opportunity.
It's been really good so far, man. I mean, I think everyone's fucking with on stream. I was gonna say, we have 135 more people watching the stream than were at the tournament, which is kind of funny. But that's kind of what you want, though, right? Like, so it's been a good time. Having Ruben on was awesome, and I mean, there's a couple more matches left, but
I didn't realize how many good players you had over here in Southside. Because I know a lot of these guys back when I played current. Holy.
It's crazy. Our local, at one point, we had like a 30-man local. Our locals were nuts.
Really?
Yeah, South Florida, from my understanding, not my opinion, we have really good card players.
Yeah, for sure.
And not just for
they all
you.
play multiple games. That's what Ruben was saying. They all play like Pokemon. They play all the games.
Yeah, they do
Like,
well in other card games too.
why is it
Yeah.
gamer zone down here.
Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, they all play nuts.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
really do well.
Yeah.
One Piece, yeah,
Yeah.
we're just trying to. Now, Edison, we're gonna make a big impact. We definitely want to start.
It needs it,
contributing.
bro.
Definitely
It deserves
wanna
it.
start contributing. Did you guys see anything crazy today? Any crazy matchups?
Oh yeah, I thought
Honestly, a
that
lot of them have been good. I mean, yeah.
the Ernie versus Andres Torres matchup was really, really good.
That was good. That Mirror Force.
Yeah. Oh, and the way he showed it too.
Oh my god.
The bad player.
Yeah. He drew when he went. I was like, oh man, this is in trouble. I didn't see that in Mirror Force.
Oh, they're
yet.
starting. Wait, hold on.
Are they?
Oh, it looks like they are. Yeah, top
All right.
four.
I'll let you guys do your thing.
Yeah,
man.
For sure.
See y'all later.
Sorry. So wait, this
the deck lists are coming up. Just
okay.
give us a second.
This is sorry, Arthur versus
What do you
Ichang.
do?
Arthur versus Ichang.
Oh wow. Okay,
Like-
so these are who advanced.
Oh, Eric.
Mr. Eric Shen.
Eric, you can come and sit.
Eric.
I mean, if you want.
Are they playing outfit through eighth, or is
Yeah,
they all getting
everybody's
the same?
playing. Well,
Oh,
so
I'm
maybe
not
it's-
sure what.
Are they playing outfit through eighth?
Apparently.
Hey, hold on.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah,
That was rough.
That was
That's
tough.
game two hand
Did
was
I
rough.
was thinking I don't think I was.
It's Axe Justin. Because I wouldn't know right now.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
just in charge of this.
Yeah.
You guys are good. Give us
We're
a
good.
second for
Sir,
decks.
sounds good. All right,
Perfect.
so
Perfect.
I'm great.
We get those, since you get it right.
Yeah, yeah, those are exactly yeah. Do you know who's on the other top four? Who are the other players?
Yeah, give me 1 second and I'll tell you.
Actually,
I think Andre's probably advanced because he was looking really good in his match.
no,
what
Andres
we
was
saw.
playing against Lightsman.
Yeah, it didn't wait. Oh, he played against him?
Yeah.
Oh wow. So this guy ran it back
And-
after losing
and-
game one?
and Ichang.
Wow.
Can I chill here?
Yeah,
Shut up.
Yeah.
Sean, grab a chair.
I think it might be a little hard to hear you, but,
This
but we
is-
can figure it out.
No, I don't have to comment. I just
We
wanna-
have
Yes.
the
Ichang.
bottom bracket.
This is who on stream.
Getting-
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
something
Okay,
like
and then
that.
Adam.
Yep. And then Adam versus Cody.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Pull that chair up. Sit between us.
So the
People
the
want to see you. Yeah.
yeah. So that's a Blackwing mirror. So Blackwing is guaranteed to be in the finals.
Yep.
And then this is Lightsworn versus Machine.
You're gonna be
Machino-
sitting a little bit further back. so I probably
Machino
just-
with main deck Crow. I'll try to scoop this to you.
Oh, so the Machina guy beat the macro deck.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, thank
Gotcha.
God.
Yucheng is the
Okay, so we Machina versus Lightsworn right now.
That's what I believe.
Dude, Edison never fails to surprise
Is he
me.
on Pure Twilight or Christie Sworn? I don't know. I actually don't know Pure or Twilight. Yeah. So I don't know if
you know Yicheng won the FPG
Yeah.
invitational thing.
Oh,
Dude,
really?
He's a
Machina,
cooker.
yeah.
He's a cooker.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. The top bracket is Cody Moreland versus Adam, who we just saw on stream. That's a Blackwing mirror. This is Yucheng against Arthur.
Oh, thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
I even said that game one. It felt like neither of you misplayed. It was
Yeah,
just
I
very clean. Like
Yeah.
cards played the way they played.
Should have set the value.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
Turn
I don't
on.
want to risk chemistry. I cannot risk.
I don't know.
I was literally thinking. I was like, it crossed my mind.
So we got the deck list here. This is Yicheng's list. Typed out on a Word document. And then we have Arthur's list here. And
Yicheng is it? No, I have heard of Yicheng. I have heard of him. In fact,
holy, dude, look how spicy this Lightsworn list is. 43 cards.
wait, is he on
Shield
he's on
Warrior
three
here.
axis technology? This has been
Is this a triple celestial thing?
a Dimitri
No,
tech, the
only
Shield
two.
Warrior.
Only one
But it's-
Shield
so
Warrior
it's-
though.
It's like pure light. Okay, so it's like pure light swarm
One.
with triple D prison,
One Beckoning.
one beckoning, double avarice. So it's like control
One
light
gold
swarm.
sark.
One.
Be a little bit like not.
It's 43
You're probably
cards
fine.
as
Oh,
well.
no, but like you're probably fine, but like just
Okay.
a little bit. Two wolf. Gore's EOD. What kind of EOD, bro? Oh, these are the other.
The other
side.
two.
Okay, cool.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
so
much.
we'll get to them in a second.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh wait, this was Ernie and Andres, what we had earlier.
Yeah. One Armageddon Knight.
Bro, this list is spicy.
There's no Dark Arm then, right? One Armageddon. It's probably for Rhoda. Yeah, see, I've done this before too. Like played the Rhoda, and then you just play the.
He's plays 2 Jane as well. Two Wolf. Interesting. This is very
Two
interesting
Rice.
ratios.
I don't hate it. To be honest with you. He's dropping the star. He just flipped that star. What the hell's that? He dropped it out of his hand.
It's a Gardener.
I mean, he's no.
And on the side, I see a Force. I see a Cyber Dragon. I think I saw a Fortress.
You study this and
Just not real.
study up
Oh,
over
and
there.
he just makes this recharge Wolf play live. This draw for turn.
He just nods when he gets the prison. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, normal. Yeah, I didn't even look at the side deck. I don't even want to see the
This
side
is
deck.
not
I don't even
real
want to see
deck.
the side
I imagine Hamster or Raikou set on the Machina side for Lee. Is this list lit? Anything
he
really
mains
spicy?
He mains Crow, which I think we all knew.
Yeah.
Triple Force. He's flipping a hamster.
Nothing crazy, I feel like.
No, triple Compulse, which is pretty good.
I think it's in this deck. This is the one deck I think should be playing it.
Yeah, there you go. Not maining Solemn besides it. But I mean, he's getting a lot of advantage in tempo. Arthur does have the Necro, but I mean, it seems like he's kind of monster clawed. Yeah, he drew the one beckoning that he plays, but he doesn't have a lot of fuel for it. You know, kind of ironically, he's playing a high trap count, and if those traps that he built were light monsters, then they could have been maybe.
Set is Plague, and he is Prison set, correct?
I don't know what the set already is. Probably, I don't really know.
Oh wait, maybe it was.
Yicheng has Crow in hand though, so I mean,
Play Torrent?
If he ever, yeah, he is.
It might
If
be
he ever
Torrent.
decides to use that, I mean, that Raigo's probably gonna. It's kind of good for him. Raigo's and he gets torrented. Who cares? You're just gonna summon your fortresses.
Yeah, I think Lee's in a really good spot right
Fantastic
now.
spot. I mean, probably. If you target the back row, he's torrent.
He targeted the monster.
Oh, he targeted the monster. I mean, then maybe there's a chance because if he goes into the force,
Mirror Force is gone.
he's thinking this guy doesn't main TT. He's playing Lightstorm. What is he thinking?
Yeah.
Unless he's
Might be thinking, oh, if this is
Is it
TT,
TT?
I think it is. That's big. That's very, very
I
big.
think he might have another force in him.
He does. He does. I'm pretty
So
sure.
actually, you're
Yeah.
kind of hedged completely.
Yeah, I still don't know if I like going for that.
I mean, I want somebody to just pop back.
Yeah,
Maybe if you think it could be Roar.
because your opponent's Necro. I don't know if it makes sense to commit that way.
Yeah, I also just like even if it's
Oh,
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why.
bro, you doubt him. You doubt him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lee. I'm sorry. I know you're a lot better than
Yicheng.
that.
Well, I mean, his name is Yi Cheng Wei. I don't know.
Oh, they just
I
have
think-
Lee on stream.
yeah.
That's why I said that.
Don't
But
be racist.
I'm just Yi Cheng Lee. They're just going with this last.
True. You don't know him like that.
I guess I don't. I'll just call him Yi
Did
Cheng.
they have your name wrong? Did they have your name wrong?
No.
Yeah, they had Chen instead of Shen.
I was just checking.
I'm standing too. I'm too lazy to correct them.
I like the power structure. That's systemic racism in that play.
The boys are still talking about Eric's.
Oh, he
match.
didn't. He didn't normal, right? He didn't normal. Lila swing. Lila's like, I mean, I could literally be any normal summon here, but like getting in the damage here is great. I feel.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to put this deck on a clock. So
Yeah. It's just like he's gonna want to use that crow to get back over, and he's gonna want to use that plague, and he's the crow.
yeah.
That's gonna just be devastating. I mean, now he's prison too, which
His
just helps a
crow.
little bit.
His crow force
The
cyber
Arma,
dragon.
he already has used both Necro Plague, so he has nothing good to send with this.
Yi Cheng has force crow and cyber dragon. I think
I'm wondering if maybe he should have stacked before using this, just because.
and Gores.
Oh, but he could have sent Gores or something. I guess he wants to draw Gores. Is there something else you could have said?
No, I was saying Yi Cheng's
I know,
hand
yeah.
has Gores
But
crow.
I'm saying like you probably want to shuffle.
He's gonna set this prison with the heavy, I think, because he has to set both. Yeah. You just gotta hope that this Lila whiffs. I mean, if he Lilas right away. Oh, he drew MSD. That's hilarious. That's crazy.
Oh.
And he
And
hit the,
Mirror is gone.
he hit the prison also. I'm pretty sure if I followed it correctly. Yeah.
You'd be tracking.
I track all the time.
What's going on? And on the table.
You know, the ARG I won, my opponent sets a card in in our third match, picks it up, shuffles his hand, sets two, and I tracked it, and I MST'd it. He's like,
He's
like, I lost the 50-50. I was like, it wasn't a 50-50.
That's fucked up. Dude, I don't even try it. I don't even try to do that.
Oh,
I gotta
do.
be honest.
I do.
I mean, maybe
I
a little
try,
bit.
but I'm not good at it.
I just assume. Maybe I should try.
All the Mario Party mini games where the barrels are moving around.
yeah,
I gotta
that's,
follow it.
you gotta go at that.
Just double second words.
Look,
He did and brought it back.
is that
He's
game?
going for game. Yeah. Makes sense.
Wow, he's cooking.
He is cooking.
that's a cook.
And if, oh my gosh, if he wins and then Adam wins, Machina against Blackwings.
Well,
in
and
the
they were saying
finals.
it's a rematch from, I guess, like one of the tournaments in North Carolina.
Oh,
I think
okay.
Adam beat Yi Cheng's a cooker, bro.
Dude, Adam's list is nuts. But all right, let's see what Arthur. My apologies. Arthur is got
I can't get
Mystical
names right.
Space Typhoon, Mind Control, Book of Moon, Smashing Ground, Lightning Vortex. My
That's
Body
in the
is
side.
Shield. Yep. 2 Thunder King, 2 Cyber Dragons. So you know
Thunder
those
King-
are coming
Thunder
in.
King goes hard.
Yeah.
against Machine.
T King and Cyber Dragon are both going to be coming in for sure.
So get him back with
Threatening
Viking.
Roar, Iron Wall,
Oppression's also.
Oppression solid.
I don't know. If I
Raiko makes it a little weird,
I don't know if I would.
and Lila, but it's good against Hamster. It's good against Fortress. It's good against Cyber Dragon.
And then for Yi Cheng's part, let me see. He has some Kaikus. I mean, he saw Arma, so I mean, I don't know if he knows Arthur's full list, but he could be like, maybe he's on more of a Twilight thing.
Mhm.
I mean, I think maybe the Kaikus are coming regardless, but like, then he has another Crow. He has 2 main deck, one-sided. And then we've got Oppression from his end too. So everybody's on Oppression. I think Oppression is definitely a card you want. And then Solemn Judgment. I think beyond that, I mean, that's enough cards. You have 2 Kaiku, 1 Crow, Solemn Royal Oppression. And you're going second, so maybe you don't even do both Oppressions. I don't know.
I'm surprised at how well ran this tournament is, by the way.
Yeah.
We are cooking through it.
Yeah, what time? I assumed we were going to be late.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be here
Oh,
like
no,
past
it
midnight.
was actually like about what I was hoping for. It was what I was hoping for, but I assumed I would be way off. You know,
right,
like
right.
like I was like, oh, we'll probably be done by like by 11, and then I was like, right?
So I'm assuming you're not playing out 5th through 8th then.
No, we're not. They're
Okay.
gonna make it so whoever like the standings are after everything
Is your
just-
place?
Yeah.
Do you know what the prize is for 5th through 8th?
They're
Is it credit?
It's just mats, but
Oh my god.
One of the master
Yeah,
giveaways.
20 left.
One of the master giveaways, the Mont Glacier Grand Soil.
Ooh,
So like
that'd
that
be
one,
sick.
that one's hot.
I
Pretty
don't, I
sick.
don't know what that one.
Nudge, nudge. Kevin, please give me that one.
Yeah, that means I need Adam to win to get fifth.
Honestly, tell them if you're like, I want that one.
Am I abusing my position?
No
Yes.
such thing. Insider trading, bro.
Insider trading. Alright.
Okay.
Out to get into it here.
Is this Yi Chang's tournament?
It might
He's
be.
looking. He's looking like
He's
the
looking
goat.
unstoppable.
I see the confidence. See the confidence.
He's a quiet guy, you know. Like,
Yeah, but Arthur did just lose game 1 to Andres Torres, and then it sounds like he got the reverse sweep. So
his side deck is nice. And honestly, I
into this matchup,
I
yes.
think I also think like Machine is good against Lights.
Yeah, I
Again,
I
you know
won't
what I
lie to
mean.
you. I couldn't tell you if it was or wasn't. So
They can rush
They
it
just
out
keep
fast
pushing,
and,
punching,
I don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
But like
a lot of
Game
tools
two is
though, with
slow.
like threatening roar gores.
it's a weird
I see a
faded-
Cyber
faded
Dragon.
Cyber Dragon weird art.
Recharge,
Love to open
Cyber.
Recharge. Love to open
I think I
Recharge.
saw gores in his hand as well.
Love to open Recharge.
Normal chain. I think he's just gonna play this slow. for now.
Smoker tactical recharge.
Yeah.
Wait, he just
He would've drawn
this,
Doshu.
this is an insane play. I'm sorry, but this is an insane play. Not recharging the Jane. Now you don't have a late swap. Oh, now you don't have a late swap hand.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't have any other lights. Ones?
Just honestly, Core Trooper. I'm really happy if I'm reaching.
And you have a Cyber Dragon. I mean, obviously you want a Cyber Dragon something else, but like, I'm sorry.
Right.
You can take.
Yeah,
he has,
that
he has
is.
another.
And he would have had dust shoot.
He has
Yeah,
another.
he would
well, I
Milo
mean,
Doshu.
yeah, I mean, he has another honest in hand though, so I mean, he's doing.
Yeah, I guess he is just pressing for a lot of damage, and then once,
and then Cyber. Can
yeah,
can
once
go
Yi Chang
forward,
establishes his
forward,
board, he gets to drop Cyber.
I mean,
try to push for game.
I would not
Yeah,
play it this way. I
yeah.
would not.
That's not
Oh,
the
that
game plan.
Necro's really good. That Necro's really good.
Oh, he
Oh, the
knew.
preemptive.
He knew.
He's on top of it. He's locked
He's
in.
like, if I.
He has Avarice in hand too.
Yeah, I mean that's also why. He has a Gearframe.
Does he have four? Oh, so he goes Gear Frame. He can instant summon the
He has
fortress.
another Crow too, and he has.
And he is, yeah. He has, I think he has Force and Kaiku, Avarice, Gear Frame.
Does he have another machine though?
Yeah, he has Force. Oh, you mean like a separate machine from
Yeah,
Force?
yeah.
No.
Because like ideally he wants to
I
like
don't
pitch
think
in the
so.
machine and keep the fort, right? Like,
Yeah, but he could preemptively do things, Avarice, to try to get to another machine.
I mean,
Possible.
He could also just crash the Gearframe, but he would get kind of blown out by the honest.
Yeah, I think it's better to attack with Fortress.
What are you saying preemptively?
Like discard a special or normal search, discard a special, and then Crow, and then uses Avarice. But if he wants to like be Omega proactive, I don't know if it makes sense in this
I
spot.
think he envies the Necro, and then I think they're trying, and he like tried to change or something. But it's like,
I think we're really.
yeah, I think they're he envies Crow the Necro, and like he's like, can I chain it and it'll still
like,
apply the
yeah.
next turn or something?
No.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
that is what
I think
they're
that is
doing.
what they're asking though.
There was one situation earlier, and actually the fact that it was only one is props to their team here, but like a 0 and a dupe and something else got vortexed, and the guy tried to add back, and then his opponent was like, it missed his timing, and the judge I think agreed. And so
That
I
doesn't
mean,
make
I
sense.
would. I mean, it was
Yeah, last
easy
time
enough
that
to go out
happened
there.
was the destruction.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what happens. on
Even
any chain.
even Ruben, not that he doesn't know the game, but he was like, isn't it just 0-1 dupe 2? And I was like, yes.
Yeah, I mean, what did he have double Crow?
Yeah.
Looking kind of cooked.
So he could just insta Crow twice and then Avarice if he.
No. So he doesn't have a second. He this is the second Crow. I don't think he
Oh,
has
okay,
two.
okay.
I think his hand. I might be missing it. It's Avarice, Kaiku, Gearframe, Force,
Crow.
Crow.
So he only has 5 then.
Is that right? He has 5 Crows. I think so. Because he crowed. Yeah, that makes sense.
He has 6 cards. So there's a 6 card where, and that's why I asked if he had double
Maybe
Crow.
he's
So when he
double
shuffled through his hand, it looked like He did for some reason.
It is. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's no
Yeah,
problem.
so there's an argument to double crow Avarice. No, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right.
If you're doing that though, I'm doing it before.
Yeah, because you want to draw a machine.
They don't teach you that.
It's a little awkward.
Yes, AJT won.
It feels so awkward to just
Win yet.
use a force that way though.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
at the end of the day,
yeah, you have to commit fortress, right? You have to
I
commit
think
the
I
fortress.
I think I would rather use my crows in higher value ways than the
Trying to get
force. You know what I mean?
average.
Than the force in a higher value way. Like,
Okay, so then here you're just attacking with the fortress first, right?
curious.
Oh wow.
He has gores and he has cyber, so there's a lot of ways to crack that. I mean,
I feel like you should just let it just take the damage and drop Cybertron.
No, I'm not honest, but he's gores in here.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
now this is just sort of.
well, we are gonna get that into Avarice, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a machine.
He has to though, right?
I mean,
so
yeah.
like,
But he's trying to draw it into a force to keep the. I mean, he's trying to trap too, obviously, but.
right.
Just this feed at which he did is so funny to me.
He just knew before.
I mean, like I agree, but
yeah, I
like,
think Arthur's looking really good here, though, right?
yeah. Well, like we said, I mean, he
Even
I
if he
don't-
commits
again,
fortress right
I
now,
don't know
he can
if I-
tribute for Cyber Dragon.
I don't know if I would have played it this way, but he did, have this way of like honest and then honest again, walking for 2 turns and have a bunch of cards to force through damage. Charge, not damage.
Yeah.
Also, it's crazy.
No thinking.
Yeah,
But that's
crazy.
good. That's what
Yeah,
you got.
I mean,
That's
I know,
how
I know,
you
I know.
bait
But
trap
I'm saying,
cards.
but like, I mean, yeah, I guess in that spot you're just thinking in your head, yeah, like I'm setting anything, no matter what I draw. So
He's kind of locked in actually.
He's very locked in.
Yeah.
saying, dude.
Like
He's the goat.
speed locked in.
He's the goat. Blazing. But I don't think it matters, unfortunately. Even the goat is going to get blown out by normal summon Lila attacks per game. Yeah. This is just
Honestly,
9.
so
It's
good.
9 and then 18. Let's use track. But he doesn't. Oh yeah, he does it this way to play around the track.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
All right, and we go to game 3.
Damn, I feel like that. Well, it's not like I don't really think. I mean, he didn't have to attack, honestly, like in the door.
Right.
I'm low key. I feel like if he's on this thing,
You're assuming Gores?
I'm not assuming gores, but I'm like
Either Gores or
suspicious. I'm
Cyber.
suspicious.
It's either Gores or Cyber, and then he had both. So I don't know if it mattered.
Right? Like, yeah, you're clearing the gear, and then you have any normal one on top.
Right. It's kind of damned regardless in that spot.
Yeah, pretty
But yeah, there's an argument to not attack and then equip the gear frame to the fortress and pass your turn. You're not doing that? You're not doing that?
Did you say the goat? Are you speaking about AJT? We're talking about Yicheng, bro.
We're talking about Yicheng.
If it's
How-
Yicheng
how would
against
our AJT
if,
match is
if
going?
it's Yicheng against AGT, I don't know. That's the goat off.
You don't use this
I
title
don't
that
use his
loosely.
title loosely. Everybody's a comedian.
You keeping in Heavy Storm versus Light Storm? Or does you think he knows this guy's list?
Against Prison Swarm?
Prison Storm?
But does he know he's on triple prison? Right, because blindly, I don't know if I.
Yeah, finally I'm not. Especially after I saw game 1. Oh no, but he milled a prison, I think.
And he had TT. Do I think he only plays one prison? Hell no. I'm thinking he plays more than one prison.
Okay. I don't know if I do.
I don't know if I'm thinking. Is he keeping against Machina? Yes. I think
But
you are keeping prison against Machina.
But these guys are familiar with each other, right? Or no?
Oh, I think actually yes.
So he probably kind of knows.
So in that case, then yes. I think yes.
Yeah.
All signs point. to
Matchup
yes.
knowledge.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I see Brain Control, I see Fortress,
I'm
I
not
see
putting
Trooper.
him. To be clear, stream, I'm not putting him.
Oh, he kept it heavy?
He's the goat.
That's why I said I saw him shuffling.
Oh,
Oh,
you already
tracking,
you already
you're
knew
tracking.
My eyes just.
You already knew he kept that heavy. You're trying to bait us.
It's
You're
crazy.
trying to bait us to say it was bad. and then you're
No,
gonna
no,
say-
no, I wasn't waiting. I was just asking.
His hand is not that good though.
Avarice, Fortress, Force, Brain. And yeah, those 4.
He needed to hit. He needed to hit more monsters.
Oof. That's pretty good.
Is it prison?
The set, I don't know what the set is.
Never mind. Okay, everything's fine. You're different. You're different.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
That's correct.
Everything's
Prison
fine.
makes the most sense.
Everything's so fine.
Plus, we got a prison set.
Oh, he kept it all. He kept it all.
Oh, it was prison too.
Drew TT. That's actually a great draw.
That's crazy. Good draw.
So he has double. He can go all. He can go for double fortress.
Good. I'm guessing.
I feel like that
And
plays so
Honest
good.
got milled. The
He-
issue is going double
If
fortress.
he's bottomless, like
You're-
I'm doing it.
If you go double fortress, your
Is he
opponent
bottomless?
has cyber though.
Yeah. That's the
Then you
issue.
have to TT.
He doesn't have an out. Yeah, I'm not doing it.
So honest.
Yeah, I think the one's safe.
Oh, yeah, honest is crazy here. Holy
You don't attack with Gearframe first? I guess he wants to play around Gores? I feel
You
like
should
Honest
be
is so
able to
scary.
attack with Gearframe first, right? Yeah, you can definitely attack with Gearframe first, then, right?
Does Fortress only pop cards your opponent controls?
You got to ask these the cards.
Does Fortress only pop cards
Yeah,
your opponent
yes.
controls?
Yeah.
Not your own?
But the TT's gonna be really strong here.
Yeah, he's gonna normal this Lilac.
Awesome. I was like, what is this guy?
There's
What
no
the hell
way.
is this?
There's an argument you punch over the Fortress just immediately with Gores first. Before
I mean,
you
I don't know if
normal
he's some.
Lila.
Oh, he's long.
Oh, he's
Oh, that's
man.
brutal.
It's cooked. It's
That's
cooked.
brutal.
Chang.
Is that game?
Sorry for downing you.
What's like
I got 48.
Oh,
Catch
okay.
the clutches smashing ground of all time. I mean,
brain
still
Avarice?
too little.
Is this Avarice live yet? No, four
He's
monsters.
forcing him. Oh wait.
Four
Yeah, is it-
monsters. He drew
I
Lila.
mean, he's getting him below. He's getting to like 400, and he has brain.
Yeah, I mean,
Course is
that's
gone.
so good for Slight Sworn.
Oh, it is.
Wait,
Oh, it wasn't.
Oh, he's at 5 exact.
Oh,
Oh.
Crow. I couldn't see the Crows hidden. Okay. It's crazy watching Light Sworn play and JD just be a non-factor in every game.
He's playing kind of a control build.
He's playing triple
Sort of.
defense.
It's like avarice. His payoff is avarice, not JD. That's what
The
you're wrong.
payoff is Avarice. Yeah, it's looking really good for
He
Chang
drops, like,
here.
a gear frame that just wins, right? I mean, I guess he doesn't have another machine in hand. He drew prison, and I can't see the other card. Obviously, this is still insane, but prison,
Fortress.
so he didn't have another machine.
All right. What's he got to draw here?
Really strong.
Prison.
Got to lead with Cyber or something?
He has Arma Trooper.
Arma what?
Arma Trooper prison.
That's his entirety of his hand.
It's not bad,
I think.
but he changes prison
Yeah,
set, right?
He also has brain in hand.
It's
Sorry.
Arthur.
What's the best
You
line here?
can you can trooper mill like a god.
What?
Wolf plus.
Wolf Plague.
Plague?
Catastrophe. You still have prison.
Wolf Plague
It's-
Necro,
you have
easy.
Wolf, Plague, Necro. If you
I'm
normal,
sitting there like, gotta go for it.
if you normal
I'm like,
Arma,
I'm like
stack
over here
for
like
Plague.
calculating the line and be like, yep, guess this is my best play. Like,
Look at you,
I
keep
was looking at
filing
his
this.
side. I
She's
was
like,
looking at his side.
Yeah, he
He
knows.
He knows.
He knows. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
dude, he's making this deck look busted.
yeah, it really is. I've never seen Mocking have such a high
drawing
card
drawing
activity.
gear frame off that trooper was very strong.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think there's anything getting
Trooper
out of
Mill
this.
Wolf does not even do it. That's the thing. But maybe it would.
It would have to be
What,
like
what is it?
multiple
Brain
cards.
and fortune. You know?
Yeah, Brain Fortress.
I mean, it could protect. You know,
Necro Plague Wolf.
Necro Plague Wolf. Easy money.
Go for broke. Yeah, this isn't gonna do it. This isn't gonna cut it.
You need to high
I mean,
roll,
it's
bro.
gonna be
You need
like.
to insane high roll.
Do you think you're ever going for this when it's like compulse, bottomless, prison,
What,
like
going
mirror
for- going
force?
Brio?
Well,
I mean, he's not going Brio. He's going for Goyle
His
right
only
now.
other play though is the trooper.
There's no
mill.
world. There's no world you go for Brio, right?
I don't know. There's no world that you win this game. Period. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm going for Brio, Mouse, the Fortress, Tiger.
I think he's going Goyle. Yeah.
He could pass.
He could, but
Yeah.
no. Yeah. That's game. Yep, he's just got a lot on top. All right, so we're gonna have Machina.
Congrats to Yichen. Yo, the man, I respect your concern, and I think that that is something to be concerned about. And in this exact situation, these two players are in like a locked back room. There is no one around to do what you are saying.
There's like a judge right next to
Yeah, there's a judge. Like, I think at one point Yisheng was literally checking on his phone the ruling for Necrogarna, which is allowed. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. To me, it's fine.
Say what you want to say, James.
It's interesting.
No, I mean, I just
It's a good point though. You probably shouldn't. I know he didn't do anything, but you probably shouldn't allow that. Let a judge do it. Judge is right there.
Yeah,
Judge is right there.
Yeah, I just the specific example of getting texted is him. That is
Yeah, and they are in a back room. It's not like anyone else other than the stream can see what's going on.
I guess maybe
And
saying
then-
if someone from the
Streams
they're also on a
delayed
slight
too.
delay. I don't know. I give up.
Yeah, it's really nice.
I agree. Probably should not be allowed.
This is way too high quality.
In this
man.
case, it was fine.
They thought of everything. How many games of redo did you play?
Maybe like 15 matches.
Whole 15 matches?
We were cooking
You were playing just now.
prior to getting on stream. Yeah.
Who were you playing?
I was playing Caleb. I didn't know him before today either.
Oh, okay. That's the goat.
He's a nice guy, though. I like that guy. Dude, the amount of people that have come up to me, sorry, I gotta plug this real quick, that came up to me today talking about redo format and how excited they are about it. It's hype. It's hype. I'm just saying. Redo. Let's go.
They need to redo this tournament.
Holy.
James will play in the second one.
This way too
I don't know. James might have been born for this. Konami, when you guys start live streaming Ultimate Time Wizard, you got your commentator already.
I'm saying.
I mean, it's very funny.
This guy will keep winning. This guy
Yeah.
will start commentating.
And you keep on redo. Like what's
Yep. And I will not be playing.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, Joe is doing it now, obviously, and I mean, Joe and me were very, very close. I went to a lot of events together. Always locked in. That's the homie. So they're still playing out there. Playing their little heart out. Yeah, I lost to that guy one time.
What game
Split it, I think. Still made me mad any second.
AJT looks cooked.
I think an Icarus just resolved. Is that what that is? Yeah, it was.
No, I need him to win. No, that's not what good. Oh my goodness.
He's summoning too many cards.
Yeah.
He's about to
summoning too many
he's
cards.
about to super boost the Boro right now.
Oh, he struck Dark.
Oh, that's dad. Is that good? night?
Usually it's the player summoning the dad that is ahead.
Typically.
Yeah.
Not
so
always.
That's some good insight.
I mean, it's 12 hours in. That's
They don't teach you.
That's what I've learned through ladder grinding. You played on DB recently. You were trying Virus Blackwing with Solidarity. You were doing that?
I did. Who said that?
The man.
Yeah, I did test that theory out. That deck sucks.
That deck's ass.
That deck's ass.
That deck's horrible.
Is that are they going to game 3 or is
It looks like they're going to game 3.
I mean,
There was no handshake, right?
Adam is
Ryan, my man.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to game 3.
Oh, that was only game 2.
I think. I mean, they're not like getting out. But,
Yeah. Adam's got a smile on his face. I don't think it's over.
CJ Gigabytes, yeah, he lost in top 16 after going undefeated, so it's kind of unfortunate to.
Dude, it's the curse. Undefeated curse is so real.
Don't tell me about that.
I'm sorry.
Don't curse. I hate that curse.
Because it's happened to you? Oh,
Numerous
you're
times.
saying, yeah. At your little tournament.
Little tournament. Our tournaments are 80 people.
I'll come someday.
You should.
That'd be hype.
Show that it's all fake and won by dragon decks.
Oh no. No, don't talk about that, bro. Don't talk about that.
It's been a while since that happened.
Stop.
Stun,
Dark times,
stun
dark times.
hero.
Oh my god, give me a break.
I watched the videos.
Hey, we have a lot of Blackwing there, so Stun Hero might just low key be solid.
Just cookie. Do you see the
On the singer.
Yeah, synchro. Dude, the guy, he was playing against a blocking guy. The guy went Rowan Shura, search Kaluga pass, and he goes Cyber Banisher. I'm like, that's crazy.
Whenever Adam plays, he looks like the most stressed person in the world, by the way. Like grabbing his head. He looks so sad when he draws. Even if his hand's perfectly fine.
Dude's not stressing me against me, dude.
It's in our culture.
Not when he started Minecon on
Dude, I was
Answer.
so taken aback. I was like, there's no way Adam just main decks Minecon Raiko, right?
That's what you're supposed to do against me.
It's not real.
Lock in, bro.
Gotta lie. Oh shit.
Fish birds no.
This is
What
like
James? What James said?
James.
Please listen.
Wait, hold on.
people are overblowing it. Like, super
Bro,
fast.
also, how come right after I put out that video, fucking Fraser and
Lil
Lil
Man?
Man-
Yeah, they-
What, make videos about
Because
it?
at first I thought I was trolling. Like when I actually started making that video, I was like, maybe this is kind of in my head. Maybe like I feel like people are chatting about it, but it's not actually. We're good. I think we're locked in. Maybe once this finale is valid.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
But
I
yeah,
probably should have said yes to water.
Oh, yeah, sure.
but yeah, I was like, is this like?
Let's go, Adam. Ruin dust shoot.
Hey yo! Oh, his opponent's face doesn't look happy.
No, yeah, I mean, but he has a lure, but I think only one monster. Lure Icarus.
Is that TT?
I can't tell. The whole time, like fucking Ruben was trying to do this. He was
Book of
like,
Moon.
he has this. I'm like, I can't see that.
Is that Book of Moon? Or
I think it was,
MST?
I thought it was Book of Moon too. But I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I was like watching. I was like trying to like go through different like comments and stuff, like trying to figure out like are people really being doomers about this? And I was like, maybe this is just kind of all in my head. But then they put out those videos, and I was like, okay, cool. People do actually think this way.
People are scared.
Yeah.
Like, they don't realize like the percent of players that are actually good with those decks and actually have to open well consistently in a tournament is just like not high enough.
I don't think it's the consistency. I think it's like when someone plays against it and it happens to them,
And you
it's
feel
like
that.
super demoralizing. Like it happened to me
Yeah, of course.
today against Gigavice, where he went first game 1 and 3,
Did
and I
you-
didn't
you
play the
lost to
game.
Gigavice?
Yeah,
Did you lose
full
to
combo.
CJ?
Yeah, no, it wasn't TJ. He just full comboed game 1 and game 3, and I just didn't play because he went first in those games. And
Yeah,
it's like
I had one of those games online too recently. It was just like one of the games you opened Military Devils.
Right.
Like,
yeah, and I mean it happens, but like, and like I know mathematically it's not gonna occur over an entire tournament typically like that. But
I know.
Every format has that deck.
I think frogs are terrifying though. I still think
Redo has Dark World.
Redo does have Dark World.
And that feels like butt to play against, but it's not like broken.
Right, exactly. Same exact thing.
Yep. James just throwing shade at Redo.
Hey, you get to play every game though. Like I get failures and maxis at least to like try to stop that from happening to me against certain decks. Not Dark World, I guess. Those cards suck against Dark World. Gemini Imps.
Oh, I didn't tell you guys that play I made against like a good
Yeah,
bass
let's
player.
hear it.
Game 3, he like half combos and I like break it, but we're kind of like top decking, and I'm like beating him down with a greffer, and then he has one back row set and I have no back row, and he marked the roses my greffer, and then he plays heavy storm, and I'm like, oh, it's gotta be Starlight.
Oh.
But I have no back row. He has
Yeah.
back row, mark of the rose, and then he heavies.
Oh.
Sure. Yeah, that makes
And then
sense.
I chain neck row on heavy, and he can't. I've never done that before, so I was like,
all right,
that was nice.
You know
You
it.
can't Starlight
Yeah,
yourself
exactly.
and you get your guy
very,
back.
very
Yeah, that's
nice.
nasty.
Why did he didn't have to use the market? Right? I guess it's,
He
I
could've
guess the
said
same,
it. He
same
could've
thing's
said-
happening
yeah,
there
yeah,
because
yeah.
he's losing plant from Gravely. That's good for him. Maybe he's thinking if he does see that line, then I still get the guy down. I mean, whatever. Go. Zoom in crazy. Oh, never mind. Okay, there's scene. It's a nice play.
Yeah, I've never done that. I was like,
Well,
that's
well
cool.
done, Eric.
That's cool.
Well done, Eric.
Thank you. Come up for air. I'm just kidding.
That's appropriate. Which he knew he had, and now he chains Icarus or something. But he knows he has his own Icarus.
Is that a
He-
prison set?
He knows that Cody has an Icarus set, I believe. But he saw an Icarus from earlier, I think. Your Giga opponent had Starlight Road, dot, dot, dot. Yeah, questionable.
Yeah,
Marcus is hating.
questionable.
See, even
I asked him about
even at your nice little play, Marcus is still
Yeah,
hating.
I asked him about it. He's like, it's for fossil dino when they flip it. I just don't attack into fossil. I'm like,
That's
oh, okay,
cook.
I guess.
That's a cook.
Stardust.
That's cook.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't
Stardust
know. I'm
Dragon.
not sure how I feel
That's
about that.
You get a battle phase afterwards.
Got locked in.
Dude,
Also, this must be close.
Dude,
to
Pro
time.
Storm's complaining about redo, but the dude's been playing redo for like 1 week.
Just started a couple days ago, I'm pretty sure.
Seems like Adam's cooking here. I mentioned that play to you in Orlando.
Did he?
Ryan not invented that play.
Oh, Ryan can copyright that. He can take that.
Yeah, you're not that good.
I'm mad. I'm mad.
I'm trying to get other.
Can't get past top 8 anymore.
Sheesh.
You won the thing.
Go X1 twice.
Yeah.
Die.
Yeah, go X1, get top 8, die both yesterday and today.
It's okay, buddy.
Reminders, you got to go harder. Bro.
Yeah, I have to figure out how to. I need to
It's all
watch-
just motivation, bro.
I'm gonna go through that AJT match and see if I do anything wrong.
Nope.
Dipping as soon as violence.
Oh, for
Okay.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, we got one more.
We're going to Vegas.
I'm not either. I might. I don't think I will.
You want to
Oh,
use the next week? Yeah.
That's next week.
Next week. You should.
Well,
Yeah.
So
That's fair.
Yeah.
I feel like he did not think that Icarus was about
I
to
do. I don't
resolve.
really use it too much, but
He's got Blizzard follow, but I think you just gotta play it
Yeah.
smarter. I think he's like double.
Oh,
No, he only plays one legacy.
He's up pretty substantially in advantage right now.
Legacy bottoms, I think. End phase beckoning while under trapstone. We want to talk about good plays. I want to talk about good plays of all time. A friend of mine told me a play a long time ago that still sticks with me, where he trap stunned, and his opponent had a Thunder King on the board, and he makes Geysers, and then warnings his own Geysers. His opponent can't Ryo it.
Okay.
Under trap stun. He stuns first, and then
Yeah, so that he just pays 2,000 life still,
No,
though, right? Isn't it a cost?
yeah, but he
But,
can't.
oh,
Thunder
to
King.
just protect it.
He can't Thunder King.
Because it negates the summon? That's cute.
That one stuck with me. That's nice.
That's cute.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's cute.
So this is my friend who I think wasn't particularly good at the game, and he was very excited to share
Hyped about
his
it. That's
play. I
fair.
think
Yeah.
that was a good play.
Does Adam know what this set is?
This might be an unknown. I mean, he dust shooted him, and he had like a lure. I think he had a lure, which I don't think has been used yet.
No, so it's likely.
And I think he had an Icarus as well.
I
That
thought
got
so
used.
too.
The Icarus got used. That's what cleared the board last turn.
Destiny don't agree too, I think.
Leo swing.
is that even cooked?
No, Adam's ahead, but he needs to like keep applying pressure.
He's got a lot of
to kind of
monsters.
like capitalize on the
in.
dust shoot. So now he activates a lure. Yeah, see, like, if he has like, I mean, obviously best case, but like whirlwind here, like then
Yeah, can climb back in for sure.
he's 3 cards. But yeah, if he hits
Adam just
traps,
bottomless, right?
yeah, he might have another back row too.
No, oh yeah. No, I don't think he does.
I mean, I
he
know
does.
this is
Second Blizzard.
He does.
as well.
Oh, second.
I think he used I think he's. Does he have another one?
Adam?
There's 2 Blizzards.
Yeah, he is Blizzard. Another Blizzard.
But after he used it. Okay.
Yeah, he was Blizzard, Gale. I think Sirocco maybe.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I think he's ahead.
I think he has 4 cards in it.
I think it's just like if it has like monster set bottomless, it's like pretty annoying. He's thinking on some lore banish, which
Yeah. Never a good
it's
sign.
often a sign that they have 2 darks.
You're blowing my mind today, man.
Yeah, it's not you can track their dark.
Fucking guy.
You triangulate their eye movement.
Animus, Rocco, Gale. For the clapback, he does. Yeah.
The only thing he doesn't is resolve DDB. I mean, he is game 3 in the black.
He also has
Mirror.
Blizzard.
Depends how much of a believer you are.
And it's just
Game
Sirocco.
I mean, that seems like
Almost
a
sure.
that seems like Kurt should have banished 5 minutes ago, bro.
Yeah.
Do you here's the thing,
Bottomless here?
Do you bottomless just because you're so worried about getting bottomless and then getting like damaged?
Yeah, you
out?
take full.
Yeah,
fade.
I think you have to because I think the win con right now on the other side is like bottomless clears your
He didn't bottom.
yeah. Like if he stops you from playing, hits again, and then
Yeah,
has like
he-
back row
he hits
removal
like
plus like a big guy
We drew
play.
No, he drew second bottom.
Was it bottomless?
Oh, he smirked, but he smirked in a way that made me think he still has something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He
Yeah,
did
he's
fake.
like-
He did fake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's how to play.
I think Adams.
No, because I would have caught it. I tracked it. I'm sorry, I was fouled.
Yeah. Icarus.
Oh,
Okay,
oh,
well
but-
that's
but-
fine. Now he
yeah,
gets to
that's-
set the other
that's
bottom
actually
one.
so fine. You don't care. You're fine. You're so fine.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I think Adam's still pretty high, so
Is he though? How much has he taken is the question.
I don't think he's taken more than that.
The 18 and 17. Yeah, but now it's like brain plus something
he
can be
drew his
scary.
I don't think about that. Don't tell me that.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't put that in the air.
Sometimes like you
Is it
know you
another
have been
Sirocco
flagged
Gale?
back.
Sirocco Gale?
Sirocco Gale,
Yeah,
Blizzard, and
I mean, you should
Draco?
win this game.
You can't kill him with that.
He's still pretty high because he hasn't actually got that many hits in. That's the thing. Like he does shoot him, and then every time he's tried to go for something, he's like
Trap.
hard to argue with that.
yeah, no, it's really good.
He still has Blizzard here. He has one card in hand, right? He's Ryko with Blizzard in hand.
Blizzard, yeah.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5,000. So he takes 30,
4150.
Yeah, 4150.
Oh,
shit!
Someone
He
just
fell
knocked it
over. He
over.
fell over.
He couldn't believe it was so much damage.
Back. Oh my god!
Holy
Shit.
shit.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
All right.
Handsome man.
I felt something just now.
Oh my.
Dank edits.
What's going on here?
Okay, he made Stardust. I saw Stardust.
Yeah, he punched for a lot of
I don't know if
damage.
he- I don't know if he has
Stardust.
it. Bro, this guy did this to me. This guy did this to me.
Oh, look,
I didn't
look,
like
he's
it.
showing. He.
I didn't like it when he did.
He's
What
praying.
does that mean, bro? If he rips him. Okay, they did not rip
I didn't-
anything.
I didn't like it when he did that. I don't know if he did it against me or I just saw him do it. At something.
Well, wait. Did he actually have it?
He has
Did
bombs.
he draw it though?
He has bombs.
It'd be amazing if he actually drew. Why are
Whatever.
you thinking so hard, bro?
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like he's gonna go Brio. Like this card, last card. He's gonna get bottomless.
I don't
Yeah,
know
he
what
has
Adam's
Blizzard.
at. The only worry here is if he bottomless
We took 5,000 just now. So
41.
Yeah, he could probably like go through a few Brio bounces, just bombless chain.
I don't know how many darks he has. That's the only thing. But
well, he's gonna deal with Brio.
You do not bottomless this right now because then if he has Bora,
Yeah.
he gets to summon and make Goya.
But you should
he
know,
still has,
though, maybe,
he still has
maybe,
Blizzard in hand.
maybe Adam
Honestly,
knows the last
I mean,
card.
I don't know what life is, but I mean, honestly.
Yeah, he's probably fine regardless. No, he's super fine
I don't know.
regardless.
I think you wait for the Brio and like let him
Yeah,
priority.
I-
What's
discard it.
I just don't know what life
What's
is.
Adam's life?
No,
Because does
you just
brain
let it
just
go.
end the game if he's low enough?
Well, I mean, he would- I think
Just
he's not
go
thinking about it.
into Brio.
Yeah.
Blizzard.
Yeah, even if it's not game, you just bottomless Stardust dodge and then
Yeah,
Fine.
like, yeah.
Stardust runs over Brio.
And you have Blizzard for, like, oh, Blizzard
Just
Brio
gonna
from
crash.
Blizzard-
Yes.
No, he's-
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
but he used his Goyle already, so he has to like arm bring over.
Oh, sure.
I don't know. I think you have to. I think you Blizzard.
All right, Adam takes it. Adam will be advancing to the finals.
Ooh,
Blackwing
okay.
versus Machina.
All
That's
right.
Machina's dream, right?
All right.
I think there you have to go. You have to give up the Brio because he cracks back with if you go arm, but he has the ability to top deck
Sirocco,
to
yeah.
crack back
Yeah.
and
I mean,
stabilize. But it doesn't matter.
Yicheng versus
Yicheng
Adam.
versus Adam in the finals.
you know,
Adam making good on the pseudo sponsored player move
Yeah.
coming down.
I was worried for him after last night.
I was worried for all you guys. It didn't seem like you guys were doing so hot at the beginning of the day.
Yikes.
'Cause he had him on like round 3. We had him on round 3 and he got cooked by Andreas.
Did he?
You were like all like one by round 3, and I was like, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Who did Andre? Who did he lose in top 8?
Nice one.
Oh, that's right.
Yicheng only plays 12 extra deck cards?
There's no way.
Yes.
No way.
He didn't play any tuners.
He plays Plague. He doesn't play Plague.
Doesn't he play
Oh,
Brain
he
Control?
plays Plague.
Never comes up.
That never comes up. Interesting.
Comes up,
Okay.
bro. That never comes up.
It doesn't come up when you play Triple Crow? Or when you play Double Crow in the main? It doesn't come up?
Just so you can get your prize.
Feel like crowing a Blizzard. Brain Control.
Never
That
comes up for me.
could happen all day.
I've also
Don't hate
just
on the
seen
go.
Gale just stay on board.
Yeah.
Don't hate on the go.
Right.
It's bugging. It's
Um,
never coming up.
I'm gonna use the bathroom and do a quick lap. but we're locked in. Don't leave. I mean,
I can,
outside or some
I can,
juice?
you could,
Yeah.
give me a water though.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So appreciate you. All right. All right. You know, I got to root for Black Wings as a representative.
Who's the other person?
Yicheng, he's on a Machina. Yeah, good matchup for them. Yeah.
Do we know if other guys on Cyber Dragon?
Double Cyber Dragon in the main. Oh, no. You're talking about the Blackwing player?
Yeah.
He sides them.
Does he side 1-2?
I don't. We don't have his list, so I don't know. Yeah, we'll need Adam's list.
I feel like a lot of times people are cutting.
This
into
is
one.
the Machina list.
It's insane. Getting to finals with cards.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
I'm like so tilted right now.
He has some really like interesting choices, like,
I like how
double
he
crow
crossed.
lane.
I like how he crossed out Flammable Resist. He's like, don't need it.
It's not coming up.
You guys have the deck list supported.
We would like
we need
the,
the Adam's deck list, the Blackwing
Adams,
player.
got it.
Yep, thank you.
Don't need it. Too many cards already. You gotta get down to 12. 13's unlucky. I'm not topping with
Unlucky
13.
numbers.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What's the last name of Adam?
Teshuba.
Teshuba.
Yeah, some.
This fucking deck was just giving me an aneurysm.
Yeah,
Things
just
crossed
all the
out.
things scrolled out, and
You're like, it's not a Konami official.
hey,
thing,
but
it's
he's
fine.
been cooking. He's been locked in. If you watch him,
Hell,
watch him play.
Let's see.
Thank you. All right, let's take a look. So Adam is on double sides or on the side. We have 2 Crow, 2 Dyna,
What is this
2
card?
Kaiku, 2 Noblemen, 2 Deck Dev, Oppression, Dust Tornado, Fissure, 8 Adam's side deck.
Interesting.
He means
Lee's
1 Oppression that can come out. Only 1 Legacy.
interesting. Lee's on a side deck needle ceiling, like a 1-up tech.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That could be spicy. That could come up.
Could definitely, especially if he's setting Raiko's hamsters. But I feel like Adam's got a lot of tools for this deck.
I think the only thing that Lee really has to side in against him is triple dust.
Yeah.
And like maybe Solemn he comes in, but it's
Right.
like it's so scary. Especially
Yeah,
like
I
maybe
mean-
going first for sure bringing it, but like going second, like maybe it's just hard pass. Like if they establish whirlwind
Right.
like, body and like it's kind of foregone at that point where Solemn's more but like a disadvantage.
Yeah. Yeah, and game 1 is definitely going to heavily favor the Machina player, Yicheng.
It's a really obvious statement, but like game 1 is really going to decide this final. I feel like.
Good chances. I'm trying to see if there's anything else spicy. Oh, Adam's also maining Minecon and Raiko, which
That could-
can come up
that could
against
be
a
crushing.
hamster. Yeah,
That
or
could be
even just
super-
Minconning a Raiko. Let's see. Wonder how long till they get started here. Yep. Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Let's fucking go, dude.
Plus.
Hell
Dude,
yeah.
oh, I love this event. So like, I might actually use it. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I feel like the 1 Yada is going to be really important game 1. Like just if he sees it, like just having he only plays 1 copy.
Yeah.
So just having that information shown to make him respect the other back row,
Sure.
thinking that he could be on the 4 list.
Yeah, especially when your opponent has Lila and Raiko's in the main.
Yeah, it's like if he sees Yada early in the game, I feel like the 1 copy, like it's going to make him
MSTs.
yeah, it's going to make him respect the Raiko like targeting back row way
Sure.
more, which is like super big. I feel like that's going to be a really important
That
early
could be
game
big.
interaction. I like the 1 fissure. Let's see. So for game 2, he's got double cyber. He's got the Nox.
Are you signing in
He's
Kaiku in that matchup?
I don't think so. I think it's just like it's bad to establish board. Like
Right.
you're really only disrupting like Avarice, kind of.
Sure.
But there's times where there just get too many.
Or a
and-
Fortress that's stuck in graves.
And usually like I feel like the times where Fortress is just sitting in grave, like you have the access to a second one.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's kind of it. I feel like the cards that are going to come in for sure could be the Fissure, the Dust, both Nox, and the
Cyber.
Cyber Dragons.
Yeah. And possibly Crow.
It's just hard because you have to Crow in an open game state. And,
Except
like,
against Avarice.
except
too.
against Avarice. So
Yeah.
it could be good.
Avarice. Does he play Plague? I don't know if Yicheng plays Plague. I don't think he does
I don't.
actually.
I saw Gear print or I saw Gotham, so I would assume he does, right? Well, no, because
No, and it's probably why he plays the 12 card extra deck.
Oh, interesting. Like I feel like he can't cut Plague from this list. He's manning double Crow, which is
Spicy.
very scary.
It's not very good against Blackwing though. I mean, even if you use it against a Blizzard, you're kind of negging one because they still have the Blizzard, which
Yeah.
can, they have Boros that they can use the special. They have Kalute to protect it. They have Icarus.
I don't know. I feel like game one, at least, like it might be like if they're in a more simplified game state and they're in that grind,
Yeah.
especially where Machina
And
is
if
going to have
Adam
card
doesn't
advantage.
know that Crow's there, that can
Yeah.
change a lot too.
I feel like another potential big interaction for game one, at least.
Right.
Game two, three, I imagine he's signing it out.
Sure.
But definitely like surprising him game one in a simplified game state that could be really crushing into like gear frame, like Fed Hamster for type
Sure.
example, and they go Blizzard, and then you like just completely out tempo them.
Right. I think they're gonna get ready here soon. I saw Adam walking towards back room.
I don't know. I feel like I would just cut one Crow, play the Plague, like play full extra deck.
Oh, in the main deck. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like Plague. I just like the utility it gives you. But I mean, listen, he plays this Machina deck and clearly he's been cooking with
he's
it.
cooking.
I think he won the FFG tournament. FGG.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so he just did well with it. In I think where's that at? North Carolina, I think, or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, especially mating double Fire Dragon, I like just the ability, like if you're like pretty certain they're not on road.
Mm-hmm. And it's also just another good tool versus
Yeah, it's just a way to like get through that grind game.
right. Yeah, definitely think it's gonna be an uphill battle for Black Wings typically, but we'll see. I say that, and then he's gonna open Whirlwind Shura and
Games 2, 3 have back
Trap
removal and
cards,
Cyber
yeah.
Dragons.
we'll
Tell him to
see.
shake his hand. Yeah. Give me that Met.
Yeah, you never know.
How do you do today?
I was X2. I went 4-2 round 6, and then lost round 7. So
That's tough.
not bueno.
That's fair.
Got game first loss was Gigavise. Game 1 and game 3, he just went for his full combos, and I can't crack it.
Right.
And then another loss to Machina, and I was on Blackwing. That was a tough one.
Right.
And then my last loss was to Frogs, where game 1 my opponent drops Vanities, and I have multiple Blizzards in hand, and that's my only active way to play. And then, just got cooked. Wasn't the best day.
I feel that.
How'd you end up doing?
I kept opening double Doom swap Treeboard Fishboard
Yeah,
all day.
and then
for some
getting decked
iteration.
out.
Like, yeah, I was like,
Oh man.
yeah, I had some rough ones today.
Machina with no plague. Yep, that is the case. Oh yeah, Macro guy.
Yeah.
Okay, he's out. FGG tourney was in Maryland. Okay, it was Maryland. There you go.
Oh yeah.
That's where it's
They
at.
held it with
Yeah, I remember. We went to. It was where the RBT Maryland was.
RBT.
Yeah. I'm surprised OG didn't come out
for
here.
third and fourth now.
Gotcha.
Can we show the stream?
Huh?
Can we show the stream?
You want to show?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll get AJ to like.
When after you show it to everybody, just bring it back so we can show the stream.
Okay. Okay. You just want to.
Yeah.
I'll just show it now before I hand it out.
Sure.
All right.
Hey, yo.
This is this the Stardust, and this is fourth place.
So we got our 4th place prize here. This Stardust playmat, Ultimate First Ed Stardust Dragon. Plus,
This Black Rose playmat with an ulti Black Rose right here
I
as
think
well.
it's First Ed as well.
It
is.
Yeah, so very, very nice prizing for third and fourth place.
Okay. Take your time.
Oh, thank you.
And then should we show the Big Daddy?
Yeah, show it.
And
It's right here.
probably mildly. It's our second place prize. Is this as well as this mat? You guys can see that. But yeah, and isn't this something special about this dad as well?
No, it's the Kaises.
The
Kaises,
Kaises? Okay,
yeah.
I thought the dad was Euro. Someone told me, but maybe not.
Oh, I mean, that could be true as well.
Yeah, I think it is.
And then the super heavy top, #1 spot.
This is so crazy.
Two, one more.
Absurd.
We have not one, not two, but 3 Alti misprint Caius. And the misprint, see if we could show it. Bottom left-hand corner, it's a gold stamp instead of silver. So where cards would be first ed, they got the gold stamp, but these are unlimited because they're turbo pack. Crazy. And then
also this butte.
many racks.
Many racks. UDS. Yeah, I know you guys can see the screen, but
Many racks.
beautiful UDS mat here.
I think there's like 20 of them.
Really?
I
There's
think-
only that little?
I think
Holy.
it's like they don't sell. They're not in circulation. There's
Crazy.
I think they made like 100 or maybe 50 because it was like I think the UDS Championship Series. So like if you won UDS event, you got invited to this thing for the belt, and you could win that.
Top 16 to get it, right?
Yeah. Nice.
So nuts, bro.
Yeah, I want these. I need.
I wanted these so bad.
I want 9. I want cover a page.
Oh my god, you have 6 already? What the F, bro? Shit. Spread the love. I don't got none of them.
But 3 are German.
Oh,
So they're,
less
they're
cool.
4.
These are sick.
Yeah. I can give you 15 if you want. One for the extra.
Yes, please.
I got you, buddy.
Oh man.
Dude, it looks so good. Touch my bag. The beige one.
Yeah.
I just recently put my extra deck with them because these are like those are like 20 years old.
Really?
Yeah, they're insanely old.
Holy.
They look insane. I was just saying the bag.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that. I want to see how nice it was. Yeah, they just and I use the deck box. With
Oh,
this,
box, yeah.
Yeah. So. Oh yeah,
I'll
dude.
crack another one. before you get
Appreciate
there.
you, boss.
Of course. I know we officially. I'm Edward.
Oh, Marcus. Yeah. Chat saying from Miss Parent. Oh, nice. Yes, sir. You want some? There's Arthur. Is the Black Rose the third place prize, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he took third place, getting the Black Rose. And I guess that means Cody got a fourth place prize, the Stardust. Do you like those subs more than the?
I do. I don't like the. I don't like the new one. Like the top
Yeah,
one. I
that's
think
fair.
it's like,
Hey yo,
Locked in?
locked in.
we're about to start the finals here.
Here you go.
You're sitting
I'll switch
down,
it to you.
shuffling up.
You can take the coffee chair.
Yeah. I just moved, so yeah. But if you want to say, or if Eric's back, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're welcome.
I'm gonna be chilling here regardless.
All right, duels are setting up.
Do you want?
Oh yeah, I'll just put it over here next to the rest of the
No, those ones were for you.
Yeah.
you
You did a good
You
job.
forgot
Yeah.
my
did a good job, buddy.
forgot my stipend of every UDS mat and
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I thought you were giving us each one.
Oh.
Yeah.
yeah.
And down there, there's more.
Yeah,
And
you
there's
showed
some in the
us.
save.
They showed us. It's too
It's
crazy.
nuts.
It's
Yeah.
too crazy. All right. We're almost near the end here.
The next one might be for a couple more UDS mats. Like next time we look at it.
That's what I was hearing.
I'm just gonna say, Marcus, not you, Marcus 2. Marcus 2. I don't know if you're watching, but bro, this is godly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This is the guy. We were wrong. We were wrong the whole time. This is him. He just told me. He was like, "You cooked me in the finals, or in whatever." Like, he's like, "I played against that guy, Bird Frog." That's literally what he just said. It's just crazy. It's blowing my mind right now, but I'm keeping it together because this is the stream. Sorry, that was just for him and not for anybody else. We played him in like
And
a retro war league, and we thought he had like a couple different like alt names, and we thought I didn't know that it was him.
Oh, okay. Yicheng.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Which makes sense because his username was godly, like Li.
LOL.
But no, it all makes sense. Yicheng is this guy on the stream is godly.
Big O. All
And he had the fake account, the Jake Finney guy. That's him.
right, we got some Yicheng fans in the chat.
Cooking nicely. They cook. But you just complain. You just started talking about something. I like didn't remember it. He's like, yeah, man, I could have held the MST for the empty. Like I don't know. You like started. I was like, I don't remember anything we were talking about.
Yeah, after a rough early start for Adam, I'm pretty sure he started the tournament off 3-2. One out in
Yeah,
Swiss.
yeah.
Ended up making top cut and I think 13th seed. And finds himself here in the finals.
Yeah, Adam earlier in the day, he's like, I'm X2. He's like, I don't think I'm going to top. I'm going to go bubble out. I'm like, dude, you're for sure top.
Yeah, he was worried about his breakers.
Yeah, I'm like, you're good.
Yeah, I was like, I mean,
You're
it's
at
like
table
it's like
11,
a
2 rounds out from.
it's like a smaller 7 rounds, I guess you could say. So it's like,
as long as one of his tiebreakers held.
yeah,
he stayed.
which understood.
But
I
yeah.
don't know. Was it smaller though? Because if you clear 128, it goes to 8.
Oh, is that?
I think so, right?
Maybe that worked in his favor. I don't know.
I think it did.
Yeah, I'm just covering the game.
I'm sure 6 people that came out today fucking clutched it up for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And now he's in the finals against Yicheng. So, okay, once again, I'm sure y'all just did a spiel with showing the prizes, but Southside Gaming, we're here in the finals in Florida. Adam is here. Yicheng is here. They both flew down for this crazy prize pool. And we're in the finals. And Yicheng is playing Machina with some tech, and Adam is playing Blackwing with also some tech, I guess.
Minecon Ryko technology.
Minecon Ryko technology. But I mean, big match. One of the bigger stakes matches I've seen.
Oh yeah,
I
for
think,
sure.
I think arguably maybe the highest.
Yeah, because on paper there is a bit of a disparity.
I think it's like 10K disparity, honestly.
There's a large
Something.
disparity. There's a large disparity. So drove down even. Okay, whatever. He got here. Whatever. I don't know the man's travel plans, but
How much does Black Rose Mag go for? Like 5? I thought 7. Holy.
But they also don't sound like people don't want to get rid of them because they're so cute.
Yeah.
yeah, they were talking about it outside, and I was like, I feel like you could definitely move one for like 3. You know?
Oh, you can someone buy them snap for like 5.
You think so?
Yeah, no, they move. Also, look.
I know. Yeah. He already showed it. Yeah, we already went through it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he should. Yeah. On stream too.
Oh, did okay, yeah, we have 2 of them. We have a large portion of the Black Rose UDS GDP.
Alright, so that's turn 1. I'm assuming that's his tried and true Ryko.
I didn't
I
actually
don't
see
know
it.
if you're just setting Ryko unless your hand's really bad. Okay. Oh, he's grabbing his. He's doing
It's
his
fine.
stress look.
I mean, oh.
But if
Okay,
he,
Blizzard is live.
Yeah,
Mills
but
of Sirocco?
if he, I mean, he
1-5
definitely didn't think it
advantage.
was Ryko because if you're summoning the Fortress there,
I feel like that first Sirocco.
If he can summon the Fortress. Might not be able to.
He has Avarice, Brain, Compulse in hand.
In Fortress. And a set unknown. Yep.
And he has Shura, Dark Armed, which is
Air Force.
1 away from one. There's 2 darks in here.
Gets torrented on Shura. Interesting. Dark Arm isn't live. But Adam is much more of a tempo type of player. I don't think he's like slamming it to start any clock.
He wants to do it to pop some face down.
Yeah,
He has a Solemn to back it up too. So I mean, I think.
Alright. I'm assuming the dad's about to board them.
It's such a shame. This Sirocco in the Grave is such a less of an underwhelming resource in this matchup because he's never getting that value out of Shura to float into that value.
Result Ryko.
Oh man. If this is not a summon stopping trap.
Oh,
Well, he has Judgment, which I don't even know if he'll use.
I think you have.
I mean,
It depends.
have- he has a hard trap.
What's in his
He
hand
must have
though?
Barry.
Like
He did prior. Yeah, he's gonna let it go because I think just judgmenting like when he commits 2 cards for the fortress or like.
Yeah, it's also just sort of needs to keep it for the storm.
Well, the storm's gone already.
Oh yeah, he stormed.
Turn 1 was
yeah.
she stormed.
That's why he's been setting.
So is this Avarice slide now? Because this whole time he's been holding Avarice.
I think so.
Maybe not. Maybe it's 1 away.
Yeah, probably.
It's Cure Frame, the Force, another Raikou, and Gear Frame. Would you hold it there? I'm not sure. Seems like a weird time to hold it if you didn't have it.
Right.
It's possible. The hold Avarice is a strat that people need to be, cognizant of when to use it.
That's really strong. But we know that's a Raikou set. Is he just going to try to pierce? Just say you get a crack 1 card.
I mean, that's better. I mean,
I'm assuming it's Icarus too.
Well, I think just keeping the body if you have 5 traps.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine.
27 pierce is also pretty nice. I mean, you're never solving this. I'd rather like solve the normal summon of a Gear Frame or something.
Yeah. Heavy is gone though, so you can't be a little
Yeah, I
looser
know,
with
that's what
it
I'm
than
saying,
normal.
but I don't know if he milled 1 Avarice, I think, so we get a second Avarice.
He knows the fortress is there.
I don't know what his other
That
sets
fortress
are.
of extra point.
I think.
I don't know his other sets. It just totally depends on his other sets there.
Do we know if we have a battle trap here as a rebuttal to fortress at all?
I don't know.
And you saw the judgment from Adam's side?
Yeah. He said at the journey set 3 before he dropped that. Pulse and
Trooper's really solid here.
I mean, if he has a deeper, kind of neutralizes, but bring it up to.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I think he does play a 5. I good check. But
And this is the type of simplified game state I was talking about earlier.
he plays Catastrophe. Okay, he doesn't play.
It's funny, we're literally just talking about this.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's actually doing it.
Oh my god. It comes up.
And like Catastrophe significantly less good versus Black Wings though. I feel like milling. I don't know.
Why do this?
I don't feel like I'm braining here.
Yeah, I feel like this is pretty underwhelming.
I mean, it kind of like hedges you against
Take both.
deep prison, you know.
Sure, but
But
like,
you're happy burning the deep prison here.
He
like,
didn't attack the trooper.
yeah, I mean you're never. But like,
Yeah.
I feel like forcing the deep prison here with the troopers is fairly solid.
No, it's an option.
oh, and it gets oppression, and with judgment oppression,
You
you
have
know he has
double compulsion
fortress. Yeah, he's setting one of them.
Yeah, I think that's also why he doesn't have to judge the.
I think he has mirror force set now. You can just set mirror force. Yep.
I'm being honest, I don't think he set any more cards here to play around Icarus.
I mean, he's,
Sure.
I feel like Icarus is like the least of his concerns.
No, I know he's just so far behind here.
Yeah.
And Adam needed this.
Like
Like
solemn
this.
oppression, like where really like
Such
here's-
a
but,
tough matchup.
you know, if we was able to stabilize with a gear frame here, this was the type of grind game I was talking about. The pre-game
That Raiko's a good
analysis.
draw though.
You know, this is
I gotta
what
be
we're-
honest. Sorry, I don't know if they can hear you very well because they were complaining the whole time. I feel like if you sat there, just like if you like, just because they were complaining about it earlier. So no. I just like
No, I appreciate you. Thank you. Also speak quieter.
no, it's not necessarily quiet. It's just the directionality of it.
Right. But in the pregame breakdown, we're talking about how he's released on 2 Chrome in the main. This is the type of simple game state where, like, once oppression goes, like, if we're in a grind game, like, you shut out that blizzard to a pre-tempo.
I feel like it's like the opposite. Like Crow's like a horrible draw here.
No, it is. Like, once, like, if he's able to stabilize, and to stabilize, he has to clear the oppression.
He hard drew the blizzard.
Setting blizzard.
I mean, I guess there's a world that maybe like he could blizzard. Oh, did he set the blizzard?
Wait, I don't know. Did he have another monster in hand?
Hey, Clute Blizzard.
Oh,
Those were the two.
Clute. He probably sets.
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
That's
It's like
tough.
there's a world right where he's aggressing on his turn.
Target the Raikou in a back row. If he targets Compulse, he's just going to chain the
Yeah,
Compulse
exactly.
to it. He hit the Mirror Force though.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
yeah.
Big
You don't
to
exactly have a
not-
read on it, but it's good.
big to not Compulse the Raikou though. I feel like you kind of
double
forced
compulse
it.
in hand, and you need the
Yeah.
LT.
Oh, he draws Avarice. Really good.
You have to put back that synchro. If you want to summon another level 5 this game, you're gonna have to.
He has another monster in Grave already though.
No, it's like, if you want to summon another level 5, you would need to put back the catastrophe because he does not play.
Yeah, but I mean, this is how Yi Ching starts to inch his way. And what's life count right now? Isn't Adam taking a little bit?
58 to 72.
872.
Yeah, I mean, if he starts having to, bottomless mirror force some gear frames or
Oh, gear frames so and right. Oh, I don't know if it gets much better than that.
I don't know if I'm some.
He gets to apply a lot of pressure. He is compulsed to get the gear frame back again.
I don't know if I'm something gear.
Yeah, I think I'm saying Raikou first. I agree, but like,
I mean, I'm not.
But I
I'm
think
not,
he
dead,
wants
I'm not
to-
pressed about outing the oppression. I'll say that much. I just feel like even if I Raikou a bottomless, I'm happy about it.
there's that.
Never mind. He might be.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. I mean, if that, I guess you're. happy.
You're either pushing for damage or you're trading your compulse for a
It's
battle
just like
trap.
I would do all that next turn and get one
Yeah.
less.
And now this oppression might start to hurt Adam just as much.
I mean, he has the song. Like that could have been a good time to solve.
Could have, but that's like it's
I know.
really hard
I
to
know,
solve there.
but like that.
And
he
you
can't
can
compulse, he can't
argue.
compulse,
Oh, he's
like-
gonna set the Raikou.
I'm
Adam
sure.
pass.
But he didn't even set more
So-
cards. Wait, why?
so
So what?
Adam has Gale plus Collude plus Blizzard.
He's drawing all the little guys under his own oppression.
Man, how
Yi
did
Ching
this
doesn't
start? How is
own-
this getting
Yi
away?
Ching doesn't
from
own
him?
an android. I mean,
How is this getting
y'all
away
gotta
from
y'all
Adam?
gotta hook him up with an android if he wins.
I feel like
maybe
Ad-
even if he loses.
Adam was so far ahead. What's going on?
Yeah, seeing the 2 hours.
Did Adam win if he, since he had oppression, if he just judgmented and saved the dad?
I'm not sure. He had brain in hand at that point. I don't know if he didn't have any darks in grave, but like
If he can just press for a lot of damage.
No,
Oh,
no.
he hits. Oh my gosh. And he has gear frame in hand. That's cracked.
but Adam has to be a little bit happy that the
Highest Fortress.
Oh, Solemn the Trooper. That's interesting because when he brained and then he Solemns, so he would get the Blizzard pass back. But he summoned the Trooper in main one, so then you're taking the damage off. I don't know if you can do that. You get pretty low. But yeah,
I think Adam's on the back foot now.
I mean, I actually think that the brain was like kind of a fantastic play. You know what I mean? Like it played through the deep prison nicely. But again, like I think if you're Adam, you're not happy, but like I think I'd be a little bit not mad that he outed the oppression because like
Yeah,
the Blizzard is live. I mean, he has so many more cards than you, but at the same time, like Blizzard be pushing through a lot.
Yeah, but you can argue that like Adam is just waiting for like a whirlwind or something where he can start steamrolling with the oppression up. It's tough to say. It's
Well, but even then, he can't get over really a big monster.
yeah,
with the game
and
window.
like Adam has judgment, so even if he like
Yeah,
tries
Adam-
to
that's
stop
the
the
thing.
aggression, it's not great.
That's sort of the setup that I'm saying. Like, if he, he's not going to kill him from 68 or whatever he's at.
152 watchers.
Oh yeah,
Holy.
gang. But like, it's definitely It's a Blizzard and what? Blizzard
I
and
gotta
what?
see the other card. For Adam's sake, I hope it's like an MST or something.
We do have the Solemn forces one place.
Have if he just attacks, are you compulsing this back again? Or are you just using compulse defensively now?
I kind of feel like I want to keep a defensive card.
Yeah.
Because at this point, you're worried about your summons getting stopped.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
But
He has 2 forces.
does he have
Yeah, 2 force. Yeah.
and then he has 1 fortress engrave, right?
Yes, he has a fortress engraved that
Yeah.
got milled.
Yeah, so we can do that next turn if he wants to. Ooh, that's a great draw.
That's a really good draw. It's just a normal summon, a safe normal
He's just
summon that's
doing
gonna
this-
pick
he's
apart.
doing- see, I don't even know if I guess this is sort of like forcing Icarus in a sense, so that, or I mean, he doesn't know another trap.
I think he hopes it's Icarus because then he can bounce it back and then summon another fortress by discarding both fortresses.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if he Icaruses, yeah, exactly, he could do that, but it's also getting the Icarus out of the way, so the hamster's gonna resolve. That's what I'm thinking. Let's use the icon. The right guy's gone now.
Adam's checking his grave. I'm wondering if he has either. Do we know he has another Blizzard?
We do. Well, he has 8 Blizzard, right? Is Blizzard
Actually,
sure?
sure. Yeah, sure, Blizzard.
I think this is also one of those sort of times where it's like you sort of like can't respect hamster that much, like just the way that you have to play this out. So it might be really punishing.
Do we know what Adam's other set is? The non-judgment card.
I'm just thinking what I do here because he has both a 4 and a 3 engrave. I think. Like Adam has multiple targets for everything. Yeah, he has a clue and a shirt or something. So,
What's life count as well?
56 to 62.
Yeah, he's not even like the danger zone or anything. He's just gonna go for it.
Thing.
Yeah, has
like,
to.
Like this is probably what I would do too, but it's like you get punished here. I mean, I guess the Gale swing on, but you're getting because he's Kai's again.
Dude, how did this get
It's the
away
Kai's
from
again,
him,
too.
bro? How did this get away from him?
I think once the Kai's comes down, so you know what I mean, like because
Adam was so far ahead.
just I mean, this is like
The matchup.
I mean, it's hard to say it like this because it's like obvious. Yeah, someone that's been he knew, but this is like it's hard to obviously Black Wings are one of if not the best deck in the format, but kind of like any grindy deck can beat them in a weird way, right? Like I mean whatever, but it's like you can have games like this that things are kind of going toe to toe with Black Wings, and maybe you could say things are going well for him, you know, whatever. But
Yeah.
once this guy's done,
He just stuck so much pressure, I feel like.
yeah, sure, and then you sub price on the fortress too. The mirror force is gone from Adam. He cleared it last turn.
He drew Gores too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's still pretty high life. With the thing.
Yeah.
Fun flies. Yeah, Gore is also insane.
I will say, in games where Black Wings are ahead and they don't have Whirlwind, I get what you're saying. Like grindy decks can keep
I mean,
up.
that's
and-
he went through. He's probably been through half his deck this game and didn't find whirlwind. So I
Yeah.
mean, that's also a consideration.
Big negative, sure.
He has to like go to cast unless he gets an insane he dropped brain.
Yeah,
It's not even game
enough.
to try to cheese him. No, they got him. Yeah, I know. He's probably just gonna go catastrophe, try to clear it, and he's just
Gonna get met with compulse. Yeah.
that's like all you can do. Maybe even you don't attack with the catastrophe, but same thing.
There's an argument if he brains that he compulses his monster back if he's worried about him punching like tributing Sirocco or something. Because he doesn't have any active
if he brains
plays.
first.
Yeah.
I mean,
He
you would
might
do-
not
Well,
do
he is
it,
forced,
but-
so he would do that.
Yeah.
He would. I'm saying, like he would bounce it back, and then he's left with an empty board.
Yeah. And then he has another fortress in hand too, so it'd be live.
Yeah, like whatever Adam's making, whether it's Goyo or I'm going.
Yeah, but now he has to, if he doesn't attack directly, he has to crash the fortress.
Yes. But in this spot, are you respecting Gores like that?
Probably not.
There's no way you don't make it right? He's reading bottom or playing through bottom. What's that hard?
Maybe he has a feeling that it's compulse. I don't know.
I mean, he knows he plays multiple compulsive.
Yeah.
He's been through double bottom.
This actually, if he has a read that this compulse is a really heads up play.
It's also still bad for him. But yes, but yeah,
I thought he compulsed his own fortress, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I mean,
Now, Adam, is he going to attack directly?
I mean, that's like
That's
I
tough.
know,
call.
I know, but it's just you're so down pat. Okay, 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 okay. But it's seriously, I mean, it's just one of those like I'm gonna lose the game, or like I'm gonna lose if I don't. I mean, believe me, like I
You
could,
feels so good.
I
with
could
that.
make the read that he has Gores as well. I just think it's the risk.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way I'm gonna win, especially when I brain like.
It's so hard to say. I don't think either is like really correct.
Well, what's Yuching's life? Is there a draw that allows Adam to kill another Blizzard? Blizzard, or no, because Gores. Ugh.
These if I got him.
Gotham's would go so hard. Wait, is it? Do you need an Earth Tuner with Gotham's or no? I don't think so either.
Honestly, that card's got an insane color.
It is. It's like one of his best draws. This is like a combination of cards with the Blizzard. It's getting crazy.
What am I talking about?
Okay, you got me on that
Oh my
one.
God,
You got me on
bro.
that one.
Oh my god.
You got me on
Oh
that
my
one.
god, I can see the future.
You got me on that one. And I was a naysayer, dude. I'm losing. See, this my powers are wearing off because I'm over here being like, obviously he's just gonna attack it at the Gores, and
Nope.
there's no way the Crow's getting value. Like, never down the goat.
That compulse is solid too. Yeah, that's game one. All right, so
What a game,
Yeah,
honestly. Though.
and
What a game! Great finals game.
there had to have been some missed
I don't know,
chances
I'm
there,
sure,
right?
I'm sure, but I mean, obviously, I think Yuching played it great, grinded it out. I think
The two Averses definitely did a lot of work.
drawing into gear frames at specific times.
I really
How many
wonder.
times did he summon a gear frame that game?
No, might be 4, 3 or 4.
I really wonder if that choke point of like not solving.
I think it definitely was the solemn. I don't necessarily think
I think it
on
was
the
3.
bottomless on the Darkroom. I also think you could have maybe, like, I don't know if you needed to summon Darkroom that turn.
Yeah, it wasn't just the gear frame though. It was the gear frame and the Ryko, by the way.
Off the,
And
the first
compulses at
Avarice.
there. Like it was,
Yeah.
you know, it's just like he kept having, you know, +1 monster, Ryko or gear frame and A trap.
Yeah, it's
Like, and
just-
that's what you just like. You need to draw that curve.
And
And
then
you
like
need
the
to keep
turn he
having
drew,
that
and then the
curve.
turn when
Like Brain
he
was low-key a
drew the
bad draw,
hamster
like-
when he was gonna go in as a defensive.
like with the Kai's in hand, so he can play more passive. Like he ran runner, perfect.
And
I mean,
when-
it was. It's not like he sacked Adam. I mean, the
No.
deck is built that way, and I do think if you compared, you know, ways to play that game, I think Yuching played it a little cleaner. But it was,
Yuching
it was
is
a
a
complicated
god.
game. Complicated game.
So James, as we decided, we're looking at his extra.
Oh, yeah.
And he had 12 cards in his extra,
Oh no, and
And
we
he
we
crossed-
know,
he
we already
crossed-
went over it.
but he crossed out our quizzes. He's like too many cards. 13's an unlucky number.
That's great. That's great.
He's like way too many cards.
Won't be needing that.
Won't be that.
Won't be now. You need that where I'm going.
And not gonna happen. I'm not playing any
So I mean, you just signed
Legacy 2-0 this.
He's just signing Destiny this year. I mean, he has a solemn.
I feel like it's just so scary. Put yourself so low.
No, it's like if you're already not maining it, have you kind of decided that you don't like it against Blackwing? 'Cause I feel like that's kind of just a tipping point. If you think Solemn is a good card against Blackwing, then I would main him.
Right. I also feel like maybe it's a card I feel excited in game 3.
He's
going
going
first.
first. Yeah,
Adam-
I mean, I agree with that.
Adam has Dust Shoot. He also has Minecon in his hand. I saw
He
Clue in
doesn't,
his
he doesn't
hand.
have any. Oh, he's charged.
charged.
He's charged, which is good because that's his only active play
Sorry, what does
currently.
he have? Gale Blizzard. Raikou could go.
That Ryko
Yeah.
can be really good. He has Colute, I saw.
Ryko Milling Force. Like, Ryko Milling. Fortress here could be very scary.
It was 123 players.
I think it's 132.
It was 123. That's why it's 7 rounds.
122,
It would have been 8
122.
rounds if we cleared 128.
But yeah, I think he's just putting in the dust, and let me see that
I think
from
Bringing
Adam's
the-
side.
the
I think
Cyber
the second
Dragon,
Cyber Dragons.
Fissure,
Holy, 173 viewers.
Not spiking, and then maybe Fissure.
and a Knots.
Yep. Especially after that game. Where
Wait,
the
what
Raikous-
did he put back? Was it the Cyber? Or the Force?
I think he's in back to Cyber.
No,
No, no,
Cyber's
no.
there. Was it the Forest? The Crow, maybe? Oh, he went Lila. Wait, but if is this bottomless?
Yeah, this is not so bad for Adam. He's fine. He's taking the damage. I mean, either way, you're still converting, but
Okay, well that makes sense.
Nolan.
Okay, put back the Force, I think.
What are he had Dust Tornado and what is the other trap?
Dust Tornado, a Torrent on Yiching
Yeah,
side?
it's a TT.
So
Adam
Always
draws
fun.
Torrent.
Really big interaction here because in Adam's deck he's only playing the one Yada, but he doesn't know this, so him seeing it early in game 2 may make him respect the blind mile into the back row for the rest of the match.
What are your thoughts about Lee keeping in Crow post side against Black Wings?
Man, average deck, bro. Those monsters.
I feel like it's just like even when you hit a Blizzard, like their Icarus is still alive, Kalut's still alive, they can still special Abora, like, and you're negging one to do it.
That is a valid argument.
Adam did side a Nobleman's.
I'm siding Yichang. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he clearly knows this deck better than anyone, so he's been cooking.
You know, everything you're saying makes sense, but
Okay, we're gonna get a Gale.
out of all of them, the Gale's the one you lead with.
Yeah,
You get the protection of the Kalu.
I think the idea is you can protect the Kalut and then follow up normal the Blizzard for Kalut, right? But
Loki.
you're
Is
taking
Gale, well, is Gale, if it's TT, is Gale Mindcon Black Rose? That kind of play?
Tornado on Nobleman. Okay, that was
Oh, I
a
guess
good
you're
bait.
getting
That was a
yeah,
good
yeah,
bait.
yeah, okay.
And now,
I'm kind of surprised he used it.
yeah, it's actually good for Adam too because
I guess that's
now his
opponent.
opponent's going to feel more safe to set like a Raikou or a Hamster.
Mindcon Black Rose, that's what I said. 'Cause
Yeah.
He clears the dust and the TT, and he can set. But I mean, if the traps that he's setting is Nobleman, then
No,
he doesn't
it's
really care about the
fair
dust
play,
or
but I think he wants to keep Minecon just
yeah,
as
I mean,
like
that's understood. Yeah,
right
Keeping the
in
Mindcon
this
is
type
pretty
of game state, like drawing a Raikou or Hamster and being able to take that can really swing
good.
it.
It's like this. I understand. It's like, but it lets him summon the Cyber and force the Clue. I mean, I guess it's getting the Clue to grave.
Yeah.
Blizzard, letting him keep the TT. Letting him keep the TT seems like it's gonna.
He drew another Clue. Okay.
Letting him keep the TT while you want to be aggressive is a little sus.
This Gale's applying a lot of pressure.
Man, we doubted him.
What was that draw? Seen Icarus, that's really
Yeah,
good.
that's
That's
pretty good.
really, really good.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe he doesn't play Rogue, as we've discovered.
Okay, he's gonna MST the Icarus though. So
Doing
oh, okay, he sets a card and that's now
game time. Game time, baby.
now holding this Minecon might go to prove itself.
I mean, Raiko's good here. If it's Hamster, I mean, it's the same thing.
He has
I guess he's
Raikou
getting
too.
TT.
Yeah. A Raikou would force the TT. And it, would,
I mean,
it can
I
also
think- I
make
think
his
he's getting
Blizzard better.
TT.
It can also make his Blizzard better. But if he mills a 4, oh, terrible mill.
But he, I mean, he can get back to Gale. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess just side draw.
He's been through two
Or
cyber-
not
two
side
cyber-
draw, Catastor.
Yeah, he's been through both cyber dragons too, so he can't counter attack it. Perhaps we could
Oh,
hold him
yeah,
hit for
kinda.
nobody's respecting. Doesn't he know the last card is force? What the hell was that?
I don't know. But he drew Ica. He drew Icarus.